and this is going to conclude my series of videos on the subject, and I just wanted to talk to you about one more thing. The iconic Akira slide. It's in so many references, and once you know, you start to see it everywhere. There's a fantastic 2-minute long video on it that shows over 42 times that it has been referenced. Although there is not a very specific hard number, it is at least that many. And that made me wonder, what other scenes and films have been used more than the Akira slide? Starting with the number 5 one, this one's pretty close to the same. It's the Forrest Gump running scene. Has about 40 references, so you could say that it is on par with the Akira slide. Number 4 is kind of important because it is something that only exists because Akira exists. It's the bullet dodging scene from The Matrix. And the Wachowski siblings said specifically, the way that Tetsuo uses his telekinesis in Akira to stop bullets and to control the objects around him and fight inspired how they did bullet time and deeply inspired a lot of what happens in The Matrix. Number 3 is the I'm flying scene from Titanic. And while the bullet dodge scene had about 50 uses, this one starts to get into the 60 territory. We really liked referencing this particular part of this movie. And the number 2 most referenced scene in cinema, and again, these numbers are pretty rough. There aren't exact numbers when you go to look this up because spoofs and references in small television shows, it's hard to keep a full number on this, but we're getting towards about 100 when we start to talk about the scene in Star Wars where you either believe he said, "Luke, I am your father," or the actual line which is said, "No, I am your father." That one, heavily, heavily quoted. But above all, the number 1 most referenced scene in cinematic history is the shower scene from Psycho. This has over 100 times that someone has either referenced some aspect of, whether it's the pullback for the hand, the shadow on the curtain, the way that the, was actually Hershey syrup goes down into the drain. So much of this scene gets built into so many other parts of our culture, visually and narratively, that it is crucial to check it out. And if you yourself have not seen Psycho, you probably have in some other things, but maybe you should see it for real right now.
Hello, everyone. This is the Local 100 Fightback Coalition Facebook and YouTube live stream about the Zohran Mamdani campaign and the movement that's grown up around this campaign. I'm John Ferretti. Joining me tonight is Seth Rosenberg and Anthony Steiniger. As you know, our coalition is a long-time activists within Local 100. We're both progressives and socialists, kind of in a united front to fight for union democracy. And there's a reason why Zohran's campaign would connect with people involved in these struggles, involved in working class struggles, immigrant rights struggles, anti-sexist struggles, struggles to fight for the future of American democracy. So it's not that surprising that our campaign would want to get involved in a movement like this. But I want to try to give a flavor of what this movement has looked like. There's a short video I want to show of Zohran speaking at his Manhattan rally shortly before his victory on June 24th. It's just to give a flavor of what ideas he's proposing in terms of working class struggle, what kind of ways he's messaging those proposals and those reforms that he's fighting for. And also as a way you can get a sense of how the crowd reacts to the message that he puts out. So I'm just going to share my screen and we'll play about a 4 or 5 minute video. While we're watching the video, I'm going to be sharing out to various Facebook and other social media groups to try to build the widest audience and get others to join us. So let me just share the screen. Here we go. Okay, share screen. Okay, so we're going to start here.
We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world. Make no mistake, this victory will be historic, not just because of who I am, a Muslim immigrant and a proud democratic socialist. But for what we will do, make this city affordable for everyone. I think of a woman I met on the BX33 in the Bronx a few years ago. As I sat next to her, she told me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. We're going to make this city one where working people can love it once again. That is who I am thinking about tonight, the New Yorkers who make this city run. Because after this rally, as many of us sleep, millions of our neighbors will step out onto moonlit streets across our city. Nurses working the night shift will put on their scrubs and save lives. City workers will clean subway stations and pick up our trash. Office buildings will be made new again as the midnight shift scrubs and polishes in the dark. Many of these New Yorkers are immigrants who traveled to this city from faraway countries with nothing in their pockets except a dream of a better life. And even more New Yorkers will spend the entire night tirelessly working and return home carrying the burden that it still isn't enough. The sun rises, the bills continue to climb, and the stress never seems to fade. If New York truly is the city that never sleeps, we deserve a mayor who fights for those of us who labor at every single hour of the day. I will be that mayor. And I want to tell you that when we launched... Thank you, my friends. When we launched this campaign on a cold October evening, few thought we could win. Only a couple more could even pronounce my name. Andrew Cuomo still can't. The so-called experts said we would be lucky to break 5%. But I always knew that we would build a campaign just like this. So when a disgraced former governor questions whether or not we can lead this city, I look at our campaign and I know the answer. Over 1 million doors knocked, more than 40,000 volunteers. A movement that the pundits and politicians had written off, now on the precipice of toppling a political dynasty. And because of that, we will win a city that we can afford. But what does winning look like? It looks like a rent-stabilized retiree who wakes up on the first of every month knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... It looks like a single mom who can drop her kids off at school and know she won't be late to work because her bus will arrive on time and cost nothing at all. Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... It looks like a young family that doesn't have to move to the suburbs because childcare doesn't cost more than college. In fact, it's free. Together, Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal. And it looks like safety for everyone. Whether you're on the street, riding the subway, or a house of worship, with our Department of Community Safety, we will invest in the mental health services that we know work, and we'll tackle the rise in hate crimes that fill too many Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers with fear.
Yes, also Garcia said he was there. It was a great speech. I was there too. Yuri K commented that, did you see Samuelson speak at the Zoran rally? He said, still no endorsement, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they endorse Cuomo again. Well, actually, Yuri, it's even shadier than that. They don't want to get involved because they think that Eric Adams has been good for us. He's protected us. He's been real good for transit workers. That's what Samuelson said. And Samuelson is a lying snake traitor, and I wouldn't expect anything less from him. In fact, he went there and gave a speech where he made it seem like he was endorsing Zoran. And then when he was asked about it, he said, no, it's not an endorsement, because we were just endorsing his ideas for transit. But we're not endorsing him in particular. So they're going to take no position at all in the middle of one of the most important elections in the history of the city, when our members have needs that need to be amplified, and this is a campaign that's amplifying it. So go try to make sense out of that. Seth, I know that you wanted to kind of lead off with some comments about the campaign and the movement. So the floor is yours, Kat.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for showing that clip. It's really, powerful stuff. And it's a shame that seeing a candidate actually speak about the working class and our needs, and that society is failing us, even though we work and keep this whole society running. It's just shocking to see actually someone talking that explicitly when you have candidates like Mayor Adams and Governor Cuomo, who are supported by the billionaires, who they'll talk in abstract about policy or whatever the thing, but their fact is that we know from their time in office that they're representatives of the ruling class, of the capitalists, of the billionaires against us. That's why you see in the news day after day now that the billionaires are spending time. Who should we support? Against Zoran. So we can talk about the limitations, but nonetheless, it's so vital. The fact that someone is actually standing up and talking about this is just stunning. So I just want to say a little bit that in this age, right, we have to be honest about the period we're in, right? Trump and MAGA have won the federal government, and they're leading brutal attacks against working people. MAGA has pretended to be this fake populist where they talk about, working people. And I think they've won over, significant amounts of rural poor people and some, white working class. However, the fact is that when you look at the legislation, it's going to gut the social programs that tons of working people rely on, Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps. They're attacking, they're going into factories and pulling out workers who are not documented. So during this period where the working class and oppressed people are under attack, to see someone, right, to see a Muslim democratic socialist stand up for the working class and actually win win the primary is historic. They spent tens of millions of dollars. Anyone who was in front of a TV, knows it was just ad after ad lying about Zoran, slandering him with anti-Semitic stuff, raising fear that if he were to win, the city would be in chaos. All that the most horrible racist stuff of American political campaigns, and yet he won anyway. And the reason he won is because his message resonated, just like Trump's message resonated with people, because people know the system is failing them, and Trump's answers are all lies. Mamdani's resonated with New Yorkers because he's addressing the same thing. He's addressing the fact that things are getting harder and harder for working people, while the rich get richer, and that's so. And so we know that the solutions he talks about, right, or at least the things he proposes, can help us, right? Freezing the rent, free childcare, free bus routes. These are, it doesn't take a genius to see that those things, right, can affect our budget and our pocketbook day after day. And that's why the billionaires are so scared, because if people start to see that there are solutions that, right, make the rich pay, which they aren't paying, right? They're just laughing their way to, trillions and trillions of dollars. Then that people are going to start to stand up and fight for that. That is the thing that the billionaires are afraid of, because they know the history. They do know that when workers stand up and they fight back, and that people march in the streets and people shut down, right? That things that built the labor movement, strikes, sit-down strikes, general strikes, shutting down cities. Those are the things that won basic things like, like the weekend, like the 8-hour workday, like overtime pay, like workplace safety, like workers' comp. All those things at one time were considered radical, and union organizers and socialists were killed for talking about those things, right? But we won those things. And so the idea that, Zoran's proposing very modest things now, but those things can start to light a fire. And if the power rests in the hands of working people, and Fightback has talked about that ever since we've been formed, and that sparking that fight back is the type of thing that we need to actually so push back against the billionaires, push back against the Trump and MAGA's brutal attacks on working people, and actually start to win. And so over the course of this time, I hope we'll talk about the details of that, like, and what workers can do, and also, somewhat some of the limitations, focusing on any one candidate, or versus the idea of that, that Zoran can spark a working class movement that can actually push those things, even necessarily if he won't always. Or another piece of it being that a big thing to talk about tonight is the issue that if he does win as a mayor of one city, when Trump controls the federal government and the billionaires control the assets in the city, right, he's going to be under brutal attack. They're going to try and make sure that he fails. And so what does the movement of working people have to do to try and win the things that we need, and connect that up to his candidacy and his potential mayoral position?
I'm going to get to you, Anthony. I just wanted to get a comment in here. So also Garcia also says, talk about Andrew Cuomo. He never gave us hazard pay. He forced us to work sick during COVID, and we lost hundreds of transit workers. We got 0% raises in reality, and healthcare gutted. He's talking about retiree healthcare, but also, our workers' comp, people on IOD gutted, outsourced to private corporations. And if you're a transit worker watching us tonight who's on IOD or workers' comp, you know what the consequences for that are. You don't get your paycheck. Your family's pushed into poverty, waiting for some private corporation to get their shit together to actually be able to keep us in our homes. So this is what's going on right now. So when transit workers say politics is not about us, that's a separate issue, we want to try to push back on that and say, no, if you don't do something about politics and you don't engage in politics on a class conscious level, politics will come for you. Look at Tier 6. Look at the crisis that we face and the attacks that we face. It's not something we can be on the sidelines about. So Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Anthony Steininger with the Local 100 Fightback Coalition. And I just want to touch on, a little bit about what Seth mentioned about Trump's message and how it resonates with working class people. and his message is one of grievance, and it is a legitimate grievance because the standard of living in this country has gone down. You can no longer, survive with just one income. You need two incomes. Healthcare is non-existent for many people, or it's completely unaffordable. Even if you have so-called Cadillac a healthcare plan through your job, which is really the only way you can have a good healthcare plan is if your job offers it. You have high deductibles. You have limits on what they'll pay for. Education is unaffordable. Many people are saddled with student debt. Many people can't afford to send their kids to college or haven't gone to college themselves because of the exorbitant costs. All of these things, where they talk about affordability, now we're dealing with runaway inflation. Gas is over $3 a gallon. It's been up to $4 a gallon in some places, $5 a gallon during the pandemic. Groceries are still very high. They're going up as we speak. All of these things, when you talk about affordability, and yet there was a time in this country when we had, when affordability wasn't really much of a concern to the majority of people, when we had the things that the Trump message talks about, when America was, in their estimation, great, at least economically, not socially, but economically, we were much better off, and we were leaders in most economic areas in the country. And at that time, you had a tax rate which was much higher than it was now. It was between 70 and 90%. And the things that Zohran Mamdani is talking about to make New York at least affordable, but I'm going to extend it out to the country, the rest of the country. The things that he's talking about, education, transportation, childcare, healthcare, those things were funded through taxes on the higher earners. But what we have is a MAGA party, that talks this grievance, but then does the exact opposite. Their tax policy is to give cuts to the wealthiest and place the burden on the most vulnerable and the people who could least afford it, the working class. And, when I get into the discussions with some of our coworkers, on politics, it's usually, the dynamic is usually about, well, you're telling me not to vote for Trump, but the Democrats haven't done shit, for want of a better word, they haven't done shit either. And, I can't argue with that. But if you look now, it's playing out right now with with Zohran Mamdani's win, because you see our governor, who isn't a friend of transit workers, saying that she'll block, parts of Mamdani's agenda. She'll make sure that there won't be free buses. She'll block that. She'll block his tax agenda to the extent that she can block it. And you have people like, Hakeem Jeffries, who can't come out and say whether or not he supports Zohran Mamdani, which in any other time, he would automatically say something like vote blue no matter who. Mm-hmm. And you have the two who were prominent Democrats, even though now, Cuomo resigned in disgrace as governor, and he's not a friend of transit workers either, who wants to come back into the race, who actually has re-entered the race as an independent, which is something that you don't really hear of in New York City politics. Usually everyone gets right behind the Democratic nominee. Then you have Adams, who didn't even participate in the process, who wants to still claim or associate or affiliate himself with working class New Yorkers and say that, hey, I'm the guy for you. And yet he's riddled with corruption scandals, and recently had a lawsuit filed against him by a police official, saying that alleging that the police department is run as a criminal enterprise. So these are your choices. And do you sit there with your grievance, your legitimate grievance, and do you believe someone who, the MAGA party, the Republican Party, and by extension, these independent candidates who are saying that, Cuomo and Adams, who by extension might as well be MAGA.
They take money from MAGA billionaires.
Exactly. I was going to
funded
thank you
the
for reminding me. Exactly. Yeah. This is who are funding, the people who are funding their independent campaigns, who they're looking to court, are people, the same people who, through their think tanks like the Manhattan Institute, write policy papers that they send out to every single representative you have in the state legislature and assembly, and the governors and the mayors. They send these policy papers out, recommending that we get a pittance for a raise. They recommend that we they cut our health care. They recommend things like putting one person on the train, or things like transit worker 1, transit worker 2, all of these things that would put us in danger and lower our salaries and our benefits. You're going to vote for these people, or you're going to vote for somebody who has solutions, who's put forth solutions. To me, it's a no-brainer. To me, it doesn't require much hand-wringing or much debate to know who I'm going to vote for, or who I'm going to support in this election.
Yeah. Just to go back to some of the comments, somebody, Yuri had asked, do you guys know the details of Cuomo stealing money from the MTA? Zoran made that reference during the debate. Yeah, he outright stole the MTA lockbox money that was supposed to be there as a rainy day fund for the MTA, and he outright stole it and gave it to ski resorts upstate that had a bad year. So basically, he rewarded the billionaires that own the ski resorts at the expense of providing basic essential funding for the transit system in case there was a crisis, which, as we know, as transit workers, they're always crying like they're Chicken Little and they have a crisis, and nobody seems to know why they have a crisis. It's $54 billion in bond debt to Wall Street parasites, getting paid a guaranteed return of investment of 4% per year on the money they're lending us. That's triple tax exempt. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, another thing, when you mentioned, this, what you just said reminded me of another reason why we should vote for Mamdani. We have a governor who gave over $750 million to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
To the Buffalo Bills. A billionaire owns the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
For a stadium, because he threatened to move out of New York State. I don't even know if he threatened to move out, but whatever, you're giving $750 million to a sports team that only plays 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
8 games in that stadium. The stadium really will sit empty for the rest of the year. But
Yeah.
you can give $750 million to this, yet you can impose a regressive tax through congestion pricing, which is going to be paid mostly by the working class. Now, if you had spent $750 million on improving transit so that people in the outer boroughs and the surrounding metro area could have a reliable transit system, then you put in congestion pricing, that would make sense. But as it is now, there really isn't a reliable alternative for people for transit, because you put the cart before the horse. You're saying that you're going to use congestion pricing to improve transit, but we've been through this before. We have all these tolls on the bridges that keep going up and up and up, and yet nothing improves.
Yeah.
It's the same song and dance. Tax the wealthy. It's something that was done years ago, which worked, where we had infrastructure, where we had services. But the MAGA Democrats, that's what I'm gonna start calling them, the MAGA Democrats, because that's what they are, don't want to do that. So why would you not vote for somebody who has solutions?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also the thing is that when is the last time you had a mayor that speaks centering working class voices, who amplifies the voices of those who work the night shift, those who receive the least respect in our society, because of the ruling class contempt that we get from all quarters, from the Democratic Party establishment, from MAGA, from the news media, everywhere. People look at workers as kind of an afterthought, kind of like, well, you're supposed to do that. You want a ticker tape parade for doing your job, and yet they idolize the billionaires. And Kathy Hochul, by the way, everything is corruption with her. Her husband ran the concessions for the Buffalo Bills, so that's nothing but a direct kickback to her own family. So she is Cuomo with all of Cuomo's corruption without Cuomo. That's what Kathy Hochul is. So I just want to try to transition into some of the stakes that we are facing, because we have to look at the national scene as Seth was talking about, the danger that we face on a national level with an outright white supremacist fascist government in control of every institution that provides services for poor and working class people. And you see massive cuts to Medicaid, massive cuts to SNAP, any kind of service, veteran services, any kind of service that benefits poor and working class people has been gutted in their big, beautiful disaster bill. And Trump, after running on the pretense that he cares about making America great again, making Americans great again, making working class people able to afford to live and create an economy where they're actually able to survive. All that posturing, what ended up happening in Washington was nothing but corporate welfare gone berserk. These tax cuts, where's that money going to go? It's going to go directly to buying their own stock, inflating the value of their worthless stocks and their companies that don't actually have this valuation that we think they have. And that's a ticking time bomb that's going to blow up and destroy the economy. Then you have tariffs, which Trump is engaged in all over the world, with threatening other countries with tariffs that only drive up the prices of all the goods and services that we all need. So we have that. Then we have the ICE roundups, which are, again, an attack on the working class, because it's the working class that does the jobs that nobody else wants to do at the lowest wages, in the worst conditions. And then you have ICE. And ICE has basically become Trump's Gestapo. And it's being funded to the hilt. It is now the third largest military organization of any kind in the world. It has a bigger budget than the Israeli military. These are very scary times. These are very dangerous times. There is no guarantee that there will ever be a fair and democratic American election ever again. And that is the landscape in which Zoran Mamdani potentially comes to power. And we have to be honest about the fact that there are forces within MAGA who will try to kill him, and Trump has already said that he is, it's open to the idea of deporting him and denaturalizing him and sending him to some gulag somewhere. So it couldn't be any clearer, more starkly posed, the danger that we all face. So Seth, if you can you talk a little bit about that and how the Mamdani movement and how the working class needs to take seriously building institutions and collective self-defense, and the stakes that we can't just keep doing what we're doing, as the DSA leadership says cluelessly. That's just more and more electoralism, more and more door knocking, more and more rallies. That is not an effective answer to fascism, and it never has been. Yes, we need more numbers in the street, but we need a movement that actually starts delivering blows to Trump and MAGA. Seth, got it.
Yeah, let me get to that in a second. Let me just
sure.
Connect a few dots first, which is that, for people who are on the fence, right, transit workers who we're talking to who are on the fence about this, who are against Mamdani, you have to, like, Mamdani's the only one talking explicitly about how important the working class is. And yes, there can be lip service about that, but the fact is that we have to stop the trend that's been going that, I spoke about and Anthony spoke about some, which is that working people are working harder and harder for less. And every transit worker here knows that each contract, things get worse for us, right? Whether it's a 5-year wage progression or wages that don't keep up with inflation, or our union giving away retiree healthcare, Medicare Advantage, forcing us into Medicare Advantage so we can't have traditional Medicare. All these things, right? We know that it's piling up, and it's not just us; it's unions around the country that this is facing. It's all, and workers without unions are facing it even more. And so, and we know that Cuomo and Adams both are enemies who've taken part in those attacks. Cuomo was the author of Tier 6, right? And he's the one who led that attack, one of the biggest attacks on the New York working class in years. And then Adams played a major role in the attacks on not ours, but New York City retiree healthcare. And so the idea that you have unions out there or Local 100 or workers groups who are fighting for healthcare, saying that one of those candidates, Adams or Cuomo, might be a solution, and not supporting the candidate who openly talks about how important it is for the city to be affordable is just crazy. But that's the world we're living in now. And so what are we going to do to stop that, right? If you want to stop the attacks on us, if you want us to get wage increases that matter, to keep our healthcare benefits and make them better, right? Then we have to do what won those things in the first place. Like I talk about, there was a time where we didn't have the weekend or an 8-hour workday or workplace safety or workers' compensation or workplace health or healthcare, right? All those things were fought for by unions and by workers. They took over factories, they took over cities, they shut stuff down. We don't learn that history anymore, right? Mostly led by socialists, sometimes by anarchists, communists, right? And fought and won those things. And to do that, we have to start those struggles again, right? And I'm not saying that the Mamdani campaign is the answer. I don't think any candidate or any electoral position is the answer. But the amount that it's done to get those things, this campaign has done to get those things in people's mind again and get people thinking again and get people with hope that we can actually fight and win things has been immense, right? And given the nature of things and given the attacks that are coming, to actually have a center where we can actually start sparking the workers' movement again is huge.
Seth, can you respond to Thomas Copperplate? He's had two comments that I think we should address because I take his differences seriously, and we need to really discuss, what those differences are.
Let me get to your point first, and then I'll circle back to talk about.
Yeah,
that.
No problem.
Okay,
but I just wanted to let Thomas know that we were gonna.
Yeah, no, I see that. I see the issues there. So we have to be realistic and recognize that if Mamdani wins, that it's a victory, but a limited victory. In the fact that that how much power we have to actually do anything, and we've also seen people who have run on the left who have ended up capitulating, right? People like AOC who have become part of the power system. There's some things she does that are supportable, but she's also become part of the Democratic power structure. And then also the fact that, and I think this is the most pressing issue, is that if he wins, we already saw just in the primary the vicious attack on him and on the left by MAGA, by Trump, and the idea that that he will win. And when you've seen victories like this, both in the U.S. and around the world before, where you see someone win in a limited position who's a leftist or who's a progressive or anything like that, you see that all the forces of reaction of the right wing, of the billionaires, all come together to say, we're going to make sure you fail.
Yep.
And that's what Trump and MAGA and the New York billionaires and real estate and even significant parts of the Democratic Party are going to do to make sure, because the idea that you could actually have a movement of working and oppressed people who win, put someone into a mayor position and he actually delivers for them is the type of thing that could create a whirlwind around the country. And so they are going to do everything they can do to stop him. And, like John said, this stuff about, denaturalizing an American citizen and sending him, to a gulag overseas, right? Those type of things both can lead to MAGA violence. And we've seen a lot of MAGA violence over the years, and can lead to, but also, legislatively in Albany and all these things, you can see that they're going to end up, the rich and the powerful are going to do everything they can to make sure that the working class doesn't win a thing. And people go like, oh yeah, we don't have any hope. And so connecting that up to what I was saying before is that what's key is that we always have to remember, and Fight Back always tries to remember, that the power lies with working class fight back, right? Working class movements, working class struggles. That's what won us all the victories that we have. That's what built our unions. That's what gave us the weekend. That's what gave us the 8-hour workday, all of those things. And so we don't see Mamdani's campaign as a solution. We don't see it but we do see that a victory by him would actually help improve morale and provide a boost to the working class movement and open up possibilities. And so if we want to defend Mamdani if he becomes mayor from all these attacks, right, which we do, the way to do that is through building this movement, right? If you look at Trump, right, people talk about how he's Teflon and how all these things like roll off him. And the reason is because he has a movement behind him, the MAGA movement behind him, right? And what we need is something similar to that on the left, not with the similar politics, but with a similar motivation to win our goals. Now, their goals are, right, MAGA's goals are racist. They're attacking immigrants. They are anti-Semitic. They are, and we've seen actually anti-worker. But if we have those, right, in reverse, if we have ones that are actually pro-immigrant, that are actually pro-worker, that are actually, anti-racist, that type of movement, those type of things have won in the past. If you look at the civil rights movement, if you look at the worker struggles of the 1930s, have been incredibly powerful. And right, that we need to not just focus on winning an election, but actually building struggles in the workplace that can actually, talk about the same things that he's talking about winning affordability, talking about winning better wages, better working conditions, better benefits, and doing so, mobilizing people when those attacks come, right? If Trump's attacks come and there are workers are out in the streets standing up saying we won't accept these attacks, that we're going to defend. We want free childcare, we want free buses, we want a rent freeze. Those kind of things are going to be shown around the country, and it's not going to be as easy for them to accomplish sabotaging the ideas that are out there, from Mamdani about actually winning gains for working people. So the central key there is working class movements. Whenever workers have stood up by the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands, and millions, right, and stood strong and proud, that there's been a much better chance of actually holding on to what we have and winning. And I think it's undeniable that the Mamdani campaign has started to spark the idea that we can win things and that we can hold on to what we have. So getting back to Thomas's point, it's Fight Back is.
Hold on, I'm just going to put up the comments on the screen.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Thomas says the problem for us transit workers in the working class at large is that Zoran is running to refurbish a capitalist party, the Democrats, whose whole purpose is to maintain the status quo. And then he says we need a fighting workers' party opposed to both Democrats and Republicans. We need that to stop Trump reaction, which has paved the way for the Democrats. So, Seth, you were going to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there I agree with. I certainly think, the Democrats are a capitalist party. they paved the way for MAGA by retreating, which is what they always do. And, you know, it remains to be seen what Zoran, you know, what he will do. There's been a history of democratic socialists who've gotten into office and they capitulated. So I think that, you know, it's, I think there are valid points in there. The thing is that if you look at the reality of, I mean, I agree. I think, you know, I'm a socialist. I believe that I'm a revolutionary socialist. I believe that workers should run our society and we should overthrow capitalism. And I think that's an important thing. And we need I think in the end, we need a revolutionary party to do that, not just a workers' party. However, right, as a Marxist, I also believe in looking at the reality on the ground right now. Fascism is winning, right? There are not mass worker struggles going on right now, right? There are not general strikes. The labor bureaucracy has a grip, a very strong grip on the unionized working class. So how do we get from where we are now to actually building, right, mass struggles, or, and it's going to come through mass struggles. How are we going to build a working class party? There's very little working class consciousness. There's a lot of anger, right? And so Local 100 Fight Back has taken the position, right? We, you know, we supported Harris in the last election. And I think that that was the correct position, because I think it's pretty clear now that the conditions for unions and workers to struggle and fight for immigrants' rights, to fight against the genocide in Israel, in Gaza, to fight against attacks on working people would be much better. We would be in a much better tactical position to fight, right, if Trump and MAGA were not in the ascendancy right now. And so we believe that, and Zoran is, you know, he's not a centrist Democrat. He's a Democratic
He's not
socialist.
a Democrat at all. He never mentions he's a Democrat.
Well,
he's a Democrat.
He's running on the Democratic ticket,
He's
right?
running in the Democratic Party,
Yeah,
because that is the easiest way to win power, given the rigged electoral system that we have. And let's be honest, that either a Democrat or a Republican is going to win in most elections. And for the working class to be on the sidelines and not part of actually attempting to hijack and to rip away a party that's base is working class, poor, interracial immigrant would be insane in the face of fascism. It would be insane not to use whatever power we have as voters, as taxpayers, as workers, to be part of a movement to stop fascism in whatever way we can. Now, that can mean going down to 26 Federal Plaza and putting your body on the line to stop immigrants from being disappeared to gulags all around the world. It can mean mass protests. There are many different tactics that we need to engage in to defend ourselves. But to not use your vote to collectively block the minority in society that MAGA represents is crazy. On so
but
many
it's, John, it's more than that as well. Like, not only, like, I think that's our argument with respect to Harris, but the Mamdani campaign is explicitly putting working class demands forward,
Yeah.
right? And I think it's even more than that, which is that, right, given a time where the right is in ascendancy and is attacking, that the ability for, and we've already seen, like you saw just in the video you saw and the statistics on Mamdani's campaign, is that there is a movement building based around the ideas that he's raising, right? And so for us, it's not about him himself or winning the electoral position itself, but that showing that you can hold off the billionaires and that you can actually defy them, and that talking about these this working class platform is the type of thing that can actually start to spark a working class fight back again, right? Which we haven't seen that much. And so given how perilous, and John, I talk about how perilous the conditions are right now, the idea of making a tactical decision to support this campaign, to talk to the people involved, to get involved, and to talk about that what's needed is to rebuild worker struggles, right? And that's the type of thing that can lead to recognizing that both parties, right, that both parties are capitalist parties and that workers do need their own party. And the last point being that, you know, John has been involved in the Mamdani campaign, and I'm proud that he has been.
So is
And
Jonathan Beatrice, by the way.
Yeah.
Jonathan Beatrice
And-
and others,
and-
then Anthony.
Anthony, once again, and let me say my last point, and then I'll get him. I know he's been speaking for a while. I'm sorry about that. The last point being that John can talk about how there is a difference between, right, the ranks who are supporting Mamdani and like the leaders in the DSA. The leaders in the DSA, I don't think have played a very good role in this whatsoever. They're really tied to electoralism. They don't see the need for organized self-defense, and that the movement is prime. It has primacy. But the ranks who are involved are energized, and they're asking these questions about how do we fight back against Trump, right? How do we organize on the ground to make sure that the things that Mamdani is talking about actually get accomplished, right? And the DSA leadership doesn't want to talk about those things, you know. But that provides an opportunity for socialists and other people to get involved in those struggles on the ground, shoulder to shoulder, and actually put forth a socialist perspective on those things. And I think for those reasons, I think it's even, you know, and that type of thing where you see that can also lead to a split away from the Democratic Party. And those are the type of things, strategies you have to start talking about.
Yeah. Anthony, you got to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick because honestly, I have to go. I didn't think we were going to go this long. But I want to get back to Thomas's comment about the Democratic Party, and also to add on to what Seth was talking about as far as building a movement. He's absolutely right. The Democratic Party is a capitalist party, and that's kind of what I was, you know, alluding to and actually trying to outright say with my criticisms of Hochul, Cuomo, and Adams and the MAGA Democrats. They are a capitalist party. However, you know, there are elements within the Democratic Party who are progressive. And also, if you could see from my shirt, you know, it says I'm a veteran. And, you know, I also played sports when I was younger. And something that, you know, I think relates to everything from both of those experiences is that you have to start where you are. And even with this job, you're a conductor, you're a train operator, Seth, you know, they couldn't just put you on that train and say, okay, you know, make the 1145 from Stillwell to 179. You couldn't do that. You had to be prepared. There was steps in preparation before you could be successful in making that interval and doing your job and performing it safely and professionally. There were steps you had to take. Now, the authoritarianism and fascism that we're facing right now, it didn't pop up overnight, and it didn't start with Trump. The Heritage Foundation, which wrote Project 2025, has been involved in strategically taking over our government for the past 40 or some odd years. They've been nominating judges. They've been supporting candidates. They supported legislation. You have PACs and think tanks, people like APAC, who actually write legislation and hand it to representatives for them to introduce into Congress, into the House, and into the Senate. These people, and this has been lacking on the left. So we have to start where we are, and we have a lot of catch up to do. And us as transit workers, we're in a unique position, and I'm talking about not union members and union workers as a whole and in general. Now, I'm not talking about the bureaucracy. I'm talking about if we do happen to have somebody in the bureaucracy who really wants to lead. When you talk about a labor movement or a worker union, a worker movement, you're talking about things like strikes, which is number one. And all of us, everybody listening to this, everybody who pays dues, has to start thinking about what their role would be in a real labor movement. You can't just sit at home and type on Facebook and criticize your leadership or anybody who's an oppositionist or anybody. You know, I try to stay away from that personally. You know, there's a lot of things we can criticize. There's a lot of things we could talk about our leadership and our bureaucracy. But when it boils down to it, they aren't our enemy. You know, even these guys who are sellouts, you know, eventually they're going to get stabbed in the back too. You know, eventually they're going to get dumped. That's how authoritarianism works. That's how fascism works. They have no use for you anymore. At one point, you know, so you have to get back to what being in a union is all about. You have to get back to, you know, the socialist principles that started this labor movement. And going on strike is something, having a general strike is one of the reasons why in other countries it doesn't get this bad. Because once they go after one group of workers, all workers, in France, when I forget what they were trying to do, they were trying to modify the pensions.
Yeah, the retirement age.
Yeah, and lawyers were out on the street. You know, even the cops, they weren't making arrests. You know, everybody was out there in the street and said, hell no. In this country, if you have that, you would have an all-out assault on workers. Anytime, any group of workers. Look at what happened with the Amazon labor union right now. You don't hear anything about them anymore. It's because in our society, in our country, they make you think that that's them. That's not me. That's them. Even if you're a union worker, even if you're, say, a nurse, or you work in a different company or in a different factory, or you work in retail, or you work in a similar industry, or you work in transportation, they want you to think that those workers, that their interests aren't your interests. But yet they are. All of our interests are linked if we work for a living. And even if you don't work for a living, let's say you're a small business owner. Who's going to patronize your business if nobody has any money, if they don't have disposable income? That's what really makes this country great, is because you had a middle class, you had people who had disposable income who could go to the movies, who could go to your local pizzeria, who could go to your local coffee shop and sit down or to the movies and have a good time, or whatever, or afford an automobile. It's getting to the point where you can't do that. So a lot of small businesses are collapsing. So it's our society that's collapsing because of greed at the top. And this is a trend that's been going on for 40 years. And it's been by design. And these people have strategically, when I say these people, I'm talking about the billionaires and you know, their politicians who work for them. They've been doing this for 40 years to get to this point. Since the 1980s, they've been strategically working towards this. So yes, the Democratic Party is a capitalist party. It has been for quite some time. But, and this is a big but, a huge but, is that, you know, you have to start where we are, and we have to work with what we have. And Mamdani right now is a seismic shift in the largest city in our country. It's a seismic shift. That's why you see these. That's why these people are panicking.
Yeah.
That's why they're calling him dangerous. And they're saying that having a free bus route is dangerous.
Yeah.
They're saying that the government doing something to have a grocery store, which you can look this up in places where they have tried this.
Kansas.
Yes,
Florida.
these government-run grocery stores have actually turned profits, and they're not communist. They're not communists. They're turning profits. And they're saying things like solving the problem of having food deserts by putting a government-run grocery store in neighborhoods which are food deserts, where you don't have grocery stores, which, by the way, the forces of capitalism have made it so. You know, I don't have time to go through all of the details, but it's the forces of capitalism that have created these food deserts in poor neighborhoods. But they're saying that these are things that are dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, and this is why. It's because they understand that you know, they want to nip this in the bud, because they don't want a repeat of what happened back in the 30s. They don't want a repeat of what happened in the 60s when working people actually won, when you had multiracial coalitions, where you had groups like the Panthers and the Young Patriots, who initially started out with a Confederate flag as their logo, as their emblem. In Chicago, you had a group of white people with a Confederate flag, young white people as their emblem. But when they got with the building coalitions with the Panthers and the Young Lords, which were Hispanic Puerto Ricans, when they got together and they started building, they realized that the Confederate flag was a symbol of racism, and they dumped it. But they didn't dump the coalition. They knew that working together and recognizing that working people had the same goals and same interests and same challenges, that we could actually win this thing. Yeah. And they did. You had schools across the nation offer free breakfasts. You had training programs that came out of the Great Society, things like the Job Corps, which Trump just got rid of. You know, you had things like the Department of Education, which was created to try and help underserved people compete in an increasingly technological society through education. You had things like this that came out of those coalitions and came out of those efforts. Yeah. You know, and to mention again, strikes, they work. Mm-hmm. They work. The only thing that these people understand is when you hit them in the pockets. The only thing they understand is boycotts and strikes. But us as transit workers and workers in general, we have to prepare for that. Yeah. You have to ask yourself, try to imagine and try to think, like, what would my role be in a work stoppage? What would my role be if there really was a general strike, even though my organization isn't going on strike, or we're not personally calling a strike? What would my role be? How can I support that? You know, and if my organization goes on strike, how would I survive? You know, this is what scares people really from taking action, even just on a micro level, on a day-to-day level here at transit. It's like, yo, I can't miss my paycheck. You know, it's what causes people to not even, you know, say, hey, look, I'm gonna turn down overtime. Let's have it's not a violation of the tail of law for you to refuse overtime, you know, or to not call up the crew office and say, I don't want overtime. This place runs on overtime. It runs on overtime. They know that you're going to be desperate enough to seek overtime. They know that they can count on you. Yeah. They know that you're going to be there and you'll beg for overtime. Yeah. They know that. You know, overtime.
Not only that, they want to dig you an early grave for you and make sure you don't collect the pension.
Exactly.
So
that's the obvious. Exactly. Harassing people who are out on comp, harassing people who have legitimate, sick claims or taking sick days. All of these things are part of that. But you got to ask yourself as a worker, what will your role be? How are you going to prepare for that? You know, what type of training are you going to put yourself through? You know, and it doesn't really take that much imagination to really understand or to really get yourself prepared for that type of struggle.
Yeah. You know? And the other question, I mean, just to follow up on that, the other question is, why the working class? Why is the working class the one they're all terrified of? Why is the working class the epithet they constantly use against us? With thugs, with gangsters, we want the world's biggest free lunch, we want a handout, we're shiftless and lazy. Why do they target us like that? Why do they fear us like that? Why do they engage in a nonstop propaganda campaign to gaslight us, to tell us we're powerless, to tell us we're lucky to have a job, to tell us that we should basically shut up and work? Like they tell LeBron James, shut up and dribble. They want to tell working class people, shut up and get back to work. They want to whip us into position. And they're snitching on themselves. They're telling on themselves about what they fear. They don't fear Zoran. They fear the working class. They feel raised expectations for working class people, who then begin to realize that they have all the power in society and that they can inflict their will upon these parasite blood-sucking bastards who make our lives hell, and that we can fight the demands. And I don't know if you looked in the crowd. Look in the crowd at these Zoran rallies. They know they did this. They know it was their will that made this happen. And for Thomas Copperthwaite, who talks about sowing illusions in the Democratic Party, the party of genocide in Palestine, which supports the terror law to the hilt, is dangerous. We fight Trump by mobilizing workers in I guess, independent industrial and political action.
Yeah,
Look, working, yes, we need to do both.
there's no illusions.
We need to do both. No, I would say, yes, we need to be honest that working class people have illusions in the Democratic Party. No shit. They've always had illusions in capitalist parties. They've always had illusions that it's not the working class that makes social change, that it's those who oppress us and exploit us, the billionaire class, who get to make those decisions. And yes, they have illusions in AOC. They have illusions in, any politician you want to name in a capitalist party. But how do you break those illusions? How do you break the backwardness of our class to get them to lead strikes? You engage in action, joint action, side by side with your coworkers, learning lessons about what works and what doesn't work, and how you use our power collectively to change the world, and how we change our expectations of what's possible through our own collective experience. Why do you think Zoran was more effective than AOC or Bernie Sanders in terms of communicating to a wide working class audience, an interracial working class audience? It's because he laser focused on their lived experience and amplified it in a way that Bernie and AOC don't. And that has everything to do with the fact that he's a socialist. It has everything to do with the fact that he stood and engaged in a hunger strike to defend taxi workers that earned them $450 million in tax and debt relief. It matters. These ideas matter, and going through these experiences matter. And we can hope someday in the future that we're going to have a Labor Party, but it's not going to happen unless we go through these struggles in the world that we actually live in right now. And we cannot be on the sidelines and going through those experiences. You're actually making it impossible to have those things happen by not going through those experiences. Seth, did you want to get in to discuss some of this?
Well, just to say, we're over an hour, and I think we've been trying to, I think it's a long discussion. Just to say quickly, right, I understand where Thomas is coming from. That was certainly my position for like 2 decades, right? But I think, but I think that I don't think that it's the correct position. I think that I agree that the Democrats are the party of genocide and they support the terror law, absolutely. And you can tell the truth about the Democrats, right? And at the same time, you can say, right, revolutionaries use every tactic necessary, especially when fascism is on the rise, use every tactic necessary to try and win, right? And electoralism is certainly not the solution, but it is a piece of the struggle. And the question is, right, will the movement be stronger? Can we get closer to building a workers' party? Can we get closer to a worker-run society if we choose this tactic? And the answer, I think, is clearly yes, right? Even so, you can see my shirt, right? Free Palestine, right? Just take the struggle for Palestine right now. Regardless of what you want to say, right? The fact is that things are worse for the Palestinian cause and for Gaza under Trump, right? Then even though Biden and Harris supported the genocide, I absolutely agree with that, right? The fact is that it is worse for Palestinians under Trump, as we're going to see possibly a complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the idea that you don't use every tactic to try and defend the oppressed, you don't use every tactic to try and fight back, and the fact that our movements would be stronger, we would face less oppression, right? The leaders of the Palestinian movement, many of them were arrested, right? They were on visas, or they were, the leader from Colombia, right? He was actually, right, he had a green card. Is that right?
Yeah, he had a green card. He was arrested in his apartment building and sent to a gulag.
Mahmoud Khalil, right? So and if you look at our live streams, we predicted exactly these types of attacks. So is the movement to defend Palestine stronger, right, that Trump has won? Or are there more possibilities for the movement if you don't have an authoritarian who's trending towards fascism in power? And these are the type of things you have to address. And the fact is that even Lenin, for example, understood that, right? If you look at the Russian Revolution back in the Russian period before the revolution, right? Lenin and the Bolsheviks called for votes, right, for Democratic candidates when the Black Hundreds, right, who are the reactionaries, right, the brutal, vicious reactionaries who are basically fascists, were on the ticket. And that's anyone who can say that MAGA is not right close to the Black Hundreds or not that type of threat, right, is fooling themselves when they're actually in charge of the greatest imperial power in the world right now. So Marxists have to be flexible on their tactics with respect to how to fight back, and to just say we're going to stand on the sidelines when this movement has the possibility of sparking, right? You can tell the truth about, right, what the limitations are. You can tell the truth about the Democrats, right, and their as a capitalist party and their viciousness, but at the same time recognize that calling for that candidate to win can be a spark and help open up space and make movement stronger, to give workers the idea that they can fight back. And over the course, we'll learn that they, and you can say, right, we said right now that workers need their own party. And I've said that workers, I believe, need a revolutionary party, right? But to use all tactics possible to build to those things, when fascism is on the rise and Palestinian rights movements are being smashed and those voices are being shut, to actually say that getting the fascists out of power would help strengthen those movements, that when workers fight back, right, they're going to be attacked by the government, going to be attacked by MAGA. Having those forces not win, and having forces who are actually talking about their for working people win, right, provide a possibility to build the type of struggles that we need, and for workers to see that they can win. And I think that's what we need.
Well, just to follow up on that, the other question is that what is going to happen in the very near future in New York is you're going to see the kinds of things you've been seeing in LA. You're going to see that billions of dollars that they passed in this big disastrous bill that makes ICE have the kind of resources to just spitball, to just do whatever the fuck they want, to just go all over the country and provoke fights and terrorize people. In the case of Zoran Mamdani, can anybody really tell me that it doesn't put us in a better position to enforce New York City's sanctuary city laws and to defend immigrants and to build a collective self-defense? Having the first Muslim mayor who's a democratic socialist and stands for immigrant rights and stands against ICE and stands against Trump. How can you tell me that doesn't put us in a better position for workers to test their illusions in capitalism and be involved in struggles that actually point in the direction of the future that we all say we want? I don't see how abstaining from that movement, not wanting to be a part of it, and attacking a candidate who's actually willing to do those things helps us in any way, shape, or form. It actually it's sterile. It actually short circuits any potential for you to learn lessons and for them to learn lessons through their own experience. Anthony, we need to wrap up soon, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick before we wrap up. What we really discuss here is ideas. And, we've gone from, since the 1980s, we've gone from the idea that, America was this country that believed in freedom and welcomed refugees, to the idea that it's okay to just grab a veteran off the street because he looks like he might be an illegal immigrant, which when they say that, they mean Hispanic, to grab him up, detain him for 3 days until he can prove that he's an American citizen. We've gone from that to this, where that seems normal. So it's like, you have to have the idea, you have to think about what your ideas are and what you think your values are. And our country has had a shift in values and ideas. The things that Trump's doing, they're normal now. When they were unthinkable, even under Reagan, they were unthinkable. Shipping people off to some gulag, building something called Alligator Alcatraz, keeping telling senators and congressmen that they can't access buildings in their own district. Arresting them.
Arresting a mayor.
Yeah, arresting the mayor, arresting congresspeople. These are the things that are normal now, because labeling people, un-American because they have the audacity to oppose, their government, to speak out, to exercise their First Amendment rights. These are the things that are normal now. But they took decades to normalize. We have to stop this. We have to. Every single person here has to stop this. We really are in the middle of the slide towards authoritarianism. We are really here, if we're not already completely there already. And there's going to be a lot of it's not the time where you're going to be comfortable anymore.
Yeah.
You're not going to be comfortable anymore.
Yeah.
And you have to decide, what kind of country you want to live in. Do you want to live in a free country? Do you want to live in a country where the government works for the people, or where you work for the wealthy?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a country where your child can have an education, a reasonable expectation of being educated, and having a better life than you? Or do you want to live in a country where, as some Republicans stated, like if your father was a janitor, then you'll be a janitor.
Yeah.
Do you want to live in that country? It's up to you. It's up to you, and what you're willing to give up for it. What role are you going to play in this struggle?
Yeah. And the other thing though too is you were saying what role you'll play in these struggles. I mean, we also need to be honest about what side of the barricades we're on. Like, we have to know our history. Those who don't know the history are doomed to repeat it. I mean, we are relatively privileged workers in terms of our pay and benefits. Not that we get paid anywhere near what we should be paid. Not that the safety conditions are anywhere near what they should be. Not that our pensions or our health care are anything like what they should be, which should be the bare minimum for any person in this country. But we are relatively privileged workers who have a lot to lose. And if they've gone after Medicare and Medicaid, do you think they're not coming for your pension? Do you think you're going to be safe in retirement? These are people, the ruling class of this country have literally murdered senior citizens and thrown them in fucking nursing homes when they knew they had COVID. They've literally led to mass death amongst our own co-workers. 173 transit workers dead during COVID for no other reason than they wanted to keep the subway open 24/7 to not scare people and make everybody think everything was normal. The stakes are just too high for us to not understand that we must pick a side and that we must know what side of the barricade we have to be on. Not just morally to be on the right side, but to survive, to have any real future. I live in a community that's the second largest cooperative affordable housing community in New York State. And we are hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. And we are facing 57% increases over the next 2 years because New York State is a deadbeat, no-show landlord who's done nothing to make these communities truly affordable. Everything is on the table right now. If that happens, senior citizens will be kicked out of their homes. People with disabilities will be kicked out of their homes. Even workers like myself, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I could pay $500 more a month. So it's on right now. This is not some abstract idea. This is not some moral quest of Don Quixote. This is, are we going to have a real future? And we will have the future that we make. Just like MAGA took decades to create this hellscape, we have to get our shit together and understand what time it is. Because the illusions, like Thomas was talking about, the illusions that people have in capitalism, that's the dangerous illusions that people have in capitalism. And we need to break with that through our own struggles, through our own concrete experiences. Because it's one thing to talk about ideas. It's another thing to make those ideas real for people's lived experience. And that's what Zoran's doing. So why the hell wouldn't you support somebody like that in a position of power across the table from us when we're bargaining for better wages. It doesn't make any sense to abstain from that and to wish on any kind of different future and think that that's going to be better for us. Seth, do you want to say anything before we wrap up? You're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good. I think we're past time, so let's.
Yeah, we got to wrap up.
Yep.
Yeah. For those questions that we didn't answer, I know Yuri had some questions. I'll try to get back to you directly. And we'd like to thank everybody for joining us tonight. This will be one of an increasing number of coalition live streams to talk about these and other issues, and also to point workers in the direction of how they can get involved and how they can play an active role in actually going through this experience with us and with our class, and learn lessons about how social change can actually be made by their own hands, by their own conscious activity, by their class conscious activity. Thank you so much for your time, everybody. We'll talk to you all real soon. Have a great night, everyone.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Watch this space.
Testing. Can you hear me? I'll take that as a yes. Producer, come on, produce me for fucking Christ's sake. Am I allowed to say Christ? Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of whatever the hell this is. I don't know what it is. Maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe the smart people know what this is, but I will be doing this show today. I will be also consuming this. So over the course of today's program, so bear with me. I got a lot to talk about today, and by that I mean I have another fucked up crazy person rant that maybe 3% of the audience will understand. We'll see. But today I would like to do a little bit of a sequel to my show from last week. Let me close the producer chat. So let's see. The producer needs me. Too bad. No distractions. Gotta be zen. Right? Fuck the producer. Anyway, a little bit of a sequel to last week's show. I consider all of these shows to be sequels to the previous, but also one part of a continuing narrative. So, if you haven't seen last week's show or any of my other shows, feel free to skip this one too. But anyway, last week I was talking about why I think that the family system is the core pillar. I like to say tent pole. I don't know. Tent pole seems fun to me. I don't know. It's a more fun metaphor, but it's the core tent pole of fascism. Right? Because ultimately, what is the family? In the context of America, the family is a small unit where everyone gets to role play their place in the hierarchy. The man's up top, the kids are slaves, the woman is property. That's the typical family system, at least in the United States. Maybe some people would say that's starting to change as of recent, as of late, in the 21st century. But we've all grown up in a society where that was the bedrock. That was the foundation of our society. And I would like to, expand upon that a little bit and move it into another direction. Because one thing that I like to say on my show or with this show or any show or just generally, I like to say things. I like hearing myself talk. is that I think most people, some would call them adults, are actually not adults. I think most people are emotionally intelligent, intellectually, about maybe anywhere from 10 to 15 years old. People just stop learning, they stop growing, they stop developing, they stop yearning for a better life at around that age, and they just become that age forever. I'm sure you know people that this would easily contribute to an identifying factor of. I know my parents are eternally 12. They're 12-year-olds who don't know how to process their emotions. They don't know how to process their feelings. They don't know how to do anything about anything. And so when we run a society, an entire civilization, if you will, this piece of hair is fucking with me. Yeah, that's right. Get over there. When we run a civilization, where as I said last week, where the family system is the core tentpole of fascism, and the people at the top of the system are emotionally, intellectually about the same age as the people at the bottom of the system. We have children basically raising children. And that leads to a society like this. A lot of people, they love to say the baby boomers fucking suck. Fuck those baby boomers. Right? A bunch of coddled little fuckhead losers, right? That raised a generation of coddled little fuckhead losers that then turned around and raised another generation of coddled baby dumb fuck losers. That's where we are right now. We are in the ashes of the baby boomers world. We are in the dystopian, hellscape of the, it's like when you ever live with somebody, or maybe this is you. Hey, I don't know. It's me sometimes. And, the garbage just accumulates. The dishes just accumulate. Hey, we've all been there. Maybe you've been guilty. Maybe you've been a victim. I don't know. It happens, right? Right. The garbage keeps piling and no one's around to clean it. That's our society at, pretty much, at least in the United States. Again, I don't know what they're doing in Gambia, for example. I don't know. There could be a whole different system in there. In fact, there probably is. And in a lot of ways, it might even be better. But I'm here as someone who is forced, people identify me as an American. I don't know about that. I prefer to identify myself as a person, a human, but, I grew up in America for better or for worse, But again, I think that most people are basically children, because what does it mean to be an adult? What does that mean, right? The most dangerous question, or the most dangerous word in the English language is 3 letters, W-H-Y. That's the most dangerous question, or and word in the English language. Why? And so when someone says they're an adult, I like to ask them, why do you think that? What makes you an adult, right? As a society, we've decided 18 years old, you're an adult. What does that mean, right? Is it, you're 17 years and 364 days old, and then tomorrow you wake up and now magically, I'm an adult now. That's not really how it goes, I remember sleeping, going to bed when I was 17 years and 364 days old, and I woke up the next day and I was like, shit, I feel exactly the same. But now I'm an adult. What does that mean? You can be tried legally as an adult. You could be tried legally as an adult, at the age of 15 if you're black, for example. But hey, whatever, But when you're an adult, what does that mean? Oh, now you're responsible. Now you got to pay the bills. All this fucking horseshit. Now you gotta be an adult. But what does that mean as a society? What are the signifying markers of being an adult? Because again, we live in the ashes, the cinder of the baby boomers' fucked up society. Right? What are the markers of the baby boomers when they become an adult? It's getting married, having kids of your own, getting a house, getting a job, all this stupid fucking horse shit. The white picket fence, the nice car. Maybe you get a dog on the way. Maybe you have 2 kids. Maybe you have 3. Who knows? You integrate yourself with all these toys, all these external features. Yes, I am an adult. I have a child. Therefore, I must be an adult. But is it really that simple? Because we as humans, we developed language. Language is not real. We made it up. Literally, we made it up. So we made up the distinction between child and adult. There is no biological line between child and adult. There's also no biological anything for child and adult. We made it all up. So I ask you all, what does it mean to be a child and what does it mean to be an adult? Think about it for a moment here. Right? Look at the current administration, if you will. Are these adults? Are there adults in the room? Look at little orange man over there. Is he an adult? Does he seem like an adult? With those horse shit about Jeffrey Epstein and how the current Fuhrer wishes, oh man, if only I had the privilege of going to Jeffrey's island. Dear Jeffrey, please, can I go to your island? Is this an adult? Think about the behavior that this man has, pretty much done his entire life, but especially in the last few weeks. Does it seem like behavior that an adult would perform, right? Because what is there, right, in being an adult, right? Being an adult, we all make up our own versions of what being an adult is. But personally, for me, being an adult is an inner transformation, not necessarily external, not about what kind of hair is growing out of what kind of areas in your body, but it is an internal transformation, right? People can become adults at the age of 74. People can become adults at the age of 12. You ever have a situation, maybe somebody, maybe you're the somebody, where your parents are a bunch of pieces of shit and they're negligent. They don't really do anything for you or somebody. And then the child has to grow up to take care of the parent. You ever, in this kind of situation? Or let's say a parent's gone. Let's say they died or they abandoned the child to some degree, but they're siblings. And now the 12 or 13-year-old has to take care of the siblings, right? So there's multiple, being an adult is really an inner kind of psychological transformation that doesn't happen in a clean cut, you go to sleep one day, you wake up the next day, now you're an adult. It's a spectrum, right? And so I would like everyone to just, as homework, think about it. What does it mean to be a child? What does it mean to be an adult? Just ponder this question for, a couple weeks or months or I don't know, 30 years or so, give or take. And one thing in a related note, you often hear, usually from adults, stop acting like a child. You ever hear that? Why are you acting like a child? Or if you are a child in the, in the chronological sense, age related, someone might say, stop acting like a baby. Act your age. You ever hear those? Act your age. Don't act like a baby. Don't act like a child. Right? But, when you hear these phrases, what does it mean? You're showing emotion. Typically, you might even be crying because someone violated you or fucked you over in some way, or you didn't get what you wanted, right? But why is it that crying and whining, that's acting like a child, but screaming and yelling, all of it, that's an adult? Someone screaming at a crying child saying, act your age, they're an adult. That's not a childish reaction at all, right? So what does it mean to act like a child? Personally, I don't know. That's something to think about. It's something I think about anyway. What does it mean when someone says stop acting like a child? I think we all, language in general, I think we all kind of have our own definitions of every word in the dictionary. We all have our own kind of way of thinking about the world and thinking about words and how they fit into all that kind of stuff. But, I remember, when I was young, people in my family told me to act my age, right? But this is rich coming from like a fucking 30 or 40-year-old that fucking is afraid to have a fucking conversation about anything other than like, what's on TV fucking later. You know what I mean? So, what I think is at the root of the eternal children, the people that are emotionally, psychologically children, intellectually children for their lives. I think what ultimately one of the core differences between people that are genuinely, truly adults and people that are, children in adults' bodies is denial. And I'm going to take a little sip from my big sipper here. Oh, yeah. Love $5 wine. Tastes the best, doesn't it? Anyway, I think denial is a major feature of our society. Everyone's in denial, right? So again, what does it mean to be an adult? In my opinion, it means being a self-actualized individual. It means being a person. It means being someone that's, not necessarily looking around. Oh, what are they saying? What are they thinking? I'm going to think the same thing. Being an adult means maybe not necessarily being independent, like, financially independent. Do you live alone? Do you have an apartment or a house and you're by yourself and you pay your own bills without any help? I don't think that makes you an adult. But I think being psychologically independent, someone who's comfortable with themselves, I think that is truly one of, if not the, at least in my opinion, marker for adulthood, being an adult. And again, people reach that either never or at any varying time in their life. There's 93-year-olds that they're on their deathbed and they finally make peace with themselves. And in those last 5 minutes of life, they become an adult. That's possible. Or they die as a child, right? But ultimately, I think that the major through line between, our collapsing society and, as I like to call them, the American toddlers, is denial. Denial that there's a problem. Denial that there could be a better world. No. That's just the way the world is. It is how it is. It's denial, ultimately, that rules this society. That's why you see the baby in office, whatever, in the White House. The baby keeps saying, no. I never did anything with Epstein. I wish he invited me to his island. He was my best friend, but I never did anything. By the way, that, child victim that was murdered, by the way, what happened there? Jeffrey Epstein took the child, the teenage sex slave from my, business, my spa business, but I did nothing wrong. I was hiring teenage sex slaves, but it wasn't me. No, it was Jeffrey, even though that Jeffrey stole my help, by the way. If you're not following that, recently Donald Trump basically accused Jeffrey Epstein of stealing his help. And that's how one of the child sex slaves ended up at Epstein's, whole situation. So denial. That runs our society. Denial that the climate is changing. Denial that gay and queer people have always been here. That wasn't a thing when I was a kid. You ever see that? Denial. That's what it is. Denial that we could have a better world if we tried. Denial runs our society, okay? And I want to ask you a question, right? What are the classical, let's take in the classical markers of being an adult in a baby boomer, ash cinder dystopia society, right? You get a house. Is that really achievable in our current capitalistic hellhole? Is it achievable for every person to have their own house? Give me a fucking break. So that can't be a marker of adulthood. Right, having kids. Does that make you an adult? Well, legally speaking, right? You're an adult at age 18. Well, you can have kids at age 14. Does that make you an adult? Is that leapfrogging? If you have 2 kids when you're 16, does that mean you can maybe drink alcohol? Every kid you have, you get 3 extra years. And hey, I'm 16, but I have 5 kids. So hey, maybe I can drink a beer, right? Hey, right? So legally speaking, you're magically an adult at 18, right? But again, another marker is you have to have a house, you have to have a family, right? But is it really that adult to have a child? Is that really something an adult wants to do? Think about it. Think about this for a second. Now, I know I love shitting on parents. This is the war on parents central. But I don't say that I hate every single person who has a kid. I don't say that. But I just think that the most often, and when I say most often, I mean 95, maybe upwards of 99% of the time, when someone is birthing a new child into this world, they're doing so for narcissistic and selfish reasons. We have millions of children across the world starving, suffering, being abused. And you're deciding, instead of taking care of one of them, a child that's been abandoned, you're going to create a new life. Why? Oh, because I want my kid to look like me. Sounds a little Hitlerite, if you ask me. Oh, well, that's just what everyone does. Everyone has kids, right? Why? Because it's easy. Having kids, I'm not someone who has kids that easily. Let's just put it that way, okay? But for most people, cisgender people particularly, having kids is extremely fucking easy. It is the easiest fucking thing in the fucking world. But you know what's hard? You know what's difficult? You know what's a real challenge in life? Being a self-actualized, real, genuine, and also truthful human being, an adult. That's actually challenging. That's actually difficult. But when you have a kid, right? Oh, now you have a kid. You're too distracted. You can't work on yourself as a person. You got to take care of the child. And again, we live in a poisoned society where taking care of the child means hiring a babysitter or whatever and then leaving them alone for 8 hours a day or feeding them some fucking horseshit baby formula that has all kinds of fucking lead and heavy metals, PFAS, high fructose corn syrup in it, right? Like people, they don't actually know how to raise children. You ever been around people, right, that have no fucking idea what they're doing? You know, new parents or just parents in general that just go, it just make you think like, yikes. But you're not allowed to say anything, right? You're not allowed, right? You can't criticize someone who's a parent, especially when you're not a parent, you know, because then you'll get some horseshit platitude like, you don't know how hard it is. You know, that's like, it reminds me of someone jumping off a bridge and then crying, you don't know what it's like to die by jumping off a bridge. Well, you're the one who jumped off the fucking bridge in the fucking first place. Now, I know it's a little bit of a mixed bag now. We do have forced impregnations going on all across the country. We have comatose sex slaves that are used as breeding vessels in states like Georgia. You know, that kind of stuff. So I realize maybe what I'm saying does not necessarily fit as many people as it did, let's say, 5-10 years ago. So again, I got to get my caveats in there. Otherwise, the super lefties will get mad at me for not mentioning every possible little nuance or whatever. So I get it, you know, abortion laws and all that kind of stuff, right? I get it. That's making things a little bit more complicated. But again, ultimately, you choose most of the time. Hey, I know rape victims, right? Hey, shout outs to rape victims, right? But most of the time, you choose whether or not to have sex. You choose whether or not to have sex protected or unprotected. So in that regard, you are choosing to have a kid most of the time. So I think what I am saying applies to most people. Right? But again, fucking super easy. One of the easiest things in the world, right? Takes like 5 minutes and then you can have a kid. That's, again, I'm just being honest with you. Maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. Maybe 15, maybe 30, maybe an hour. Hey, I'm just whatever. That's all for you guys to figure out. But right, when you have a kid, right, it basically, like I said last week, it takes you out of the game, right? Because when you have a kid, in my opinion, when you have a kid, your life only matters so long as it relates to your child. You are no longer an individual. You are an authority. You are a sole arbiter of life and death. That is not something that a child, I think, in my opinion, is prepared to do, right? So if I'm saying that I think that 90% of Americans are zombies, what I mean by that is they're children that are engaged in what I like to call the parental rescue fantasy, right? They're children that are walking around, you know, doing everything that they do just so that mommy and daddy will love them, except they don't understand that. They're unconscious of it, right? So they use proxies for mommy and daddy, such as their boss, such as a politician, like Donald Trump, for example. How did 70 million people vote for a pedophile? How did that happen? It's because of the parental rescue family. They attach their unrequited feelings of, you know, why didn't my mommy and daddy love me? They attach them to someone like Donald Trump. And Donald Trump says, we love you, I love you, we're going to help you, and all this stuff and all that kind of horseshit. So, you know, similar to when you're thinking about a parent, maybe a parent that did fucked up things, you're more often likely to forgive them for doing fucked up things because that's my mommy, that's my daddy, right? And this parental rescue fantasy that, in my opinion, is pervasive in, 95% of our society, I think it is at the root of why we are living in a burgeoning authoritarianistic world. Because ultimately, when you have people that are just yearning for love, because really what we are is we're living in a society devoid of love. We're living in a society that denies that love is even possible. We're living in a society that denies that love is even a thing that exists. That is what our society is, right? If you were to, let's say, I don't know, skip ahead 1,000 years in the future and look at what we are doing right now, look at where we are in the world right now, you would see a society built on hate. You would see a society built again, once again, on denial, right? And what does that lead to? It leads to authoritarianism. Because again, if you have an entire society that is devoid of love, yearning for love, maybe even unconscious of it, they're going to try to get love wherever they can. And that's why you have a bunch of motherfuckers that voted for a pedophile They knew he was a pedophile, but the pedophile told him, I love you. And so as a result, their brains turned off because, again, they're children forever. That's what most people are. They are children from the day they're born to the day they die, constantly yearning for mommy and daddy's approval, because that's what we are. We are, as humans, hardwired to want our parents to love us. That is a core part of our genetics. Why? Well, if we want our parents to love us and our parents do love us, that can be pretty cool. Parents can teach us how to fend for ourselves. They can teach us how to hunt. They can teach us how to forage. They can teach us how to, dress our wounds. They can teach us how to survive. But in a modern fascistic society, right, that natural impulse gets hijacked. Because we don't live in a world where we need to forage and hunt and dress our wounds. We live in a world where people do everything for us, as long as we pay them, of course. Don't have any money? Die, bitch. But as long as you can pay someone, we live in a world where an authoritative figure is going to help you figure out your shit. And am I saying that everyone needs to be the jack of all trades? No, I'm not. In my opinion, I think that is an advancement of the hunter-gatherer days, right? Or even more primitive than that. Right, than our, the more, apish ancestors, people that maybe didn't have the brains that we do now. You may notice I use the word people. Everyone's a person. My dog's a person. He's my best friend. I call him people all the time, right? So again, 1,000,000 years ago, this was something really important. We needed to yearn for mommy and daddy to teach us how to survive, right? But we've evolved, not just genetically, but as a collective organism, we have evolved. We have had people that specialize. I'm a doctor. I'm going to dedicate my life to being a doctor. I'm a librarian. I'm going to dedicate my life to knowledge. I'm a soldier. I'm going to dedicate my life to defense. All valuable things, right? Defending my tribe. I'm going to spend all day, sharpening my blades and practicing my whatever's, your martial artistry, to defend the people that I love, right? These are all natural things that make sense to develop. Externalize things. That's one of the beauties of our brains is we've developed not only an amazing brain as a species, but we've also developed an amazing technology that is called language, that is called writing, that is called speaking. And that amazing technology has propelled us to where we are now. A lot of bumps on the road, but in my opinion, right, we can get through whatever this is that we're going through and reach the other side. It is possible. A side full of love, compassion, caring, helping, and again, specialized individuals that are good at particular things. But again, so back to what I was saying earlier. We live in a society where parents typically, do they really teach kids how to survive in the world? Think about it. I mean, hey, maybe some people out there had decent parents. Maybe you did. My parents didn't tell me how to survive in this fucking hellhole. In fact, they made it a lot worse. They gave me misinformation. Some would even say disinformation. Such as, all you got to do is try hard, work hard. If you do good in school, then things will happen for you that's good. If you go to college, then you're going to get an education, and that education is just going to spawn a well-paying job out of the aether into your lap, and then you're going to live happily ever after. That's the people in my family. That's what they told me. Bunko, shite, garbage, a bunch of nonsense. But again, these are the children of baby boomers that run on a script that, in my opinion, didn't even work in the 1950s and 60s, but sure as hell doesn't even fucking come close to working now. So again, that's why I say people are zombies. They're on autopilot. They're following a script that doesn't even fucking work. I'm a video gamer. I like video games. Back when I was a kid, video games had things called cheat codes. Nowadays, they call them DLC. They call them microtransactions. But back in the day, they had things called cheat codes. You type in a certain, string of letters and numbers or, buttons, and then boom, you got a big head. And that's cool because big heads are funny, right? But imagine if you try to look up a cheat code and they just tell you something that's wrong. You're furiously typing in, how do I get everything to have a big head, and nothing keeps happening? That's basically what we're doing right now. We're following, us as a society are following a script that debatably worked 70 years ago, but doesn't even come close to working now. And then everyone's like, what wrong? What wrong? How do we get out of here? What wrong? Right? And it's because, again, we live in a society based on, foundationally, denial. Right? Denial that we need to update our script. Denial that the world, works the same way or not. I forget which negative I'm on. Right? As it did in the 1950s. The Leave It to Beaver generation. Now, I've seen Leave It to Beaver. I love that show. I'm not going to lie to you. I love the Beaver. Okay? I'm just being honest with you. It's a great show. But again, my argumentation is that we live in a society where most people are children on the inside. Psychologically, they are children. They have not evolved. They have not grown up. They're just still yearning for daddy and mommy to love them. But instead of thinking, why doesn't my dad or mom love me? Instead of trying to, maybe fix that relationship or maybe, process that relationship and move on, they just attach that rescue fantasy, right? Someone will love me and make the world a better place to someone else, a charlatan, a con man, like Donald Trump, for example. Got 70 million people to vote for a pedophile, all because he said, I'm going to make America great again, whatever the fuck that means. People that voted for him, they don't want to know what it means. They don't want to know how to make America great again. They don't want to know why America's not great right now. They don't want to know how it turned into this festering pile of shit we call a civilization. All they know and want to know is that Big Dick Daddy is going to come down from the sky and save the day. And they attach that Big Dick Daddy fantasy onto someone like Donald Trump, who ironically does not have a big dick, as we know from all sorts of details that have been leaked by all kinds of individuals. Just saying. So what do we do about this? What do we do about this when we live in a society of children? Well, in my opinion, everyone should, there's a phrase that people may have heard if you fly on airplanes, right? When shit happens, you put your mask on first for oxygen before you take care of your children. I personally think that you need to become a real adult, a real human being before you procreate. That's my opinion. Before you bring another person into this world, which, by the way, I'm skeptical of whether or not you should be doing that at all. Again, we have millions and millions of starving, desperate, abandoned children on our planet right now, and you're going to spawn more? Hey, I'm just saying, I'm a little skeptical. But I personally think that we, as people that are watching something like this space, what is this space? It's a working class, media conglomerate or collective. I don't know what it is. It's something. I'm on here talking about a bunch of bullshit. Why is this relative to leftism? People have asked me that over the last couple shows I've done. What the fuck are you talking about? How does this relate to leftism? How does this relate to politics? Well, I personally believe that everything is political. And again, I take that seriously. Put your oxygen mask on before you take care of your child's oxygen mask, or any child near you, whatever the situation is, right? We need to take care of ourselves. We need to become adults. We being lefties. We need to become real, actual human beings on this planet before we can solve any sort of crisis. And I see this a lot in leftist circles as well. The parental rescue fantasy. Bernie Sanders. We elect Bernie Sanders. He's going to get into office. He's going to fix everything. I don't need to worry about fixing my own life right now. I don't need to worry about doing anything. I just got to vote for Bernie and the world will be saved. Or Joe Biden or whatever. I'm not talking about people that aren't MAGA, right? You see that a lot. The new politician of the week. Who's the new trending politician? Right now it's Zoran. Everyone loves Zoran. Hey, I think he's pretty cool. All right, I think he's pretty cool. But is that really the best we got? To just cling to the new politician of the week? Is that really all we're good for? Is just waiting for someone else, some big dick daddy or mommy, to come around, right, and save us? Or are we going to actually get together, fix our shit, and save ourselves? And so one of the goals of my show, this show being called Welcome to Fville, is we are in Fuckville. Fuckville is not a preventable state. Maybe 5 years ago, Fuckville was a preventable state, but we're here. We made it. Congratulations, everybody. You survived the trip. You survived the plane ride. You survived the boat ride. You landed in Fuckville. Whether or not you consented to landing in Fuckville, you landed there regardless. So how do we get out of Fuckville? Well, I'm not here to give you the answers. I'm here to give you stuff to think about. All right? I'm not an authority. I don't want to be an authority. I want you to be the authority of yourselves. I want you to solve your own crises inside of your own minds. I want you to work on yourselves to always learn. Every day, in my opinion, every day, you should dedicate a portion of your life every single day to learning something new. Not even just externally, because you see this a lot in people as a form of denial, right? They go to college for 10, maybe even 15 years. Maybe they even become a professor. They stay there for the rest of their lives, right? Constantly learning about the world around them, but never learning about the world inside them, right? That's another form of denial. That's another form of running away from things, right? So again, you should be trying to dedicate at least a good small chunk, maybe a large chunk if you've got the time. I know I have the time. Maybe not everyone has the time. Again, everyone's living in a different situation. If you are working a lot, let's say you're working 2 jobs, right? Try to find a little bit of time in your workday where you can think about your life, how you got here, and how the hell you're going to get out of this fucking situation. And if we all do this, if we all help ourselves, right, then we will have the energy that's required to help each other. The people that, for whatever reason, are unable to help themselves, because, in my opinion, I think every human being has potential to be a self-actualized person. I think every human being has potential to become an adult. But it's not that easy to make them adults. Sometimes you yourself need to be the adult, the benevolent dictator, right? And I'm not saying on a political sense. Rather, I'm not saying on a governmental sense. I'm saying on an interpersonal sense. If you fix your shit, if you become a glowing, actual, true human being, an adult, people will naturally look at you and think, I want to be like that. And you, if you are in that position, can help other people achieve that. And that's one of the things I want to do. I don't want to necessarily be an authority on anything, but I would love to hijack that yearning for authority to tell people to eat their vegetables. And I'm not just talking about real vegetables, you know, the ones you get from the grocery store. I'm talking about the internal vegetables. The shit like, well, let me stop that sentence. Just cut it off. Just fucking tie a rope around the neck of that sentence. Start a new one. Right? Man, that was a little brutal. I apologize. However, you often hear in society, I don't remember my childhood. I don't have memories from being that young, like age 2, right? Age 3. Do you have memories from age 2 or 3? Maybe a picture here and there, but you have memories. What are memories? Right? When people think of memories, they often think of the recollection of an event, a more intellectualized approach, right? But when we're very young, when we're, again, babies, 3 months old even, we do form memories. We do. They're just not in the narrative sense. They're not in the intellectual sense. They're not in the, I remember going to school one day and I tripped over something and then I broke my tooth and then I had to go to the dentist and all this horseshit. That's not the memory you develop when you're 4 months old, right? But the world around you still gets inside of you. And when we live in Fuckville, when we are bred and born in Fuckville, right? Fuckville gets into us deep. I've said this on many shows now, right? That people need to really think about the world that they live in and think, is this the best we can do? Because a lot of people, especially in politics, they love tweaking around the edges. Yeah, let's do free public transport. Is that really going to solve all of our problems? Free public transport? Well, it's going to solve a lot of problems, and we should absolutely do it, right? But this kind of tweaking around the edges, That's not the world that I want to live in. That's not the world that I personally live in, right? This idea of coming up with wonky new policies. Yeah, we're going to balance the budget by moving some of the money from this bag and we're going to put it in that bag, and then poor people have health care. Woohoo, right? That's cool. Someone needs to do that. That's not my position. That's not my role, right? I consider myself to be someone that wants to at least think of a better society and maybe write it down and maybe tell people about it. That's what I consider my position to be. So while we do need people that come up with the tweaking around the edges, we also need people that need to be thinking on a lot of a more grander scale than that, right? And that's what I want to be. Does that make me better? No, it just makes me someone else. Dare I say, a specialized individual that has a lane that I've chosen for myself, something that I'm, at least I hope, somewhat decent at. But again, all of us have a choice to make. Whether or not we will be children forever, whether or not we will yearn for our big dick daddy forever, or if we will free ourselves of that yearning for authoritarianism, free ourselves of that I hope someone comes and fixes this mentality. Because ultimately, if we fix ourselves, and enough of us can fix ourselves, and then truly fixed and wonderful, true, actualized adult human beings collectively band together, I don't think that there's anything that could stop us, personally, in my opinion. Right? A lot of people love to talk about the 99% versus the 1%. But it's not that simple. Because a lot of the 99% we're talking about financially, we're talking about the billionaires versus everyone else. A lot of that 99% classify themselves and identify with the billionaires. They're temporarily embarrassed. They're going through, a rough patch. But on the other end of it, they'll be a billionaire, just like Big Dick Daddy. But money isn't everything. And money in our society is a proxy for a lot of unhealthy behaviors. Personally, I think, people often chase money because they need money to live. So they're indoctrinated with this sense that money is a real thing that you really need. And there's a level of that that's true. But what do we really need? We need food that's clean, right? Edible food that we can eat and not get sick and die. That's what we need. We need water that's clean, drinkable, right? Doesn't have little, specks of fucking, I don't know what the fuck, you ever go to a fucking river? I know there's a lot of New Yorkers that are fucking, they're doing the New York thing. They got rivers in New York. You ever go to the New York rivers and you look at those fucking shits? They're gross. They're fucking contaminated. They're full of fucking shit. That water's not drinkable. All right. You wouldn't drink that shit. Maybe you would. I don't know. Maybe you're a little fucked up freak. But ideally, right, what do we need? We need clean food, clean water, and oxygen. We need to breathe. We need to be able to breathe. That's what we want. That's what we need. Money is a proxy that can bring these things to us. But it is not the only method of achieving these things. Please hold. All right. While I agree and admit money is an important proxy, and I'm not trying to say that, you should abandon everything and go live out in the woods somewhere. I'm not trying to say that. Maybe you should. I don't know. It depends. Maybe that's something you want. Personally, I like electricity. And if I want electricity, at least right now, I'm going to need some money to pay for it. So, okay, I'm just saying, I'm being honest with you, right? But again, what we need food, water, air, community. We are social creatures. We do need community. Now, I am someone that has experienced in my life many bouts, extended bouts, years, multiple years long bouts of loneliness and isolation. And I can tell you, it's fucked my brain up to some degree. I'm just being honest with you, right? So we do need people, a community, social people that are genuinely there to help us. But we live in a world full of doppelgangers. A world full of cardboard cutouts. People eat things that look like food, but they're not food. I'm talking about McDonald's. I'm talking about, hamburgers. And hey, am I sitting here to tell you you should never have a hamburger? I'm not that's a whole conversation. Put a pin in that motherfucker, right? Things that look like food, but are they food? Things that kind of look like water, but is it water? You ever meet someone who they get all of their water intake from Coca-Cola or Gatorade or Capri Sun or any other of these fucking horseshit treats? You ever meet these guys? I don't drink water. I've met a couple of them. I'm just saying, it's kind of weird. It's kind of strange, right? And people breathe air that is polluted. We're currently in the United States, at least in the, this part, the big up. We got a lot of wildfire smoke. People are walking around, not wearing any respirators on, just breathing in formaldehyde and benzene and other toxic chemicals that are spilling over from wildfires. Just breathing it in. Kind of looks like air. Kind of maybe tastes like air, maybe a little tangy. But is it air or is it a doppelganger for air? And then ultimately, again, as I mentioned, the fourth thing that we really kind of need, community, belonging, right? But look at the world around you. Look at the cliques and social groups that you see, the organizations that you see. Are these truly, a lot of them? I know there's some great organizations. There's some great communities. There's all that. I'm just talking about at large, right? Do you see that many healthy, happy, helpful communities? Or do you see cliques where everyone's vying for status? I want to be the most important member of our little social group. You ever have a group of friends and you're not really honest with them about your life, your struggles, your depression, maybe things aren't going so well, maybe financially things aren't going so well, but you hide that from your friends. Good vibes only. Am I right? Right? So in my opinion, the things that we need to become real, independent, actual human beings, psychologically adult human beings, they're being replaced by lookalikes. That's what I think. Right? We live in a world where, at least in America, the food's full of fucked up horseshit. The water is polluted with microplastics, forever chemicals, bacteria, viruses. Maybe you just got a lot of fucking calcium in your water and it fucks up your pipes. I don't know, man. Too much calcium, not so good. You need to have a right balance, right? And the air, don't even get me started on the air. I know a lot of people, maybe I would say, are in denial, but we're in the 6th year of the COVID pandemic. Most people just pretend it's not happening. La, 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 la. Joe Biden told me COVID went away, so it must be true because Big Dick Daddy told me so. That's what most people think. Most people were just waiting for a Big Dick Daddy to tell them, hey, you can breathe in COVID. It's mild now. It's not like it's going to cause cancer. It's not like it's going to cause dementia. It's not like it's going to cause liver failure, heart failure, lungs getting filled with pus and liquid. It's not like it's going to do any of that. It's mild now, magically overnight. The Delta Airlines CEO told Rochelle Walensky, who told Joe Biden, guess what? It's mild now. Don't ask questions. And then you probably, if you're watching this, there's a good percentage of them that believed it. Joe Biden, the proxy for Big Dick Daddy, told me I can take my respirator off. Everything's fine. And now, all of a sudden, every time I walk up the stairs, I get winded. All of a sudden I've been sick 7 times a year, but everyone else has been sick 7 times a year, so it must be normal, right? All of a sudden, everyone's getting more and more kind of unhinged. It's almost like severe acute respiratory syndrome, the virus, colloquially known as COVID. It's almost like it destroys your brain. Almost like that. Maybe look it up. Maybe don't look it up. Maybe it's easier to live your life without looking it up. You might die 30 years younger, just like the billionaires want you to, but at least you'll live a happy life full of denial, right? where you don't need to care about your friends and family. You don't need to care about yourself. You certainly don't need to care about your kids because Joe Biden has got that covered. Donald Trump has got it covered. Why care about sending your kids to school and making sure they're safe when Donald Trump is in charge? Big Dick Daddy is here to make sure your kid is safe at school, right? Why bother? So definitely don't look that kind of stuff up. It's a little scary. It might make you change your behavior. Uh-oh, we can't have that. But I just want everyone to think about this. We live in a world where children are breeding constantly new children, and children are raising children to become children, fully grown, maybe physiologically adult, maybe physiologically mature, but internally, emotionally, intellectually, they're children. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't know how to fend for themselves. All they do is follow the script and wait for some big dick daddy to shove their big ass cock down their throat and cum the magical juice of parental rescue fantasy inside of their esophageal lining. Maybe that's what most people are wanting. Maybe I shouldn't be so descriptive. I don't know. But either way, just something to think about. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hello, everybody. I've turned the chat on. Hello. Hello. This is where that weird, like, I'm done my show, kind of the main portion of my show, but then there's that, like, 30-second kind of weird delay where it's like, oh, I'm done, but then people aren't kind of commenting yet and telling me, it's kind of weird. But something to think about. I don't know. How's it going? Hopefully everyone's enjoying this space. I think this space is it's a pretty good space. Is it the best space? Well, that remains to be seen. And yeah, I'm drinking a big ass bottle of wine at 3:52 p.m. because that's the kind of day it is. It's the day drinking kind of day. And I don't need to justify it. I just want to. Why? Because I'm an adult and I can do whatever I want. Andrea, do you have any kind of degree? No, I dropped out of high school. I don't know what to think. I have no questions. Well, oh, wow. Thank you for the contribution, Donald. Could have just said nothing. But instead, you had to spam up my chat room with this, I don't even have anything to say. Taking up valuable space. In vino veritas. I agree. I agree. While we're talking about dropping out of high school, I did read that there was a news story about several school districts in mostly southern states that maybe start with a T. They're all the same. Tennessee, Texas, whatever. They're all the fucking same. But where, they have compulsory attendance now. They no longer accept doctor's notes. Go to school or become a truant. They're going to send thugs armed with guns to your house. Burst your door in if you don't answer the door. Some pretty fucked up shit going on in schools. So I don't know. It may be no surprise to anyone. I am not a proponent of the school system. Not a huge fan. Just think of the ways that we as a society treat our kids, man. It is fucked. It is fucked. But coming up next is a show. I don't even really know what show is coming up next. I was watching this space the other week, and then some like fucking vampire shows up. I don't know what the hell's going on. You never know what's gonna pop up on this space. So I don't know what's gonna happen next on this space, but there will be another show after mine. I don't know. Is that audible? I'm like making a scroll with my mouse. It might not be audible, but I'm just waiting for questions, comments, or concerns. Q-cock, as I like to say, because I love cock. Questions, comments, or concerns. If you got them, I got 5 minutes. But I would love to filibuster for a little bit because the chat is, to be honest with you, not coming up with good enough material for me to riff on. Let's be honest. you could do a lot better. Hey, chat. Does anyone ever do this? Hey, chat. Hey, chat. You ever hear someone that says, hey, chat, but like they're not on a stream? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. The one good thing I love about America is we can buy guns and we can get them for cheap because, oh, man. When someone says chat like in a fucking conversation, in a one-on-one conversation, ooh, mo. I'm going to go get my gun license. But not for anyone else. I'm going to go do some hunting in the soul. I don't know where I was going with that. But if you want to follow me, follow this space. This is my only outlet where I do this kind of thing. I have other YouTube channels where I play video games. I have another YouTube channel where I used to upload material, but I don't anymore because why bother? If you want to support me, support this space. Don't give me money. Give money to this space. How do you do that? I don't know. You know, we got this little Patreon thing up, but I don't think we actually have that shit set up. We're on like, what, month 2? We're going on month 3. We've had this shit up there, but we're not really using it yet. Hey, whatever, man. I don't know. But again, like I was saying, money isn't everything. If you want to support me or my work, I want you to just share this space. I want you to tell everyone about it. You know, tell your mom about it. I don't fucking know. Maybe you don't have a mom. I don't have a mom. That bitch died. So maybe tell somebody about it. Tell your dog about this space. I don't know. But what I do know is that I appreciate people that tune in for whatever this is. I don't really know what this is yet, but it's something. It's something. You know, I usually come here with like 45 to 50 minutes of material. Maybe one of these days I'll just speak slowly. You know, because sometimes when I'm really ramped up, I kind of talk really fast. You know, I kind of speed run my segment, and then I end up with these like 5 minutes of awkwardness. Ooh, what do we talk about? Yikes! Can I get out of here? I don't have a watch on. But can I? This is the modern day. You know, to all the comedians out there, this is the modern day watch. What time is it? That's fucking God. I hate these things. I hate them. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate those motherfuckers. Holy shit. How tied are you to adulthood as the word? I'm not tied at all. I just think it's an accurate enough word to use for this particular show. So, if you have a better one, lay it at me. But my thought process is I want to explain concepts to people who are completely brand new to them, brand new to the concept, right? So, like, if you don't know anything about what the fuck I'm talking about, I try to make it approachable. Maybe I don't do so well. Maybe, I don't know. A lot of people have sent me messages like, I tried watching your show and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's possible. I don't know, but I tried my best. But I can agree. I can agree with that to some degree. I can agree to some degree. Ooh, I gotta write that one down. Anyway, bye-bye. Producer.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. No, look, these concepts are beyond these humans' comprehension level. I can't talk about that on here. They'll never understand. Oh, I'm live? Okay, sorry, how do I unmute this again? Oh, just check. Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Minuet. Sandee is not available right now. I just had a nice little snack on her. She needs some rest because it is quite draining, the experience, if you know what I mean. It's just a passive feed. She'll be fine. I do this all the time. Oh, but yeah, there's some things that she suggested I talk about today, but I kind of want to talk about her, you know, just a little bit. You see, she's a bit of a paradox. She is absolutely and wonderfully confident in some things and yet still doubts herself at the same time. Like, she is a special case because we accept accolades into our society, and these accolades are exceptional human beings, and she's been offered, but right now she's kind of like an unofficial accolade so that I could bring her on as my companion, because in order to become an accolade you have to give up your human life, all your friends and things of that sort. And she's so sentimental. She said, I can't, just abandon all the people who turn to me for content and news and, information about social issues and talking about mental health and disabilities. And there's still a lot to get done in this world and blah, 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 blah. I don't get it. We would offer her a much better life. You see, we have a secret on how to keep human beings loyal to us in our society, our acolytes. And that is simply, we offer them a better quality of life than they would receive anywhere else. It's kind of shocking that you do it that way, but the loyalty we get from our humans is, unsurpassed with any other government, because the people are making the choice to stay with us because they see what's going on in the rest of the world. And I'm telling you, you guys suck. Not like I do. You've had so many opportunities to avoid this path that you're going on, and yet here we are. But yeah, back to Sandee, like I was mentioning. She part of the reason why we want her in as an acolyte is she is a fantastic artist. You see, we appreciate things like that in our society. All we care about is if a human is contributing to the community around them. And it could be things as simple as art, music, science, all the things that you humans tend to abandon because of capitalism. We don't do capitalism. And I know some people are kind of shocked to find out that we don't participate in these things. It's partly because when you don't have to participate in your human society, would you really want to if there was like another option? I'm just saying, like, we see what you humans are doing and we don't want any of that. Like, we don't participate in the human world as much as we can. Like, we have to because we share this planet and we actually care about that sort of thing. But you humans are, I want to say, are selfish, but not all of you are. It's just the people in power, really. It's yeah, I'm trying to figure out why so many humans have allowed it to go this way when things were just so optimistic. Things were turning around, things were getting better, and then all of a sudden, bang. But yeah, again, back to Sandee. You see, she's been working on a new portrait because she's in a bit of a down spell. You know, she has been struggling a lot lately. And I've been trying to encourage her. I'm trying my best to uplift her spirits, but sometimes when you're in that mood, you can't hear it. I wouldn't know, vampires don't generally suffer from depression. It's not something we deal with. And so I try my best to encourage her. But the reality is there's nothing you can say verbally that will help the situation because it's an environmental thing. And like I said, she has the option of just completely abandoning all of you and coming and live in the Acolyte Society with us. But she's chosen to stand by you guys for some, I think she called it principles. But right now she is working on a portrait that is probably the best portrait of a human she has done so far. You see, she does different types of pencil work. And I'm sure you're all familiar. I'm going to show it. It's right over here. This drawing she did of a human, I believe her name was Olaimi Oluran. Yeah. And this is what's called photorealistic. Whereas the picture she did there behind me of her cat, her deceased cat, that is hyperrealism. And in order for it to get hyperrealism, you tend to draw it bigger. So the portrait of Olaimi was on a 9x12. This is on an 11x14. And you draw it big so you can get the little details and things of that sort, which makes it hyperrealism. Well, she's now to a point when it comes to her art that when she's stressing, she can turn to it as an outlet. And then at least when she's struggling to keep her head above water, she still feels like she's being productive. Like there will be something at the end of the down spell. Also, it helps soothe her. It's relaxing, you know, working in the fine details. And the finer the details, the more focused she gets on it. So she decided to try a hyperrealism portrait of a human face. And without a doubt, it's going to be the best human face she has drawn, hands down. And she knows that this will be a phenomenal drawing. However, her conflict comes in with, she's not entirely sure she's captured the essence of the subject, the person that she's drawing. And she's worried that it doesn't quite look like him. Apparently, it's an older picture from a few years ago, but she had to search through them because in order to do a hyper-realistic drawing, you need a very high quality picture to work from. So it can't just be off of a video or anything of that sort. It has to be pictures that they post on their you call it social medias? Yeah, we don't have social medias. We have sharing medias where we can share things, but we don't have social medias because this is wild. We actually socialize like in kinfolk, in person. We actually go out and talk and socialize. We don't have social medias for that, but we have sharing platforms. Anyway, so she had to go to this human's, what is it? It's an Insta, you call it a gram. Why? That's a measurement. It's like an instant measurement. I don't quite understand your language sometimes, like an instant message, like an instant wait. I don't. Anyway, your language sucks. That just goes to say with all human languages. So she had to search through this person's medias, and she found a picture that kind of resonated with her. She liked the expression as in there wasn't much of one, because she likes it to be ambiguous so that people can project onto it something of themselves, what they're feeling, read a story into it type thing as to what was going on in that person's, in that moment. And she's worried that while it is pretty damn good so far, that's not quite capturing who this person is. And she's worried it doesn't necessarily look like that person. And so it would help. I don't know. She doesn't really want me to show it because unlike other drawings, apparently she's fine showing works in progress. But with this one, she's not necessarily sure she wants to show it while she's working on it. But you see, she's not in here, and the drawing is. And so I could sneak it over. Because she wants to know if it looks like the person. But she can't tell you who that person is because she wants to just see if people can identify this individual. And apparently she did show it during her last live stream after receiving very generous donations from a certain member in her sandbox. And people actually guessed who it is. So the people who were watching her last live stream, which are Sunday evenings regularly, usually, and it's Canadian media, like Canadian news and politics, but also like social issues and things of that sort. So she did show it there, but you know, she doesn't want to give it up for free at this point. So we're going to need something from all of you if you want to see this work in progress so far. And let's see, what would be a good thing? Well, if people buy the book she wrote, that would be fantastic, because that's another thing that's upsetting her right now is she has all these wonderful creative abilities. But again, in your capitalist world, it doesn't seem to mean much. And it's so easy to understand why people forgo their talents in chase of something else, because it's hard to be able to be creative and not get paid and still somehow manage in this society. But, you know, you could always go check out her book, which, you know, features me. You know, she did a fairly good job of it. You know, there is some fictional aspects to it. You gotta admit, you know, she can't exactly divulge all of our secrets in the book. And she had some, you know, literary leeway. But let's see. Well, I think people should be thanking the mods and the producers. And let's see, in order for you to see this work in progress, Brandon Woods. Oh, no, clicked on the wrong one. It moved right then. There we go, Brandon Woods. I like your fangs and white striped hair. Where did you get them? No, really. I need a good dentist. Well, the dentist issue is on you. This is natural. All vampires we get white streaks in our hair. If you were around the last time I was on here, you would see that's the case. That when we get identified as children, because we're born from you humans, there's a gene in us that can be identified, and then we feed on vampire blood, which starts triggering all the changes and stuff. And when we hit puberty, at some point in puberty, early in puberty, we get a white streak in our hair. And that indicates we're ready for human blood. And that's when the big changes start. Oh my God, you humans think puberty is bad? We are literally becoming a different species. Like all vampire puberties, they're long, for one thing. They can take decades. And very emotional, because you're becoming a different creature. So it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. But, you know, I don't know how many people here were watching that last one. So she could, like, I could read a little bit more from the book, but if you haven't watched me read the first chapter, then you won't know what's going on. And right now, it's just a matter of trying to figure out what to say. So in order for you to see her work in progress, which I will get, I need suggestions in this, she calls it subspace, on things you want to hear my perspective about a vampire, you know, because, you know, I've been around for 1400 years, a little over. You know I look fantastic for my age, as we all tend to. That is another thing that is always, I find, bizarre with humans. How your appearance changes over your lifetime. Like we hit what would be our peak physical body as a human. We hit that and we stay there. And we don't change after that unless it takes some work, but we can change our appearance afterwards. It's a long process. But to get used to your face, but then slowly see it change over time, how do you deal with that? I don't understand it. Like, it's so bizarre to me that you can't just keep it, you know? You can't just like freeze it in the moment and keep it where it's at, but you have to see it slowly change in ways that you don't necessarily like. And then if you have issues on top of that, it becomes more difficult to even deal with. There's a lot of advantages of being a vampire. Let's see. We have an entire society. We've been around for 4,200 years. I haven't, but vampires have. We've gone through the trials. We have our own. We don't have a hierarchy per se, because again, our society, nothing like your human society. So I am on the Vampire Council that was created roughly 800 years ago after the trials. So we had the trials 1,000 years ago. The ancients who helped create us weren't happy with the direction we were going. And so they put us on trial, and I was the only one to survive it and saved all my kinfolk because of it. But then the year after that, because we were broken into factions at that point, kind of like the global superpowers, we were broken into factions. And so even though I passed the trial and all of our kinfolk were saved, there was a new hierarchy balance that they wanted to try to enforce, because in the trials, 23 kinfolk plus me stepped up. And they were all like the leaders of the other factions and the higher ups in other factions. And so they all died. And so there was a vacuum in power. And so there was the chaos after the trials, which lasted about 100 years. And then after that, things started to balance out, and we made the council. And I guess it'd be about 900 years now that the council was made. I've been on it from the beginning. But you see, part of the reason why I passed the trials was how I viewed all of us together. And that is, no one individual has more power or status than anyone else. So no one is fighting to be on the council, because we all just kind of have like a coalition around someone we feel is best suited for the position. And there's no voting or anything of that sort. It's, you have to show by your merits if you're good for different positions. And if you are, then the kinfolk around you just kind of back you. But I have no more higher status than any other vampire around. Well, I try not to, but since I'm the one that passed the trials, a lot of the other vampires tend to put me up on a pedestal, which I despise. I absolutely despise. And so without that sort of hierarchy, you don't have like this dominance type battle to try to win, to take over and enforce your views and stuff. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. And it's worked for 800 years. We've had peace for 800 years. And it's been nice. It's been really nice. You humans should try it, but I don't think you're going to. Let's see. Oh, we have a question, a legitimate question from Groove Dragon. Top 10 bite strengths: hyena, grizzly bear, polar bear, gorilla, bull shark, jaguar, hippopotamus, American alligator, saltwater crocodile, Nile crocodile. Yeah, that sounds about right. We don't need to have such a strong bite, like jaw strength, because it's just humans. You know, you're pretty frail. Your skin doesn't break. It's easy to break your skin. So we are much, much stronger than humans. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't want to be in a jawbreaker competition with a crocodile. That probably wouldn't go well for me. But, you know, strength-wise, I probably could wrestle it. Fairly easily, actually. I could wrestle it. Because I'd be stronger physically than that. But I am one of the stronger vampires. And it has nothing to do, again, with status or anything. It's all about when you were found as a child, how early you were found. The earlier you're found, the stronger and faster you are when you grow up. But, yeah, so in our society, we have, you know, the vampires, which again, right now we're all one group. We don't have factions or anything of that sort anymore. We're all one group. But the thing is that we're free to express who we are, what we want to do, all of that sort of stuff. We're not trying to be, we don't have to conform. There are certain rules we have to abide, of course, because we live in this world and we have to share it, but we don't have to conform to a societal norm per se. And then within the vampire society, we also bring in, like I said, the humans, which we call acolytes. And we catch them from the wild if they're exceptional humans. It's harder to do it now because if you go missing now, it's a little bit more obvious if you have if you're an exceptional human, because you usually have some sort of presence online. So it's harder to just take you now. Whereas before in the past, somebody went missing, it was par for the course. But then we also breed humans within the acolyte society. And so humans in our society, they don't necessarily get to choose when they have children. We do it, but generally speaking, if they want children, we allow them to have them. They might not be biologically theirs, but they're allowed to have children. And the way that we raise them and stuff is different. And I know for a lot of you that might sound really harsh, like eugenics, and well, yeah, it is. Like we fully acknowledge it, but at the same time, they get all their healthcare needs taken care of. They get the finest education. They get comfortable living standards, even if all they do is work in one of our establishments. They get a very comfortable living situation. They're not in want of basic needs. And they don't have to live in fear of us eating them, because we tend to, full feed on the wild stock. So, there are some sacrifices for being part of the acolyte society. Whereas you humans, the way that you treat each other in this capitalist way, you would think us crass for what we do and the rules that we put on humans. But I see this world that you have out there, and it's getting, it's been worse. There's no doubt about it. But generally speaking, the progress usually goes in a better direction than what it's going. But you have the problem with the United States right now and their fascistic turn. And yes, we can say that it's a fascistic turn because we've seen it before plenty of times. We've seen this pattern. Also, what you're doing to the environment, that will affect us too, especially if you wipe yourselves out, then we're in trouble. But we've seen this cycle before, over and over again. And the last time it happened to this extent, you went into what you call the Dark Ages, where science was kind of penalized and intelligence was vilified. And you regressed as a people, and disease went rampant because you weren't treating it properly. People were becoming more hungry and more poor. And it's like, I've seen the increase of the unhoused of you humans. And you see, it's weird to us because we know there's enough housing out there for all you humans to live in a nice place. The resources are available. It's just, there's such a small number of humans hoarding it at the top and keeping it there and not spreading it out. Like, that's the thing. We don't have, in the vampire society, we don't have individual wealth. We do have a bank and finances, but that's only so we can participate in the human world, because we kind of have to. But we don't have individual wealth because our standard of living is pretty damn nice. I have a nice penthouse in Ottawa. It's great. So I only come down here once a month because, like I said, I live in Ottawa for reasons. But yeah, we've seen this regression before, and it's still preventable. Like, you do have some advantages now that you didn't have back then. So you do have the internet. So you're more networked, and you're able to share information easier. back in those dark ages, it was easy for a village to become isolated and to be unknown. Like the rest of the world was unknown to what was happening to you. So it was easy for a village to say, this is just the way the world works. And you have nothing to challenge it. Because to go off on your own was quite dangerous back then for so many different reasons. Plus, if you wander into any other village, they became very isolationist and suspicious of newcomers, strangers. See a pattern right there, right now, don't you? And so it was very difficult for a human to go out and explore the world, to challenge to see if what they've been taught was real. Whereas you have the internet. And so if one of your humans is queer or wants to believe in a different faith, they all kind of blow, if you ask me. Or you want to challenge science, like what you've been taught and all that, you still have that outlet. You can still reach out and stay where you are. You don't need to physically go out and explore. You can remain connected. You can build networks. And since they didn't have that before, they spent hundreds of years in those dark times, whereas you don't have that same hiccup. You can organize. I think they're doing that over in the UK right now. They're doing that. And they're turning, there's a good chance they'll turn the tide, because they have the Labour Party there who got into power very easily last time, because their last conservative government was horrid and a little bit authoritarian and a little bit, friendly with this Trump figure of yours, and made some big mistakes, like isolating themselves from the rest of the European Union, which isolationism, for whatever reason, never ends well. Humans are a communal species. In order to survive in this world, you need to work together. And so they cut themselves off and all that sort of stuff. So when they had one of their elections, which they still allowed to have, this Labour Party came into power. But you see, then something happened. And that was, they lied about everything, about what they were going for. The Keir Starmer, I believe that human's name is, he lied about everything, about what his agenda was and whatnot. And since now he's in power, he's just enforcing it on people. And you see, this is why we don't have elections. We don't need to lie to anyone. Like, again, it's merit-based. I've always been on the council. All the vampires trust my perspective, my wisdom on things, because I, saved the species. But others come and go when it just makes sense. And some stand. There's 2 others that have been on the council as long as I have. And then the rest just kind of come and go as is needed. And the council's grown as is needed. And that's the thing. You humans have made up systems in your government that actually prevent a lot of progressive change. And that was the point. You see, these colonial systems, settler systems, capitalist systems were built in a way where only the powerful could end up making changes that benefit them. And so, like, here in Canada, a lot of the humans here, they're not keen on the monarchy. Speaking of the UK, they're not keen on the monarchy, and yet that's still their head of state. And a lot of the Canadians, the population here, would be more than happy than to just it away. The problem is the process, all the hoops you'd have to jump through, all of the money you would have to spend on campaigns, the legislation that would have to be passed, the analysis, the talking, because you don't just make it so that, you know what, it would make sense if Canada was no longer part of the monarchy. Okay, fine, done. You don't do that. Instead, you make real change very difficult to happen, but then you get some people that get into power, like this Donald Trump figure, who disregards that and does it anyway. And then they also make the systems that they can manipulate. And things like We know what a lot of what Donald Trump is doing is wrong. This Mark Carney fellow up here, who's the Prime Minister of Canada, he's also doing a bunch of stuff that is just blatantly wrong. But the process to stop it is very untangible for a lot of the individuals here. And that's by design. They don't want their system that benefits them to change. But oh yeah, right back to the UK there. So they've been able to network and organize, which is great. And they're making a new party that apparently the membership for it is already skyrocketed. And they're looking for a name for this new party of theirs. And somebody has pitched the People's Party. Since Canada is part of the whole monarchy thing, you might not want to steal that name, because here in Canada, there is a party that's called the People's Party of Canada, which is more right-wing than their right-wing Conservative Party. It's like the ultra right-wing branch. And so you might not want to be associated with that. Just saying. So they're still looking for a name. So if there's any suggestions, let me know in Subspace and I'll pass it along to the kinfolk I know over there. And for those wondering, when I say kinfolk, I'm talking about vampires. You know, vampires are kinfolk, humans are people. And but they've been networking, and there is a drive for change. Like, there's a lot of people are upset that Starmer just flat out lied, did a complete 180 on the law of the policy that he promised he was going to run on. And they've been organizing, and it's great because they have the ability to do that. For one thing, it's an island. It's pretty small and densely packed, so it's easy to network that way. But also just through online, because there was a video today from an Owen Jones who sat down with a Jeremy Corbyn to talk about this new party. And since they put it on this YouTube, which is what this space is on, it's able to reach a lot more people and inform a lot more people of what's happening. And that's really good because, like I said, back in the dark ages, you didn't have that type of way of spreading information in the word and to let people know that there's a resistance building. And so the momentum for this party is really building, and you Canadians need to get on it. You need, I understand there's a geological difference between the two countries, but you need to get on it. There needs to be a new party here in Canada because you have the option in a parliamentary system to just make a new party. So yeah, you could do that. But let's see if there's any other questions in here for me that might entertain you. Because the more questions I get, the more likely I am to show you the drawing that she's done, that Sandee has done, the work in progress. I feel so bad for her because she has these amazing talents, yet struggles to get by in the society that is built because these talents that she has, they don't support the capitalist system. You know, a corporation doesn't benefit because of it. Oh, there's a second part to Groove Dragon's question. Where do vampires rank in bite strengths? Yeah, we wouldn't, we'd be below the top 10. But if it came to a fist fight with most of these animals, I'd beat them. Oh, let's check the animals again. Oh yeah, all of them. So if it came to a fist fight with all of these animals, I would be able to beat them, but just sheer jaw strength, not so much. So Ethan has a question, wondering if it's magic or a biological vampire. You see, there is a supernatural element to some of the things that we can do, but we call them, humans call them supernatural. We use those English terms when we're speaking in English, obviously. We know that there are some supernatural abilities out there. Like, if we're in a romantic relationship with another vampire, we can talk telepathically. Our ability to heal is much faster. But these aren't supernatural or magic. It's just an ability that we have. But what's happened over the centuries and the millennia is that humans tend to fill in the blanks. And so, yes, there's a lot of lore out there about vampires. Things like we can fly. Technically speaking, we were flying, but it wasn't by just magic wings. Our technology is far more advanced. So during the Dark Ages, we could travel far bigger distances because we had, what would you call them? It wasn't a blimp. It wasn't an airplane. It was something else, but it was a vehicle that could fly. And so we could transport ourselves at night when, humans couldn't see us. Which then gave the illusion to some humans who were, paying enough attention to us that they noticed that there was this weird happenings. And they then assumed that we could turn into smoke or disappear or fly and stuff. And part of the reason why they also think we can disappear is just we move a lot faster. So like this is biologic, like we don't have like the idea of mind control is another one. I cannot sit here and look into this camera and tell all of you that you should go out and buy this book. Because if I could, I would, because I know that would make Sandee feel better. And if she felt better, I would feel better. However, what we can do, and which we're very good at, is brainwashing humans. It's a bit more of a process, and we can't do it en masse. So with individuals, an acolyte or something, sometimes we do use brainwashing. In today's society, again, it's harder to just disappear certain individuals, so we might brainwash them as opposed to just killing them and feeding on them as we would before if there were problematic things that we needed to erase from their mind. So, but over the millennium, when there's been encounters that humans didn't quite understand, they just assumed that we were hypnotizing, and like technically speaking, yes, but it wasn't just by looking at you. It was a far more in-depth process. So a lot of what's in vampire lore does stem from things that we can do, but a lot of the stuff that we do is through science or medicine and healing and things of that sort. It's not so magical per se. That, and we don't age. We don't actually know how old we can get at this point. Because no vampire has died from old age. Lots of vampires have died because, yeah, we can die. But that's through like extreme physical trauma. There are a couple illnesses that we suffer from, and starvation, which is it's the most feared way to go for vampires, through starvation, without a doubt. So we do die, but no vampires died from old age, so we don't know how old we can get. Let's see what else you're saying. Pat Lefty is saying, fun fact, there was no Dark Age in Ireland. I beg to differ when the Brits decided to invade. That's the thing. All you humans love to invade and impose wills and then enslave different populations or make them suffer. We've seen so much of it over our time. And it ebbs and flows, comes and goes, but it's sometimes those dark ages are imposed on a population, which is, again, your world would benefit if all of your societies were allowed to blossom and grow and become the best of what they are. Because, the whole rising tide lifts all ships type thing. There's a lot of truth in that statement. If one society shows you what's possible, then other societies will have that to work towards. And part of what your authoritarians and fascists do is try to dismantle those, because they know that by having it, it gives people hope. If they see another nation doing it, it gives people hope that this isn't the way it has to be. Because I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be the way it is around your world. Let's see. Oh, here's another good question from Groove Dragon. You're asking good questions. Is there racism among vampires? What about greed? Love, do these things exist in vampire people? We are not people. Humans are people. We are kinfolk, different species. No, we don't care about appearance. Racism, things, no. It makes no difference to us. We do love, not monogamous like you humans do. Well, again, that's something that's imposed on most humans. We do tend to form like primary relationships or trimary, where there's like 3 that are intently bonded together. And there's been occasionally when it's groups that are bigger, but among you have your primary, but then you can also have multiple other relationships, sexual, romantic, whatever. We don't restrict. Again, it's this restriction, this artificial restriction you humans put on each other. But, we have vampires. The vampire gene can be found in humans from all around the world, and we're just happy to find it. We don't care which society they came from. And when it comes to humans, we care only in the aspect that where humans are raised, it changes the flavor. That's all. It's just that there's regional differences in taste because of, the way that they were brought up, the culture, the food, all of that, the health of the society, all of that. Like, I do have a preference for like Southern USA. There's just something about that area where there's a nice spice to the blood there. And that's as far as we care, but we don't care about physical appearance or anything of that sort, not so much. Because what can you do? That's what's important. How do you contribute? That's what's important. And even our way of contributing is far different than, like I said, Sandee is a wonderful, amazing artist. And she's struggling in your human society to get by because it's not valued, but in our society it is. So a lot of the humans, again, we do give some restrictions on humans. We impose rules, slavery, whatever you want to call it, but we don't force humans into jobs that will kill them. And we don't force them into certain jobs that is bad for the health. We actually find jobs that they can work with. And if you're contributing to society, like you can help raise the human children, that is contributing to society. So we don't we don't discard our acolytes. We actually invest in them because we want them to succeed, because when they succeed, our society remains healthy. And so we don't discard them because they don't conform to a capitalist corporatist world like you humans do. Apparently, in this province that we're in Ontario, there were 80,000 humans in tent encampments last year. Your concept of humanity is anything but. And yet you look at vampires like we're monsters because we feed on humans. We actually treat our prey far better than you treat yours. And so we are technically born vampire, but it's a gene or a seed. I don't know what you want to call it. Your language changes all the time. That has to be activated. And if it isn't activated by puberty, then you just remain human. Let's see what you humans are saying in your subspace. Let's see. So I answered the magic or biology or both. I guess in your concept, magic it's just because you guys don't understand what it is. Let's see. So Sandee has a YouTube channel called Left of the Box. She does live streams. She's working on another big project. Again, this is really stressing her out. She's in this terrible, terrible down spell, which is shutting her down. And luckily she can now turn to art as a distraction, but it prevents her from doing these other bigger projects that she wants to get done. And that big project that she's working on, a big video essay, is an anchor. And it keeps dragging her down. And she needs to release that anchor by getting it done. And it's hard when there's other factors that suddenly hit her all at the same time. And she stresses out and just goes into these horrible down spells. But she's still managing with her Sunday live streams about Canadian politics and social issues and things. So you can go check those out. And she's actually hoping to clip some things she's done from the past couple of live streams and put them up because, you know, that helps bring attention to things. So Deter Noir says vampires are not interested in power. No, that's a human thing. And again, it's a human hierarchy control thing. It's just there's some people that are so insecure about who they are and what they can do and how they would fit into a society unless they impose it onto people. Because, you know, I have no more power than any other vampire. We just all have different roles to play within our society. And with this idea of power, you make it sound so finite when it's not, because we all have equal power. We all have equal status. It's really nice. You humans should try it. Latino Muffini says, is there a martial arts culture within vampire society? Yes, we have our own language, we have our own fight styles, but we also do study human fight styles over the millennia as well. I'm part of an elite fighting squad that only infant found vampires tend to be strong enough and fast enough to participate in. Others can, but it's very difficult unless you are found under the age of 3 in order to become part of this martial arts group. And if you are, it's rare to not go into it, but like my kin, Raphael, he was also infant found and he chose not to pursue it. And so there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, yeah. So Brandon Woods, I was going to ask Minuet what her vampire abilities is. You already said you can fly and teleport. Can't fly or teleport. It's just that's what humans think we can do. Yes, our senses are super duper heightened compared to humans. So we can hear better, see better, smell better. I think, you know, on your television, there's a series. It's called, what do you humans call it? I'm blanking on the name of that series. Daredevil, that's it. That Daredevil series, that'd be similar to vampire abilities. Probably stole the idea from us, I'm just saying. So again, that's why humans tend to think we're supernatural, is because we're reacting to things that they can't comprehend sometimes. Like they are just not noticing, they can't hear, or they can't see and whatnot. And so we can also tell a lot more about humans that way. And we're also very good at reading physical cues. So generally speaking, we know when humans are lying. We can also emotionally communicate with animals. Not talk, but we can emotionally communicate with them, which then again gives the illusion that we're controlling the animals around us, which we're not, because we don't do that sort of thing. So Descartes Noir says without offspring, monogamy is not really an issue. And that's part of it. Like we don't have gender in our society because we don't reproduce. So in our language, we have no gendered terms whatsoever. Well, you and your silly pronouns and roles that you're all supposed to fit. Like we have no gendered roles. There's no gendered language at all because we don't reproduce. There's no point. So if a man vampire wants to wear a dress, it's just an expression. Like it's just there's no big deal. Of course, when we're in the human society, we do have to, you know, abide by human societal norms so we don't stand out. But we have retreats that we can go to, which are just, you know, vampire and acolyte small towns and cities where we don't have to abide by any of the societal norms of the outside world. And acolytes like it too, for the exact same reason that they don't have to conform to the stupid societal norms that you impose on each other. Whoops. My dogs are goths. Says Sandee looks just like Minuet, but without the vampire features. Yeah, she had to change that a lot in the book so that there was a little bit more of a distinction between us. So who do we serve? Descartes Noir is wondering, who do we serve? We serve each other. We serve each other. What? I don't. We serve the society we live in. You don't have to have a master, you know. Okay. Descartes, I am not a sensitive vampire. I am very normal for my species, thank you. You don't know anything about us. You can't go around, ooh, you're sensitive. You have no idea of what our culture is like, so you can't make those sorts of judgment calls on us. We're not sensitive. Latino Muffini. Minuet, have you ever been confronted by an incompetent vampire hunter who was overconfident because he showed up with kryptonite? There's no such thing as kryptonite. Many times, many times. They tend to be very tasty. Yeah. One-on-one, I'm not threatened by any human. I've been threatened by humans only because of numbers before. And especially back in those dark ages, by sheer numbers, we can be threatened by humans, but I can handle a fairly sizable group of humans without any worry whatsoever. We don't have like garlic. We just don't like the smell of it. Like we actually find it very revolting because we're smelling elements in it that you aren't, which is part of the reason why we don't like it, but it doesn't do anything to us. We don't have allergies. You know, like we can actually grow back limbs. Like, you know, if your health is such the way that if I were to cut off my hand, and it would take a while, but it would grow back, do you really think we would have allergies that are deathly? I'm just saying, like, that would make no sense. Okay, so we did get some good questions here. Okay, so I want to see a lot of thumbs up if you want to see this work in progress of hers. And I'm not going to tell you who it is. And those of you who watched her last live stream and know who it is, don't say anything because she's wondering if it actually looks like the person. Because the photo that she's doing this hyper-realistic drawing from is an older photo. So if you look at that person now, it might not look quite like it. I'll need to see like lots of thumbs up in order for this to happen, and a whole bunch of compliments for the producer, Nicholas, if you want to see it, the work in progress. Descartes Noir, but I'm assuming a major endeavor of vampires is still the hunt for humans to drain their blood for substance, or am I wrong? We can passively feed on humans, and the acolytes, they're not allowed to refuse a passive feeding from one of us. If if we're in distress, like we've been severely injured or something of that sort, then we do need a full feeding, which means we kill the human. But we do have our own regulations and rules. We can't just go around killing. We have to have hunting permits, because if we just go around killing humans whenever we want, we'd get noticed. But we do have blood stores, so we can store blood, and we have like bars with blood stores from all around the world for different flavors and whatnot. But then we also do have an allowance for a certain amount of humans every year that we can hunt for full feedings, but we do have to do it in such a way that, we don't do it in public. And then also, if we're hunting humans for food, they are either fully fed on at the time, or they're made unconscious, never to wake again. Again, we don't torture our food. So we have lots of blood stores. We're not about to go hungry anytime soon. Acolytes also have to donate blood to blood stores regularly. So, we don't need to full feed on humans in order to get by. It's just in extreme circumstances or for pleasure, we hunt humans because it's fun. It feels good to enjoy your meal like that. To have a full feeding, like, yes, blood stores are fine, but full feeding, you can't beat that. That's really good. My dogs are gone. Says, Nicholas produced a great show that everyone should like and subscribe to. I concur. Okay, I'll show you the drawing. It's just over there. I'll go grab it. But if you know who this person is, don't say anything, because Sandee really wants to know if it actually looks like the person. And also keep in mind, it is a work in progress. There's still a lot of work that has to be put into it, because she's drawing the freaking pores in the skin. That's how the more detail she's putting into a drawing, the more stressed she is and the more she needs to hyper-focus. So just a second and I'll go grab it. So a reminder, this is a larger drawing than what she would normally do, because again, it's the hyper-realism. So do you know who this is? If you don't already know, do you know who this is? And you can see she started to work on some of the pores in the skin there. Like, a lot of lefties will probably know him if they saw him, but he's not quite on the regular circuit of what this group tends to be on. But if you know who this is and you didn't find out last Sunday, let me know and I'll pass on the message. She actually plans on working on it today, because, like I said, she is terribly, terribly stressed right now, and I'm trying my best to encourage her. Ethan, I don't, but I'm borderline face blind. Yeah. Latino Muffini says he looks very familiar. My dogs are goth. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. So he's not one of the regulars in these circuits here. But yeah. If you know who he is by appearance, but also keep in mind there's still a lot of work that has to be done on it. And again, it was from an older picture, so he looks a bit different right now. Her meteorologist says I haven't seen him enough to really tell. Seen who? Seen the drawing? I had it up. I don't know. You humans are silly. And also let me know if there are other things that you would like to hear my commentary on, and we can talk about it. Because up next, we have syndicated content from the Leftist Mafia. And yeah, if you want to keep seeing me come on the last Wednesday of the month, you got to let me know. You got to let me know if you like this, if you like these talks. And I'll make a deal with you. If 5 of her books are bought by the next Wednesday, it's a low number, it's doable. If 5 of them are bought by last Wednesday of the month, she'll read another part from her book. Well, I will. So if you do that, you'll get to hear more of me reading from the book. But there needs to be 5 copies sold by next month. And that's also a way of just letting me know that you like seeing me come on here instead of her. She needs a break. She really does need a break. Hermeteorologist, no, I know who he is and only seen him a few times. Ah, okay. And Johnny Too Late FTV says, looks very familiar. Yeah. Still a lot of work that needs to go into that one. Okay, so, yes. So, like, subscribe this stream. New hour coming up. Turn it all over. Go subscribe to Sandee's YouTube channel, Left of the Box, for Canadian politics and more. She has a bunch of social medias that she despises having, so go sign up for all of them. Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas on Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky, plus a Left of the Box TikTok channel that she almost never posts on these days. And I think that's all the social medias that she's on. Thank the mods, thank the producer. She does something at the end of these, doesn't she? What does she do on this? Oh, she also has a website, so you can go check out more of her art, sandeelovas.com. And she has a Patreon. That's patron.com/Left of the Box. Go sign up. You can also become a member of her channel and just help support her and make her feel better. But only if you can. Only if you can. Times are tough. And she understands if people can't afford to but would like to. And she appreciates all of you. So, my dog's Owen Morgan? Nah. Anyway, oh, right. I know what she says. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got junk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
the woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who counts.
Lance is here, I can tell, because of the echo on the stream.
What happened to our names on the show? I remember it used to show our names on the bottom. It doesn't do that anymore.
Still hear it?
You can turn it on still, if you want to.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's in.
Yeah, put the names on.
Yeah, because I feel like
Let me
people are
see.
just coming to this are confused. I'm just wearing a hat because Ben's
Yeah,
wearing a
and-
hat, and I don't want to make him feel alone. So I don't have a Jays hat for some reason. Don't know why.
Paradigm has a hat too. Oh my god, why did I wear a hat?
I would wear a Jays
should've
hat if
worn
I
a
had
hat.
one, but I do not.
By the way,
looks
welcome
like
to the
it's just us
show.
two.
Paradigm. Paradigm is back, everybody. Say hello to Paradigm.
Woo!
What's up?
Hi, everybody.
We are very
You're
close
listening
on your
live
face. I can
to
almost see your
Paradigm
pores.
Shift on the 105.1 FM. Welcome.
There we
everyone.
go.
Hope you're having a great night.
Why is your camera like 8K?
I am so.
It's like
I could
so
like.
crystal clear.
Yeah, I could like look at your pupils.
I am going to, for the first time ever, actually explain that. Outside of the fact that I already am as you could tell, a videographer. I make movies. I 110% believe that these platforms, the way we are bigger than what we think we are. We represent more than what we think we are. I am at every time always ready to say, hey, look, here's a presentation, here's a production that looks like something you'd see on TV. How can we expand upon that? So I'm just the example.
It looks like I'm watching like a Vice interview.
That explains nothing, but okay.
Explained everything.
It looks very good.
I like the depth. I'm not.
No, it
I
looks
like
really
the depth of field. It just feels like I'm like watching a documentary in the corner here. Like,
Yeah.
Let me try this. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me see if I can get this going.
I've been doing
Hold
this
on.
for a decade. I could not get quality even close to that Paradigm. So credit to you. It looks really good.
Thank you.
Here we go. I'm gonna try this. Here, I'm gonna look to the side. Let's zoom in here.
oh, there you go. That's not bad.
Paradigms is better. I got to be honest.
We should
Paradigms
all
is-
just have
Well,
that
because I
angle.
just have a white background, so there's no
Yeah,
depth
there's no-
of
there's-
field. You can't really
Yeah.
actually tell via. If I put
Actually,
my hand back here.
See, that's where
the
you
hair
place
coming out of the back of
another
your
light
head is a
in the
little bit blurred
background.
out, so that can add a little depth.
Got to have a separation of your
Yeah.
lighting.
I need to put
situation.
some posters on my wall or something.
I don't want to get
Yeah.
this close.
I could back up. I could back
You can
up.
count my wrinkles. I'm good.
Back up, but it's not gonna make you feel any better.
If I get that close, you all will see how old I am because all
Lord.
the gray hairs and my beard will stick out. So I'm not gonna do it, and I don't know how to.
So what's up, everyone?
So-
Let's do the show. Let's roll.
I just noticed Binder's nose
I love-
ring, so that maybe that angle is good. We can glean some
Oh,
new
you do
things from
have
it.
you have a septum piercing, Matt, like
I've
an
had it for
SJW. I love that.
I've had it for like over like a year or two now.
Never noticed before.
It's been in my
The-
nose
the
every
angle.
single day for like 2 years.
No kidding. I
Well,
love
if you
that. I
if you
love
shaved
that.
your mustache, I would have seen it.
No. Well, I'll just
Yeah,
I'll
it blends
save
in.
I'll shave my mustache. Just so you can see my
Just the mustache. Do an Abe. I love how we've been fucking around for like 10 minutes. Welcome to the show, everybody.
The
Oh,
vibe.
yeah, we
Is there
didn't,
something
we
else
didn't
to
even,
do?
like, we didn't even welcome anyone because right off the bat I went, Lance, you're echoing.
Yeah, we welcome Paradigm.
Does it sound okay?
No, it's
You
fine
sound
now.
fine
No,
now,
it's good
Lance.
now.
Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. Good.
Nobody
gotta say,
commented
now
on
I'm a little-
on my new shelf.
Now I'm a little obsessed with doing that, using that angle.
I
just
like
need to
it.
Get some stuff in my background. Thank you, Paradigm. I'm gonna experiment with that and the depth.
I'm
of field
noticing
here.
that when everybody says they get a new shelf, it's always attached to that silver play button. I feel that's a flex.
Yeah, it is definitely.
I
David's
keep missing which
definitely,
finger it is.
David, is that an IKEA?
Of course.
Yes, of course. Everyone has that. I have that same one. I have that same.
Everyone
one
has
in
at
the
least like
hallway.
2 of these.
Do you really? It's beautiful. I like it. I like the DK bongos. I love the NES classic controllers. Just
It needs some
perfect. 10 out of
backlighting.
10.
But it
Wait,
like
no shit, that's in a key. Oh my god. I visited Josie a couple weeks ago, and I helped her put up that same one, but in black. I was like, wait a minute.
On the same
Yeah.
shelf? Awesome. Cool.
Wow. Everybody got that shelf.
Everyone
Who's
has one of these.
Josie. Do we know Josie?
Josie
I'd like
Rose,
to see how she
Josie
decorated it as well.
Caballero. I think you've had her on the
Oh,
show
okay.
once or
We
twice.
do know. Yeah, we love Josie. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Honestly,
I wonder
the
how
first
she
thing I thought
decorated
of
it.
was that Blink-182 song.
Fair,
that's
fair.
All right, so what are we going to
All
talk
right, that's the
about
show
today?
today. So see you
there's
later.
there's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. First of
Yes,
all,
there is.
was there, Paradigm? How did Mike lure you onto the show? Was there a specific topic that we had in mind, or just
No, I asked him because I've had a lot of people throughout the last time I was here continuously ask why I wasn't back on the show, and I was like, hey, I tried to reach out to Lance, but Lance is not good with social
Fucking
media,
Lance.
so I
Don't.
didn't.
Hey,
Well,
I
you can DM me on
haven't-
Discord. I said message me on
I've-
Discord, not on Twitter.
This is
barely
fair.
Been on,
This is
Yeah.
very
Other than-
fair.
other than doing streams.
God damn it,
like,
Lance.
since July, I've barely been on. So like it's it's the summer. I
haven't
get it,
been
but
on a lot,
it's
too.
Nice to have you here. You're joining us on a incredible news day, because there is
Insane.
actually a lot to talk about. I mean, where do we begin? Do we begin with Hulk Hogan? Maybe I don't
Hulk
know.
Hogan.
I mean,
Let's
Right, he
ease into it.
died.
yeah,
Yeah.
Hulk,
Yeah,
the
that
Hulkster.
Hogan
was-
is now officially dead.
All right,
Vaccine?
mhm.
Anyone?
All right.
So
I gotta
he got
say,
the
as
vaccine,
a-
I believe, in 2022, and ever since then, I think he got myocarditis. No, never mind. I'm not gonna. I don't want YouTube to mistake us for conspiracy theorists.
I gotta say, like I have I have a long history of watching pro wrestling. I got into it when I was like 3 years old. My dad was watching it. That's the height of Hulkamania. I had all the wrestling figures. I had Hulk Hogan toys. I was a big Hulkamaniac back in the day. Although I believe I liked the Ultimate Warrior more than Hulk, but I liked them both. Both of them ended up being very problematic in life, but that's a different story. For Ultimate Warrior, we'll talk about Hulk Hogan now. But like for me, the Hulk Hogan that everyone knew and loved as the Hulkamania Hulk Hogan from the 90s and then from the 80s and 90s, and then the NWO Hulk Hogan from the late 90s, early 2000s. That Hulk Hogan was basically dead and died a long time ago. Because Hulk Hogan, as he became from like the mid 2000s on, became like a white trash reality TV racist like a-hole. And yes, that's likely who he always was, because we know that back in the 80s, Jesse Ventura was fired from the WWE. Jesse Ventura, the former governor of Minnesota, who was a huge wrestling star, he was fired from then WWF by Vince McMahon. And for trying to form a union, a wrestlers union. And Jesse Ventura didn't know this at the time, but later on during a deposition in a lawsuit, Vince McMahon was asked, how did you find out that Jesse Ventura was unionizing the wrestlers, trying to form a union? And he said, Hulk Hogan told me. Hulk Hogan was Jesse Ventura's friend who ratted him out. Hulk Hogan had no need for a union. He was on his way to becoming, at the time, the biggest wrestling star in history. With all things said and done, Hulk Hogan did have an immense influence on pro wrestling. He turned it into a sort of a wrestling. Wrestling was big as a pro wrestling when Hulk Hogan came along, and then Hulk Hogan turned pro wrestling into a larger than life pop cultural phenomenon. Wrestling was big because of like people like Bruno Sammartino back in the 70s and early 80s, but Hulk Hogan turned it from like a popular like pseudo sport into like a form of entertainment. And that can't be denied for sure. But with all that said, you can't also talk about Hulk Hogan without talking about the guy who had a number of incredibly racist incidents come up over the past decade or so. It even goes beyond that. I mentioned the union thing, but then during the reality TV show days, he did a horrible job as a parent to his kids, and his son Nick ended up being a little fucking monster. and he would regularly get in trouble for speeding and drinking and all that. And one time, he was speeding with his friend in the passenger seat, and they got into a car accident, and it left his friend with permanent, literally a hole in his brain and permanent paralysis. And Hogan at the time basically said, God has a plan for everything. That was his way of excusing his son of any sort of culpability in that. Furthermore, like I said, the racist stuff. So in, 2015, Gawker famously dropped the Hulk Hogan sex tape that leaked. Hulk Hogan was caught in a cuckold situation where he was having sex with his best friend's wife, with his best friend in the other room.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yeah, Bubba the Love Sponge. He apparently didn't know Bubba the Love Sponge was recording this. Bubba the Love Sponge on the video is seen telling his wife, like, oh man, if we ever need to make money off of this, we can easily do something with this tape. But the tape leaked. Gawker published it. Hogan teamed up with Peter Thiel to take down Gawker. I think the reason Hogan went after Gawker for the sex tape was because this other piece of the tape that later came out, that he thought Gawker was going to leak. Gawker ended up not having this part of the tape, but this is the part of the tape that leaked shortly after, where he's laying there with the woman who he just had sex with, and he's going on this incredibly racist rant about this black man that his daughter Brooke is seeing, dropping the N-word, hard R, numerous times, talking about how he doesn't want his daughter with black men, and just going incredibly not even passive racism, hardcore race. Not that that's okay either, but hardcore racism. To the point where Hogan even just says casually to the woman, I guess I'm pretty racist. Like literally admitting it on the tape. And if that wasn't bad enough, later on, I think a year or two down the line, his son is in prison, and the phone call between Hogan and his son leaks, and Hulk Hogan's going on this incredibly racist rant about black people using a carny speak to try to hide it, calling them like blizz piz or something like that. And one of the things he says is that he just hopes karma doesn't resurrect them as black people. Like, just for no reason, just going on this incredibly racist rant about how he has a fear of coming back as a black person in the afterlife. Just bizarre stuff. Obviously, dude's got issues. And then, of course, he endorses Trump. Hardcore endorses Trump. Comes out at the RNC. Comes out at the Trump rallies.
Accepted that endorsement. Of course.
Yeah, of course. And
now he's dead.
Now he's dead. I mean, the last time he was seen on pro wrestling television was earlier this year in January, when WWE Raw debuted on Netflix for the first time, and they brought in Hulk Hogan along with a number of other big stars, and Hulk Hogan showed up, and the crowd in Los Angeles booed the shit out of him, to the point where there were plans to involve Hogan further in future episodes of the show, and they wrote that out. Hulk Hogan's first and last time on WWE Raw and Netflix was earlier this year, when the crowd booed the shit out of him. So the guy who basically put WWE on the map as like this beyond niche pro wrestling industry into this like global phenomenon, the guy who did that, the last time he was seen on the show that he helped for the company he helped build, was getting booed the shit out of him. It was I guess a perfect little end to that career. This is a guy who easily could have ended up as like the most beloved star in the industry. His character in his heyday was a guy beloved by kids who told them to say their prayers and eat their vitamins. And his theme song was "I'm a real American, fight for the rights of every man." Not every American, every man. And here he is years later endorsing Donald Trump, backing his rhetoric around undocumented immigrants, just being a total a-hole. Of course, the racism stuff, where a lot of wrestlers have still not forgiven him, because one of the things, by the way, was Hogan never even apologized for what was caught on camera. In fact, when he held a meeting with WWE talent, so he was fired in 2015 by the WWE for the tape, and then years later they brought him back because I guess they felt enough time had passed, and he held a meeting with the talent, and a lot of people, especially the black wrestlers, thought he was going to apologize, and his whole speech basically wasn't an apology for saying the things he said. It was like tips and tricks for young wrestlers. Be careful what you say because there's cameras everywhere. That was literally his like message to them about what happened to him. It wasn't like I was a bad person, I had horrible beliefs, and I, got help for them and changed my ways. And I've spoken with some of you who helped me see the light. No. He basically said, moral of the story, don't get caught. And so, this is how he'll be remembered by a lot of people.
And his wife left him, and his daughter cut off contact. So he died alone, really, as well. So, just a little
well, he had a number of wives after his his ex-wife left him. Who
Linda from Hogan Knows Best.
Yeah, Linda.
So he had more after her. Jesus.
Oh, like 2 or 3 more, and every single one of them looked like his daughter. Yeah.
What I think is bigger than Hogan, though, is the story when you were talking about Gawker, and a lot of people don't know this, is Peter Thiel, who's now the one who's basically like bankrolling JD Vance. The reason he did that is he'd actually been planning to take down Gawker for a while, because Gawker was one of the first places that reported on Peter Thiel being gay. Now, it wasn't that they outed Peter Thiel. He was actually known to be gay, but he didn't want stories based around him. And the story that they did on Peter Thiel was specifically because Peter Thiel was being a hypocrite in that he was also trying to fund LGBTQ plus legislation as a gay man, and that's why Gawker ran that story. So Peter Thiel actually was looking for anything to take down Gawker. So it's really more of a story of a billionaire using his resources, finding an in with the sex tape, and then using that to destroy an entire not independent, but media empire effectively, which is really dangerous. And he's been like an absolute terror ever since.
Right. I mean, I always thought like Gawker, I get why they had to defend it, but it was always disappointing to me that like the hill they died on was the Hulk Hogan sex tape. They put out so much good work over the years.
Well, why wasn't that illegal? If it was filmed without his consent, that's the part I don't get. Like, that isn't that a crime?
Well, I mean, the crime would be, I guess,
Bubba be in jail?
Bubba the Love
That'd
Sponge,
be revenge
right?
porn,
Not Gawker particularly. I mean, obviously Gawker was found liable for posting that, but I always felt like the sex tape wasn't anything like it was really like uneventful. It was very bad. It was a very bad sex tape. It easily would have been forgotten very quickly if he didn't, if there wasn't an issue made out of it. But my opinion is that he was afraid that the rest of the tape would come out, and it turned out Gawker didn't even have it. Like, it was on the same tape, the racist rant. Like, it was the same long video footage from that same day, that same moment, but Gawker wasn't given that part of the tape. They just had the sex part of the tape.
I'm confused. So the sex tape and the racist rant were all like, did he like bust the nut and then go on a racist rant? Like, or was it just different?
In the racist rant. Now, listen, I don't know. I don't know. I listen. I got to be a good journalist here. I don't know if the racist rant happened before or after he ejaculated. So we got.
Okay.
But the racist rant video is him literally that same camera, that same time,
Seriously?
that same day. He's laying next to Bubba the Love Sponge's wife, naked in bed.
And who the fuck is Bubba the Love Sponge?
He's this Florida radio jockey who was big.
It's the guy that Tucker Carlson used to call into all the time, Mike. You may have heard the Tucker Carlson tape.
Okay.
Where Tucker Carlson's basically being a pedophile a bunch of times. That was him calling this the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
That was Bubba. Okay. Because it sounded familiar, but like the name is so stupid. Like, why was it sounding familiar? I shouldn't know this person. Okay, I'm sorry.
Racist, misogynistic shock jock is what he was.
Right. So he was friends with Hogan, and then I guess they had a falling out, and he leaked this. But yeah, I mean, listen, Hogan is who he became, and you gotta. I think a lot of people are shocked that like the hardcore wrestling fans are like throwing Hogan under the bus. They hate him. They've hated him for a while now. Because also he was known for not being such a great person within the industry. Now, like this doesn't matter to regular people who don't work in the pro wrestling business, but he was known for being a dick. When you get to a certain point in your career in pro wrestling as a wrestler, you're supposed to pass the torch. You're supposed to put the younger talent over. You're a huge star. You got to give them the rub so they can continue the business and, more people have success or whatever. Hogan, for his whole career, when he became 40, 50, 60, well into he just refused to put over other wrestlers to the point where it became like an ongoing joke among even hardcore wrestling fans where like there was like, I don't even know if Hogan ever even said this, but a regular thing was in Hogan voice, when Hulk Hogan would go over someone, would beat somebody who he shouldn't have beat because it didn't make any sense for this like old man to beat this young, like incredibly ripped talent. It would be like the joke would be Hogan like walked in the room and saw the script and was like, "This isn't gonna work for me, brother." And he would in his contract, it would like he had the contract where he was able to rewrite his matches. He had the final say on what happened to Hulk Hogan, the character, whether he won or lost. And so he took advantage of that. And so he rubbed a lot of wrestlers the wrong way. Now, this obviously doesn't matter to Hogan, the person, in terms of like how he was as a regular human being and a moral figure or whatever, like more morally or whatever. But it just gives you an insight into like the type of guy he was, that even like within the industry, people like did not like him because he was sort of an egomaniac. He looked out for numero uno all the time and never really cared for anybody else. And apparently that extended to his family because he hasn't spoken to his daughter in years. And from what I was reading, his son-in-law reached out after his daughter almost died while giving birth to his Hogan's granddaughter 2 years ago. And Hulk Hogan still wanted nothing to do with her and didn't even ever meet his granddaughter.
I was gonna say that contract has to at least partly, like, that's partly Vince's fault as well, right? Like, why would he allow Hogan to have that much control over his own career in a way that he didn't let anybody else like that?
Right. Well, part of this was when Hogan jumped to WCW too. That was he got the better contract from there because Ted Turner was behind it, and Ted Turner had a lot of money and was willing to throw it all at WCW to have them beat Vince McMahon and WWE. And, so a lot of that came from there. But yeah, I mean, Hogan and Vince looked out for each other, and you sort of see why two people like that, now that what we know about Hogan and Vince, the type of people who help each other out and make sure they have tons of success and everyone else is held behind. Like that's part of why Hogan, Jesse Ventura tells the story where WrestleMania 3, I think that's 89, WrestleMania 3, one of the biggest wrestling events ever. I think something like tens of millions of people watched Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant fight each other. It's the infamous match where Hulk Hogan body slams Andre the Giant. It's like an iconic moment in like wrestling and pop culture. And according to Jesse Ventura, Hulk Hogan got paid more than Andre the Giant and the rest of the roster combined for that show. Like, that's one of the reasons Hogan didn't care for a union. He wouldn't benefit. In fact, a union might have took some money away from Hogan, so he wasn't going to have that.
I also learned that other wrestlers had body slammed Andre the Giant, but they had pretended at the time that it was like a big deal that Hogan was doing it.
So that's something Hogan has also been known for. A lot of wrestling stories that have come from Hogan, you can't trust them. Like Hulk Hogan has told a ridiculous amount of extremely false stories throughout his career. Like he literally believed his own hype and like would make stories up. Like there's the story.
I would like to give one.
Yo, please
really
go ahead.
Quickly, there's a story that Hulk Hogan once used to travel to Japan to wrestle, and because he would travel back and forth from Japan, he believed that the days that he was traveling also added to the amount of the days in the year. So when he would go back and wrestle that same night, obviously the time zone goes backwards. So he would say things like, I wrestled for like 400 days a year, as compared to these new guys who can only wrestle 2 or 3 times a month.
Right. I think I've heard that one. I mean, he'd famously say how like he caused like Andre the Giant had a heart attack because of the body slam or something like that, which is obviously not true. They worked together to have that moment happen. Hulk Hogan wasn't body slamming Andre the Giant unless Andre the Giant allowed him to. Andre the Giant was fucking huge. He would. This is one of my favorite stories from Hogan. So he tells the story about how his manager was trying to call him back in like the late 80s, early 90s or something, and he wasn't picking up the phone. And then finally he picked up the phone and his manager was like, I want you to endorse one of these products, this home grill or this like home kitchen blender. And Hogan was like, I'll do the grill. And then the manager gets back to him a couple hours later and says, because you didn't pick up my calls, you missed out on the grill. George Foreman took it. We'll go with the blender. And Hogan tells that story as how he could have been the guy with the George Foreman grill, but he missed out on it and had an unsuccessful blender. There's no truth to that story that anyone knows about. There's no corroboration of that story.
So he's like Trump. He just makes things up.
There's another story where Hogan claimed he was going to be the bassist for Metallica or something like that. No truth to that story. There's another story where so Hulk Hogan had an album.
The real one's believable.
Hulk Hogan put out an album where he had a song called like a Hulkamaniac in Heaven or something, and he told the story about like there was this like huge fan of his, this little kid who was a huge Hulkamaniac, and he met him backstage at Wembley Arena when he was wrestling over in the UK. And he went out to have his match knowing the kid was sick, and he wished him, the kid wished him good luck, and he said, I'm wrestling for you. And while he was in the ring, the kid died backstage. Like, he had to be taken to the hospital and the kid died. Not only is that story not true, Hulk Hogan's never wrestled at Wembley Stadium. So, I mean, he just constantly just made shit up and told these stories as if it was real. And this wasn't like Hulk Hogan, the character, doing this in a storyline. These were like stories that he would tell that purportedly were supposed to be like Hulk Hogan, the person, not Hulk Hogan, the character in a wrestling storyline.
That's like some kind of sick, like he's Hulk. He doesn't have to make things up. Like why? Yeah, why does he feel the need?
Well,
he has enough real stories.
States,
it's so
right?
bizarre.
I'd say that about Trump too.
Which is the connection I want to make here. The next big story that we're obviously going to have to talk about is obviously Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein and how it's exploding the MAGA base left and right. One of the things that I wanted to mention about this entire Hulk Hogan story is that he was very embedded in the MAGA process throughout his election. And it seems as though he's taken that approach to thinking this entire thing is kayfabe. That this entire program, this entire country can be willed and pushed like he's the heel and he needs to find a baby face to go over and he just can't find that person. Yep. We have him dodging every question so far as into now he's investigating Obama for sedition or as he says sedation.
Oh, right. He said sedation. Did he say he was being sedacious or it was sedation? I can't remember what it was. But
he said it was. I think he said it's sedacious. Yeah,
sedacious.
Wow. I love it so much. By the way, did you all see? So there was a 2010 testimony of a deposition, or it was a deposition of Jeffrey Epstein, and he was asked on the record about his social life with Donald Trump. They said, do you know Trump? And he says, yes. And then they ask him if he had a social life with Trump regarding girls under the age of 18. His response is insane. Have you all seen this video yet? Because I could pull up the clip.
It's the fifth.
You could show it. I've seen it.
Yeah, you can show it. And Mike, you know what's wild? I quote tweeted that with just saying a line like Donald Trump's a pedophile. And anything I've ever said on Twitter about Donald Trump, I get all these reply guys. There's going to be at least a minimum of 10 who are just like, you're an F slur, go fuck yourself, fuck off, fuck you, Canadian. This one had 0 replies. And I was like, oh shit, it's the first time they're like, I don't know if we can touch this one. Like, this one is bad. It looks really, really bad.
Well, I will say that I did check the replies under Ilhan Omar's because hers is the first one that I saw. So I retweeted that. And you do have some racists just chiming in. Hang on, let me bring it in here. But the responses to the racists by people is actually very funny because it's like, okay, you're defending a pedophile. Give me a second.
Yeah, have you thought or considered just the amount of gear that people own, from MAGA trucks to MAGA hats to MAGA houses to MAGA dresses? That like that's all pedophile cult shit now. Like,
yeah,
it's all pedophile memorabilia. That's so much.
Yeah. Candace Taylor owns a Trump merchandise store. So all of that is very pedo coded. Okay, here is the clip in question.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had a personal...
Yeah, and as Donald Trump would say, why would you plead the 5th unless you're guilty? So...
Yeah,
I
plead the
5th. Yeah, so this is what I saw first. Ilhan posted it, and then if you go down to the replies...
Be careful.
Yeah, I know. This guy, there's another one, says the one who married their brother. But I mean, like, if you click on that, it's people calling him a pedophile. Are you defending a pedophile? So it is still available. I think that maybe we'll have a little bit of protection because we're not as easy of a target to them. But they are still trying to attack people for calling out Donald Trump's alleged and potential pedophilia. But I mean, they can't spin this. Like, what are they going to say? Like, there's so much evidence now. There's also a video from, I think it was 8 years ago, and this is of Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew, and he's talking about a party that he went to at Donald Trump's mansion in Palm Beach. This was like in the 90s or something like that, and it was after one of Trump's pageants because he owned like Miss Teen USA, all these beauty pageants, whatever. And he said that he went there, and it was like a scene from Eyes Wide Shut. And there were people just having sex, doing drugs. And he said, I left because the girls did not look like they were of the appropriate age. And he wouldn't explain anything else. I have a video about this tomorrow. The host was like trying to press him, but he's like, no, that's all, that's all I'll say. So it's getting really bad. Like, if you are still defending Donald Trump, which MAGA is, I've got to say, you're a little bit sussy. Right, and I don't think that it's a pedophilia defense is gonna work because that's pedophilia. Just in case we're not clear about that. And on top of that, I do believe that Trump is trying to look for an off ramp, and he has it potentially in Ghislaine because they're currently meeting with her, his deputy DOJ.
Yeah, that already happened.
Yeah. So I think that, and if you watch, Majority Report had a great video about this where they talked about the brother of Ghislaine, and he was saying something to the effect of, well, she wants a pardon, and so if she's gonna have
the brother of Ghislaine, what's his name? Splooge Drive.
I don't know.
I just realized, is that how you say her name? Because I feel like that's the first time I've thought of like. Are you saying that on purpose? Are you pronouncing it that way on purpose?
No, that's how it's.
Why is that? I don't know why this is the first time I've ever like thought Ghislaine. Really? Like I've never
Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, it's a hard Ghislaine. It's kind of more like Ghislaine.
Because even the comments are like noting it. I've just never. Yeah. I don't know the way that you're like. It's fine. Just never.
No, it's you got to emphasize the jizz. That's just how it's pronounced. It's British. I don't make the rules. They don't know.
I think I'm saying Ghislaine. Yeah, no, it is Ghislaine, isn't it?
No, it's just straight up Ghislaine. Ghislaine, something like that. Okay. The British people, they just make shit up. Like, there's no rhyme or reason. So, all right, you want to name someone Ghislaine? Fine. Anyways, so they're trying.
I'm pretty sure.
I'll
be honest. I'm pretty sure her name is like Ghislaine or something without the jizz. I'm pretty sure.
No, there's literally an S in there. It's Ghislaine. I mean, look, it's a weird name, but that's her name. Her parents are the ones to blame.
Ghislaine.
No, it's Jizz.
There's no way to unhear that now. No, I'm just gonna hear that every time.
It's Ghislaine, you know. I mean, look, she has a fucked up name. It's ironic that she ended up being a pedophile because that's her name, but still. But like, what was I saying? So there's this idea now that maybe she'll get a plea deal if she perjures herself or pleads the fifth when she's asked about Trump, because she is gonna appear before Congress to testify. So this could be Donald Trump's way of placating the base, where it's like, okay, maybe she gives the tea on Bill Clinton, but she doesn't say anything about Donald Trump. So if he could get Ghislaine to do this, then I think that stop, David. Then I think that the base would be.
I'm just sorry. I'm just like I'm too hung up with the. I'm just thinking like she sounds.
Now
like
I gotta look it up.
She sounds like if Kojima named her, like that's what he would call her.
Paradigm, you're right.
Ghislaine.
You were correct.
What is it? No, it's literally Ghislaine.
Right.
It's spelled
It's
that way,
canon.
but I think it's pronounced as Ghislaine. Yeah.
No, okay, go to one of the fucking how to pronounce videos. It is Ghislaine, okay?
He's right. Mike's right. I'm wrong.
I sort of got like I looked it up. It's Ghislaine.
Mike, can you stop this inappropriateness? A lady is about to join us. Please.
Oh my god. Yeah, we got to stop.
I just said her name. That's her fucking name, man. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
Should we bring her in the room? Is she waiting for us?
The
or there she
name,
is?
the name
Or
is typically
Ariana.
pronounced
Ariana.
a hard G sound, like it gave
I
or
feel like
no.
I always get a like female related shade like at some point. You know what I mean? On this
No
podcast.
shade on you. I just wanted the
From
gentleman
Tinder
here
exclusively,
to
I'd like to-
clean their dirty mouths in the
You're-
presence of a lady.
Your pro male agenda, Matt Binder, that you
Even in
always
leftist
have.
spaces.
These damn men's rights
Yeah.
activists in here.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ariana,
I've been-
they're saying that I'm mispronouncing Ghislaine's name. It's just Ghislaine, right?
Oh, I always call her Ghislaine. So I
Yeah,
have a
thank you,
rule
thank
on
you.
I have a rule whenever I used to stream, because I used to stream a lot, and I pronounce like white people that I don't like that are in politics, I usually pronounce their name wrong. And I do that on purpose because I just don't care. Like Rudy Giuliani is Rudy Giuliani.
I like
Ghislaine is Jizzy. Like I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
y'all-
you gave her a pet name.
yeah, but it's not like it's a derogatory pet name, Matt Binder.
I don't know.
I don't
It
know anyone that
sounds.
wants to be called Jizzy on their free time. Okay, thank you very much. Actually, it was
Hang on.
very clever.
Why can't Mike admit he's wrong? It's weird. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the how to pronounce, and then
I
I will
just did.
prove to you.
I just did.
Well, I'm gonna play the video. Okay.
Mike's like,
Okay.
I'm gonna play the one that I pick. Thank
We're
you very
having fun,
much.
everybody. It's a bit. Come
Okay,
on,
wait.
we
Let
don't
me
need
ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this. How do you pronounce Greta's last name?
Thunberg.
It's
I would
Thunberg.
say I would say what is it?
Thunberg.
I thought it was
I believe
Toonberry
it.
for so
Yeah.
long because of how Amy Goodman pronounces it, and then
Yeah.
I heard her interview her on the flotilla, and she's like, "It's Toonberg," and it's
Oh my
Toonberg,
god!
not
All right, I
Toonberry.
thought I
Yeah,
was smart there. Sorry.
I know.
That is
I did
the
too. I always
exact one
say
I pulled
Toonberry.
up.
Correct
No,
people.
I always thought it was. I actually always
Thunberg.
thought it was Thunberg, something like because there's th right, Thunberg, but it's Thunberg.
Thunberg.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Amy Goodman has been calling her Toonberry for so long.
All right. I'm
That
gonna
was
press
cool.
play. This is how to pronounce it.
Wait, that's
This
how
is
you
for
pronounce
some reason.
Amy. That's how you pronounce Amy Goodman's name. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
No, it's Goodman.
Did I say Goodman? Oh, that's my bad. I say you Goodman.
I'm fucking out with you all. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is 37 seconds, so they're gonna be like Ghislaine or something. I don't know why it's so long, but nonetheless.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of British socialite who is known in particular for her association with financier and convicted criminal Jeffrey Epstein. Now the question is on her first name more than anything, which is of French origin. And in French it can be pronounced either Ghislaine or Ghislaine. But in British, as it
Thank you.
No, you're
No,
cheating. You're
Ghislaine.
cheating.
First
It's
of all,
Ghislaine.
I don't.
He just
I
said
don't-
Ghislaine.
I will now be saying
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't.
He
I don't
just said
trust-
Ghislaine.
I
He said
don't trust-
Ghislaine.
I don't trust anyone that sounds like this guy. All right, this guy is looking for trouble.
I brought the receipts, man.
1.68 million subscribers. Nah.
Yeah, I was like, I love this channel. He teaches me how to pronounce so many things.
Find someone else. I don't trust a guy with that accent. It gives me Pepe,
Find someone else.
Pepe Pepe Le Pew vibes. No, thank you. Let's get someone else.
All the other ones
Mike
are
needs his
like
ears cleaned.
AI
What?
voices, so at least he has a real voice.
True, it is.
Usually-
Listen, if the chat, some of them don't agree. If you want to mispronounce her name, that's fine. You could be disrespectful to her. I'm more mature, so I'm going to pronounce
go.
her name
How
the
to
way it is.
pronounce-
It's just Ghislaine, okay?
How to pronounce with real world examples. Here we go. Wait. Hold on. These people who knew them. All right, here we go.
I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Gillen would expect from me.
Jufrey says she was instructed to have sex.
Jufrey?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, wait. This person says Ghislaine. Here we go.
Ghislaine
We can't
trust that person.
Ghislaine.
I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Gillen would expect from me.
Well, but you can't see the video, so I got to let you know that the person who's calling her Ghislaine.
Who's Jufrey now?
Is Virginia.
So much more confusing. Why am I hearing my voice?
What is? Yeah, our voices are echoing 1,000 times.
All right,
This was not me this time.
The person who calls her Ghislaine is Virginia Guffrey. So she obviously spent, unfortunately, a lot of time with Ghislaine Maxwell to know how to pronounce her name. But then this person also pronounces it differently. I guess you could just pronounce it 2 different ways. Because we got this person who does say...
Just call her Max. Call her Max. Make it easy.
Yeah. Hold on, here we go.
I'm happy because that's what Jeffrey and Gillen expect from me.
Says she was instructed to. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine, there we
the
go.
daughter of the late press baron, who seems to have disappeared from his yacht.
Oh, the story... her father was drowned in the middle of the ocean under weird circumstances. Her father, who worked for Mossad. This whole shit is fucking weird. This whole
I heard that her best friend.
Everyone. There. That's right.
Oh, because you guys were talking and I had the system audio.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
okay.
my fault.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Matt. I heard that her best friend
Okay.
had died because he was killed in federal prison too. So all the people she knows are just dropping like flies, and she's the last one left. Maybe it's some kind of a Final Destination type of situation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
but I do
what
know
was the topic?
that don't
What
be
were we
don't
talking
be
about?
I don't remember what we were talking about.
Don't be surprised though if Ghislaine Maxwell ends up a free person.
Well, yeah, but it
That's
could
where
be
this is
worse.
headed.
By the way. You haven't mentioned the possibility that she could be taking a plea bargain and also
Nah.
come forward and be like, Donald Trump is not on the files. You know,
That
like Donald
street
Trump.
justice is about to go crazy. There's no way.
If they're already, did you see that Newsmax clip where they're already calling the right wing media is already trying to rewrite history and they're calling her a potential Jeffrey Epstein victim?
Oh, they can do whatever they want.
Wow.
I just if she were to ever walk in the streets of New York, she's done for. That
She's not gonna walk in the streets of New York. She's insanely
genuinely-
rich. She's gonna be in her own little
I just
world
don't
on
think
some.
street justice would let it happen. She would probably have to be in the house.
There's no street justice on a private island in the British Isles or whatever.
I don't think it would.
fucking know.
I don't think it would help this problem. It wouldn't solve the problem for him. It would make it even worse. They simply wouldn't believe it. Nobody would believe that she's innocent.
Oh, I disagree.
Why would they be
MAGA
going
wants
to
an
her?
off ramp. MAGA really wants an off
Oh,
ramp.
yeah, I feel like they
this
might.
Obama scandal that Tulsi Gabbard is putting forward right now is an off ramp. That's a nothing.
Yeah.
It's an absolute nothing burger. Every single one of them is like, we're going to arrest Barack Obama. It's coming. Justice is being served. And it's everyone who takes 2 seconds.
I don't.
Goes,
But I don't care about the freaking diehards. There's people that are going to be. Their minds are gone regardless. It doesn't. I don't care about those people. But just this is hurting him generally, as is everything else he is doing. It doesn't even. We don't need to get to the. We don't need to flip diehard cultists like that. I don't think that's the goal here, because that's not going to happen.
What is the goal?
The goal is to basically see the list and bully each of them into killing themselves because they're not going to go to jail. So I think that's the goal for normal people. For MAGA, I think the goal is to see the list and just confirm that it's exclusively Democrats and Donald Trump had nothing to do with anything on Epstein Island. Because listen, on the serious note,
I mean, you saw
Epstein
that
had over
report
1,000 victims. over 1,000 victims. And when you go back to that sweetheart deal that he got from Alex Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary, it is insane that this even happened. Like, there's a really great video from Legal Eagle where he talks about the specifics of Epstein's abuse and the sweetheart deal. That deal is so insane. The fact that this man was able to get that deal is mind-blowing. He was able to violate house arrest and nobody did anything. The amount of dirt he has to have on powerful people, not just in the United States, but around the world, it's got to be enormous. And the way that people like flip on a dime, like Dan Bongino, like the look on his face when he was like, oh, he killed himself. Yeah, Cash Patel. There's something bigger that we're all missing here that we're not privy to, so we can only speculate. But I think that it's so much bigger than just like U.S. elites and Donald Trump. It's got to be like Republican Party, like major donors, international leaders. It just, I don't know. It feels like if this gets revealed, then the House of Cards would come down, or they think it would. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy. Like there's so many conspiracy theorists out there that focus on dumb shit like chemtrails and vaccines. This is like the biggest actual conspiracy where there's so much evidence of wrongdoing. And, you know, it goes so much deeper than I think a lot of us even thought, because we all knew that Trump was connected to Epstein. But now that people are actually digging, there was stuff already available, like the 2010 testimony. There's pictures that CNN is bringing back to light. It's crazy. And then on top of that, I found out that Steve Bannon is sitting on 15 hours worth of footage of him interviewing Epstein because he was planning a 60-minute style interview that would rehabilitate Jeffrey Epstein's image. It was supposed to be like a comeback tour for Jeffrey Epstein that Jeffrey Epstein himself paid for. Nobody has seen this shit, with the exception of Bob Wolf. And the only other person that saw it was Epstein's brother. But there's a lot, and I don't know. It's crazy as shit. It feels like when I dig into this, I need to put on a tinfoil hat. But like, this is a real conspiracy.
Yeah,
I don't think it's so much a real conspiracy in the sense that like there's conspiring obviously going on in front of our faces. We all can agree on that. There's clearly a oh shit, something's here, and nobody can figure out why or what. Distract, do this, do that. What I think is actually happening is you're witnessing what people do when they're backed in a corner. Like, you think of maybe your friend in college who you know did some weird stuff with like one of your friends or whatever, or robbed you or took something from your room or whatever, and you press them.
Wait, what? What's going on here? This is not a common experience. What? No,
yeah, I don't know these people.
Yeah, you've never had anybody in your life who's ever just like play you, or... like right, like, or your Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, people. Yeah.
Listen, we all knew that guy in college who ran a sex trafficking ring. All right,
yeah,
that's the normal.
No, yeah.
The weird stuff threw me off. Like what weird? Like what's weird?
Like being weird is what I mean. Like being a weird person. Like, hey, why are you acting that way? In a normal one-to-one situation,
people that you thought were nice were like
right, yeah. In a normal one-to-one situation, you could press them for a little bit, you get some information out of them, blah blah blah. You get your stuff back. You don't associate with them. We don't think of like people on the ground. Don't think of public officials. People don't think of celebrities as people that when they get backed into a corner, they act like a regular person. We're witnessing a lot of people being implicated in something very huge, and people, a person, I'm going to go back to that Men in Black quote because I did that the last time I was here. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky animals, and they're already panicking. Trump has a name for them, panikins. Like, they're actually panicking, and you're witnessing like their real selves. Trump is what, 80 now, 79? Like, what do you think a senior citizen involved in what could possibly be the unraveling of the global elite? What is that man actually going to do when asked a question about it? What would you expect him to do? You say, oh, I expect the president to be like, but that's a 79-year-old man. This is them. This is who we elected. This is who we've been fighting. A bunch of scared little animals, little tiny chihuahuas that have been barking for so loud that when you finally catch them in something that they can't just deflect from, that they have to answer for it. And these people are weak, spineless, not good leaders, not powerful. And they realize that their power and grip on the public is slipping. When they realize that, they start saying things that are very weird. Just like that person in the hypothetical I brought up before. They start saying things that you say, wait a minute. If I was a friend of yours and you tried to lie to me like that, that wouldn't work. Why are you as a government official pulling out the guy from 20 years ago lie? And it starts to unravel a lot more in their heads, more about the threads that they've been hearing, more about the attention that they've been focusing on. They start recognizing patterns that look familiar to them in their lives. And that causes this rift where now everyone wants to think, well, okay, so what do we do now? This collapsed. Now what? What are we supposed to do? Not go to work, not pay my bills, not see my friends, not have a family? It's like the people are getting to the what now phase, and they're realizing because of capitalism, there is nothing after that. You just got played by the biggest elite people with the most money in the world, and they laughed in your face. To summarize all of that, I feel like Trump is Negan in this situation. I just slid my dick down your throat, and you thanked me for it. And now people have to sit there with that and say, well, who am I? And you're about to find out. They're all pieces of shit. That's it.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to say it's so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Who did I cut off? I feel like I cut someone off. No? Okay, cool. I feel, first of all, it's actually crazy how many people believe in chemtrails. Like, I was astonished. I've met at least 4 people that I thought did not really put the tinfoil hat on for real. And they were like, oh yeah, climate change because the government's causing it with chemtrails. And I was like, oh wow, like you really lost me there. But it's like a random Uber driver, so you can't really, like show like a visceral reaction. You just gotta be like, all right, you know what? At least you believe in climate change. Look, we'll just end this conversation there.
At least you believe in climate change.
Yeah, like at least you're not like super far down that line.
The bar is very low in America.
Yeah, the bar is deep in Satan's ball sack. But anyways, going beyond that, I think when we're talking about conspiracy, like a conspiracy is something that it's a conspiracy, right? Like it's something that you can't definitively prove. It's something that you believe in due to certain anecdotal factors that you have, noticed. I think with Jeffrey Epstein, we know definitively that he has victims. We know definitively about the island. We know definitively about what he did, not the extent of what he did, but we know what he did. We know definitively that there are some really big people on those flight logs. Now, a lot of them claim that they didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein had anything to do with this. But I think, like, Mike, when you talk about, I feel like I have to put my tinfoil hat on, like, I don't think you do. Because at this point, it's beyond a conspiracy. And it's, okay, we know the gist of what happened here. We know the gist of what's going on. It's just the question now is, how deep does it go and who is actually involved to what capacity? And that's what people are really looking for now. And honestly, Trump is a fucking dumbass because, like, why would you run on this? Why would you tell a bunch of conspiracy theorist followers of yours that you would release this list? Like, I don't necessarily know what he was thinking. I would like to think he's not that stupid. I don't know. Maybe he thought that his followers were just dumb and they weren't going to follow up.
No, I think he thinks he's untouchable. I think he's like, I'm literally the most powerful man in the world. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, he can't be that stupid. Like, it has to be something else. Like, I'm sorry. There's no way he's that. Like, I refuse to believe it. Like, I think Lance, you're right. Like, it might be a part of his narcissism, but because there's no way he didn't know this was gonna like fall flat on his face.
He also wasn't the one that really made it a thing. Like, it was people around him that did, and he was asked about it. And we've seen the interviews, like the Fox News interview, where he's like, yeah, I guess I'd release that. Like, he's very apprehensive about it. Like, he doesn't want to get too into it, as opposed to every other issue. So it's not like he was the one bringing it up, but when asked about it, the fact that it's a big deal for his supporters, he kind of gave in.
He was always very squirrely and
his son
uncomfortable.
certainly was. Donald Trump Jr. was talking about it all the time, every speech, like Turning Point USA rallies. Like, he could have told his son to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's, yeah. The reason why I said I wanted to, like, I felt like I needed to put on a tinfoil hat is because, like, the details are so insane that it feels surreal. Like, this is stuff that is from, like, 100 years ago that I'm going over, like reading in a book. But no, it's just so crazy. But yeah.
So I saw the funniest comment. I want to share it now because it made me laugh. Next Jubilee, Mike versus 20 assisted living elders.
Damn. Well, I mean, the question is, are they Nazis? Because then I would take them up. I don't think they should platform Nazis.
I think
but
for you,
mean,
it doesn't matter. You just
just old people. I love old people in real life. I know the meme is funny, but I genuinely love old people. I have a lot of old lady friends, just FYI, many of them.
What do you guys think about that debate that I didn't watch?
I also did not watch it, but I saw the clip and I felt like that was enough.
Yeah, I saw the tease and I'm like, that's good. I'm good.
I have to chime in. I'm so sorry. Speaking of that debate more like, look, I said this with Charlie Kirk. I'm going to say this with Mehdi Hassan. And I don't advocate for anything for anybody, but you can't put me in, you can't. That's the like, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
Some people, like, you signed up to be a Nick Fuentes Graper aligned human being. Like, I hang out with the dude because he's cool. Yes, yeah, so 2 of those people on that panel were and that surrounded are like friends. Like,
oh, they're actually like friends. With, I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna say their names because that's already
no.
Out
Don't
there,
say their names.
These
it was
2
the one that
out
was
of
like, yeah, I'm a fascist.
Yes, I can tell you who they are. Yeah, that's not
okay.
That's so funny. He used his real name too because I was like, yeah, no, say your online name anyway. I think we've hit a point where I don't give a shit about what they have to say.
Absolutely.
I think I've hit a point, and I'm just gonna take this small. I'm gonna time myself here 2 minutes to just wrap around what I had said the last time I was here when we talked about Project 2025. I speak about things in a very empathetic and poetic way because I feel like every time you get a newshead talking to you, it feels like they don't empathize with the struggles that they're giving or that they're explaining to you. Coronavirus is real, mask up, don't go outside, and 6 foot distance. And it's like, okay, you're telling me rules. How do I know, like, am I going to see my family again? Type shit. I said it last time that as these things, these pillars that we look for in society get eroded, you're going to see people have to start standing up for one another. Community-based efforts are going to be your only thing left after all of this. Yo, when I tell you that there should never be a time when I can get 20 self-proclaimed fascists in a room and they all go home healthy. That's not fair.
Yes,
that's not. And people say, oh, but then it's the word and it's the. I'm tired of this back and forth, not 0 to 100 conversation anymore. At this stage, I think all of us in this panel and all of us watching right now, we know what we stand for. We know what the betterment of society means. We know how it is to help one another. There are people out there who just want the opposite. You can't talk them off this ledge. We're all smart. We got smartphones. We can see. We're seeing what's happening in Gaza with our own eyes. You can't play with it. Like, I'm a fascist? Okay.
Yeah.
Words. I'm redacting myself.
You can't intellectually debate, like, people that don't believe in human rights. Like, that's... But, like, you know, in this is all Jubilee's fault. Like, Mehdi Hassan didn't know he'd be debating fascists. Though, you could... You know, you're debating far-right Trump supporters. Like, I guess you could sort of intimate what you're going to be dealing with. But he said if he knew that, he probably wouldn't have done it. But he's still, like... I saw, like, interviews with him afterwards about it. He's still debating, like, the efficacy or just the need that people may feel that it's important to see this thing out and see what fascism looks like, see these people. I disagree. I don't think these are hateful people. Like, there's no meeting them on an intellectual level in a one-on-one conversation. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It just humanizes them. It doesn't, there's no need to discuss any of that, which is why I never watched the whole thing. I saw the clips and, like, that's enough.
I didn't watch it and think that they're humanized though. Like, I think I watched it and I was like, damn, this is fucked. You know what I mean?
Okay, I would.
You
like
did
to
because
hop in there.
because you're smart and you know better. Like, a lot of
Right,
people.
No, but I mean, like, in general. But if someone, unless you're a moron, if someone tells you that they're a fascist, then they.
How
don't
many morons
humanize
are there though?
themselves.
That's there's a lot of fucking morons in this world.
Okay,
Like,
can I?
that.
Yeah.
I feel like every time that this is, I mean, I broke this down on the video. Like, whenever we've debated like trans rights or things that should not need a debate, it's just led to a society that has become more open to the hate-filled ideas. Like, there's no need to give any sort of voice to things that there is no argument to be made. There's no argument to defend genocide. There's no argument to be against trans rights.
I do agree mostly, but I do think, in this particular one, I do think, Mehdi Hassan did a good job of making them look really bad. Like, unless you're already a fascist, you definitely did not watch that thinking those guys came off looking good.
I would like to piggyback off that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I just say something really quick? I mean, you can piggyback, but then I can get my point.
Nah, hop in.
No, go ahead. If you're gonna piggyback, then hop in.
Okay. You wouldn't. That's the humanizing aspect of it. Is that these people can get the jobs you can't, the acting jobs you can't. People get airtime on a big channel that you can't. I think that we, as streamers, and I want to say as internet personalities, I almost want to go as far as saying TV hosts, but you'll have to believe in yourselves a little bit for that example. I think that we don't think of YouTube videos anymore as like this is a deep look into the mind of a fascist and how, like a timepiece or whatever. We don't look at YouTube videos like that, but there are people that do. We are smart enough to be like, well, you're getting cooked. They're still on Twitter now in their little groups saying, wow, you guys lost really bad. Wow, you guys look, Mehdi Hassan looks really stupid. It gives them room to have a conversation based on new events that happen. All they want to do is stay relevant. They need to be the popular kid at the table. What better place to be the popular kid at the table than I've been on Jubilee. Have you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I do think that Jubilee went way too far with this one. Like, there's no way. Mehdi Hassan said it himself.
Jubilee's a shit ass company. They should have been.
But I think this one went way further. Like, I'm not too familiar with them, so I don't know all the ones they've done. But I'm going off the one that they just did with Sam Cedar.
They always they always place like someone's own human dignity versus people who don't want them to exist. Right. It's always like one gay guy versus 10.
This was supposed to be
sin and we'll see the devil.
This was supposed to be along the lines of the political ones they did, like the Ben Shapiro versus 10 liberal college kids and Sam Cedar versus 10 MAGA conservatives. That's what I thought this was going to be. More like the Sam Cedar one. Where, listen, was there that one fascist girl on Sam's one? Yeah, but the other people were pretty much run-of-the-mill conservatives, like Republicans. This one, they just straight up got, like, fascists Nazis. Who were telling Mehdi Hassan to fucking leave the country. Like, these were straight up Nazis on this one. Like, they went... I'm assuming they didn't walk into this accidentally. They knew what they were doing. They went too fucking far. This one was ridiculous.
Well, Ariana watched it also. So
I literally thought that Mehdi Hassan was in danger at this one. Like, some of those people looked like they were ready to assault him. Like, the way some of those younger guys were moving behind him. Like, they looked like they had some sort of severe mental issue where they would literally fucking attack him. Like some fascist mental disorder. Like, they looked like they were fucking going to hurt Mehdi Hassan. Like, it was ridiculous.
I watched one interview with him. He was on the Bulwark podcast.
Wait, Ariana, since she had a point after Paradigm.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Okay. I'm going to give some disclaimers before I make my main point, and I'm going to try to make it as quick and concise as possible. So first of all, I know a lot of leftist creators on Instagram and TikTok who have gone on Jubilee, and they've had very terrible experiences. They were blindsided. They didn't know who they were speaking to. They didn't know what environment they were walking into. In many situations, some of them felt unsafe. So first of all, Jubilee is a very terrible company, and they're obviously monetizing on this, the rise of extremism within our country now, whether that be like, when it comes to trans rights or just general fascism or white supremacy, it all goes under the same umbrella. Do I agree with the way they went about it? No, like, absolutely not. I don't think that was okay either. Now, what I'm going to say about this is that you guys know I was born and raised in America, but I lived in Iran for a year. And there are some countries where you simply cannot speak out against the country or the government, or else you will get offed, you will get sent to prison. And the country that I'm from is just simply one of those countries. And so when I came back from living there, I told myself that regardless of how much I don't agree with someone's opinion, I still want to allow them to speak, because once we start talking about who should be able to speak and who shouldn't be able to speak, we start going down this hole of like, what is freedom of speech, and that's a very dangerous place
but I
to
think
go.
you're confusing. You're doing the thing, and I don't mean to say this, but it is what's happening. You're doing that thing that right wingers do when they confuse the First Amendment with protection from government. Like no one has to give these far right Nazis a platform on a YouTube channel with
Right. I don't
5
agree with the way
million
they went about
subscribers.
it. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
agree with the way they went about it. Like, absolutely not. But it's just like, would I say that those people shouldn't be allowed to say their opinion? Like, I don't agree with that, because
I don't think
feel
anyone's
like
saying
No,
that.
they
though.
can
I
say.
don't
Of
think
course, they
anyone's
can say what they want.
No
It's
one
just
here
on a
saying they
YouTube
should
channel.
be jailed.
Yeah,
no
no.
one's
The
here
issue is
saying
that
they
it's
should
on a
be
YouTube
jailed.
channel where it's being platformed. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's and then going beyond that, I just like, I generally, once again, I don't think the way it was handled was ethical whatsoever. I don't think someone like Mandy deserves to get blindsided, and I'm sure Sam Cedar got blindsided too. Literally everyone I know personally that has gone on Jubilee has gotten blindsided. So I obviously do not agree with that whatsoever, or how they went about it. But at the same time, I do think seeing how stupid they are, like in real time, like it did shed a little bit of light. Like, okay, these people are really like, they don't truly, I already knew that, right? But for someone that's like kind of on the fence, I feel like these clips could somewhat help them. Like, call me naive, but I don't know. I feel like it should be done properly, and I feel like it should be done in a more ethical way, and obviously not someone that comes on and just says flat out they're a fascist. Like, I don't agree with the way it was platformed, but I just feel like these conversations should be happening, and not in a jank form either, because then Jank will go on with Marjorie Taylor Greene and he won't challenge her, and he'll talk to her about the Middle East, and like, that's literally the last person that should be doing any kind of geopolitical analysis on the Middle East. So it's just like, I think there's ways to go about it, and I think everyone on YouTube is doing it wrong. I just feel like there's a way to do this in a more ethical and proper way, and I just don't think anyone's doing that.
My only point is
I think
people
these
do not want
conversations
to have speech. Fascists don't want other people to have free speech. Fascists are just basically an anti-societal philosophy about, upholding the superior race and destroying everything that like is inferior to them. So they're the ones who don't want other people with a platform, which is why they crave platforms, which is, I think, the problem.
Yeah, there's nothing to discuss with someone who's just like doesn't want equal right. Like, I don't know what you discuss with them. There's no, like, I think what we like, I'm not saying don't pretend they don't like exist. Of course, we have to acknowledge their existence, but like, make fun of them, like ostracize them, like ensure they have no respect because they don't deserve any respect. Like, don't treat them as equals, I think, is the issue. I hear what you're saying in terms of like there should be a way to discuss it or address it. And I think we do address, the fascism and fascists, but we don't need to be on their level and have an intellectual debate about it.
So I'm okay. I'll pose this question then to the panel. Would you guys be more okay with how that went down if it was just like run of the mill conservatives and not fascists, like surrounding Mehdi?
I think conservatives, run of the mill conservatives, wouldn't have been so violent in their positioning. I think
of course.
They would have,
like a traditional
like you
conservative.
could like listen. You could have discussions about immigration with people you vehemently disagree with, but when someone is saying "get the fuck out of my country" to you in the way they were saying that to Mehdi, there's no conversation being had there. You're not gonna have them see your point of view. Like a conversation goes both ways. Like, yeah, I see where you're coming from and your concerns about immigration. I don't agree with them, but you laid your points out. I laid my points out, and you just said you see why they understand why, and maybe you could find some common ground. Like, maybe we should legally let more people in. There's not going to be any common ground with these guys. These guys fucking want an all-white ethno state. And they were violently fucking asserting that belief to Mehdi Hassan.
And it apparently got worse, but we don't know the details because Mehdi Hassan was on the Bulwark podcast and he was talking about so he was asked about the one guy who made a comment on Twitter, be like, "Oh, I didn't want to debate him. He smelled or something." Apparently, Mehdi couldn't say what happened, but apparently that wasn't true. And that guy it sounds like he actually did try and debate him, but he was essentially intimating without saying it, because I think contractually he can't say it, that the guy was so overtly racist that they wouldn't even put it in the video. So like there were levels to this that we didn't even see, because I'm sure that they were afraid of being demonetized. Like, let's be real, they're doing this for the clicks, and they got the clicks. So if they felt it was going to hurt their ability to monetize the video, then they would take it out.
I mean, I think I'm so sorry, Mike, just really quick. I totally agree with all the points that you guys are making, 100%. I think like once your style of debate panel is far worse than Piers Morgan, like once you make Piers Morgan look like Teletubbies, like you've done fucked up. So I agree with that, like 100%. I just wish I just think YouTube has gotten so saturated where everyone's just trying to get the clicks. And I just wish it was more people thinking about like, how do we foster these more ethical conversations with not extremist people and in safe environments where everyone is, consenting to exactly what environment they're going to go into, rather than having a brown man go around a bunch of people that simply want to kill him and want to off him. So I agree with that.
I think the thing here too is like, listen, if Mehdi Hassan walked out of that being like, yeah, this is what I expected, and I walked in, and this is what I signed up for, and that's what happened, and but he's making it very clear that he was not okay with the people that they put him in the room with. Like, this was not what he had signed up for. This was not what he thought he was walking in. Like, apparently Sam Cedar is one of the people he spoke with before agreeing to do it, and Sam said, "Yeah, do it." It was, Sam enjoyed the one he did, but Sam's version was much different than Mehdi's. And
so it was Jordan Peterson's. Jesus.
Well, yeah.
Jordan Peterson's was with like 20 friendly college students who debated the merits of faith.
When it's like the other way around, you see the difference. Like the idea that both sides are the same, it's completely ridiculous. One side is speaking in reality.
Think about after we saw the Sam Cedar one and we were all like, oh, how crazy was that far right girl? You can't say that for the Mehdi one, because they were all fucking 10 times that girl. Like, there was no one that stood out. They were all insane.
To answer Ariana's question, and to kind of like, as we were talking about offline when we were discussing this in our chat, I am sympathetic to your position, Ariana, just because I think that there is a way to bring people over to your side through debate and through talking to them. But I would agree that Jubilee absolutely crossed the line here. If this were just regular conservatives, I would have no issue with it. If it was like the Sam Cedar one, sure. But when you have like actual open Nazis, I think that that's where you straight up you cross the line, because these people, like, it cannot be socially acceptable to be a Nazi. We cannot platform Nazis ever in any capacity, because they do not believe in free speech. They want to take free speech away from everybody else. They are a threat violently to everybody else. So, I mean, you have to, by basically platforming these people, Jubilee was normalizing it. It doesn't matter if Mehdi Hassan was effective at debating them, which I'm sure that he was. The fact that they had a seat at the table in and of itself is what I really take issue with. And this goes to a lot of issues with Jubilee in general. If you go through their catalog, they have some pretty fine videos, but then they have, anorexic versus obese people. Then they have, can you spot who's autistic? Extremely fucked up things that add to, social stigmas of marginalized people. And it's just gross because they know what they're doing, but they're choosing clicks and money over the destruction that they're causing to society. And I kind of like agree with Paradigm's point that like these people, the fact that they're able to come out and say, yeah, I'm a fascist and laugh about it, and then they get applauded. Like they have to be afraid to say that in public. Like it has to be socially unacceptable. Like getting fired should be the bare minimum. You're lucky if you only get fired. Like Nazis should get their fucking faces smashed in Minecraft, you know, when they come out as a Nazi.
But see, this goes back to yet again the dynamic of like how normal people ingest things. They're not presented with a goal with the content they watch. I really want to hone in on this point because it links into everything. Every single thing that's popped up in the news, from the way Trump's distracted and bringing up these cases, all the way to like the lowly racist rantings of a white man who was super popular in the 80s. It's our perception of these, what do you call them? Idolizations, these idols. It's our perception that makes us think that they're better than us. We don't think that these guys are better because we know about them. But like the general population of people just sees YouTube content. And the moment you get the footage in 4K, it doesn't matter what your rationale is. You can exit yourself from this conversation, this bubble. You can exit yourself from the left. You will see they have their own media orbit. They have their own comfort spaces. And for lack of a better term, I think me and Lance know even more specifically than most, we've interacted with some of these people. Like we've interacted with liberals who have gone on to say like, I think Israel's kind of cool. You know, like at some point, I think that there are objective realities that are unfair to challenge. And when you get the footage, when you're in the room, people could take that however they want. They could film their own little clan meetings. They're not going to do that. Maybe they should. Maybe they will. Maybe I just stupidly gave them the suggestion to do that. But the first time it goes up, you're going to be like, that's bad. The second time, it's like, a second episode? Why would they upload? Oh, that's that guy I know, Mehdi Hassan. He's on it now. Wait, why is he on it? And before you know it, you've clicked it and the algorithms pushed it to 10 people you know. Out of your hands now. There are so many little tiny factors I think that we as internet personalities don't look at when we're examining cause and effect. Jubilee should have its channel stricken and deleted. You didn't just cross a line. You set up I can't sue if one of these guys gets a larger group of people because of your video displaying them. You're like, there's so many things that play a part in a role in just uploading a video. We used to have to try for airtime with this stuff. You used to have to beg for a primetime 8:30 slot. Pop culture, Love Island is streamable. It still premieres at 8:30. It still goes on at 8:30. Primetime slot. They know people will watch it. They know the little weird bugs on 4chan are going to click the video, clip it out, share it on all their networks with all their bots, just like D-Man and Nick Fuentes. Now look at Nick Fuentes. His friends are going on shows to spread the message. America first, baby. You in their playground. You want to give them more airtime? I personally don't. Because this is their playground. They own this space. They own us. They own direction. They own narrative. They stick together. They're weird little. Again, I agree with Mike. Like, honestly, I had 20 of y'all in a room, just like I had Charlie Kirk surrounded by 20 people. I don't know if I would have let him leave after that, but that's on me. Yeah, that's on me, y'all. I don't know. Just feels really weird that like the Nelk boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu, and every district in the Western Hemisphere has the right by the ICC and the ICJ to arrest him. The Nelk boys could have caught him. Instant fame, and instead
they asked about his McDonald's order instead.
Like, see,
talk about people who need to get their fucking faces punched in a video game in particular, just maybe in a Tekken match. But I mean, what they did there made me so pissed off because right now, like, there is 600,000 Gazans who have gone like days without food, and they're asking the person perpetrating this genocide what his McDonald's order is. I honestly, I don't even know how to process that information. It's just so evil.
I think that's the worst thing anyone's done with their platform was what the Nelk Boys did. Like, he
Ever.
brought on a war criminal
Yeah.
onto
I
a show to do
agree.
propaganda for genocide live in the middle of
Like,
the genocide. Yeah.
I think what the Nelk Boys did was like not comparable to anyone else, because we're talking about someone that has an international warrant against him. Like, we're not talking about a pastor fascist. Like, we're talking about someone that has an ICC international war criminal, like, fucking warrant out for him, and you're just like bringing him in. And he's like, Hamas steals all the food. Hamas is, like the same bullshit they've been parroting for years now. I honestly, if there's anyone that I think should get kicked off of YouTube, it should be the Nelk Boys, like, period. Because bringing in a person like Netanyahu, who has an international warrant against him, is absolutely fucking diabolical. But, like, beyond what I think, like, that's just insanely wrong. And it should be illegal because he literally has a warrant against him. But also, I do want to say this. After, like, some content creators knew, some content creators don't. But I do think as content creators, we have to be responsible for what we do, what we say, what we platform, obviously. And I just think from now on, if any creator or person goes on Jubilee, like, I'm holding them just as accountable. Because at this point, if you don't know how Jubilee moves, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, a simple YouTube search and looking at their cover photos and their titles on their videos should tell you everything you need to know. And so if you as a creator also choose to go on Jubilee because you're going to get the views or whatever, and you're going to act like you didn't know what the fuck you just signed up for, I think you're just problematic, if not just as problematic as Jubilee. And I think we really need to hold people, like, accountable, because, like, you built a platform that doesn't give you the freedom to just go on somewhere like Jubilee. Not talking about maybe or anything. I'm just talking about, like, from now on, you know?
Nah, I don't know, man, because it feels like
because
ContraPoints is about to make her debut. I'm just saying, like, it feels like she's
Apparently
been
that's what the chat's
gearing
saying.
up for this.
She's
Yeah,
on Jubilee.
yeah, like, it's gonna get.
Did she really go on Jubilee?
No, Jank. Jank is doing everyone.
Oh,
in the
Jank
chat
is.
saying Jank is up next. Yeah,
I could definitely see him doing that.
Yeah.
Bad time to say, guys, I have an announcement to make.
He'll talk to Nazis and get a beer with them, maybe.
I'm going on the episode one hat wearer versus 20 anti-hat people.
All Nazis.
I was invited on a year ago to it was like I think it was like group debates, like group versus a group, to debate against men's rights activists, and I shared the email online, like, because it's part of this, like, reaction to the Mehdi Hassan thing, where I was like, I don't. It's not interesting to me to debate someone who is fundamentally wrong. Like, I don't know what I'm like debating. I don't think it's helpful to debate things.
No,
that
I
are
mean,
just,
though
I will say that's different than debating a fascist, obviously. Like, let's be clear.
One of the first debates I ever did was against Paul Elam, who was a big, like, the face of men's rights activism back in, like, the early 2010s. And I debated him. And if you watch this debate, I'm young, inexperienced or whatever, but I knew what I wanted to do going into it. And that was basically, I'm not going to convince these guys to care about women's rights and feminism and stuff like that. But I knew I can show his audience that he doesn't care about them as men. Like, he does, like, men's rights activism is strictly anti-women. It's just straight up hatred of women, misogyny. But he had an audience that was under, at least some of them were under the belief that this is a guy who actually cared about issues that affect men. And so I went on and I debated him, and he had this prepared speech focusing on the ills of feminism in society, and he came off so bad. And I just constantly said, okay, that's nice and all. So you're a men's rights activist, right? Now, how often do you focus on issues like war and how that disproportionately affects men who get sent off to war or drafted or forced to fight in war? Or at the time, stop and frisk was big in New York City. And I went, I'm looking through your videos, man, and stop and frisk is an issue that predominantly affects men. The police without any reason, stopping men on the streets and frisking them and assaulting them. And this is happening under Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of New York City. I'm sure you have an audience. And he never had answers for this stuff. In fact, when he finally did come up with an answer, I got him to admit that he didn't care about stop and frisk because it affected Black and Hispanic men. And his issues were, he cared about issues that only affected men as a whole. And his audience, at least some of them in his forum afterwards, were saying how bad he looked for not caring about those issues. Now, I don't know what happened with those guys. I don't know how many of them still were men's rights activists. I'm sure I didn't change any of them just from my debate, but I definitely made some of them question Paul Elam's care for them. And like, you know, I think when
you planted some seeds for sure.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, I think that's where these things can be important or at least effective. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it depends, right? First of all, you have to be, if you're going to go into these predicaments, I think that you have to be somebody who actually knows your shit. And Hassan Piker did a really good job explaining to the dumbass milk boys that, you know, even though he's much more equipped to handle like Netanyahu, for example, he doesn't know if he would have done it because that would have been a red line. I don't know. It just feels like to me, it really depends. I always used to be of the belief that sunlight is the best disinfectant, but like, it hasn't been. Like, things have gotten gradually worse over time, and you have so many open Nazis now and people using slurs, you know, everywhere, and it just feels like society is getting worse. And yeah, I don't know. Like, there's also just this like icky thing about you shouldn't ever have to debate your own humanity. Like, I remember when I first started doing my podcast, I got an invite from Steven Crowder, of all people, who saw one of my videos about trans rights and wanted to bring me on the show. I was assuming for a debate, and I'm like,
wait, you could have went on Steve Crowder? Dude, Sam Cedar would have been so jealous of you. You should have taken up the offer.
I mean, listen, I'm a cis guy, but I'm not going to debate the humanity of my community. Like, I feel like that's not even negotiable to me. I'm not going to make that something that is debatable. It is not debatable. And if you can't even agree on equal rights, I don't even want to talk to you. I'm not going to defend it because I don't want to float the idea that this is something that's debatable. You know what I mean?
With someone like that, though, it's the opposite of what we're talking about with Jubilee, right? Like, those Nazis on Jubilee were the nobodies here, right? I think if you have an opportunity to be platformed by these guys, by someone on the right with a very large audience, I say you take it. There's no law that says you must argue those topics of conversation. You go on the show and you bring the conversation elsewhere.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, as a matter of fact,
Sam Cedar
before we
as
get
a
into
secret
that,
rules.
like, not before we get it, but like saying that, like, hey, wait, I know you want to talk about this, but didn't you get paid by Russia? Like,
right.
I'm throwing questions
like
at
that.
you.
Right.
Make you panic. Oh, put you in a corner. Let's see what you're really like under
That's
pressure.
fair. You have to be quick on your toes too. But I mean, it just like, for me, it's just like exhausting. I don't want to talk to these people. Like, this is, I think, the safest way to do it. And it depends. Like, it's not going to be super viral because it's less sensational. But if you like see somebody who is saying something using dehumanizing language about trans people or whatever, like, you watch the video and you play it back. You deny them the ability to respond in the same way they deny, you know, the people they're demonizing the ability to respond. You know, you don't humanize them. You respond to a video and then you click pause and shut them the fuck up. I don't know. I just feel like it goes back to me not wanting to give them a seat at the table. Like, I feel like we have to dehumanize these people. Like, that's probably not the best phrasing, but like, if you're a transphobe, if you support genocide explicitly, so like, fuck you. You shouldn't be allowed to talk to people as if you're intellectual equals with them. Like, you're a piece of shit.
I think the best way to do that sometimes is they dehumanize themselves with how they act. Like, again, watching that episode of Jubilee with Mehdi Hassan, they come off unhinged. They come off so bad that they can't even have a conversation with Mehdi Hassan, that they're just fucking yelling at him to get out of the country and saying he shouldn't be here and just fucking saying quoting neo-Nazis and shit. They are I think that's even better than if you say
That's
something.
you, right?
like you are
dehumanizes
also on
them.
the other side of that. Like, you know, that
Yeah,
video
they
that Dave
all-
shared did have a very good point.
I'm sorry,
where
I do think-
you have essentially become a meme, and you can control the point in time and how that's going to be used by other sides. Like, there's an entire world on the internet that is sharing those clips, being like,
Nah, but
"Medi-
that
destroyed."
world.
And they were
that
just,
wor-
they were
that-
taking a victory lap.
He believed
That-
what happened.
no,
He's
but-
this boy.
But
They were sharing
let
like,
them-
hey, here's my debate of Mehdi Hassan, and they're all like, yeah, you
let
clapped
them,
like
let them take that victory lap. Their world
I agree.
their world is the one that's small and insular. I'm sorry. I may
I have to
think
disagree. My
No, I'm
sister
with
works for the
you.
Department of Homeland Security, and the Homeland Security just posted effectively the 14 words.
No, but no,
That's
like,
right.
I don't.
because the Department of
and two capital H's.
Capital H.
Yeah, but we're not
conspicuously.
talking about the
H-
Department of like we're talking
Manifest
about a
Destiny
whole
photo.
different
you guys,
thing right now.
you guys are talking about some like federal government that's not there
That's
anymore.
so different
The
than
federal
what
government-
I'm trying to
And
make.
you see
federal
they're an
government-
insular small group right now. Fascists are in fucking power in the United States.
Well,
Like,
Yeah, they're
you-
winning. They're instituting
just-
like the white
just-
ethno
just-
state as we
But
speak.
okay,
Right.
wait,
Just being-
but isn't the first way to fall out of that kind of thought process through like education and seeing different conversations and stuff like that? Like
Linda
I don't
McMahon
like
is the Secretary of Education.
Hold on. There's y'all, we are losing. I don't care about what the government department does. Like, that's literally not our point right now. Our point is that we are losing young men by the droves to conservatism and to the right-wing politics that and we're talking about Gen Z who was deemed as very, very, very left just very recently. And they're switching like by the droves. The DNC spent $20 million trying to bring back more young men, and they failed miserably.
because of how they're spending the money. I think
No,
that's
I
it's a failure of the
understand.
Democratic Party as opposed to like.
But listen,
No,
I do want to
totally
touch on
understand.
that.
My only real quick, sorry. My only point is that the DNC sees this as a big problem, right? We see that it's a big problem. I see it amongst my friends who try to date all the fucking time. All the men are covert incels. Like, I'm not even making this up. And I totally agree with Matt. I think that we like these conversations help people, at least the people who are on the fence or the people who are kind of falling into it. Like it plants those seeds. And if someone like Mike does not feel like, Mike, I'm just like you couldn't pay me enough to do this, right? Like I get exhausted. I can't do it. I'm not going to debate my humanity. I'm on your side when you say that. But I also do think like when we plant these seeds, it does make a difference. Like, even if it's small and whatever they want to talk about, like, whatever the far right that we've lost, whatever they want to do in their ether on their, subreddits and shit, they're going to do regardless. It doesn't matter about these clips. We're talking about the generation that we're fucking losing right now because they're just not educated. They're not hearing anything different than what their own tunnel is saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just to go back to the Department of Homeland Security point, even though I do think you're looking at it wrong. The Department of Homeland Security is not posting white supremacist social media posts because the message is spreading and people are being transformed to the white supremacists. The Department of Homeland Security is posting that stuff because that small insular group I'm talking about literally took over the Department of Homeland Security. Like, their numbers aren't growing gigantically.
They
got power. The small group got power. Yes. But I'm sorry. Listen, we could talk about how the American people are uneducated and how whatever they vote against their own interests, whatever. I agree with a lot of that stuff. But what I don't agree is that the majority of this country are fucking in bed with neo-Nazis.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, no.
They're just not.
Yeah, no.
So what I'm saying is that shit is repulsive to the vast majority of people. And
they're just loud.
I think if a regular person,
I don't agree with that because
no matter what
they're
their
not in
politics
bed
are,
with me.
a normie watches that Mehdi Hassan interview, they think those guys Mehdi Hassan sat down with were insane.
But like, they're not in bed with neo-Nazis explicitly, but Americans are stupid and evil enough to get warmed up to neo-Nazi and fascist rhetoric. I mean, they just voted for mass deportation.
People are
Donald
generally
Trump.
more racist than I think anyone realizes
Yeah.
society-wide. You say that for
So-
Canada too.
It's
Canada's
smart.
a very racist country, and people don't think about it because it's supposed to be progressive. But it's like, if I sit down and talk to anyone about Indigenous issues for very long, the most normies who are like, "Oh, I drive a Tesla. I'm not racist." They will start saying racist things, and they're not overtly just trying to do it because they're like, they praise Hitler. It's just like this is a lot of normalized racism that most people haven't
haven't unpacked at all or even thought about.
Right, and I think that to piggyback off of that, I think that they wouldn't necessarily like they would be turned off overtly by fascism. Like I think that most Americans would see that guy saying he's a fascist and they'd be like, ugh. But if he were to hide the ball, if he were to dog whistle, they could he could probably get Americans to agree with the white ethno-state in certain ways, because Americans are fucking stupid and inherently racist because that's like embedded in our institutions, right? So I think that that's why I'm always like hesitant about like who to platform and who not to platform, just because Americans, they don't have the media literacy to be able to suss out who is and isn't fascist, right? So if somebody says, yes, I'm a Nazi, they'll be turned off. But if they describe themselves as a Nazi without using the word, if they can prime themselves, prime people to think about Nazi ideas without you saying Nazi, then I think that Americans could fall for it. I mean, they just, again, like they voted for mass deportation, and that's something that I can't get out of my head because it's like the most evil policy ever. And it's not that like they're surprised that it's evil. It's as evil as they expected, but like they wanted the evilness. And if you talk to people like my family members, they love it. They love mass deportation.
I don't know.
They don't even care about losing Medicaid. Like one of my siblings voted for Trump, gonna get fucked over with the Medicaid cuts. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
You talk to a lot of these people though, and they stress the idea that, oh, we thought Trump was only going to deport criminals. Like that's a major point of contention within those crowds. Like, yes, there are the people, there are the people you're talking about who just are fucking vile human beings, if you could even call them that. But when you talk to, I would say most like normies who ended up voting for Trump because they had to pick between two. And that's usually what they say, you know. And Trump was talking about the issues that that spoke to them or whatever. They say that Trump would constantly said he would deport criminals, and then you talk to them when their neighbor or their coworker is getting deported, and they sound upset about it.
Or their wife, in some
or
cases.
Their wife.
Like,
well, in that case. In that case,
that's
that
what
was
it
one of those
takes,
hardcore MAGA guys who were like, it's all right, she's being
Well, yeah.
deported. I trust Trump.
I saw one of those. But like it's so unfortunate that's what it takes, a personal experience. And this is like this has been going on forever. Like a lot of people are just wired a certain way where they don't understand an issue until it personally impacts them. Like they cannot empathize unless it's like a direct family member that's being impacted. It's so frustrating, but that's unfortunately the situation.
It's that famous poem, you know, first they came for my wife and I did not speak out.
No, I honestly think this is a problem. Like as a person who has lived in a different country that operates completely opposite from how America operates, I genuinely think that places like America and Canada, we have hyper individualism, hyper capitalism. We are very solo dolo. Like most of the time you don't even know your neighbors. Like I literally moved into this apartment in New York, and it's the first time I'm actually interacting with my neighbors and I'm talking to them, and they're knocking on my door for like dryer sheets or salt. And I'm like, oh my God, I haven't experienced this in like 20 years. You know what I mean? And so I just think in America specifically, we are so wired to be selfish, to be individualistic, to only care about ourselves and our own bread, that it's just kind of translated into like the whole entire Western society, more specifically Canada and America, just kind of operating in this extremely individualistic way that does not exist in places like Japan or Mexico or quite literally any other country that is more homogenous and not so individualistic, because we are truly some of the only societies that are this individualistic. Any other country you go to, you see the community, you see the people, you see the interactions. Like we just don't have that here. And that's a part of the problem. That's why we've gone into this hole, because we're so individualistic and all we care about is ourselves. It's like, okay, if Trump's policies don't impact me, then fine, I'm okay with it. I didn't think he was going to go that far. I'm a citizen, so I'm good. You know what I mean? That's our problem. That's literally the problem.
No, that's a fantastic point. Because it's easier to divide if you never were connected with people in the first place. So yeah, the lack of community is a huge thing in this country. Yeah, great point.
I think part of it is like how we're raised to. Like I was raised to be like so terrified of strangers.
Same.
Like don't talk to anybody, and then like you wonder why I have social anxiety. It's like Jesus Christ, like.
Yeah, I remember my mom would watch like these like news reports about kidnappings, and like the fear of God was into me about, oh my God, I'm gonna get kidnapped. Like
Local news has done a
everywhere
real
I
number on
go.
people's minds over
It
decades.
honestly has poisoned the
So
brains of
bad.
so many boomers, unfortunately. Not all of them, but like individuals who aren't as online savvy, like my mom. Like she's gotten more social media savvy, but for the most part, like, you know, I'll go over there and she'll have the like the local media on, and I said this like a year or so ago about like I was there at Thanksgiving and they were doing this story about anthrax, I think, that was found in the mail. They hyped it up, and then finally when they talked about the anthrax, it wasn't anthrax. It was like baking soda or whatever, and completely innocuous. And like they are trying to scare the fuck out of people, because that's what gets you like the views. And yeah, you have them coming back. It's like a addiction. What do I be afraid of today? Mad cow disease, fucking anthrax. I don't know.
But they'll always end on a happy note with the squirrel riding the water skis and like
yeah.
It's all so it makes you feel good at the end, so you come back the next day to be afraid again.
Right.
It really is like a disgusting science.
Just frying our brain, bro. Like they're literally ambulance chasers.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I beg this question because this question is going to come up probably in the chat at some point. So you've noticed that there's a pattern. There's this media cycle that seems to repeat with like, everything is really bad. And we say it's poison the boomers, and effectively that would be my father. I do remember growing up and accidentally trying to get King of the Hill and instead getting the 10 o'clock news, and it would start out with this famous phrase, "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?" And I used to think that was weird because I would say to myself, I'm right here. I'm watching the show. Like I'm watching the TV. Like how would it what? And it would make me, this is 8, 9 years old. It would make me want to put on a videotape. It would make me want to put on like I had recorded a Three Stooges marathon. I would always put that on to go to sleep. Or I had a Tweety. I had a Looney Tunes video, and I would watch the reruns over and over again. I grew up, and I got on the internet, and one of the first sites that I browsed was 4chan. And one of the things that I would do on 4chan is go with a group of people and hype someone up to go knock over a postcard stand down at 42nd Street, Times Square. It was on an IRC. I forget how you pronounce it, but anyway, it was on a relay camera, so you could see what was happening in live time. This was before streaming was a thing. You just get into the feed. We try to get somebody to knock it down at a specific time in a specific place so we could all get a picture of it and call it cool. It got so bad that not only did more police start showing up in that area, but they shut down that guy's shop, and they started shutting down shops all across Times Square. As I started spending time on the internet, I started learning that there was more power that could be welded by internet people who wanted a specific goal to be achieved. I never thought about swatting someone or getting to that level of dangerousness, but I knew it existed. But I was already a person on the internet at that time, so I wasn't going to partake in any of that. I just only talk about my experience and how I got out of that. Now we're in the 2020s, and we're saying that this insular group of people has a little bit of power in the government insofar as to make certain posts, certain allegories. We've had Elon Musk throw up a Nazi salute. We've had Steve Bannon do it. These are the people who are in Trump's ear. These are the people in cabinet's ear. I don't even want to get on the topic of Stephen Miller. That's enemy number one. I feel like he's the real architect of a lot of this. Mm-hmm. You say you want more education. You want these conversations to be out and more open. You want these things. But I've lived for 31 years and I've seen this cycle repeat itself where the aftermath of whatever you think you're defeating morphs and attaches itself to a new host, a new group of people with no ideas and no idea what the world is like. At what point do you cross your Rubicon is my question. At what point do you cross the point of no return? Because for me, I've always lived across my Rubicon. I feel like when we say we want to give this conversation space, we want to give these spaces like air or that they have to have it because it leads to a slippery slope, it only feels like we're reinforcing that there will be people who hate you and you have to listen to them. There will be people who don't like you and you have to give them breathing room. And at this point in time, I don't think anyone can get on the internet and lie to themselves that that ideology or anything surrounding entertaining that could be good. So the fact that it exists means that I lost that fight. And the fact that we're trying to figure out a way to keep it going, we don't have that much time. They're talking about a Trump third term. If we lock in and get to that point where that's a part of a conversation, who's debating that? Why are we having that debate? That's crazy. We shouldn't have that debate. But we normalized everything else because we said we need the airtime. I think it's just rational at this point to skip past that. I think it's rational because we've seen where it goes and we have too much influence in the world. We've got too many mercenaries around the world. We've got too many nuclear weapons pointed at everyone's neck to really say we're confident enough that we can beat this in the marketplace of ideals. Because if you could, we wouldn't have ever had a channel like Jubilee have this conversation in the first place. That's my understanding of that. So my question throughout all of that, I will repeat again, is what is your Rubicon? And have we crossed it yet?
Wait, what do you mean?
A Rubicon is a small river.
Did.
The small river that's the easiest thing now. I'm taking that example from a YouTuber by the name of Innuendo Studios. He made a video called South of the Rubicon, and I'm taking that example, even though I've heard it before. Basically, it's what is the point when you say, oh, that's a step too far. They've crossed the river. They're on my turf now. If you can keep saying they haven't, like, if you can keep saying the world around you hasn't crossed that Rubicon, I generally feel like you are safer than you think you are. Because that Rubicon's been crossed for me so many times. And that's just from me being here for 5 years. I don't even want to launch into the life story. But that's just
I
my
think it's possible. Like, if you characterize like crossing the Rubicon as the point of no return, I think you can say we crossed it with Trump's last election. You could say that we crossed it in like the standpoint of climate change. Like, are we able to reverse it at this point, or at least stop it from being irreversible? So for me, I've kind of like adapted my mentality to survive in a climate where it's hard to not be doomer, to just think like, okay, we're probably fucked, but we should still fight for things to be not as bad, despite being fucked. Maybe we could just like have terrible lives, but not like super terrible lives.
That's why I think we should go like balls to the wall with certain things. Like us being here. This is a production. People would scream for this amount of airtime, and every second that we get for I want to say for free is like awesome. This is where this fostering growth against this cancer can start. But will we take ourselves that seriously with every word we say? Will we start scripting ourselves, doing the YouTube video edits here? We could. Yeah. We could make a show out of it. Wait, this is a show. Wait, I'm on a show. Oh God, I'm on a show. I'm in a box. I'm in the box. Okay, we're not getting the joke. Brady Bunch, we're in a box. It's a TV show.
I for one refuse to take myself seriously. So that's unfortunately one thing I can't do.
My thing is like our audience is, and chat across all chats, please respond, because I'm looking at all of the live feed. I can see all of your chats. We all can. I think people who watch the leftist media are pretty leftist. I would be very surprised if we get more than a dozen people that say they're conservative or they're like in the middle. And I just think a channel like Jubilee can reach people who are not leftist and more, because like, yeah, having this conversation is nice and people listen and people engage with it. But it's like we are also talking into our leftist echo chamber. And I think the point that Matt and I were trying to make is that, you know, when people go into now, I think Jubilee is a terrible fucking example of it. I don't think any channel is doing it in an ethical way, but let's say like we make up like an ethical channel that does it in an ethical way. I do think that does foster more conversations when it's not a fascist, it's a run-of-the-mill conservative that just doesn't make any sense. The logic is not logicking, and then someone like Matt can go in and like plant those seeds where it's like, hey, this logic doesn't make sense, right? And I just don't think that comparing a conversation like this is who's all leftist on this panel, who's most of chat is all leftist, to something like Jubilee, who has a huge platform that goes across an array of different political viewpoints.
We could make that happen. I don't see anything but just we don't have the numbers right now. We can make that happen. We can make anything happen.
Something like Jubilee.
We've raised money before. I know people in the film industry who could probably take a nice big pay cut. I know a couple sponsors. I actually know that if the CEO of this platform wanted to get his head out of his ass really quickly and get himself out of hot water, he could also help out instead of funding another show, which is not giving him a return, which he keeps complaining about, but keeps funding it. Like, we could do things. We could ask questions. We can demand things. We can unionize. We can do a lot, you know? I just don't think that the answer is wait for the channel to appear. I think that like this could be it. The budget is irrelevant if the content is good. People with shitty webcams get millions of views. My camera fogging up right now. Like
Matt Binders is not even working. David left.
Like it's just fun. It's just, hey, it's the same thing, but now it's a group of leftists trying to figure out, well, where's the core for us? Where do we put our flag?
I agree with Ariana's point. This what we're doing here is more entertainment and therapy, and I think great for helping people who are looking for something like they like us and they want to hear a conversation versus are we converting people? The answer, we're not converting people with the Leftist Mafia in terms of a show, right? But I also don't run this show thinking welcome to the conversion station, welcome in all the right wingers, right? Like different entertainment has different purposes. It's like there's a lot of channels that bring people into the far right, and they usually start out with men's rights stuff, but they can also be pop culture channels like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, Nerd, Yellow Fash. All that stuff pulls people in who might not be looking for misogynistic content, red pill content, all that kind of stuff, but all of a sudden they're watching people who are talking about their favorite movies and video games, which is really appealing to men, and they're getting indoctrinated into far right stuff. I think like an answer to that would be there should be more, or at least the promotion of more content creators who talk about non-political stuff but also already have in their heads leftist politics, right? Like you don't need to be like, all right, so here's the Marxist analysis of the new Superman movie. You can be the new Superman movie is a really inspiring film because ... right?
The new Superman movie is really good, actually. It's really
that's
fun.
crazy. Lance, that's crazy because I could swear if we pull up the last time I was here, we got to that conclusion. I was like, yeah, there should be just a focus on like, I think
it all goes in circles.
I honestly think that some of you guys are better than what's out there. That's it.
I appreciate
I
that.
could cut Jubilee's audience reach in half and just funnel them directly to you. Like I'm just placing them on top of you. I would trust you with the next generation of entertainment, maybe with a twist, maybe with a spin. Maybe you drop politics altogether, but you're not going to slip up and say, I hate gay people. I can trust you with 250,000 people because maybe I know that no matter where that conversation goes, maybe you won't.
I gotta tell you,
that's true, right?
Dropping politics altogether—that's the dream right there, man. I would love to never talk about this.
I just want people in positions of power with
an
audience that big. If you like, Jubilee reaches everybody. There's Corey Kenshin gets into politics because YouTube strikes him because he's black. Like it's gonna come up. I want people that are prepared. That Corey Kenshin hits up Matt and Lance. I don't know much about this, but I know those two guys down there. I could bring them on and have them on. Those connections. We just have to ask. We just have to be good enough. We just have to be there. And I think we're there. That's all.
So here's the thing. There's a reason why almost all of YouTube is dominated by Republicans. And I know we all on this panel have seen that report where it's like all red bubbles and there's like 3 fucking blue bubbles. One of them is, Sam Cedar, the other one's Hassan, and then the 4 other are all TYT networks, which TYT is even questionable if it's left leaning at this point, huh?
I was like, and the Humanist Report for some reason.
And the Humanist Report.
The Humanist Report was there. The Humanist Report was on there.
So the thing is,
No, I'm just glazing.
Here's the thing, and here's the problem. I had a client who I did social media for, who's really big on Twitter, and for a year, his name is Tristan Snell.
Oh, I didn't know you were actually going to tell us. Oh, let me look this person up.
Yeah, you can if you want. I do social media for him. It's not a secret. But
oh, I've seen this guy before.
Yeah, I run his social media sometimes.
Nice.
So
cool.
Not just him, but I know very influential people like him who spent a year, and their only job, like what they did for a whole entire year, was trying to go to people and court them to fund a leftist channel on YouTube. That was their whole thing. Was they went to people who had money, who were left leaning, who were Democrat, and they were like, we need the funding, we need the seed funding. No one gave money. Like, not a single one. There were a couple where they got to like the last stages and then they immediately pulled out. You know why? Because people on the left do not believe in investing into media the same way that the Republicans do. And so that's why when I talk about, do we have the funding? Do we have the backing? When we're talking about someone like Hassan Piker had jank. Like Hassan Piker, yes, he works hard, but like he had the leg up to start off. Like any leftist channel that you saw on that research graphic, they all had a leg up. They all had some sort of a start. That's the problem with left leaning. That's just the problem with the left, period. Like, we do not believe in the way that we believe in investing in our creators is, hey, this bill is about to pass tomorrow. Can you make a video about this today and get some signatures for this petition? We can't keep trying. Watch this space.
Is my sound working? Hello, it is me, Alex, the Devil's Advocate from Devil's Advocate Productions. I know this hour you're usually seeing Dieter's face and sometimes my face, but Deter needed to take off tonight. Oh, Rune's joining us and he's gone again. But I am here to fill in his mighty, mighty big shoes. So what's going on, folks? How's chat? How we doing? Welcome. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of serious news. It's awkward. It's about a creator. I guess you call him that. From what I understand, he was an attorney who was like friends with Olayemi, Olurin, of Ernani Productions and Leftist Mafia. Rune is joining us. And over the weekend, there were allegations flying around on Twitter, and I didn't know what to think or believe, so I didn't say anything. But the Vanguard boys have compiled a little video about it, and I just wanted to play this. It's about LOL Overruled. If you don't know, who is, again, I guess a content creator, a former lawyer, and I figured they're about to play Olay's video that she posted on Twitter about it. So I just wanted to play this, and it's even if you don't know the situation, it's a good video about how to address, if your friend does something fucked up. And here we go.
Alex, since
right, Alex is also his name. So LRL overruled was his Twitter name, and his real name I think is Alex Peter or something. So I'll let the Vanguard boys lead us in here.
That said a woman came forward saying that he sent an unsolicited dick pic, but it also looks like Olayemi Olurin, his former host, has addressed the
there were like harassment allegations, Me Too, think along the lines of Me Too kind of stuff.
allegations on Twitter, which I'm just seeing now. I haven't looked at her response yet, but
yeah, we can definitely take a look at that right now if you're ready. And also, we keep calling this guy by his internet pseudonym. His real name is, I think, Peter, right?
Alex Peter.
Alex Peter. Okay, he has two first names. What the hell? Either way, let's take a look at what Olay has to say, because Olay briefly co-hosted a podcast on YouTube with Alex. Since
and by the way, if it's loud, also I don't even know if I'm allowed to puff on a cigarette on stream, but if not, that's all right. I'll stop. What was I gonna say? Oh my god. Let's keep going.
This has dropped. Every episode has been deleted.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, they had a show together.
Has been LOL overruled to most of y'all on the internet has been my friend since about 2020, especially in a public capacity, right? Like, so I feel like as much as I cannot express y'all how much I hate having to come on the internet and like speak negatively about somebody that I have had a personal relationship with. Like, even where like
I'll just lean off screen.
Alex and I have never had a perfect friendship. I have always had my thoughts and stuff like that, but I do not believe in publicly talking negatively about people that I have interpersonal relationships with. That being said, this is way beyond that. And I feel like it is egregious to have a kind of public facing friendship like this, and for it to be publicly known now that your friend is like
yeah, let's put this up. This is a good reminder, Ronaldo. Olay didn't do it and is not responsible for his bullshit. Nobody messaged her and you know, it was her birthday the other day. She posted like, "Hey, it's happy birthday," whatever. And then like the next day, all this shit happened. So, you know, let it be her birthday. Let her still, you know, live in peace. Don't fucking go after her on, like, why would you? I know there's crazy. No, nobody in this chat is going to do that. But like anyone where this video may go in the future, if this is cut out. Yeah, obviously, she is not to answer for another adult.
This past doesn't seem, it feels insufficient. It feels woefully insufficient to describe not just like what people are talking about now and he's being publicly accused of, but like what I am hearing behind the scenes is the case. Like, to echo some of what Hassan's sentiments were in the video that he was hearing about him being abusive. Similarly, that is what I'm hearing about, and that is what I anticipate that the public is going to start hearing about more soon. And I don't have much that I could say other than like, I am so fucking disgusted and disappointed and blown away by, I'm blown away. And there's just no excuse for it, because the reality is Alex knows better. There's just no world. I see people floating around all these different like things, calling him like a sex addict and all these like different excuses and stuff that I'm like, I'm not sure where that's come from. It's like, Alex and I are not best friends. Like, I don't know everything about the man, but I've known him I don't know the man to be a sex addict or any of these things. None of this has been presented to me. And I say that to say that feels deliberate, right? Like, he's an attorney, he is a leftist, he's all these different things. He is cognizant of exactly why what he would.
I also thought he was gay. Like, I always thought he presented as gay on the internet, like, and not just like, I'm not saying the way he looks, I'm saying like he said things like, I'm into men. I thought, or maybe I was mixing up with a different account. Okay, thank you, Wanda. Bisexual, right? But I didn't know. I thought he was just, you know. So I didn't even think that this would be a thing that would happen.
be doing with the things that he's being accused of or what he has been doing is wrong. He knows, period, point blank, the end of it. He also knows what the consequences are. He knows all these dynamics. There's nothing that he does not know. So there's just no excuses that could be made for him on that front. And as far as all this, and I can only come to the conclusion that he knows what he's doing because he's known who to show it to. I've never, in all my time, you've never told me this. You ain't never told me you in all kind of gals DMs sending them this, and the next thing. I mean, maybe I'm a shitty friend that I was not reading the Substack to know that this was how he was giving it up.
That's kind of funny. But damn.
Nigga. Oh my God. I there's just no excuse for it. There's just no excuse for it. The only thing I feel compelled to say, because I see like everybody framing it this way, is like every commentary, tweet, post I see, people are like pinning it on, like they're making it this like thing about him being a leftist and the left, and not just like about that he's a leftist, because I think that's like, please point out the hypocrisy in somebody running around with this particular like political views and moral stance, and they're doing the exact opposite. Like, call hypocrisy what it is. But what I mean is specifically, I see people kind of like blaming his audience or like trying to like shame people who are fans of him, like, oh, this is what happens because y'all put leftist men on this pedestal and blah 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 blah, and this is because y'all weren't doing this, and this is because Alex did whatever the fuck Alex did. Don't put this on his audience. Don't put this on the left. Don't put this on none of that shit. The reality is people did not know. You cannot know what people ain't tell you. Like, they couldn't, what were they supposed to just say? Oh, well, he's a leftist guy. Must be a fucking pervert. Like, what, don't, please, let's everybody stay on focus. Like, call out and condemn the behavior. Focus it on Alex, but don't make this about his audience and moral grandstanding and shaming his, please. Yeah. Just respect people. Like, listen to the stories as people start to come forward. Respect them.
You can be a shitty person regardless of your political beliefs. Like, sure, if your political beliefs are like MAGA aligned, you might kind of have a higher probability of being a shittier person. But it depends on which policies, right? If you're super into taxation or whatever, like, that can be argued that's a reasonable position. Maybe, I mean, I don't believe it is, but there are ways to talk about taxation that doesn't devolve into, you know, what like Mehdi Hassan experienced when he went on Jubilee, like people yelling in his face to get out of the country. Like, that's crazy. So like if your belief system lines up with the, you know, ICE Gestapo rounding up citizens, like, yeah, you're a shitty person on some level. Like, you might be nice to your kids, but you still agree with a fascist government. Yeah, let's just finish this out here.
Y'all, I am so sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. And the fact that she alluded to other information that's even more damning, you know, beyond just like being creepy in a bunch of people's DMs, which is definitely unfortunate. But the fact that she's, you know, alluding to even worse abusive behavior behind the scenes, and the fact that she was willing to put out such a, you know, kind of just honest video about it.
Yeah, she was being very vulnerable, and she didn't have to, of course. She felt she needed to. She and wanted to address this person that, you know, again, like she said, publicly friends for 5 years. You know, going on shows together, having a show together, you know, collaborating and whatnot, and also being attorneys in New York. Like, that's another level of camaraderie, which I'm sure hurts her to a level that, like, excuse me, that like Anna Kasparian hurt Emma Vigeland and Christina from Christina's Corner, who's streaming on Twitch. I was just watching her before jumping over here. But yeah, I also wanted to just like point out, because they bring up, or at least I think Alex brought it up, that sex addiction is like the excuse he's using. And here's an article in Mashable, which I believe Matt Binder writes for. I think or Medium. I don't know. He writes for like a tech magazine. Sex addiction isn't recognized by science. So why are people still being diagnosed? It goes, let's see. Let's read a little bit. Let's do more than Tim Pool does. Okay, I've criticized Tim Pool to myself, yelling at the TV more times than I can count. And let's be better than him. And let's read the whole article. Or at least, I see why he just reads headlines. Hoisted by my own petard. I'm not reading that whole article with you guys. Jesus Christ. I just wanted to get this stuff out of the way. But anyway, let's read the first paragraph or two. Fresh out of the difficult break. No, this is a whole fucking story. It's like when you look up a goddamn recipe and they give you their life fucking story before they give you the recipe. Point is, sex addiction isn't real. And if you want any proof of that, look at the South Park episode Sex Addiction. Sexual Healing, 2010. South Park. This is season where? Where do I see? I see what season this is. Oh, season 14, episode 1. It's the Tiger Woods episode. It's very funny. But in that episode, it's basically like, there's an unspoken code with the men where they kind of like, yeah, why would a rich, famous person want to go bang a bunch of chicks? And their eyes dart around, make sure their wife isn't listening. Their wife heard them say that, Yeah, power corrupts anybody, but anybody can sexually harass. Anybody can be a piece of shit human being and hide it from your friends or so-called friends. Speaking of South Park, because it's my favorite show, and I am wearing a shirt to honor that it is Wednesday night. A new episode should be airing at 10, but it's not. It's airing next week. First of all, everybody, go to my channel. I saw this on Leftist Mafia last week and on the rerun that was just playing before I was live here. Talking about making a channel. Somebody should make a channel that's pop culture related, film, TV, music, video games, stuff like that. And kind of just make reviews, make reaction videos, make playthroughs. And that's what I did. And I did it kind of without thinking that that's what my goal is. But that's what I did. Oh, look at that. How do I... there's another one. Oh, it's this one? Nope. That's worse. Boom. Maybe this one's better. So I'm not so small. Go to my channel, folks. This is the very bottom, right? This is my first video up on my channel. It's a reel. See what I look like in high school. And this is the reel that I'd send out to jobs looking for film work. But yeah, I got a couple little animations, and then a playthrough of Resident Evil, Sekiro video, Tekken. My biggest video on my channel is a reaction to an Armored Core trailer from 2 years ago during a stream I was doing with some friends. But yeah, this was my first video, my review, the Joker 2 review. And Penguin was next because I was watching Penguin at the time. I was like, ooh, I like making that Joker review. I'm going to make another one. And then GNX came out. So I made GNX. And then, yes, this is a whole shameless plug section of my show that I'm doing right now. But I'm doing it for a purpose because I kept hearing on Leftist Mafia, on Majority Report, on Vanguard, people, them saying in the chat, saying, we want someone to make a channel that is this kind of content who has our kind of politics. And that's what I'm doing. I want to be a counter to Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and fucking That Star Wars Girl and Critical Drinker and so many of them, and even Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. I was looking before the show to see if Ben Shapiro did a Fantastic Four review. He did not. Only Superman. Interesting. I wonder why. But we are going to talk about Fantastic Four later. No spoilers, I promise. But just a little bit of the reaction that I've been seeing. And it's because it was something my fiance said when we saw the movie. She said she didn't like it that much. She didn't like it. I liked it more than she did. But I also had my problems with it. But she said it felt a little red pilled. And so I wanted to look at what some of the red pill grifter people were saying about this movie. And I'm going to show you later. But I just want to look through my fucking... This is my YouTube, right? This is all my shit. I got reactions to like game awards, game trailers, album reactions. This Screwface John, he's one of the music reactors I watch a lot. This is standard stuff that you could send to anybody. Post in Reddit, post under if you see Nerdrotic or Geeks and Gamers or whatever on Twitter or Ben Shapiro or whoever, any right-wing asshole on Twitter saying, here's my review of this movie coming out. You post mine right under them. You say, if you want to have a real review and not, mired in right-wing bullshit and politics, an unpolitical review. This is my Daredevil one. I'm proud of this one. And my Andor reviews. Let's not keep talking about myself. Jesus Christ. But my South Park one, if you see anybody posting about South Park, post this review under their fucking thing. Tyler Creator album. Shit goes fire. I did a Bob Villain video. Just listened to a couple of his songs. Spoilers, he's great. But yeah, man. This is the kind of stuff they're talking about on Leftist Mafia and Majority Report. Like, I want to make this stuff. I want to be a counter of these fucking fake fans. They're not really fans of these properties, man. Like, they're not fans of this art form properties. God, the shit that comes out of my mouth sometimes that you hear yourself say, right? Like content, like, I'd hate it. I hate it. But they've trained me. They've trained me to say that shit. They're not fans of these art forms, folks. They're not South Park fans. Tim Pool is not a fucking South Park fan. Okay? They thought they were, but they didn't grow with the creators. That's a lot of these people, man. My heroes, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. My heroes, Weird Al, Kevin Smith, George Lucas, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, Bam Margera, being part of Jackass and giving me the inspiration to be like, I can film my friends jumping into bushes. Maybe I'll do film. And who's the last one? Eminem and Bill Burr. I'll throw Bill Burr in there. I'm just thinking of actually formative before being a fully sentient person in high school. You know what I mean? But yeah, I did want to talk about South Park some more because I love it. And I love that it's pissing people off. By the way, folks, if you heard a little fan in the background, it's very hot in New York. And this is, wrong button. I'm trying to zoom in over here. They're talking about the air quality because we're going to get a lot of fog soon in New York when another heat dome or a second heat dome of the summer. And it's fucking hot. If you remember the election stream, I was sweating because it was hot as balls that day. But it is also racism. As I'm sure, shout out to Sandee, our lost brethren, who was kicked off YouTube right before the beginning of this space. Supposed to be on the inaugural stream. She's over on Twitch now. Mods, you can post her thing in the chat. I don't have it ready, but it's hot. So if you hear a fan in the back, it's the air conditioners going. But I wanted to share with everyone the Matt and Trey were at Comic-Con. Matt and Trey, the creators of South Park, were at Comic-Con, and they don't usually go. Like they don't usually make a lot of public appearances. Sometimes around when this new season is coming out, they'll do interviews and stuff, but like they don't like it. They've notoriously said it. I have all the DVDs and Blu-rays, and on the commentary that's on there, because after a certain season, they must have written a new deal where they didn't have to do commentaries anymore. Because in the commentaries, they say how much they hate doing commentaries. But they were at Comic-Con and they were asked about the new episode and, the president's reaction to it. And they had this to say.
Guys, did you anticipate the reaction today? Have you been following it? What do you make of it? We're terribly sorry. Fair enough.
And that's it. And that's fucking it. As Stan Lee would say, nuff said. Nuff said. I love they're just like, yeah, we're sorry. And if you know South Park, you'll know they had an episode which was I did look this up earlier, but I forget which episode this is. They had an episode where they talk. Oh, it's the Coon 2, which is, and the Coon is a superhero character that Cartman plays. He's a raccoon man, and he's like Batman, but a raccoon. And I'm not gonna play this because it's Comedy Central and it's Viacom, and I don't want to get flagged. But they were doing a play on the oil spill that happened from BP and the ads that came out afterwards, which were very like apologetic in tone. And they kind of, and he, in this clip that I won't show, he just keeps saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. We're so sorry. We did a spill and we're helping clean up the damage. And we just wanted to say, we're sorry. Sorry. Like, sorry. We don't give a fuck. We're going to fuck up your planet." Sorry if I was too loud there. I leaned into the mic a little bit. But I wanted to tell you that story to tell you this story, as Kevin Smith would say. The head of HR at South Park Studios put out a video. And I'm going to play the beginning of this video because it's sonically graphic at the end. And I don't know if YouTube will flag it or not, but he's doing the same bit from the BP episode. So I just wanted to play a little bit of this. And keep in mind, this is the head of HR.
From South Park, and I'm here. I'm one of the HR members from South Park, and I'm here to respond to the White House. We're sorry. Our accidental insults to the President of the United States was a tragedy that should have never happened. And to everyone who was affected by this, we just want to say, we're sorry. We're sorry. We are deeply sorry. See, here at South Park, our main priority is to make sure that the White House is happy. We're sorry.
Yeah. So he just they're coming out with a new episode next week. I'm very, very excited to see it. I wanted to show this still, and you know what? I'm gonna shoot this to Nick in the private chat, and he can take a look at it and see if I can show it or not. But if you go to the South Park Reddit, if you go to their Instagram, if you go to their Twitter, they have a little behind the scenes images of how they got some of that live action footage. And it is very, very funny. Because technically it's not offensive for an algorithm, but I don't know if an algorithm will recognize that. You know what I mean? That should be fine, I hope. All right, well, we'll see. Folks, we might let's see here. Okay. So this is how they got the shot. This is the whole crew, right, in the desert with the fake Donald Trump. And there's Trey Parker, co-creator of South Park, laying there with his finger up to get the shot that is supposed to be Donald Trump's little tiny wiener. And it is some of the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, making movies is fun, folks. Don't ever let anybody tell you that making movies isn't fun. Everyone's playing pretend. That's why they're called actors. That's what they're called, players, because it's a stage. And yeah, we're having fun here. I did want to play this, which is the no, I gotta switch the screen. Thanks, Nick. This is the trailer. It's only 20 seconds. We should be fine. This is the trailer for next week's episode. I'm super excited. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
Wednesday, August 6th.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
On an all-new South Park. The epic season continues.
We want to honor the president's courage.
Stop. South Park. New episode Wednesday, August 6th at 10 on Comedy Central and next day on Paramount Plus. Wednesday.
Okay, so folks, if you're not watching South Park, this is the, if you fell off, if you've heard of it and you never really checked it out, this is the season to watch. This is the season to watch. I saw somewhere else that their viewership on like Paramount Plus or some kind of metric or SouthParkStudios.com, I think it was, went up like 258% in a week. So next week is going to be fun. Yes, Sammy Cartman is Charlie Kirk is going to be fucking hilarious. I'm always iffy when they actually like put these people on because, you know, last year Eminem came out with the Death of Slim Shady album. And there's a line in, I believe it's Antichrist, where he makes a line about Kyle Rittenhouse. And it's not about him at all. It's literally just using his name as an example of someone who shot people, right? Because it's a whole rhyme scheme about shooting because it's Eminem. So he used his name in there, and I saw on Twitter, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse said, like, I didn't expect to wake up and find out that my name is in an Eminem song. Like, that's cool. But it's like, dude, he's not praising you. You're a murderer. He's saying you're a murderer. Like, that's, and it's base level just of reference so that he can rhyme your name. I don't like the line. I wish he figured out a different way to do it. But my point being, Charlie Kirk is going to, you know, be like, oh, I could take a joke. Come on, you know. And trust me, he's mad. He's mad. They're all mad, just like Tim Pool. Like, again, I was watching Christina's stream before, and she was showing a clip of Tim Pool talking about South Park. And he's saying, like, to Matt and Trey, like, my friends, come on, like, you could. And it's like, dude, they're not your fucking friends. They're not your friends. They're not my friends. I'm the biggest South Park fucking fan that I know. And I know they're not my friends. Okay? I'm not that parasocial with my heroes. I have my heroes. I like saying my heroes. Gives people like a framework of what kind of mindset I'm living with, which is like madness and cartoonings. But like, I know they're not my friends. I know they don't agree with me. They don't agree with the idea of people using their show as an example of like any kind of political statement. They've made shows about that. They've made shows about how they don't like people talking about their shows. And the episode in which they talk about that is called Scrotum McBooger Balls. It's a great episode. You should watch it. The episode title itself should tell you they do not take themselves this seriously. Now, Jon Stewart has also said similar in the past about I'm a comedian first and like I don't take it, but using the I'm comedian defense, you know, Joe Rogan uses it a lot. You still have to understand your impact, regardless of whether you think people should listen to you. I don't fucking think people should listen to me most of the time, you know, but I still respect that people do, that my words have an impact, have an effect on people, right or wrong. You know, some people are dumb. One of the biggest lies we've ever seen in our entire lives is the don't try this at home cry on that you'll see on any kind of stunt footage or sporting events and whatnot. Don't try this at home. But we all do. We're monkeys. Monkey see, monkey do. Anyways, South Park, folks. South Park. I do want to transition here. Let's look at chat for a little bit. I always neglect chat. And I actually have a chat now. Like, if you watch my Twitch streams, I'm also on Twitch. You'll see down there. Devil's Advocate Productions. Just look for the symbol. Look for the yellow smiley face with the pentagram and the horns. And that's me. I literally created this symbol in high school. I'm so glad I get to really use it now. Let's take a look at chat. Butters on one side, Carmen on the other. Yeah, that is very much the show. It's sweet. It cares. I mean, in a famous, my head is like an encyclopedia of South Park. In the episode, the Nambla episode, which is an old episode, you probably know that one, which is the National Association of Man-Boy Love Association or something. At the end of that episode, the whole point is that they're looking for equal rights too, because they're like, well, women and gay people got equal rights. Why can't we have equal rights? And at the end, they're doing a whole maybe society just hasn't gotten there yet. And maybe we need to, look into our hearts harder. And the boys are just like, dude, you F kids. We believe in civil rights and all that gay shit, but you F, go fuck yourself. And again, I'm quoting the show in using those words. But I did want to kind of, let's see. Anybody who thinks, no. What's going on in the chat here? I love chat, man. Yes, I mean, we're talking Ozzy. Yeah. My fiance's been actually having a really hard time today because of the funeral going on in England. For Ozzy, man, fucking rest in metal. He's not resting. He's fucking playing a show for the devil. I like to think that Ozzy Osbourne is playing a show in purgatory, which is neutral ground for heaven and hell. And the devil and God and all the angels and devils are chilling together on this neutral plane, rocking out to Ozzy while they torture Hulk Hogan and Theo, Malcolm Jamal Warner from The Cosby Show. Watches from heaven. That's kind of, they say celebrities always die in threes, and that's how I like to think they're spending their afterlife right now. Cartman fills a similar narrative in comedy functions. Archie Bunker, yes, absolutely. Latino, he's based off Archie Bunker. Literally, Matt and Trey said, kicking around ideas for this show, and we're like, you could never do All in the Family today in the 90s. It's so PC and politically correct. There's no way you get away with it. But what if it was a cartoon, and what if it was an 8-year-old boy who doesn't know any better? Then character kind of works. Thank you very much. I got this hat, Pork Chop Express, at when I went to go get Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is an awesome game that I unfortunately cannot stream on Twitch because I don't have a capture card. And also my TV is situated in a weird way. But I will have a review of that soon as well. That and Tony Hawk remakes, all the remakes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in a week or so, Jid drops a new album, God Does Love Ugly, or God Does Like Ugly, something like that. And I'm going to do a reaction video for that album. I really want to like Jid. He's so good. I heard him on the Fuel song on Eminem's, Death of Slim Shady last year. And he's so fucking good. I've heard his albums. I've listened to his albums. Maybe I was trying to rush through it. I don't know, but I just couldn't get into it. and I want to because he's such a fucking good lyricist. It's the beats. The beats don't match. If the beats are, I don't know, man. Like, watch my clips reaction. I did not fuck with that album very much. I was also having a bad day, but that album, it was. I love, like, again, technically they're rapping amazing. That's what I mean. Similar to JID, they're rapping amazing. The album, the sound of the songs, the sound of the music, not my style. Again, you know, if it's not, well, I don't know. Depending, it can be my style, depending on your mood. It's a particular mood kind of music, you know. But anyways, I got this hat at the Nintendo store when I went and bought Donkey Kong Bonanza. I waited in line for an hour before work, and because my job was like across the street, and I got it. So I was very happy because they've been sold out since Luigi happened in New York. They've been sold out. I've been checking the website. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about Fantastic Four and Superman to an extent, but again, no spoilers, or you know, I will try not. We're gonna play a little bit of these videos from Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic, but I trust me. If anyone is sensitive to spoilers, it is me. I go to great lengths to avoid spoilers. ever since I was little, but especially ever since one time my friend, who's not a friend anymore, and it's unrelated, but a friend at the time, Arkham City, Batman Arkham City was coming out. And I was super excited for it. He knew I was super excited for it. He got it before me, and he knew I was going to get it and play it, and he spoiled the ending. And the whole game, I was like, is he right? Is he right? Is he right? He's right. Okay, that's the end. And I didn't talk to him for the whole time I played the game. I didn't talk to him for quite a while after that. We did reconcile, but then we drifted apart anyways. However, anyway, I wanted to talk about Fantastic Four because my fiance said it felt a little red pill to her. And so I wanted to see in what way. And again, no mild spoilers, no spoilers. It's about, you know, they talk about the baby in the trailer. There's a baby in the movie. And a lot of it has to do with like motherhood and family and whatnot. And I just wanted to play a little bit. This is the Critical Drinker, folks. If you haven't had the displeasure of listening to him. I mean, you know what? I will say, at least the Drinker, I watched some of his stuff before I knew he went red pilled or was red pilled or whatever, when I was just getting into YouTube, and I didn't mind his reviews. Like, he can kind of separate the agenda from actual film critique a little bit. But here we go.
Battle for dominance at the July box office. I don't think many people were giving Fantastic Four great odds. Not only was it going up against a juggernaut like the Jurassic World franchise, which somehow keeps churning out billion-dollar movies despite becoming the dinosaur equivalent of the Fast and Furious, only less coherent, but it was also competing directly against James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn, a movie so insanely hyped up that you could almost forget there were actually other films coming out this summer. And it wasn't exactly taking on these competitors from a position of strength either. The MCU is a brand struggling for relevance and all
right, so like, you get it, right? You get his tone, you get the tone. They don't like Pedro Pascal. Now, this is a whole other situation. It's tied in with this, but there has been a weird campaign against, like a smear campaign against Pedro Pascal. It's very odd what they're doing. Like, they're trying to make it seem like he's being forced into movies, and you know, kind of on the press tours, like any image of him, you know, arm around his co-star, they're like, oh, he's creepy towards women or whatever. Maybe because he's supportive of trans rights, probably. Maybe because he's you know, outwardly pro-Palestinian, also that. He's openly left-wing and anti-fascist. Like, maybe those things. They're definitely trying to do another Red Scare, another McCarthyism. And it's Stephen Millerism, and it's not as crafty. It's sloppy and blunt. And I don't think average people are going to buy this kind of shit. But I did want to, I don't know where.
No way.
It is. I mean, he even praises Pascal's acting in this review. Let's just fuck the review, because I can't scroll to where it is. What he says in it, essentially, and Nerdrotic shares the same sentiments, is that the movie centers around a tech billionaire, presumably billionaire, Reed Richards. Most of the plot is driven, or at least he's almost a plot device. Most of the plot is driven by Sue Storm. And something they also praise is that Sue Storm is not a girl boss. Like they thought she was going to be a girl boss or some variation of that. This is Nerdrotic's video. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna. I'm just gonna show the where is it? This. If you see, like, learn these symbols, folks. Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, that Star Wars girl, specifically that Star Wars girl. Andy Signor, fucking. There's a lot of them out there, and I want you to learn these names, because your kids might be watching them. Like, if you have kids watching this, like, your kids might be watching these reviews, because, like my channel, they are just review of Fantastic Four, review of Superman. You know, I mean, this one is titled literally Fantastic Four First Steps Review, the best Marvel film of the year. Critical Drinkers is Fantastic Four. This movie shocked me. You know, generic titles. You're searching for reviews after you see a movie, and you're gonna come across some of these channels. Like, it'll get recommended to you, folks. That's how I found out about them. And tell your kids, make sure not to watch it. And also, don't, if you do have kids and you are trying to get them not to watch these, give them an alternative. You know, I curse in my reviews, so you might not want to show them mine. You might, you know, depending on your opinion or your rule set when it comes to cursing in your house. Not much, you know, it's not excessive. I'm still aware I'm on YouTube and I'm trying not to get pulled down. But, you know, Jesse Gender has great reviews. Jesse Gender After Dark. Dan Murrell has great reviews. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all. I'm vamping, folks. Like, I'm good. I'm good to keep going. I know we have stuff at 8:00 in 15 minutes, but I am good to keep going. I'm going to be back at 9:00 with Matt the Letterhack on Hey FunnyBook. I'm going to talk some comics, which reminds me, I wanted to advertise a comic right now. This is Frank Miller, and Raphael Grandpa is the artist. Frank Miller, of course, wrote The Dark Knight Returns and Sin City and 300 and a lot of other books. Ronin. This is crazy artwork, first of all. Like, there is crazy artwork. It is a sequel to his Dark Knight run, his trilogy, I believe, at that point. There are... You know, you don't need to know much going in, though. You can just pick this up and read it. It is about revolution. It is about the old fogies needing to get out of the way, how it seems like they'll never leave, that they keep getting reincarnated. Evil keeps getting reincarnated over and over, but there's always a new generation ready to take up the fight. Great book. Well, I wouldn't say great. I'd say weird, fun. It's Frank Miller. Take it. like, give it a shot. It's only $18. It's probably cheaper now. But I wanted to talk about, like, has anybody seen Fantastic Four? Has anybody seen Superman in the chat? And I'm just gonna throw up this while we talk and just show you some channels I watch, because I watch Dan Murrell as soon as I get home from the theater. He used to be on Screen Junkies. Screen Junkies, if you don't know, created Honest Trailers, which are very funny and still funny, but it's kind of all they do. They used to have a lot more content and actual movie reviews and panel shows, and it was really great, but some kind of corporate structure fell apart. Well, Andy Signore, the creator of it, got fucking Me Too. Like, he did bad shit. Tied into the beginning of the show, folks. He did bad shit. His friends had to be like, yeah, actually, he did do bad shit. We didn't know. And the overall company fired him. But Dan Murrell came out of that, has his own channel. He's the guy I come to first. I would also put in Jesse Gender. Specifically Jesse Gender After Dark. I don't know why she named it that. But I mean, I get it. I get it. But, like, it's not spicy content. It's pop culture content. But her reviews are great. I'd watch hers before Andor. I make my Andor reviews every week when those were coming out. Who else? Red Letter Media, of course. They are, they're OGs. They post whatever they want. So you're lucky if you get a current thing from them. But when they do, and I always watch it. See, Struggle Nation. I love Struggle Nation. Struggle Nation is more a reaction channel for me, at least. They have a lot of content, much like my channel. I would highly recommend them, too. They curse a lot, too, though, if you have kids. But I still haven't watched their Fantastic Four review. I want to. But, yeah, they got a lot of, Peacemaker, Gen V. Most of their stuff is reaction stuff. And I didn't know that I would be so into reaction content. Like, why would I want to watch somebody else watch something? But it's so you get the same kind of dopamine that you, or a similar kind of dopamine that you do if you show your friend a trailer, or you show your friend or loved one a TV show or a movie that you really like, or a song you really like. So I got into their, movie and TV reaction content, and I'll show some music reactors too. Let me just talk to Chad a little bit. Hi, Chad. How you doing, folks? I'm gonna prof. Also, his art on those old Wolverine comics were amazing. Oh yeah, Frank Miller. Well, Frank Miller's Wolverine is a run you guys have to read. You can buy it. It's short. It's probably cheap. From the 80s. It's like that whole, like, why does Wolverine have anything to do with samurais in Japan? That's the answer. Frank Miller's Wolverine. This is just funny. Donald Trump has PEDO on his knuckles. Miller's Daredevils, also fucking awesome. Also, yeah, that is essential. Speaking of my Daredevil review on my channel, the Frank Miller Daredevil run is the basis of the entire Netflix show and modern Daredevil in general. He got to do Daredevil and he did Batman with year one. A lot of Frank Miller talk. I'm sure me and Matt will get into it on his show. But yeah, let me show you some music reactors. Because again, I didn't know this was a thing until that Eminem album came out, and I started getting recommended videos for the Not Like Us music video. If you want to hear that story, watch my Kendrick reactions. Watch my I went to see Kendrick live in concert video about that. What am I doing? Here we go. So Screwface Jean is one I go to pretty immediately. He uploads a lot. He's on top of it. He's very funny and outlandish. Also, good politics. Good politics. Like Low-key, high-key, good politics. He's been in conversation with FD Signifier. Like, he's been on podcasts, big rap music podcasts, because he is, he blew up during the Kendrick Drake beef. His channel did, and he's a rapper himself. He has a lot of good insight into music. He's talked to Fantano. He's talked to, Fantano's another one. If you don't know, now you know. Finish that line. Finish that. If you don't know Fantano, oh geez, this Fantano from the Needle Drop apparently has his own website, so he must have been on YouTube for a long time to have his own website. The Needle Drop, but yeah, he makes YouTube videos and covers music extensively and great politics. He just did I literally just watched this video about Azalea Banks. I wouldn't mind watching that with y'all to finish this out because it is a wild situation. I don't even remember her. Like, I only remember her in as much as there was two Azaleas to remember. There was Iggy Azalea and there was Azalea Banks. You got to remember two of them. And which one's white, which one's black. Who's another good one? Jay Black. Jay Black's another good reviewer. He's mostly like apolitical, but when he does bring it up, it's usually in the positive, in the positive. These are just good ones to have on deck for your friends with kids, for you with kids. Who else? I mean, Rap Latte. Rap Latte is great. It is, Torre from MSNBC? Well, here's what he's doing now. Rap Latte with Torre and Green Man, right? No, King Green. My bad. He's a rapper. They talk about music. And, former colleague of Crystal Ball of Breaking Points. I used to watch them on the show The Cycle on MSNBC, which was their version of The Five on Fox, a panel roundtable show. There was just 4 of them instead of the titular 5 on Fox. But another, great politics, still has great politics, and really in-depth music reviews. They have a conversation with Fantano. The Company Man is another one. He's mostly apolitical, but just good on music news. Zand, how do you spell his name? Jebri? No. It's always a trick to Google. Mortal Kombat rap. Yes? No? No. Fuck. I don't remember his name. He was on Leftist Mafia. It's Zaid something. Yeah, sorry. But folks, we managed to fill up most of an hour. I'm not ending. I just want to remind everyone. Spread my videos around. Like, for real. Like, that's your mission. That's your homework assignment. Subspace. That's what it is for this week. If you see a Superman, anything relating to Superman, Fantastic Four, South Park, anything music related, Tyler, the Creator, whatnot, post my videos under those posts. Make posts on those subreddits. Get the channel out there so that I want to be able to fucking have a conversation with Nerdrotic. I want to have a conversation with Tim Pool. Fuck. On South Park? On movies? I can fucking demolish all of them. It wouldn't be a debate so much as it would be a conversation because I want to know where they're coming from. Like, why are they doing this, dude? Like, this whole nerd grifter thing is so fucking crazy. Like, is it just the Russian money? Like, is it that it? Like, you can just make Tim Pool churns out a bunch of videos a day, man. Like the quartering, that's the one I was missing the whole damn time. The quartering is another fucking jackass. Him and Tim Pool churn out like, so I was watching them at the same time. And, you know, again, the algorithm recommended it because I'm looking up Marvel news. I'm looking up DC news. I'm looking up Star Wars news on YouTube, and their channels are recommended to me. So I start watching them, and I keep having to pause the videos and argue with the screen because they don't know what they're talking about. They just read the headline. They didn't even read the rest of the article. Now, I didn't read the rest of the article in that earlier clip, but we knew what it had to say. Now, look, I am being a little hypocritical. It's fine. My point is, they sit in their fucking room. I wish I had their job, dude. I want their job. I want to take their job. Bring it back to South Park. I want to take their job. I want to take their fucking jobs. I want to be the East Coast Asana. I want to be the guy who talks about movies and video games and music and TV. I want to make movies. Fuck YouTube, fuck the internet, fuck Twitch. This is not what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. I didn't know this was an option. But I want to make movies, man. I want to make comics. I want to make video games. I want to make these things. So some of these reviewers, Chris Stuckman, that's another good one. I'm going to share the screen one last time. This is inspiration right here. Now, his reviews are very good, kind of straightforward, but I appreciate them. This dude has made his movie. Red Letter Media also made a movie. Are these movies great? I don't know. I haven't seen them. His movie just came out. I haven't seen Red Letter Media's Space Cop. Another reviewer, Kevin Smith is a director. He's not a reviewer, but he makes reviews. And one of the shows he does is with a writer named Mark Bernardin, and he's made a movie. You know, something he never thought he would be able to do. He thought he was just going to critique film and whatever. He was a writer for many years for Entertainment Magazine, big inspiration. But you know, I want to be what Vanguard's asking for. I want to be what Majority Report's asking for. I want to be what Leftist Mafia is asking for. I want to be that nerd guy. I want to be the pop culture guy who talks about shit but with good politics. Anyways, folks, that's my time. I'll be on in an hour with Matt the Letterhack. Folks, take care.
As frustrating as this topic is to cover due to the ongoing disregard of human life in Gaza, it does appear that the dam may be breaking on the reality of Israel's genocide in Gaza, as two key shifts in the narrative have led to a situation where one former president has seemingly come out of retirement, the Canadian Prime Minister is now saying something different, and even Trump is in some way acknowledging the reality of what is going on, though to be clear, no policy has changed as of yet. That said, I do want to go over I guess this is breaking news in the sense that it's a moment right now where we are witnessing finally some change in terms of what people in positions of power are saying. And that I believe is at least partly due to what I'll get to later with Emmanuel Macron in France, but also today with the acknowledgement from two Israel-based human rights organizations that Israel is committing a genocide. And the headlines that this is making, I hope, will lead to an ongoing shift in the narrative around the reality of that genocide. So to start here, I just think it's worth sharing this headline from a year ago from CNN. Israeli minister says it may be moral to starve 2 million Gazans, but no one in the world would let us. They were openly calling for this at least a year ago. Of course, you can go well back to the beginning of this. It was clear what they were doing. But out in the open saying, hey, it's moral for us to starve them, but the world wouldn't let us. Except that they did. So Gaza suffering man-made mass starvation, says World Health Organization chief. As The Guardian writes here, Gaza is suffering man-made mass starvation caused by the blockade of aid into the territory. The head of the World Health Organization has said as more than 100 agencies urged Israel to let supplies in to alleviate the crisis. A letter signed by 109 agencies, including Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam International, and Amnesty International, says the Israeli government is blocking humanitarian organizations from effectively distributing life-saving aid. This has been going on for a while now. The reporting on this has been clear. Yet leaders in positions of power that have been aligned with the Israeli government generally have been unwilling to come to terms with this in a way that would actually help to shift policy in Israel. So from Common Dreams, according to a statement from UNICEF on Sunday, quote, the entire population of over 2 million people in Gaza is severely food insecure. 1 out of every 3 people has not eaten for days, and 80% of all reported deaths by starvation are children. Virtually all of Gaza's population of 2 million has been displaced, with 92% of residential buildings destroyed or damaged. The people of Gaza overwhelmingly live without water and electricity as infrastructure has been destroyed. So, worth noting, Israeli citizens, I could show polls here as well. It's been clear that they have been in support of what their government has been doing largely. There's also been those further extreme within Israel that, as of a year ago, were blocking and destroying aid being delivered into Gaza, but that's been happening more recently as well. Hard to know how to react to that. So this from PBS. This is the news that I think can potentially lead to a global narrative shift, at least in terms of lawmakers, people in power, because the public already appears to be well aware of this. I'm talking, Canadians, Americans. I haven't seen polling from Europe and the UK, but I imagine it's similar, if not clearer. But now you have acknowledgement from 2 Israeli human rights organizations saying their country is committing a genocide. So the 2 organizations are B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel. Now, this is making international headlines. CNN World here, for the first time, 2 leading Israeli human rights groups accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza. Headline as well in the New York Times, as well as a headline in the Washington Post. It often takes a moment like this for others to be willing to acknowledge the reality. Because there has been this ongoing, insane narrative that criticizing the Israeli government is somehow anti-Semitic, which I feel like I don't have to explain how stupid that is, because I've done it so many times. Criticizing a government cannot inherently be offensive. You are criticizing the actions of a government. So now that you have Israel-based human rights organizations recognizing this reality, and it's getting publicized widely, I would hope this will lead to an ongoing shift in how this is discussed more broadly. Let me play for you a clip from B'Tselem's announcement of this, and I'll link to their full video below as well.
לאורך ההיסטוריה, רוב העמים שביצעו ג'נוסייד לא הבינו והכירו בזמן אמת את המשמעות של מה שהם עושים. וזה בדיוק מה שקורה עכשיו בישראל. כל זה רק מגביר את המחויבות שלנו להעיד על הדברים כמו שהם, ולקרוא באופן ברור לכל מי ששומע אותנו, לעשות הכל כדי לעצור את זה.
אנשים וממשלות צריכים לנקוט בכל הפעולות שעומדות לרשותם במסגרת החוק הבינלאומי, כדי לגרום לממשלת ישראל להפסיק את הג'נוסייד ברצועת עזה עכשיו.
So again, I'll link to their full 8-minute video below. It's worth watching if you want a full comprehensive breakdown of why they came to this conclusion. But a quote here from the report, Common Dreams quoting this here, saying, following the examination of 20 months of data, the group wrote that Israel's military onslaught on Gaza has included mass killings, both directly and through creating unlivable conditions, serious bodily or mental harm to an entire population, decimation of basic infrastructure throughout the Strip, and forcible displacement on a huge scale, with ethnic cleansing added to the list of official war objectives. And the other group, Physicians for Human Rights, wrote this in their report. Over the past 22 months, Israel has systematically targeted medical infrastructure across the Gaza Strip, attacking 33 of 36 Gaza's hospitals and clinics, depriving them of fuel and water. More than 1,800 of Gaza's medical staff have been killed or detained. It's unfortunate it took this long to come to this conclusion. You have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, have already came to this conclusion over a year ago. That said, it's important this is out now, and this has the potential to shift the whole narrative on what's been going on. So this is where we get to how Israel has been deflecting for the past couple of years, how they keep getting away with this. So this UN headline here is perfect. UN warns of catastrophic hunger in Gaza as Israel announces humanitarian pauses. These humanitarian pauses, oh, don't worry, we're going to deliver some aid during these pauses, have been a way for them to try and claim that they are helping. Which, let's step back for a second. They're the ones committing a genocide. Yet, they're also the ones that are supposedly helping the people of Gaza, while they're the ones creating the conditions on the ground that is the genocide. That they are, like, the whole thing is so twisted. But this gets to a fantastic clip, to my surprise, from the BBC here on the clarity around what Netanyahu's government does in their ability to deflect from criticism with these humanitarian pauses.
I was wondering if you see a parallel with the way Russia deals with Ukraine and pressure, because at moments where the international community is most outraged, we constantly see Putin muddy the water, offer talks, that sort of thing. It's distraction, and it then allows for a time for temperatures to cool, and then we see a continuation of the policy. I wonder if that is what we're seeing from Benjamin Netanyahu, where we talk about humanitarian pauses or airdrops, the same tactic.
I think that's very insightful, actually. And when it comes to the airdrops, I realize that some people will want the airdrops to go forward because they think, well, at least it's something, and something is better than nothing. And I completely appreciate that. But the reality is that the airdrops are the most ineffective way of getting any aid into Gaza. You can have these incredibly expensive airdrops take place, and they don't even bring in the equivalent of 2 trucks. Whereas what Gaza needs at bare minimum is anything from 600 trucks a day upwards in order to simply bring the population to a livable kind of condition. But the announcement of airdrops, the announcement of letting in some aid, even if that aid is, less than 1% of what's actually needed, provides Netanyahu and his government the ability to say that they've done something in response to international demands that they take action. But actually, it's still not doing what's necessary on the ground. And the ongoing policy of trying to get Palestinians to move from the north and from the center of Gaza further down south into, quote unquote, a camp where Palestinians would be concentrated. Okay, this is what the Israelis themselves are talking about. It's still going on. You have Palestinians who are still being killed as they approach these humanitarian depots run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. You still have dozens of people being killed every day. That hasn't stopped.
Israel has been intentionally, knowingly, having these humanitarian pauses, the ability for trucks to deliver some aid as a way to deflect from their ongoing successful genocide in Gaza. It has allowed them to get to this point. So anyone who has been defending the Israeli government up till now, they've been helping the Palestinians as they continue to destroy them in mass slaughter. Anyone who's been reporting that or parroting those talking points are just completely insane. It's clear what's been going on, that to the point where you even have now Israel-based human rights organizations recognizing that fact. This gets to the reaction from some lawmakers. So, or I guess world leaders. Donald Trump was asked about the starvation in Gaza. Here's how he reacted.
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. But we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food, and other nations are now stepping up.
So maybe Trump's obsession with television has, in this case, maybe benefited him. Though, if that was the case, they wouldn't have gotten this far. He would have known what was already going on. But there's a recognition there of the starvation of Gaza. But again, I don't want to make it seem like, oh, this is fantastic. Now they're going to stop Israel from doing what they're doing. The U.S. government, you could argue, has been the reason Israel has been allowed to continue this genocide for as long as they have. Because they have had the protection of the U.S., despite many other countries being very clear about what's been going on well before this. You have the U.S. continuing to send weapons, send money to Israel as they have been committing a genocide. Now, France's Emmanuel Macron did come out last week to state that they are going to recognize Palestine as a state, which on its own, I would argue, isn't as big of a deal as some people are making it out to be. Many other countries, over 100 other countries, already recognize Palestine as a state. But this being a major one in France does have the potential to influence the dynamics around other G7 countries that have a close relationship with Israel. And you could argue we maybe are already kind of seeing that influence. So Barack Obama, a couple days later after France's announcement, is now finally coming out of retirement and recognizing what's been going on in Gaza, tweeting here, aid must be permitted to reach people in Gaza. There is no justification for keeping food and water away from civilian families. Again, it's unfortunate it has taken this long for a former world leader that people once had a lot of hope in to recognize this reality. But I'm showing this to show you that there is some movement here in terms of the recognition of what is happening. So Mark Carney, Canadian Prime Minister, was also asked about this.
Emmanuel Macron has announced that France will fully recognize Palestinian statehood later this year. Will Canada follow suit? And if not, why?
Well, the first thing is to recognize the scale at which we do and deplore the scale of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Also the challenges in the West Bank. The lack of respect of the territorial integrity of Palestine and the West Bank.
That was the best part of his answer, and then he goes on to both sides this issue, which is insane at this point. But it is worth acknowledging that the questions are starting. There is beginning to be some pressure from what I would consider to be, mainstream press. Global News is a mainstream network in Canada. And Carney did come out to call Israel denying humanitarian aid in Gaza a violation of international law, which, again, these are strongly worded letters, all right? I'm not trying to give Carney too much credit here, but there is a shift in the narrative. And when you have the snowball begin to roll with Emmanuel Macron, France, I don't think it's crazy to assume that there is going to be a shift here in how these countries approach Israel. But it has come so very late. Like, we are at the point now where it's hard to imagine what life will be like for Palestinians that remain in Gaza for the foreseeable future, just because of the level of destruction that the Israeli government has created in that country. I just want to end on the one thing that has continued to frustrate me as somebody covering these issues from Propagandolf here. Another instance of the left being principled and correct from the beginning, only for liberals to inevitably come to the same conclusion years too late, and not a single one will admit they were wrong. It's been so frustrating to witness the scale of this when we were calling this out from the beginning. Well, before October 7th, I've been discussing the human rights abuses being committed by the Israeli government, the obvious, just the level of control that the Israeli government has had over Palestinians, the control over the borders, over the food, over the water, over the electricity, the obvious apartheid state. So to have to get to this point, it's just been horrifying, honestly horrifying. And it's become tougher and tougher to know what to say in these videos because I have covered this from every angle in every which way 100 times over. And we just need to see some actual change here. We need our world leaders to step up and do something. Because at this point, even when they do something, if they finally do something, it'll be too late. It shouldn't have got to this point.
You voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn.
Rarely am I ever so blown away by an interview that I have to do a video on the interview, but here we are. This was a fantastic interview from Breaking Points, particularly Crystal Ball, where they interviewed Elissa Slotkin, the Democratic senator, who is a mainstream Democrat. In other words, she is on the right. In any other political context, any other country, she'd be in a right-wing party. But in the U.S., she's in the Democratic Party. And she was grilled in a way that I don't think she expected, because this is not the kind of interview lawmakers normally have when they're on most places. So I'm going to get to a few clips here. And of course, I will link to the full interview below the video. I do think the full thing is worth watching because I'm just taking out a few clips here. But let me get to the first clip. To me, this is so informative of Elissa Slotkin's worldview, where this is a brief clip here, but they're discussing Zoran Mamdani, and she discusses why she isn't politically aligned with him.
I can have plenty of disagreements with what I've heard Mr. Mamdani propose, and I do. But that message coming out of that election...
What do you disagree with?
Just, my family was a fourth generation hot dog business. Like, I am here because we live the American dream through capitalism.
So you being born into wealth is why you can't support universal childcare, free bus service, freezing the rent, or city-owned grocery stores, which is the Zoran Mamdani platform for New York City. Like, it's amazing that Zoran and Elissa Slotkin are in the same party, because their entire ethos is completely different. This shows you the view that a lot of Democrats, especially Democratic senators, have. It's this protection around capitalism from a very privileged perspective, where they clearly, using her own words, she's not fighting for working class people. She has a perspective of being born into wealth, and that's what she's defending. So, it's just, to me, like, it's such a giveaway that they're not even conscious of what they are telling people. But this gets to the next clip here, and a lot of this is going to be about Gaza. I'll get to that in a bit. But this clip here is about, why did Slotkin go on the show? I think this is a great question from Crystal Ball. And again, it gives us a lot of insight into the thought process here.
Forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like, we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious what your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Like, Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so, like, bitter.
All right, so I want to give Elissa Slotkin credit here for even going on the show. Most mainstream Democrats do not go on YouTube shows, but I don't think she really understood what she was walking into. To me, this comes off as somebody who thought she was walking into the YouTube version of Morning Joe, where you have, one Democrat, one Republican, though, I know, Joe Scarborough now says he's Democrat, whatever. But you know what I'm saying, where you have 2 essentially Washington mainstream perspectives, and that's what she was walking into. That's not what this is. Crystal Ball has a very principled position, or principled positions in how she discusses issues. Saagar, I don't really know what his motivations are sometimes. To be honest, I don't watch the show very often when he's on because I have a very hard time listening to him, but that's a whole other conversation. Slock in here, I don't think she really saw what was coming, because especially when they get into Gaza, which is the next few clips now, there is consensus between Saagar and Crystal on this issue. And Alyssa Slotkin really comes off as somebody who is both out of touch and amoral in her responses. So here is Crystal's question on Gaza. The framing on this is fantastic.
Listen, I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have my words. That's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, you know, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, you know, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention, I mean, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. So let's deal not in strawman, but me and here and now.
In terms of what, so.
All right, so I'll get to the rest of that answer where Slotkin puts herself in a horrible position again. But this was, the framing on this is something you simply do not see in any other legacy media, broadcast, cable news context. Their voting record, Alyssa Slotkin's voting record, voting completely with Israel on absolutely everything, while at the same time Slotkin is trying to claim that she cares about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza when she is doing nothing to put pressure on the actual Israeli government. It's an obvious and clear conflict that there is no answer to, except for the fact that Alyssa Slotkin does not act as a senator from a principled position. And we're going to get to that very thing, how she discusses what motivates her, which goes to exposing the absurdity of all of this, of how these politicians operate. But let me get to the rest of her answer here.
To me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look.
Do you understand how insane this is? You are discussing the most important thing is getting humanitarian aid into this place that there's a genocide going on. Yet, the ones committing the genocide, you will not even consider or even stake claim that you want to stop offensive weapons when they're using those weapons to commit the genocide that you now are saying is so important we have to bring this aid in. Yet you don't want to stop what's causing the genocide. It is like there is no defense of this position. And I love how clearly exposed this is, and that this is the mainstream position for Democrats and Republicans. So Republicans, of course, you know, we've seen how absolutely blatantly disgusting their position on this is and has been forever. There's no debating that. The reason why, as Slotkin points out earlier, she gets defensive about the level of protests, I guess, which I haven't seen numbers on, pre-Trump and post-Trump. But the reason why she may have felt more pressure when Biden was in power is because people understand that Democrats are at least supposed to have some sort of moral clarity when it comes to a genocide. There's already the assumption that, of course, the Republicans don't care. Like, there's no denying that. But there's going to be at least some senators, some Congress people that do care in the Democratic Party, and we have seen that, but there isn't enough of them to actually mount a real pressure campaign. So this idea that your focus right now is humanitarian aid, yet you will not condemn or cut off the weapons to the country committing the genocide, it is just absolutely nuts. This gets to, so I actually want to play a clip here. It's a quick clip from the Pod Save America guys, because this is, a very mainstream Democratic podcast that is mainstream in the sense of the Democratic voter. And this is their position on this.
And I don't think Democratic candidates should take money from AIPAC or vote to fund military support for Israel anymore. Like, I really don't. In this government, absolutely not. And that especially includes, I think, the next Democratic nominee for president.
Things I want to see Democrats at least calling for is cutting off military assistance to Israel. Yep. It's a rich country, by the way. They don't need our $3 billion a year. And hands up, right? Barack Obama signed a 10-year MOU for $3.3 billion a year. So we're part of the problem here. Mm-hmm. Let's correct it. I would like to see talk about sanctioning Israeli government officials who use genocidal rhetoric or who talk about ethnic cleansing openly. We should support a ceasefire resolution at the UN. We should demand that international press be allowed into the Gaza Strip to report on what's happening without an IDF minder. It's insane. The press still can't go into Gaza and cover what's happening. And I also think there has to be a total mindset change in the Democratic Party. When the war ends, we are not going back to the pre-October 7th status quo, because it's not where the party is. It's not where the world is. We're not going to shovel billions a year in military aid. We're not going to veto every effort to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN. We should not take money from AIPAC. And I will hold out hope for better political leadership in the US and in Israel. But we have to also recognize that the Biden era Hug Bibi Netanyahu strategy has to be thrown in the trash can for fucking ever. Netanyahu is a bad actor. He's continuing a war for political purposes. He bombs Lebanon when he wants to. He bombs Iran when he wants to. He bombs Syria when he wants to. This is not a partner we can count on. This is not someone who is leading to calm and stability in the region, which should be a core interest.
At this point, cutting off military funding for a government that is starving 2 million people and advertising how they're ethnically cleansing the Palestinians seems like the least we can do.
I think this is great insight. Seeing a podcast like this espouse what should be just the bare minimum obvious position that the Democratic Party should have, when they are too far to the left of where the current Democratic Party is, it shows you how far right the Democratic Party is. When you have polls coming out showing Democrats are even less popular than Donald Trump is, even though Donald Trump is very unpopular, it shows you that the party has lost everybody. The Democratic base does not like the Democratic Party, because they don't see a party that is actually fighting Trump properly or even having staked proper moral human rights positions on an issue like Gaza. This is I don't think Democrats truly understand how screwed they are if they maintain this defense of a genocidal Israeli government. Let me get to the last clip here. This is where that very thing is brought up. Is this a genocide? It, of course, is. But here's how Alyssa Slotkin reacts to it.
B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, what responsibility does a United States senator have? This is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. What responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why?
But it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
They're announcing
but didn't you
it.
say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. This is open from the Israeli government. They're saying it. Their
And
Minister
from Trump,
of National
too.
Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. and we need to encourage migration.
Look,
they're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli
Yeah.
government is saying right now. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are.
So it's not just about the genocide. We have relationships with neighbors, regardless of what they're doing. This exposes how Washington operates, how people like Alyssa Slotkin and lawmakers like her, regardless of if they're Republican, Democrats, how the vast majority of them operate. They respect these friendships regardless of what their friend is doing. To think you know better, like to not acknowledge this as a genocide and think you know better than human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem in Israel, Amnesty International, the UN, that you, Alyssa Slotkin, you have a better analysis of what is or isn't a genocide or ethnic cleansing than they do. Like, come on. She obviously knows what it is. She does not want to state it because she is prioritizing the relationship with the country of Israel over what they are committing in a genocide in Gaza. It is gross, it's disgusting, but it takes interviews like this where these actual questions are brought up and they're drilled upon again and again and again to get to the heart of what the problem is here. So again, fantastic interview from Breaking Points, and I don't expect Alyssa Slotkin to decide to go back on that show. And honestly, I would expect a lot of other lawmakers to avoid the show now because they know that they're going to be drilled on this. This is unfortunately the reality, is when they're able to escape these sorts of questions, or I should say avoid them altogether by going on places like CNN, MSNBC, and stay put in their very comfortable spaces of what they're normally asked from a right-wing perspective, then they're not faced with questions of morality or principles. They are simply operating within the confines of what is already just normal Washington culture in the acceptance of a genocide for the benefit of your relationship with that country. I hope a lot of people see this interview. From what I'm seeing in the numbers here, they are. So this is good that this is getting out, and I will link to it below the video. It is definitely worth the watch.
All right, kids. A few years ago, a girl was picked up from the mall by her babysitter. That girl began to cry once she got in the car because one little brat said a bathing suit made her look too fat and too flat. The girl had been shopping at Victoria's Secret for her first co-ed pool party, and her babysitter just so happened to be a singer-songwriter who will go on to write a song about this incident, exposing something or somebody in the process. That was Jax with Victoria's Secret. The song went viral in the summer of 2022, hit the Billboard charts, and got a response from Victoria's Secret. As CEO of Victoria's Secret and Pink, I can wholeheartedly say that we are all committed to building a community where everyone feels seen and respected, said Amy Houck. You know, before the company brought back the Victoria's Secret fashion show, along with the angels and their unrealistic body image. So there's that. I bring this up for 3 reasons. 1, Jax said her intention was never to take down a brand. 2, she admitted to having not only body issues when she was younger, but eating problems that companies like Victoria's Secret contributed to. And 3, Victoria's Secret didn't sue her. Keep that in mind because that old man who lives in Ohio can't be taken down, evidently. And before I continue, here's a disclaimer for the rest of the video. Let's get started. This is Leslie Wexner, and to non-Ohioans, congrats to them for that, they're barely aware of who he is. I mean, living here, I know him for more than his brands. I also know he takes no L's. L Brands Wiggins! You got him with the execution. Whew. they're going to appreciate the efforts. That's how you get them to forget about that Hulu documentary connected.
Let me begin with Les and just talk about where did you get this idea?
I think the first purchase of land was 30 or 40 acres.
L Brands. Today we're going to talk about the longest running CEO of a Fortune 500 company, the richest man in Ohio, who has the biggest house in the state, built a country club, a mall, and a highway to get him to the airport or downtown. Or did I just make up the original purpose of 670? And Jeffrey Epstein saw and touched all that, having or being Wexner's power of attorney.
It should be recorded that you had a lot of people that cared fussing about, shadow lines and coursing of bricks and mailboxes and what should be the diameter of the trees that we're planting.
So how did Les Wexner go from cultivating a community with care and consideration and attention to detail to him not knowing what his financial manager of 20 years was doing? I'm making everybody honorary natives of Columbus, not New Albany. They can't afford to live there. See what I see. Sure, Wexner's name is on a hospital around here and an art museum that I worked at in college, but also local police reports. Be one of us, and George Santos, apparently. He also wants to know, why does no one ever talk about the one true person who enabled Jeffrey Epstein, Les Wexner? And he knows a thing or three about trying to conceal who they really are. And are we willing to accept that the Merlin of the mall was, according to him, being taken advantage of by someone who is so depraved? He admitted that it's something he's embarrassed he's even close to. Is that the end of it?
Everyone has to feel enormous regret for the advantage that was taken of so many young women. And that's just unexplainable, abhorrent behavior, and clearly is something we all would condemn.
Leslie Herbert Wexner was born in Dayton, Ohio in 1937 and raised in Bexley, where he graduated from high school. He is an alum of The Ohio State University, and I was going to say that he took over his family's clothing and apparel business in his 20s, but they closed down their store to join his. Prior to Bath & Body Works, Abercrombie & Fitch, Lane Bryant, Learn New York, and so on, there was The Limited, which he founded in the 60s. 6 years after its opening, The Limited went public, and it's one of many successes that led to Wexner being the businessman he set out to be. Contrary to popular belief, Les Wexner did not invent Victoria's Secret. He made it what it is. The same can be said about New Albany, Ohio, by the way. Wexner bought Vicky's from Roy Raymond for around $1 million in the early 80s. By 1992, it was worth an estimated $1 billion. And you should know that Raymond was skeptical of Wexner. When I met him, it was as if he met the devil. Those are Wexner's words. Also, there is a Victoria, a fictional character that Les invented as a backstory for the brand. And then, as the Bachelor billionaire, Les's dealings took him back and forth to New York, where he met Jeffrey Epstein, who used to teach at the Dalton School in Manhattan, where Donald Barr served as headmaster from 1964 to 1974. Donald being the father of Bill Barr, Trump's former U.S. Attorney General. And I don't want to make this about the current president, but I could. Although Epstein began teaching math and science at Dalton 3 months after Donald Barr left, and sometime after dropping out of college. And yes, the sci-fi novel written by Donald Barr about people being trafficked for space sex is a coincidence. Speaking of weird,
in 1989, Wexner asked Harold Levin to meet with a young financier named Jeffrey Epstein on his next trip to New York. Levin agreed, but quickly identified Epstein as a fraud. Levin told Vanity Fair, Epstein was trying to explain a currency trade he wanted to do. I have an MBA from Ohio State, and I didn't understand a word the man said.
Harold Levin added that Epstein didn't even have a computer on his desk. Levin quit his job, and Wexner was the primary client of Epstein. Could have been his only client. Now, again, while I'm not going to focus on Trump, him and Elon Musk are the reasons why Epstein has been in the news a lot more lately. But Whenever Donald is making the Epstein saga worse for himself, every single time he talks or posts something on it, it gives me an opportunity to find another link to Wexner hiding in plain sight.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
Standing beside Trump and laughing because this topic in particular is funny to the people who currently hold enough power to do something about it, the GOP, here is a tweet from the Republican House Judiciary featuring a link that leads to its own base getting rickrolled. Anyways, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein's longtime neighbor who bought his townhome in Manhattan from a trust controlled by Epstein and Les Wexner. Lutnick bought his townhouse on East 71st Street in 1998. Epstein bought his townhouse next door from Wexner for on the house. He also got a private jet from Wexner at a discount, which became the infamous Lolita Express. It was said that executives of L Brands, which Les founded, reported to Wexner in the mid-1990s that Epstein was posing as a Victoria's Secret recruiter in order to gain access to the models. And you know what? I think I found audio of some of those encounters.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the do anything.
I'm not going to make this about Trump. Wexner waved away accusations that he didn't take action as if he was not made aware of what was alleged when Epstein was abusing his power as a not paid, non-employee of Victoria's Secret. But you better believe Jeffrey Epstein owned at least 2 properties in New Albany. One was a gift. The second one was a little over a half-mile away from Wexner's mansion that Epstein bought for $3.5 million. Maria Farmer, 26 years old at the time, said that she was invited to Epstein's home in the summer of 1996 to work on an art project. When she tried to run away from the home after being assaulted by Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, Farmer said security guards from Wexner's team refused to let her leave for around 12 hours. Farmer agreed to dismiss the lawsuit in 2021 after Epstein's estate, he was dead by then, made her an offer through the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, according to federal court documents. Oh yeah, there's a fund. And Maxwell is in prison for trafficking underage girls to nobody. When Farmer returned to New York from Ohio, she said she filed a police report about her alleged assault. She said officers at that precinct encouraged her to speak to the FBI, which she says she did. No one appeared to act on her report, she says, until the FBI knocked on her door in 2006 to interview her about Epstein. That per NBC4. To this point, I can't imagine what Jeffrey Epstein had on Les Wexner. Wexner couldn't have been swayed by Epstein's charisma or anything like that. And by all accounts and stories and details and reports, Ghislaine Maxwell was the one who had this swag that was described as posh with her accent and the way she carried herself. And real quick, picture someone who finds an excuse to not put the Epstein list out there. What do they look like?
I talked to President Trump man to man, eye to eye on St. Patrick's Day about this and the Kennedy files and the King files. It was all one conversation. And he said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed.
Hey, that last guy might have gotten fired once upon a time due to misogyny and sexism. So Trump is trying to protect people. Since when? E. Jean Carroll took Donald Trump to trial, and it's not like he kept it kosher. He says she wasn't his type, even though he thought she looked like his ex-wife Marla. His words, not mine. Whatever. The internet is finding ways to make it easier to access the files. For example, releasing the Epstein list on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert. And I'm an Android user, but they should send the Epstein list to everyone's phones like that U2 album. So we can hear from the Alicia Ardens of the world. Alicia Arden is an actor who accused Epstein of SA. She spoke to Inside Edition about her experience in 2019 and spoke again during a press conference the week when Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested in the summer of 2020. Arden says she was SA'd by Epstein at Shutters on the Beach Hotel in Santa Monica, California in 1997 when she was 28 and an aspiring model. She added that she filed a police report with a precinct in Santa Monica, but she never heard back from a detective or a prosecutor. And if I'm not mistaken, the first federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was launched under the George W. Bush administration. Closed it with no charges or convictions. And another federal investigation was launched in July of 2019 under Trump, after Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. Epstein died one way or another in August 2019 while Trump was still in office. It's not as simple as that. More context is needed due to how complex this subject is. But the GOP has been involved. Plus, you know who is not on the Epstein list? Undocumented immigrants. With that said, I don't think Republicans actually care about Jeffrey Epstein or his victims.
The Republican Party has protected child predators for years in Trump's orbit and beyond. Roy Moore, Republican from Alabama, former DA, assaulted minors. Ray Holmberg, North Dakota state senator, pled guilty to paying for sex with male minors and distributing child porn. 45 years in jail. Ruben Verestegi, RNC staffer who got 12 years for child abuse material. George Nader, former Trump donor, 10 years in prison. Robert Morris, Trump's spiritual advisor who a 12-year-old girl. And oh yeah, Matt Gaetz.
Okay, look, I was going to steer clear of partisanship this episode. After all, Les Wexner isn't the most political person out there, at least not in the ways one would think. He was a Republican. He hosted a fundraiser for Mitt Romney in 2012 and donated to his super PAC. Wexner also donated to the super PAC of Jeb Bush's presidential campaign in 2016. He may claim to be independent sometime after that. Wouldn't surprise me if he did some Lex Luthor stuff behind the scenes either way. Even with that, doing homework for this thing, I came across so many pictures of Epstein with so many people on the right and the left, the center. The point is, there are far less photos of Epstein with Wexner, yet there are far more connections between the two of them than with almost anyone other than Ghislaine Maxwell. So why bring party affiliation into it? Well, remember how we got here.
But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right?
You know, I think part of why Kamala's getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That last guy may have gotten fired once upon a time due to misogyny and sexism. A political party campaigned on the Jeffrey Epstein files, pretending like at 45-47-1, the Epstein client list would be made public and pinning its privacy on the other side of the aisle. I guess the punchline is because Bill Clinton has ties to Epstein, but come on. It shouldn't take a leftist progressive to say that politicians and pundits, ambassadors and actors, royals or regular folks don't want their people implicated with the terms flight logs or island at this point, let alone the real thing. And all of them, no matter their politics, should be put in prison if they did you know what with you know who. When Elon Musk dropped the really big bomb that President Donald Trump is in the Epstein file, saying that is the real reason they have not been made public, before telling DJT to have a nice day, then regretting some of his posts about him for going too far, I didn't think it would make right-wing influencers change their minds about seeking justice, but here we are, yet some narratives remain.
The president has decided that's no longer important. So why we can just leave us alone so we can make our money? A little bit of market manipulation, a little bit of bigotry. Can't we just hate women in peace? Why y'all keep talking about this?
I was hired to lead Jeffrey Epstein's defense as his criminal lawyer 9 days before he died. He sought my advice for months before that. I can say authoritatively, unequivocally, and definitively that he had no information to hurt President Trump. I specifically asked him. Republican lawmakers blocked a move that could have forced President Donald Trump's administration to release the files on Jeffrey Epstein's death and investigation. I heard that as I was writing this episode, and who knows what's going to come out while I'm editing this thing. I did catch that the Wall Street Journal published this exclusive article. For Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, friends created a book of bawdy letters. One was from Trump. Another, I might add, was from Alan Dershowitz, Trump's and Epstein's former attorney. Donald was trying to block the article from seeing the light of day, probably because he didn't want the world to know that he typed words on paper, then framed them in the outline of a naked woman's body that he drew by hand, making small arcs to form women's breasts, and with his signature below her waist representing public hair. That per the Wall Street Journal, of course. Trump said he would sue them. And yeah, it's well worth mentioning that our president supposedly ended his letter years ago with, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret," whatever that means. Wexner wrote, "I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is." And after the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breasts. I'm allowing myself to veer away from Leslie just so I can stress that Republicans and conservatives and the right will call anybody and everybody a groomer or pedo, which does nothing to combat actual crimes or criminals, but they will champion shallow causes and con men. And here's what I'm talking about. In the summer of 2023, a movie called Sound of Freedom hit theaters, starring Jim Caviezel as Tim Ballard, whose efforts to stop child sex trafficking were being glorified in this film. Social media claimed that AMC and other theater chains had intentionally denied people's tickets to Sound of Freedom, shut off air conditioning in the rooms playing the movie specifically, left theater lights on, and fire alarms were going off in order to keep people from getting that message.
People come out and complain, it's not our fault. We have to get this situated so that everybody can feel accommodated, and then we'll restart the movie, okay?
Restart the movie? Hold on.
Why is it that they really don't want us to watch The Sound of Freedom? Are pedos being defended and protected? By who? Who's they? What would we get from this message that we wouldn't get elsewhere? Was Jim Caviezel's QAnon crazy self going to get charges and convictions for landlords or bosses or billionaires or the police or anyone in power that Fox News likes? Sound of Freedom was an unexpected hit. The CEO of AMC had to address these conspiracy theories and tell people that his movie theater wasn't sabotaging itself. Angel Studios, who distributed the movie, had to acknowledge the rumors and make it clear that they weren't accurate. A co-founder of Angel Studios thanked AMC CEO. Going back to Tim Ballard, a former Trump appointee and U.S. Homeland Security agent who founded Operation Underground Railroad, or OUR, a nonprofit child rescue group whose operations supposedly liberated thousands of trafficked women and children. Well, Ballard, who inspired Sound of Freedom, was sued by 5 women alleging sexual assault. He resigned from his group when he was under investigation by an outside firm hired by OUR for allegedly coercing at least 7 women to act like wives on overseas missions, an allegation he has denied. Another man involved with Sound of Freedom and Operation Underground Railroad has been accused of sexual misconduct, this time for groping the breast of an alleged girl. It was captured on video. He got a handsy. The question is, how old was she? And did she consent? Could she consent? They really don't want us to watch The Sound of Freedom. Bet. Watching donates to the cause. Proceeds from ticket sales were going to go towards OUR. Cool. As Vice News had previously reported, a number of OUR's claims about its work are dramatically overstated or without clear documentary evidence. In another story uncovered by Vice News, OUR heavily marketed its role in the rescue of Liliana, a young trafficking survivor. But Liliana rescued herself and did not meet OUR representatives until years after she'd done so, when she was preparing to testify against her traffickers in court. People who have volunteered for OUR have raised concerns that it could actually have been creating demand for trafficking victims by going to foreign countries on undercover missions that, at times, have seemed to consist of walking around to bars and sex clubs asking for underage girls. In reality, the majority of child victims of trafficking are teenagers who have been kicked out of their homes, often because they are LGBTQ+ or gender nonconforming. Most younger child victims are trafficked by parents with substance abuse problems trying to buy drugs, while most child victims are much older than the ones seen in Sound of Freedom. Republicans, conservatives, and the right only care about groomers and pedos if they can own the libs. I know this because, per experts, child trafficking is commonplace because of a lack of treatment plans for people with drug abuse issues, a lack of social safety nets for families in poverty, and a lack of support for queer and gender non-conforming youth. These reactionaries don't care about preventing harm for these already marginalized people. So, Jeffrey Epstein's victim, Virginia Giuffre, claimed that she was trafficked to Les Wexner between 3 and 10 times. Ms. Giuffre said that she was instructed by Maxwell to wear lingerie for less. When asked why she said in a previous interrogation by police that she didn't believe Wexner would say the truth, Giuffre said that it was because he had done things that were wrong. He participated in sex with minors, she said. Ghislaine Maxwell met Giuffre at Mar-a-Lago when she was around the age of 17. For what it's worth, Ms. Giuffre said that she had never seen Donald Trump engaging in any wrongdoing during her time at Epstein's home, but claimed he would have seen several disturbing photos with salacious acts of girls, young girls, doing things to each other that would be considered child pornography all around the house. Virginia Giuffre died by suicide a few months ago. She was 41. Les Wexner is still alive and well and should be. Has he ever been questioned by the FBI or interviewed by the Department of Justice? He's 87 years old now and shows no signs of slowing down. He just bought a home in Martha's Vineyard. He's made billions from AI. Les Wexner has donated to the United Way, OSU's Academic Medical Center, the Wexner Center for the Arts, along with the Columbus Foundation. And even in death, Epstein's fingerprints and signature remain on contracts, deeds, and decisions made all around here. I didn't even get to Edward Razik, Wexner's right-hand man who managed the Vicky's fashion shows. Way problematic. Wexner told Vanity Fair in 2003 that Epstein was a most loyal friend who is very smart with a combination of excellent judgment and unusually high standards. 18 months after Florida authorities charged Epstein with multiple counts of molestation and unlawful sexual activity with a minor in 2006, Wexner cut ties with him. In March of 1985, Arthur Shapiro, a lawyer who reportedly personally oversaw the account for The Limited, was due to testify before a grand jury over his tax dodging and was shot twice at point-blank range in a mob-style murder that has never been solved. I need to say, allegations, 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 accusations, accusations, accusations. I'll leave you with this from Columbus Monthly. In Columbus, it's hard to reconcile these two conflicting portraits. How can the same man be so savvy and so naive, so brilliant and so blind? How could Wexner, who's avoided scandal all his life and is married to a tireless advocate for children and abused women, associate himself with someone who turned out to be of such questionable character, someone who was arrested in early July 2019 on sex trafficking charges? We may never know Victoria's Secret, but we gonna be all right.
What is happening, everybody? It's Matt Strackbein, aka the Letterhack, with you now. Just in time for Hey Funny Book. What's up? Very good to see you. It's actually raining here for the first time in a long time, and it's creating a little bit of havoc, but I think we're going to get through it. Look, just before I kick it off, Jeff Wiggins, we going to be all right. Banger. Right before that, Rational National, another banger. Look at this. We're just lining up content for you. Maybe you saw that. Those are pretty in-depth commentaries over those stories by both those guys, David Doel and Jeff Wiggins. You're bound to pick up new nuance, details you didn't catch the first time. This space, original content, but also syndicated content. Do you have family and friends who just leave CNN on in the background? Stop that. Stop that. You could just have us on in the background. Think about it. So anyway, just huge thanks to those guys for contributing and to everyone who's contributing. I also want to send out a huge thanks to our mods. The moderators at this space have a tireless job. We stream for long hours, and there's always one or two of them, if not much more, hanging out, making sure that everything is tip-top, keeping us safe, and informing you on how to support all of our contributors. That's just, a big part of what we do here is promote where you can get the rest of their content. So if you see somebody on this space, you can go check them out on social media, all their other platforms, Twitch, YouTube, wherever else they are. And we will give you those ways and tell you how to do that. And also how to support them monetarily, because this is a working class media collective. And you better believe that everyone here is just, it's a hustle to a degree. And they come off like very polished and professional broadcasters despite the hustle, which means they are hustlers. And I mean that in the best possible way. I also want to give a big thank you to producer Nick. Nick is sitting here making it happen all day. There's a lot of contact, and look, I don't want to make it sound like Nick needs a lot of contact, but we're in contact all day. And that guy is working. Like, he is getting it done. So huge shout out to producer Nick as well as our moderators. And look, I also have to shout out this next guy because he was holding it down earlier last minute. I've been seeing him like everywhere. I've been on movie night extravaganza, I think 5 times over the last few years. Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions has been on there twice in like a couple of weeks or 3 weeks. So he's catching up to me. I'll bring him on now. Everyone, say hello to our good buddy. What's up, Alex? Good to see you.
Hey, how you doing, folks? I'm back.
He's back. Look, thank you sincerely. I get to thank you straight to your face. Thanks for holding it down earlier. I really do appreciate that, buddy.
No worries at all. I do appreciate you shouting out. We are a working class collective. I shouted out. I talked a lot about my YouTube channel and Twitch and whatnot during my stream an hour ago. But I do have a Cash App. I just created that. It's linked on YouTube and Twitch. I always forget to mention it. They have it. The mods have it.
There you go.
So, yeah, we are working class. We're trying hard. We're out here in these streets live all day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, and you had a huge get last night on your show. Yesterday, you had Pascal on from the Pascal show.
That was fun. That was
my old buddy. Yeah, that was awesome, man. Good for you. I've done some T-shirts for his stuff, for his merch. Yeah. It was, we were making fun of celebrities. It was fun. I won't go into it, but it sort of had to do with Aquaman.
Oh, cool.
and that's sort of, I'm being vague and cryptic on purpose, but you of all people could probably connect the dots. If not now, then later on tonight you'll go, oh, that's what it was. And if not, I'll tell you in a DM. I'll make sure you know. Okay, so look.
Speaking of Aquaman.
Well, this is why I brought you on. So there's been a lot of discussion about superhero movies, what some people call comic book movies. I take issue with that term. There's been a lot of discussion on air with myself talking to people about these things. And I tend to, I don't know if bite my tongue is the right way to phrase it, but let me tell you this. After these discussions, I have a notes document open right now. I've been keeping a list of notes of all the things that I wish I could have said, but just don't want to get into like an argument or a debate or ruin anyone's vibe. You know what I mean? And so if people are on here talking about like, oh, I love comic book movies. And I hear that term comic book movie. I sort of just go, all right, go. But then I got to write down, this is why it's not a fucking comic book movie, right? I'm just trying to keep myself sane by like
It's a
keeping
different
these
medium.
notes.
Yeah, you don't call it a novel movie when
that's
we're
my
talking about Jaws.
my line, right? Did you hear that from me?
I think so, probably.
Yeah. No one calls it a novel movie when it's adapted from a novel, right? So why are you calling it a comic book movie? They're different. But this all amounts to like my hot take. And so I thought I would have you on to talk about this because you know me, right? We've talked about this before and we've DM'd about it enough. And you know, we're on Discord together. So let me just kind of lay it out and get your take. And then maybe I could just go through these notes I've been keeping on like what's bugging me and what I kind of, you know, I'm trying to rationalize it for myself. I'm basically fucking journaling here about comic book, quote unquote comic book.
I have tons
movies.
of notes that like I intend to make into some kind of video or content.
Okay, right on.
Content. Oh God, I said it again.
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, here's my hot take. My hot take is that superhero movies and movies based on comics generally blow it every single time. Even if they're entertaining, they basically miss the mark. And I don't think they're setting out. Hold on, I got to get through it or else I'll freak out and be like, I still didn't get to go through. Like, they miss the mark in terms of they're not really making a movie sometimes, right? To the extreme. That's one of several reasons why I think comic books are better than movies, but the movies and the hype industry around it, and I'm using the term movie so that we have that context, although I could debate that forever.
Shows.
Yeah. But like, you know, the hype industry around it, which I think is different than marketing. Hype is different than marketing in this case, because the hype is mostly grassroots, right? It's like a bunch of YouTube videos about stuff. Like one teaser trailer will come out and it's like, look at all the videos. Here's what you missed. Let's break it down. This is what this means. This is from this book. This is what he said about this 3 months ago, a year ago. It all relates. It's connected. It's a hype thing and it's all grassroots. But the hype machine takes all the fun out of it. And I love how like you're just dying to chime in. Just hold on. No, I like it because this is good. Like I can just stop and let you rip. But movie reviews, critiques, reaction videos, I love that stuff. Like your content, I love it. It's great, right? I have no issue with this stuff. That's what you would expect. But each of these movies turns into something that has nothing to do with the story because of they're expecting all this hype. It's centered on like Easter eggs, teases, and like sneak peeks, and like there's this massive vibe of everyone. Here's my greater point. Everyone is waiting with bated breath to see if it's gonna suck. And I think that's something that everyone needs to admit, myself included. Most people online aren't waiting for something to be good. We're waiting for something to not meet our expectations. And after the teasers drop and all the grassroots hype videos, it starts to split into two groups generally, right? Yeah. They dissect the hell out of these teasers, and then the hype machine splits into hate machine or fanboy machine. And it's just more online division and drama. So I don't think they're movies. I think they're hype machines around franchises based on comic book characters. I've yet to see anything based on a comic book, even if it's a straight adaptation. Those are few and far between. What do you got?
Okay. Many different points made here. I think that last one about people are waiting for a thing to suck is larger. It's a much larger societal thing. Like it's the reason why they went to the Coliseum to see gladiators. Like it's the reason why we go to NASCAR. We're waiting for the car crash. We're waiting for that thing.
Why are they doing it around?
It becomes a camp of is it good or is it bad? Star Wars, comic book movies, superhero movies. I said it. See, it's how easy it comes out. I think that's broad and goes across all kinds of fandoms, sports, politics, like. But because we were seeing it right now with Trump and the Epstein stuff, like, which side are they going to pick? But I think movies they started out making movies based on these characters because that's what they knew how to do. Like, you know, they made radio shows of Superman and early comics and Batman, and they made serials of that.
I'm talking about the modern. I'm talking about
Right.
MCU and whatever
But, like,
DC Studios is trying to do all the time.
I think Superman, James Gunn, like the James Gunn Superman movie, I liked it. I enjoyed it more than Fantastic Four by a little bit.
Let me ask a question about this.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell directed the Fantastic Four, but James Gunn is everywhere. He's part of the hype. He's part of the franchise now. It's James Gunn's DCU, right? So like, there's a brand, right?
And that's kind of a new thing. You know,
I know.
Kevin
Like, they
Feige
didn't do it
is
with
the
Snyder.
guy. Yeah.
They barely do it with Marvel at all, really. I mean, you kind of know who they are. You know who the
Kevin, you know who Kevin Feige is.
Yeah, and the brothers, I forget their name.
The
all of a
Russo
sudden.
brothers.
Yeah, the Russo brothers, exactly.
But like,
it's not like
I think
this.
James Gunn's Superman kind of goes along with some other James Gunn movies I've seen where they're really good, but they feel like it's such a slice of life. It feels like you're watching Clerks or like Days of Confused when you're watching one of his movies. And those are great movies and I love them, but it may not feel as epic as like a Snyder thing or as like the first Iron Man or Batman Begins or something. I think Batman, like at post Avengers, I'd say you're right. And they became slop hype machines, some of which is grassroots, some of which is like, we're just making bots to make up things. Oh, here's an AI trailer of Tom Holland in the Spider-Man 4. Here's, you know, I mean, the stuff around Spider-Verse. Well, no, what was the third one called? Far From Home? No Way Home.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't like any of those, but
they you know, the hype train was massive, and a lot of it was bot accounts or just you know, people riding that wave and making.
But the
up
movies
stuff.
become like audience capture to a degree.
Yes.
I can't. It's like every
And the
time
movies
that
suffer.
every time the character takes his mask off to talk, I'm like, we know who I don't care who's playing the part.
Yeah.
You idiot. If the story was gonna, this is why a lot of times there's like a first installment, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty good, and then it's like, now it's a franchise. Now they don't care anymore. Like the first Batman Begins, I was like, oh wow. Halfway through, I don't even care if he became Batman. This is like great Bruce Wayne movie. You know what I mean? Like this is really good. But then after that, it was like, oh, now they're just gonna do Batman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was like ads with Batman and a milk mustache for the guy.
And I understand your critique, and I watch. Hey, I watch.
No, I love dogs. Let him rip.
He's
Oh,
barking
but
at
hey,
his food.
you're the master. You discipline as you see fit. Don't let me get in.
I was thinking about your video that you made, and the main point about the Christopher Reeve Superman ruining Superman. Well, as a
just
character because it
stunted his growth.
Yeah, the movies influenced the comics, and very much so. I talked about it with Christina a week or two ago. It very much kind of DC and Marvel, the comic book companies, and Image, you know, when they can get a movie made, because Spawn's been in development forever. They think people are going to go to the movies and see Superman and then be so jazzed that they go to the comic book store and buy Superman comics. Now, that's never been the case, but except for right now with Superman, ironically, but they think they need to change the character in the book to reflect the character on the screen, which is dumb. So they'll tell a mandate to a writer who's currently writing Spider-Man. He has to have organic webs because Tobey Maguire has organic webs, and we don't want people confused.
Yeah, look at Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn character completely reinvented.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. But Harley, you wouldn't have gotten her without the TV show. So it's a give and take. And I think it's more take. That's why I think that's kind of acceptable. It's like you have this cartoon, and then they put it in the comics, and then the movie altered it.
I think whatever. At the end of the day, I don't care. But it's the kind of thing that I think about like way too much, and it's always seems to be potentially opposition or conflicting with what other people think. But since we mentioned Batman, just real quick, have you heard the rumor about Alan Ritchson being Batman? This is the guy that plays Jack Reacher in the Prime Reacher TV show.
I listen to Kevin Smith's podcasts a lot.
Okay,
and
I haven't heard it, but is
anyone been campaigning for that to happen? And
I think that's the hype machine. I think I think that rumor is a plant.
That's what I'm saying.
Richardson, Gunn, they're like, no one's saying it. I think they plant the rumor to gauge audience, like if they're going to be into it or not.
Yeah, and that's the other thing where you're right.
Kevin
like,
Smith
it has
is totally
only gotten worse over the years as these movies have gotten so much more popular. The companies have acquiesced more and more and gone, oh God, we'll ask the audience what they want in the next movie. And that's why they announced Robert Downey Jr. as Doom, to see audience reaction. Do they like this? Do they not? Do we have time? We have time to rewrite it. Like that's great.
It's such a sleeper for me.
Committee. And that's what I feel like the Fantastic Four movie fell into a little bit.
Oh, really? Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm also not excited to see it.
It's fun. Like it's fun. It's cool.
Did you read Alex Ross's Full Circle Fantastic Four graphic novel? Oh my God, it's amazing. You got to read it. It's like a one-off hardback book he did a couple of years ago. It's fantastic. It is.
I love Alex Ross.
Like,
I
just
think
adapt
Alex Ross
that.
is the greatest art.
Well, and he wrote it too. So okay, so check this out. Here's what I want to, and I know I'm sort of like bulldozing, but like I said, I've had this shit pent up for too long.
Yeah,
like
no,
months
please.
now.
Me too.
So
for years.
see, like, let's just talk about adaptations for a second. And I always use Del Toro with Hellboy as the example. I was arguably the most popular Hellboy fan in North America for several years, for a long time. And I'm not kidding. That was true. and I'm like huge nerd here. Okay. I've made Hellboy comics. So like when he said, oh my God, this is the perfect thing to adapt to a movie. I've been wanting to do it for years. He's talked about it for a long time before he did it. He's like, this is the perfect thing, but I'm going to change some shit. I'm going to take liberties. And people do this all the time. And it generally comes down to like two reasons, right? One of them is it's not going to make sense to the audience. It doesn't translate to the screen. And the other one is, this is why I wanted to do it, which I think they never say that. They never come out and say it. But I think that this is like the bullshit reason is they aren't giving the audience credit on the one hand, and on the other hand, they think they know better. Now, when it comes to Hellboy, Mike Mignola, the creator, was like, man, by all means, do what you want. Have fun with the character. Okay, great. But like, as all the viewers out here are going, okay, well, this isn't right, but whatever, fuck it. And now you have all these people who are like, Ron Perlman is Hellboy, period. That's it. But that's the only Hellboy they know. So like you said, I wish you drove them back to the comic shop. I wish they were buying the books and reading those, but they're not. So what do you think? Why is it that they want to make, I mean, I get it now. The Avengers has gone on so long that it's like ultimate, it's mega franchise. They have to do it. Feed the machine, right? They have to. But like, why in the first place is somebody like, I want to make this comic into a movie. Step two, I'm going to change shit.
Well,
even Watchmen.
Okay, so yeah, Watchmen, like some of these TV shows are, I mean, first of all, it's the market, the market being studios thinking this is what people want, right? So, I'm excited about the Naked Gun movie because comedies don't exist anymore, because comedies have been absorbed by action movies and horror movies.
I don't know. I thought Old Guard 2 was pretty funny. It's so funny. I turned it off in like 10
horror
minutes.
Movie called Bring Her Back recently.
I just saw 28 Years Later. Oh my God, that's good.
Okay,
really
all right,
good.
I have to check it out.
It's amazing.
But I think companies they're chasing this hype machine, and they are asking the audience what they want. And as much as we can,
they shouldn't take liberties.
They shouldn't take liberties.
Adapt it.
Hellboy, dude. Hellboy, Mike Mignola, and that attitude of I wrote and drew this, so it's mine. Like Akira Toriyama or like Robert Kirkman didn't draw his own stuff, but Robert Kirkman in an interview with Kevin Smith said, you know, I sold it to AMC. I said, here's The Walking Dead. You can do whatever with it. You know, here's Invincible to Amazon. You can do whatever with it. If you want the actual story, read my comics. They're there. They're done. Like, I don't care what kind of adaptation you make out of it. And I respect that attitude, but yeah, like you said, you go to see a Hellboy movie and it's not the book.
I mean, they got close with The Crooked Man, the most recent one.
Really? Because I know he like helped direct that, Mike Mignola.
But like
that's
they
really cool
still
that you got to work on that book. I love his work.
Change it.
I actually haven't read Hellboy yet.
Oh, I got one email forwarded to me from him, and it was the name of a demon.
Oh shit!
It was the editor. I said, "Hey, you guys never named this demon. I'm putting him in the book. Like, what's the official name? Do you want to reveal that?" And the editor was like, "Hold on, I'm asking Mike." And then I get this. Now they were in Oregon, and I was in Colorado, so it was 2 hours behind. It was midnight for me when it came through, so I was like, "That's kind of cool." So it's just a forwarded email from Mike Mignola. It was a demon's name, and I was like, "That's kind of cool, man." So anyway, look. If I was going to adapt a comic, I would first tell myself there is no greater method of storytelling than the unconventional and liberating method of comic book storytelling. Now, if I'm going to make a movie based on this, I need to do it right. Not, well, I'm a genius. Everyone else is a baby brain. So I'll make changes so no one gets confused. Fucking confuse me. Well, I've never gone into a movie saying I better not be confused. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But like if I didn't get it, that's different.
People are unwilling to be challenged and they don't want their ideas challenged. And studios think that people don't want their ideas challenged. So they're hesitant to make stuff that does challenge your ideas.
So
like
that's a problem
Superman,
everywhere.
Like Andor, like these things that have messages in them that are clear as day. And it's a miracle they got through. I think when it comes to adaptations in particular, thank you for reminding me. Sometimes I want to jump in because I know I'm going to forget it if I don't. But
you should just interrupt me.
sometimes these creatives, you know, you're a writer, you're a TV writer, and you go from gig to gig, and you have a story that you've been wanting to tell for years and years and years, and this is your chance. You're the showrunner now. You can tell the story you want to tell, but you happen to be working on Ironheart or Miss Marvel or She-Hulk or whatever, and you really Secret Invasion or Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Like those are shows where clearly the writers wanted to tell a different kind of story, but they just happened to be working for Marvel and had to do this as their job, and they've done. And I feel like, you know, the industry, it's also part of Hollywood, obviously. And once you make your auteur festival darling movie, then, and you get like awards talk, then you make your awards movie, and then you go make a studio Marvel movie. And that is the pipeline of directors of the last several, like couple decades.
But like
the Russos, like you brought up.
So this is why I think it's cheap, because it gives the impression that the only comic books out there are Marvel and DC. There are so many comic books out there that are just fucking exceptional.
Yeah, and Marvel
pieces of
horrible
art.
companies.
if I could give you, not off the top of my head, but if you gave me a minute, I could go pick out 6 books from this bookshelf behind me that would be mega hit movies. And they're not even action movies, right? They're not even like superhero. Yeah, there's so much out there that people would be like, oh my God, that's my new favorite thing, without it having to be like, well, who's in it? Is it jokey? Are there jokes? Because there better be jokes. I want every other line to be. So, okay, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Because I hate this shit.
Yo,
like,
please.
I don't mind humor in a movie, right? Like I immediately think of like old samurai movies, like the characters that inspired R2D2 and C3PO come from like an old samurai.
Rashomon.
And so I think that what I think of as humor it's just like something that would feel real, like
contextual.
Yeah.
It has to do with what's happening.
Not, Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man is real smart assy, so we all have to be that way now.
Yeah.
Or like people love What We Do in Shadows, and I think What We Do in Shadows puts all the characters on one level of stupidity that's passed off as humor. And that is, to a degree, is how they write humor into like what they call superhero movies or comic book movies. And I can't stand it. Why are they
literally
so
some of
jokey?
those writers? I mean, Taika Waititi's directing Marvel movies. He made that show. He made that movie.
I hated his stuff, man. His Marvel stuff. I was like, okay, for all the people that flip out and go, you ruined the character, you ruined Star Wars or whatever. They loved Lebowski Thor or whatever that was. And I'm like, you have ruined the fucking character over and over here. I don't care. But like all the people who are up in arms about this stuff suddenly aren't. I don't get that either. What do you think that dynamic is with the audience?
I think
it's acceptable, but I notice it.
You mean the people up in arms against what?
Against like when
character
people
misportrayals?
When people get all pissy about just say Game of Thrones, last season of Game of Thrones, but like their favorite franchise has all those same flaws in it, but they give it a pass, So like when they look at Zack Snyder's Superman, they're like, oh, they totally ruined the character. The character would never do this. And I'm like, that's every fucking movie that I'm watching here.
Yeah.
Well, Captain America is the only authentic one.
No,
of, you know what I mean?
I think like Superman is pretty Superman in
the new one.
On Superman, even in the Brandon Routh Superman Returns, that was more. He was acting like Christopher Reeves, and they were just doing a Christopher Reeves movie.
That's what I'm saying. They just
I
that
understand,
character, right?
And again, I understand the critique, like how it stunts the character, but I think it goes both ways. Like obviously, these are movies; it's a different medium. They're basing it on these characters, and they're trying to tell movies. They're trying to make movies, and that's where I think the Marvel stuff has fallen off a bit, and it feels episodic, and it feels like we're just waiting for the next thing. So there's a detriment there, and that's really turning movies into comics and turning movie fans into comic book fans. And what I mean by that is not real fans, right? Because real fans aren't toxic and scream at each other and say hateful shit, but it turns the audience into like we got a roadmap going forward. Like they put I think the biggest mistake they made was announcing what movies they're going to make in the future.
Yeah.
Like, don't tell me that Robert Downey Jr. is going to be Doom. Let me be surprised by that in the theater and make a decision whether I like it or not.
This would be so fucking cool.
By the internet studios. Don't listen to Twitter and their opinions on your movies. Just make the movie anyway.
What if there was, and like people love this conversation so much that even like Jake is dying to get in on this, and I'm not gonna let him. But like, he'll have his chance. Just sit tight. But like, what if you were watching a movie and you'd seen like, oh, there's a teaser that looks cool, and then you see a trailer that looks cool. Oh, these people are in it. I don't recognize, like, it's not a franchise or anything. You get halfway through the movie or a third of the way in, and you're like, oh shit, this is a Star Wars movie? Cool, right? Like, oh wow, it takes place in the Star Wars universe instead of Happy Meal, toys, hype.
Well, that's
hype.
Andor, man.
It's gonna be
Andor.
But like even Andor wasn't. How much hype was there for Andor?
For the people who saw the first season,
I'm talking about season 1 though.
How much hype was there for season 1? None.
It was just sort of their logo. It was the logo and the trailer, right?
When the trailer dropped at Comic-Con that year.
But what if they had never said Star Wars?
Like, ooh, because again,
they had never said it.
Rogue One, same situation. That was a movie. That was a big risk. The first Star Wars movie, not in a trilogy. The first one that's like a side story.
But how cool would those have been if they didn't advertise them in Star Wars on the front end? I'm not talking about successful franchise.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm talking about like just as a movie, like you're sitting there watching Rogue One and you're like, Jedi.
Yeah,
if
Star Wars went to a theater and they were like, you're just going to see a surprise movie and you don't know what it is. And
think
you go
about
into
the hype
theater
after the first weekend.
Yeah, that would
everyone's like, it's a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
this new movie Rogue One is coming out. Yeah, if they didn't, that would be really cool and would show a lot of restraint. But this is Disney we're talking about.
Yeah, they'll never do it. They'll never do it.
Now, they did for Andor, and I think they did it for Andor because they didn't have faith in the project. Like, they pushed Acolyte, they pushed Obi-Wan, they pushed Mandalorian and Boba Fett. Like, Andor was really the only project they were like, Andor. And it's the best one. You know, Ahsoka, that was a big one. Finally, live action Ahsoka show. I made it through it. I made it through that show.
I mean, some of that stuff I just don't watch. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, if it's connected, okay. But hey,
I like the animated stuff they did. Like, that's a good use of owning this, you know, a mega corporation owning another mega corporation.
I think
like the animation stuff, like Star Wars Visions or the X-Men animated series coming back, or even the What If Marvel stuff, like that's experimental and they get to go crazy with that. And I like that, because
I think that I think I'm not the guy who always goes, the book was better. Actually, when people say that, I feel like they're bragging because they actually finished a book. Like, oh, wow.
My mom used to say that and I fucking hate it.
But I don't say the comic was better because it's not really based on a comic. Like, these movies aren't literally adapted. I mean, those are few and far between.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's a lot of, you know, Dark Knight influence, Year One influence.
Yeah, but not enough.
Halloween,
not nearly enough.
Not nearly enough. But I appreciate it when I mean, they even did Year Zero in the Batman with the flooding and everything. That's crazy.
But my point here, and I guess it's kind of final thought. And I'll give you final thought. My point here is that the comic books, I think, are better than any of the movies based on comic book characters. And I think comic books, this is very personal for me, are just better than most movies. You know what I mean? So it's already an uphill battle. If somebody was trying to cater a movie to me, it's already an uphill battle. If it's based on comics, I get that. I'm not rational or reasonable about this. I still throw my money down. It's fun, but I don't want to go to a movie. I don't count on coming out of movies going, that was fun and entertaining. I want to be moved. I want to be challenged. I want to be like, oh shit, I didn't expect this. Then my expectations are met. So anyway, that's that. And I know I'm kind of rambly tonight and like kind of hot off the press about a lot of this, but what do you think? What would your final thought be on this take of?
I agree with you in terms of comics are, in my opinion, better than movies. It's still, you know, it's reading. And for me, reading is hard to do. But the pictures help. The pictures are great. I love the drawings. I love the art. I think comic book art is some of the best art, period. Getting into DC specifically and then going through like, oh, I'm just interested in Joker. Now I'm kind of interested in Batman. Now I'm kind of Justice League and I want to get a flavor of all the characters. Oh, I like Green Lantern. I'll get some of his books. And reading all those books and in that order and piecing together the universe was a multi-year. It was like watching the MCU unfold. Like, it's better than that. It's better than watching the MCU unfold. If you've been able to be watching it since Iron Man, you know, I have niece and nephew now. Fucking, they were born after the MCU started. Like, it's still unfathomable to me. But like, reading comics, really, like when you get a good run, especially, it really, like Jeff Johns' Green Lantern run really is a operatic level story, and it weaves in through DC continuity. So you're reading Infinite
with his
Crisis
Aquaman
at the same time, yeah, and and Aquaman into Brightest Day, and then into New 52, even because his stuff was mostly mired by that debacle. I love comics.
You should check out Robert Vendetti's Hawkman.
I'm sorry,
Robert Vendetti's Hawkman.
I've read his Green Lantern. I think I might have read it.
I don't know if he has a Green Lantern. Does he?
Yeah, he was the main writer for a while.
Oh, really? His Superman, the Man of Tomorrow, is like,
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, with Paul Palmentieri, the on art. Oh my god, some of the coolest stuff, and it's just isolated single graphic novel. Look, I'm happy to nerd out with you about this stuff all the time. I will probably be less opinionated. I'm not really this guy, but I think that the fact that movies and movie makers feel like they have to change the comic book at all is proof that the storytelling vehicles in comics are far superior.
It's a different medium. It's a different medium, and you should look at it like that. You know, there's going to be sometimes there's a video game that's better, that's based on a movie that's better than the movie, like the Wolverine video game. Like, there's plenty of people, fans of that game, who, you know, it's based on Wolverine Origins. That's a terrible movie, but that game is fucking sick. Same thing with the Incredible Hulk. Like,
I love the Hulk.
It's a
man.
different
Such a fan of the
project.
Hulk.
Like this Superman movie, this Fantastic Four movie, great. They exist. I'm happy the MCU exists. I'm happy that James Gunn is going to make a whole bunch of DC movies. I hope people get interested in the comics. I hope they start reading it.
This is what I say.
Comics are another level.
If you like the movie, you are gonna fucking love the comics.
And in
If
terms
you
of the
like,
hype train, get us, like, share our videos, me and Letterhack. Share anybody's
There you
videos from this space on our channels, from this space itself, to counteract these fucking grifters. Like, I am sick of them. I'm sick of them representing fans because they're the loudest. I want to be the loudest. I want to be the loudest fan.
Amen. Hey, thanks for coming on the show, man. You've been
Thank you so
pulling your
much,
weight
man.
around here. I really
Always a
do
pleasure.
appreciate all the effort. I mean, you're just
it's so much
I
fun.
remember the first time you went on, we were all like in our, you know, it was Ben, Andrea, and I in our private group DM that we use for planning and having meetings and stuff. And I just remember we were the first time you debuted on this space, we were all just like, damn, look at this guy. And we like knew, we were like, we're not going to have a problem with him. This will be fine. We don't have a problem with anybody, but like you are, you
I make
just
a crazy right-wing turn when we hit 1 million subscribers. I'm joining the
will
blaze.
come after
folks.
you. We will all.
Yes,
we
you should,
will
as
come
you
after
should.
you.
Hold us all to account. If we make a mistake, let us know. And if
Yeah.
we don't fix it, it's a problem.
Yeah, we will not let
We
you get
are the
away with
leftist
that.
mafia. For real.
Exactly. All right, thanks for coming on, man. I really
Thank
do
you, man.
appreciate it. Have a good night. Take some
too.
time off.
Have fun on Left Past 10, folks.
My man. Yeah, that's a plug. Left Past 10 coming up next. But now everyone has been talking about South Park. I personally appreciate humiliating people who deserve it, especially Donald Trump. I thought that shit was hilarious. I really, really did. And I wanted to offer another perspective because while I was watching it, I had some thoughts. And this isn't a hot take. It might come off like a hot take, but it's not. I mean, it's not my hot take. And even though I wanted to offer another perspective, I was like, well, how do I do this? Right? How do I do this? And this is about the latest episode that's, you know, burning a hole in everyone's devices. But the last thing that we all need is another white cis male talking about something that happens to be created by two white cis male. Right? I can assure you all of one thing that is absolutely true. As a cis white man, we must assume that our way of thinking on any given topic is initially flawed. Our privilege has distorted shit for us, and you get to a point in your life, hopefully earlier than I did, where you go, oh, wait a minute, this isn't how it works for everyone. And so I seek out voices that I believe will give me an honest commentary and a chance to deprogram myself. I seek out voices that are different than me as I can get, and in the best cases, you just end up with some damn fine content, and it doesn't matter who made it necessarily. That becomes relatively less important in terms of these guys are the right perspective. I don't care why. And so that is one reason why I read daily. I read Assigned Media. Assigned Media is all trans journalists writing about transgender issues. It is a highly reputable outlet. It's fantastic and is just plain good articles and perspectives. Yes, it matters why they made it and why it was created, this media outlet. But after that, they're doing good work. And good work these days when it comes to the news and commentary on topics and issues that affect our lives is more important than ever. And you need to be able to trust the sources, whether you 100% agree with them or not. And so I found an article by Evan Urquhart, who is the founder of Assigned Media. I tried to get them on the show. It would have happened. They'd be here now, but they're on vacation. And that's just summertime. When you have interview shows, you just got to brace yourself. You got to come up with alternative things to do during summer because no one's available. It is what it is, but it's also a little obnoxious. I can't get a hold of anybody, but I totally understand. People take vacation. I'm just messing around. And besides the fact, I want to share their work now. So I am basically just going to read this. I'm not going to offer too much of my own commentary. This is all so that we can have an alternate perspective on what a lot of us might have missed. South Park mourns the death of woke. An adult cartoon that reveled in the anti-woke backlash reckons with its impact. This is an opinion piece by Evan Urquhart, the founder of Assigned Media. It's hard to feel sorry for Eric Cartman while all 4 of South Park's leading 4th graders are foul-mouthed little assholes. It's Cartman who the show often portrays as generally malevolent. But in the most recent episode, Sermon on the Mount, it's Cartman who is the first to object to and the most deeply affected by the excesses of the Trump administration. The episode holds a mirror up to institutional capitulation to the evil of the Trump administration, and it begins with Cartman despondent that his favorite NPR show to laugh at has been canceled by the president. What follows is as scattershot and lowbrow as the South Park I remember from my college days, back when the show's politics were still kind of anti-religion and pro-gay rather than kind of anti-woke and pro-MAGA. Cartman's depression at the death of woke forms the B story, while the A story has the rest of the town rising up against Trump for imposing Jesus, the literal guy who is a character, on their elementary students, only to back down under pressure in the form of Trump screaming, "I'll sue you." There's a feeling of catharsis to the A story. For all its absurdity at core, it's just reflecting exactly what we've seen in the first few months of the second Trump presidency. The president has unilaterally declared the end of the previous cultural era, repeatedly ignored or broken laws that ought to have protected the freedom of his opponents not to go along with it, extorted settlements from his ideological enemies, and the most powerful people and institutions in the country are simply knuckling under. The catharsis of the A story of a kind of MAGA-coded cartoon reflecting reality in ways most liberal-coded institutions haven't been may briefly ease the pain of watching it all unfold for many in Blue America. However, for my money, it's the B story where the death of woke lands Cartman in a deep depression and he decides to kill himself ineffectively with the emissions from an electric car. That feels a bit more chewy. The bugbear of South Park in recent years has been the excess of wokeness. Predictably, this has meant being extremely unkind to trans people, perpetuating the myth that including trans women in sports means allowing men to dominate women athletes. Creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone have followed the trend of describing cultural clashes over what is too offensive for mass culture as an attack on their free speech. As with other figures from the right, the show took the position that right-wing speech can only be free if no one from the left ever criticizes it. In the episode, Cartman realizes that woke is dead, and it leads to an identity crisis. In a world where everyone is expected to be racist and homophobic and spewing slurs, he's lost the only thing that made him special. His role seemed obviously that of a self-insert for the creators, and as such, the subtext betrays a longing for a world so recently dominated by woke and the ability to tweak and make fun of wokeness safely. I think that's a good point. What this subtext leaves out is agency. Cartman in the show's world didn't cause the death of wokeness or even wish for it. He's 100% innocent, much more so than the character is in many storylines. He wanted to laugh at NPR's sad African lesbians. He'd never dreamed of canceling them. At no point does the show hint that the excesses of the anti-wokeness crowd or their years of work conflating criticism and cultural change with censorship could ever have contributed to this new era of outright government censorship and repression. There's a sense of sorrow, but no hint of responsibility. Of all the cultural products of anti-wokeness, South Park is so far the first to have treated the free speech absolutism they once espoused as a principle worth standing by in the Trump era. Maybe that should be enough, but I can't stop thinking that they're the ones who did this. They made wokeness into culture's greatest boogeyman. They demonized minorities asking for equal treatment, poo-pooed social change, perpetuated lies, and coddled a growing reactionary movement who, despite its violence and its open Nazis, were never taken seriously. The widespread belief that NPR lesbians and trans women in sports were a greater hazard than Nazis and extremist Christians was the most catastrophic failure of conventional wisdom in my lifetime. I'm glad South Park is willing to risk cancellation to tell the truth about this Trumpist world we're stuck with, but I can't resist the urge to say, you assholes started this. And I guess you could say, it's all in the name of comedy. Oh, they're just being funny. They're just joking around. But these things affect us. And when I say us, I just don't mean me. And if I didn't see it a certain way, then I have to stop and ask myself, and this is my greater point, I have to stop and ask myself, am I not looking at it right? Am I seeing it the wrong way? Is this me being raised in the United States of America as a white straight guy who isn't seeing it right, who isn't seeing it the right way? And so, like I said, whether you agree or not, for the love of God, who I don't believe in, diversify your sources, where you get your media from. If you've been reading the same stuff for a long time, if you've been watching the same shows for a long time, I'm not saying abandon it. I'm not saying don't support it anymore. I'm saying look around. I'm saying find one other thing to read. Yeah, we should be moving left all the time. Yes, I want to pull everyone as far left as possible all the time. And so I'm not saying, hey, give, Tucker Carlson a chance. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just seek out other forms of media or other outlets, media outlets, other streamers, whatever. I mean, look at there's so many out there. There's so many out there. I can't keep up with the emails of people who want. I am keeping up with it. I'm just shy of not keeping up with the emails of people who want to join this space. This is happening. I'm trying to add a new person every week, but I don't know if that's responsible. So we might not do that, but I think we could. And so this is going to be a great spot for everyone to figure out, who your next resource is going to be for news and commentary, but they're already out there. Trust me. Anyway, that South Park episode had some pretty funny shit in it, but at the end of the day, it's like, what are we doing? And I swear to God, I get about halfway through a single issue comic book, and I'm like, this is not as important to me as what's going on in the world right now. Yeah, we need to stay engaged to a healthy degree. Yes, we shouldn't disengage completely. But it is, as 2025 progresses, it is more and more difficult for me to enjoy things that are meant to just simply be enjoyed. Look at the latest Superman movie and how much of the discussion around that isn't about the movie. Okay? So we can't let this stuff eat us alive. But on the other hand, you got to keep your head up. You got to keep your eyes open. You got to perk those ears up. You got to have your head on a swivel. You got to be paying attention to everything all the time. Okay. I want to show you something cool. This is not a hot take. This is cool. I am going to probably, I think if Latino Mufuni is still in the chat, I think maybe he knows this. I doubt how many people know. Jake might know this. I don't know. We'll see. Who here knows who created Scooby-Doo? Because this is cool. Now, it's an Instagram video. So you're going to have to let me know right away if the volume's not working, but it should, okay? Check this out. Okay, you can hear it. So annoying. I know you can read it. I want you to hear it. So hold on. That's so annoying. Instagram, it's like every other time. So annoying. Sit tight. Let's try it this way. Hold. All right. Tell me if you can hear it this way. Okay. I'm going to start it over. Refresh. Pause. Volume. All right. We're going to try it again. Tell me if you can hear this.
Japanese guy created Scooby-Doo. Iwao Takamoto was born in LA. At 16, he and his parents were shipped to the Manzanar concentration camp. He spent World War II picking fruit and learning to draw, sketching scenes of camp life. Back in LA after the war, Iwao called Disney, showing up to an interview with no experience and 2 cheap notepads filled with drawings. He was hired on the spot, becoming Walt Disney Studios' newest assistant animator. Through a run of classics, Cinderella, Peter Pan, Lady and the Tramp, Sleeping Beauty, 101 Dalmatians, Takamoto worked his way up from in-betweener, but his career-defining work came next, after joining Hanna-Barbera Productions in '61. As studio production designer, Iwao was in charge of designing characters for a new teen mystery series. For the animal sidekick, which he changed from a feisty terrier to a goofy Great Dane, Iwao asked a breeder to describe a prize-winning dog and drew the exact opposite. A humpback, bowed legs, small chin, and such. It worked. CBS greenlit the series with the dog now a lead character. Its first season was a massive hit, with 65% of Saturday morning audiences tuning in. Takamoto kept going, leading a slew of classic cartoons, directing Charlotte's Web, and rising to VP. In 2001, after 56 years in animation, he retired from Hanna-Barbera. When he passed in '07, Adult Swim ran a week of tributes, and 2007's Chill Out Scooby-Doo was dedicated to his memory. This Japanese...
Okay, so Iwao Takamoto. Just wanted you to know that it was a Japanese guy who they threw in an internment camp who created some of your favorite cartoons. Charlotte's Web? Come on. He directed Charlotte's Web. He created Scooby-Doo. This is the kind of stuff that we can't talk about enough. There is no shortage of... Did you know that? I want to say, do you know who created Scooby-Doo? And everyone go, yes, dude, please. My God, you keep telling. we all need to be in this. This is the echo chamber that we need to be in. This is the vacuum we need to be in. We need to be promoting stories like this. There should be a comic book of this gentleman's life. For all I know, there is. I'm going to look into it, but I'm assuming there isn't. There's so many people who don't know who he is. It's just the coolest story, but it's also not the coolest story. And I mean, isn't that America for you? This guy, sharpens his sticks in as far as his art skills in the camps, and then when he gets out, he goes straight to Disney, and they're like, boom, hired. I mean, why was that guy locked up? What the fuck? Why? That's horrible. A lot of people will tell you that the best art comes from oppression. Not fair. Not fair. I would argue it doesn't have to. I would say that you can nurture the art in all of us, the artist in all of us, that you can bring that out in people very easily. It may take time, but it can be very enjoyable that entire time. In a lot of ways, the longer it takes for you to master your art, the more enjoyment you're going to get out of it. I'm constantly challenging myself to be a better artist. And I think I suck at it. I made something, I just finished a commission, which you'll all see soon. They're going to show it to everyone soon. But I was pretty happy with how that turned out. And I was surprised by that. It is very rare that I'm like, oh, wow, I did it. That's what I kind of wanted it to look like. Oh my God. Normally that's not the case. And it's depressing, but I'm having a lot of fun. As people say the Letterhack is an artist, and I'll be like, God, how am I pulling this con off? When the truth is, maybe one day I will be, but I'm having a lot of fucking fun figuring it out over the last 50 years, literally. So anyway, there you go. Takamoto. Iowa Takamoto, that is the guy who created Scooby-Doo. Look into him, figure out why you didn't know about him. Start asking yourself, what else didn't you know about? Why isn't it taught in schools? What have they been keeping from you? What have they been lying to you about? Why are they constantly promoting everything but diversity? And now they're actively taking it away. It is all lies. It is all unfair and untrue. They're coming after us left and right. And on that note, just when you feel like, maybe you could just be a little bit safer. Maybe things could just be a little bit, I don't know, more friendly in the world. Just when you think like maybe, I don't know, if only I had some friends around who could help keep me feel like I'm not losing my mind. I don't know. I don't know what you would call it, but
it is currently 10:01. We have been robbed out of one additional
I'm so sorry.
Left past 10. This is
my bad.
Personally, I think this is a little unacceptable. If I'm going to be honest with you, I got here on time.
No, I mean that's a low bar. Or is that what it is? Low bar?
I think a low bar is where you have to go downstairs into the bar.
Oh. It's like a bar that's like at waist level and you have to bend over. A low bar. You have to squat at the bar. And you're like, why are we squatting? And there's this is a low bar.
Everybody in the chat, I would like you to prepare your best rapid-fire insults for this shirt when you see it. I'm going to go with Magnum AI.
Oh, I was going to go with Proud Boy, but no, Magnum AI is okay. That's good. What about my shirt?
I love your shirt. You're rocking the Michigan brand, baby. Thank you.
We said
I
it.
freaking love that thing.
We said it so much on this show that it just started popping up on my Instagram like nonstop. This is some t-shirt company out of Michigan.
Heck yeah.
I know.
Oh,
they're cool.
love
They
it,
do a
brother.
lot of Michigan stuff, and I was like, none of that resonates with me, but I like Fig.
How could you not? They got like 40 something flavors.
Yeah.
Rock
Okay.
and rye, root beer, red pop, 60-40. We got moon mist, motherfucker. Collect them all.
Red
cotton candy. They got cotton candy soda. Can you imagine?
Okay, Jake.
Cotton candy. So
And
my word.
An
blue.
explanation is warranted. Where are you? What is going on? You look like you're on vacation. Are
I think
you
he's in
abroad?
that whites only town in Arkansas. Is that true?
I mean, you're not far from wrong. I'm in a town that had that had a big sign over a bar that was celebrating the Gulf of America. I do not like these people.
Oh boy. We
We
don't
got
do
T-Bone
that
here, by the way.
Hey, T-Bone, what's up,
My
T-Bone?
friend. Hello.
Dang. This guy.
I can't scroll for crud.
What are you using a mouse? Are you using a scroll pad? Directional
I'm using a
keys?
scroll pad, and it's the worst.
Welcome to
this is my
episode
fixed
17 of Jake Doesn't Know How to Use Technology, everybody. We are on one hell of a run here.
Oh, we forgot to announce. Maybe people have already noticed, but after last week's show, we shut this whole thing down because we realized and came to terms with the fact that we had hit rock bottom. And so we shut this whole I remember Jake very specifically was like, it looked like he left, but then when we were over, he was really still there. And then we had a quick little meeting and Jake was like rock bottom. And I was like, retool. And so we have. And so if anyone's confused as to why the format is completely different this week from last week and last week from the week, it's because we're retooling.
I had to fix the format. My apologies.
Just so everyone knows because I'm sure a lot of the chat are like, what is going on tonight? It's a retool. So how's it working out for you guys so far, the retool?
Feel good. How about you, Andrew?
Good.
I feel horrendous. I feel terrible. I feel sick.
Probably gonna have to
I feel
do
a little
another one.
woozy, a little dizzy, possibly. I don't know what the reason could possibly be, but that's how I'm feeling at the moment.
Fair enough. Andrea, do you also want to gang up on Matt with comic book takes that have been bubbling up over Hey Funny Book?
I gotta be honest, I'm not
Please
much of an American comic book fan. I like my Eastern comic books.
That's what I'm
Fair
talking
enough.
about. Now those
Fair enough.
there's adaptations of there. Have you read Old Boy, which is a Korean movie based on a Japanese manga?
I've only
Have you read
seen the
that?
movie, but it's on my list.
Now this was the Korean movie, not the Spike Lee American remake with Josh Brolin.
I didn't even know that existed. So
Yeah. They took some more liberties.
just a couple.
Jake, have you seen Old Boy?
Oh yeah. Oh my word, yeah. The hammer hallway scene was an inspiration. I could not watch the movie more than once though. For various reasons regarding plot, which I will
There's a
leave,
lot of reasons why you
alone.
wouldn't be able to.
Yep, and also that squid scene, boy, like I had to pause and get up and look it up and see if it was real, and then just kind of deal with my emotion.
Yep,
it was brutal.
I think that was the thing that was it sumo wrestlers? I don't know. Somebody does this in terms of like a final test where they eat like a live squid or octopus because it's trying to kill you. The suction cups, it's trying to choke you out as you eat it. And if you can eat it, then you are like, you've graduated.
Good Lord.
Can we talk about how people, I'm going to call out maybe, I don't know, maybe neither of them. But people love to like eat, factory farmed, ground up chickens that have been, born and bred in a Holocaust. But like sometimes a scene like a squid or something, that's a little too far for some people. You ever find that a little strange? You ever find that? We're down with putting animals in cages and brutalizing them and torturing them on a daily basis for your entertainment. But somehow a movie scene is a little much. But I know you guys are good on that subject. But I'm just throwing that out to
I
the
see what you're
audience.
saying. Yeah. One time somebody was
And then,
teasing-
they always put the no animals were harmed. You ever see that? No animals were harmed, but they had Thanksgiving dinner and there was like a turkey cooked, burned alive. No animals were harmed, by the way. Just thought we'd want to let you know. We did murder thousands of chickens for the catering.
So
but,
the
millions possibly.
That website that lists all the movies so you can cross-reference it before you watch the movie to see if animals were harmed. That would just be like every movie.
Yep. Anyway, welcome to Left Past 10.
Totally understand what you're saying. There's a gulf between the people's conscious actions and people's unconscious, or rather people's conscious morals and people's unconscious actions. And it, if you feel strongly about animal rights, you would disagree with this, but I would suggest that it is more serious than dining habits. I think that's where
I
we
agree
get
with that.
a lot
I
of the
agree.
evils of the world.
I'm
gonna rattle off 3 movie ideas.
All right, let's
Rapid
go.
Fire.
I'm ready.
The
Rapid
Hulk,
fire.
a
You got
Hulk
12
movie
seconds.
with no Hulk. It's all from Bruce Banner's perspective.
They already did that. I mean, they've already done Hulk movies where, like, every Hulk movie, I'm like, yeah, more Hulk, please. What do you think I'm watching this for?
I just want them to withhold the Hulk stuff until it's like video footage that Banner comes across. Like, just give us his experience. I want to
And
see
just for all the
episode-
non-Hulk people, Banner is the guy that turns into the Hulk. Is that right?
Yes, that's an episode of a show, Jake.
Is it
I
like
think
a
if you have
Jekyll and
Hulk
Hyde
show-
situation? Like he wakes up the next day, he's like, "What happened?" Like he has a hangover or something.
Right.
Yeah,
Act 1. Banner is he's just a guy named Bruce.
This is by the
He's a
way, this is no
wanderer.
longer rapid fire. We have
You're
lost the
right.
ability to cause this.
Movie
rapid
number
fire.
2, heist movie in a major corporation. They're worried about it being a haunted building. The heist members all work for the corporation and they're very eccentric and they're sick of being screwed over by their billionaire boss. And as they are pulling off the heist, a beast stalks them from the shadows.
By the way,
And
can we
only
get
in the
this
last
fucking
half
Hey
hour
FunnyBook logo off the fucking screen?
Oh,
What is this
shit.
branding?
do you realize it's Batman?
This is what happens, by the way. My
Batman.
apologies for interrupting you, Jake, but this is what happens
That's
when
all good.
Letterhack takes over as the producer. We have a
be
real
honest.
producer, and the real producer, goes to live their life, and then the Letterhack takes over, and then this shit happens. We have Jake on screen doing a 9-minute rapid fire.
It's all
thing, wearing a
intentional.
fucking-
Yeah, we're all just here to piss
whatever the
off
fuck
Andrea
that is.
I
the
did
whole
see it
time.
earlier, and I wanted to be able to get clips of myself with the Hey Funny on there.
I see. That's what this
Little
whole comic
cheatsy
book thing
doodles.
was. I see. Okay.
I
but
did
fucked
want to
you
try
over.
to
Put it back
before
up.
you realize
Put it
it was
back up
still up.
until Jake's done.
And then I just want to
Ooh,
see a
even better.
Green Lantern Universal cop. Yes.
Oh, that
Green
show's
Li-
coming out. They're doing that show.
Yeah, just like a buddy cop comedy basically, but it's Hal Jordan and the new kid, whoever the new kid is.
Jon Stewart.
Could be Jon Stewart. You could do a Guy Gardner, opposite personalities clash type thing.
They're doing this.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They kind yeah.
Tom King is he's not a showrunner, I don't think, but he's written the show. I mean, it's Tom King is it's probably my
Even make
favorite
it like
comic book
a
writer at the moment.
like a martial arts movie, but it's for learning how to use your powers. Oh. There's just I want to take advantage, broadly speaking, and I'd love for you guys to jump in if any ideas come to mind. But I want to take advantage of the fact that most people who are going to go to this thing broadly understand who these characters are. And because we have a cultural understanding of that now, we can do real comic book movies where it's like the kind of thing that requires foreknowledge and you could just jump right into the plot. Or more importantly, you can mess with the fact that the audience will slowly be realizing what's going on. Like when they did that Predator movie that they didn't announce was a Predator movie.
Right. Prey.
Yeah.
So cool. I love that.
Let's
shit.
be honest, once you hear the title of it.
There was
Come on.
when I saw the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie in the theater, I was like, oh, okay, they're doing the origin story again.
I love
Okay,
Sam
we
Raimi.
know who the
Shout
fuck
out.
we know Peter Parker's Spider-Man. Can't you just throw us into it? Why do we have to start from the beginning? And I'm sitting there thinking that, you know, I'm not saying this out loud in the theater, although that would be awesome
You
if
just
I
go
was like,
get some
why are
more
we doing this?
Raisinets, you know, like, oh, I've seen this before. Let me get some lemon heads. I'll be right back.
But he's drawing his costume, Peter Parker. He's decided to be a superhero, and he's drawing the Spider-Man mask. And this little kid in the theater said, Spider-Man. And in my head, I was like, this is what I'm fucking saying. We know who's Spider-Man. You don't need to introduce it. This little kid fucking knows. That's why we're here for Spider. Look at the movie poster. But look at the movie poster. It's not Peter Parker drawing a picture of Spider-Man. It's fucking Spider-Man swinging around. Like, this is what
And
I
like,
want that
is it
whole
re-
thing the whole time.
Do you really need all the backstory to understand
Yes.
that he's got superpowers and he's
Mhm.
a decent fellow?
Yes.
Don't need it. And they can introduce that
Nonsense.
in a number of ways without it being like a linear storytelling.
In
That said,
15 seconds of action, you can explain all that. That's the purpose of bank robbers in comics, basically.
I disagree because when I saw Spider-Man, Sam Raimi for the first time, I didn't know anything about Spider-Man. I saw that, and then I went out and bought the PS1 games, and I got immersed in the Spider-Man universe. So that was very useful for me because what did that movie come out, like 2002 or something? 2001? That was a while ago. I was like something like 6, 7 years old, somewhere around
it
there.
holds up too.
Oh, I watched all
generation
3 of
and
the
a half of
Spider-Man
prep.
movies recently, and they were like the Sam Raimi ones, the ones that are good because I was on a Sam Raimi kick. So I was like, oh, let me watch Spider-Man.
But like I would say
3 is a
now,
little.
I would say as of now, that would be like, you know, you're gonna make a new Spider-Man movie. Okay, fine. You want to reboot it? You still don't need the origin story.
Adult old age, like 90-year-old Spider-Man doing like a non-linear storytelling of his life, you know, kind of like dementia. Oh, dementia Spider-Man. Let's do it.
I
Where he
actually
thinks
have
he's,
thought
like
Nick
12 years
Fury with
old again. He
dementia.
thinks he's like 29. He thinks he's like 36. Dementia Spider-Man. He's like transitioning from scene to scene. And can you stop that?
My bad.
What the fuck is?
I knew it was
I don't know
mental
what
faculties.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're trying to retool as we go, and you're kind of ruining it. So if you could just go back to what you were saying, we'll be fine.
Dementia Spider-Man would be amazing. You could do so much with that.
I'm pretty
Because
sure
think
it's
about
been
how
done.
often his villains. He's one of those dudes like the Flash. His villains switch to allies all the time. How great would it be if you're like, Spider-Man, it's me, Doc Ock. You're old. Why? I don't remember. What did you do?
Say exactly. Dementia Spider-Man would be awesome. That would be great.
Or Dementia Nick Fury. He remembers that he's supposed to know something, and only he knows it in the whole world, and it's
I
important
don't know who
to
that
know,
is. So,
but he doesn't
I'd be
remember what
willing
it
to watch
is.
Speaking
Well, there
of,
you
I think it's a comic book. I might be wrong. I watched the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider films recently. Has anyone seen those?
Yeah.
Oh
I saw one of
man.
them.
It's only good because Nicolas Cage is in it. I mean,
Wow,
he's-
that second one though, that I was not ready for that. I was not ready for the
Yeah.
second one. Holy moly!
Yeah, it's been a while, but those are
I
nuts.
did not see the second one. What's
Ooh.
the
Oh, really?
what's the holy moly cause there?
Well, you just got to watch it. There's a lot of Nick Cage in there. They basically said,
He's
"All
so
right,
good.
Nick Cage, do what you want," and he was like, "All right."
I think he had
Fair
some
enough.
say over that. I don't know if he was an outright producer, but he's a huge Ghost Rider fan. Like he really wanted that role.
And he did it justice. Knowing nothing about Ghost Rider, he did a great job.
Have you ever seen this movie?
Yes, I have. When I was a teenager, I was about 14, 15 when I watched that movie. I
The
went on a
director-
phase of watching all those, the craziest movies of all time.
Yeah.
The Valley, right? Obscured by Clouds, that movie.
I haven't seen that
Remember
one.
that?
But
Oof.
no,
Nah,
I gotta
skip
watch it.
There, I don't know. But the director of Cannibal Holocaust was arrested coming out of the
Yep.
premiere. They're
As
like,
he should have been, by the way. I'll be
They're
honest.
like,
with
you're
you.
going down, dude. You can't do that.
You
He's
can't
like,
do
it
that
was
stuff.
just a movie, and they're like, it's
don't
more
think
like a
so.
documentary on that one
Film-
scene.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you filmed yourself doing real stuff. We now need to ask you like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Not gonna. I don't have anything great to ask.
But I mean, my thing is there was a lot of film for a long time that I think skewed other. I mean, this sounds so obvious as I say it, but I think that a lot of the phobia and anxiety people have around immigration at the point is because people are constantly screaming immigrants bad, crime, taking jobs, whatever it is. But I think like the history of entertainment in the US has contributed to that in a big way. And like, I mean, and this is why it sounds stupid saying it out loud, like, or not stupid, but so obvious. It's fucked everything up, really. I mean, chauvinism, all kinds of stuff. But
yeah, I was watching this movie the other day, and it was full of racial slurs. It was full of immigrant torture. It was called Blazing Saddles. It was hard to watch. It was evil. Terrible movie.
Some people give that movie a pass. I can't do it. What about
No,
you,
I love
Jake?
that. I'm just being real. That was one of the best movies I've ever seen. I give it that.
I think the language might have been
movie,
uncouth.
man. It was awesome. I couldn't stop laughing. One of the
Or
funniest
rather,
movies I've damn seen.
the people using the offensive language are not portrayed as correct for using the offensive language. They're the idiots. They're the villains. I think
I love when the
message of
Nazis
the
show
movie,
up in 1870. Like, I didn't see that coming. The time traveling Nazis. I love those guys.
I gotta tell you, anything with Gene Wilder or Mel Brooks basically automatically gets a pass from me, just because I assume their character is such that whatever. But no, I've seen Blazing Saddles many times. I don't care for the beans scene, but other than that, it's
got the ultimate. Look at how quick I am. Did you see it? You want me to do it again? You know what I mean? Like that shit. It's so funny.
Too much. God damn.
And just the deadpan, but this is my shooting hand, and like just little
yeah. But this is it's why I have always, especially in the US, when I'm amongst and for me it's really just Spanish. That's like the only other language I even know a little bit. If I am around people whose language of origin or first language is Spanish, I will also try to adhere to that, at least in like a polite way. And I don't know, I try and use like the word mucho, especially because that means a lot to them.
Mucho.
Jake,
That's
I
what
may
we
be
do.
back. I may not.
Jake got it.
I gotta think for a minute.
That was the slickest dad joke I've ever laid out on this fucking show.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
No, I didn't understand anything.
I said
don't know.
I especially use the word mucho because it means a lot to them.
It does. I mean, it's a very meaningful thing to use their language. I totally understand. Yeah.
Mucho literally means a lot.
Hmm.
It means a lot to them.
I mean,
that's a good joke.
That's one possible translation.
Look, Jake left. Okay.
That means this show is getting better every second. If he's out of here, we are rapidly, the viewer count skyrocketing. We're about to hit 100. Everybody, it's gonna happen.
The chat's talking about Young Frankenstein. Definitely one of the great Mel Brooks movies.
I gotta watch that
Gene
one, yeah.
Wilder. Oh, you haven't seen it?
I gotta watch it.
Oh, there's this one character. Every time they say her name, like a horse neighs in the background.
Mel Brooks is fantastic. I mean, I've been trying to watch a lot more 60s and 70s recently. A little bit of 80s. You know, gotta appreciate that the 60s and 70s. I've been trying to get in that verse a little bit more. So
it's when Gene Wilder, he's Dr. Frankenstein. Well, it's Frankenstein. People keep going, Dr. Frankenstein. He goes, it's Frankenstein, right? Like he keeps correcting them.
I would do that too. Yeah. I hate when people mispronounce my name.
But like Gene Wilder came up with the movie and pitched it to Mel Brooks, and Mel Brooks was like, the ending's got to go. You can't do that final scene. And he really fought and got like Gene Wilder. He's like this calmest guy in the world, was losing it and just so mad and so angry and just so like, we gotta have this ending. This is why we need to do it. And then Mel Brooks was finally like, yeah, no, I know. We're going to do the ending. I just wanted to see you fight for it. Because he's like, that's a weird ending. He's like, but
I got to watch it. Don't spoil it. Yeah, I got to watch it.
And there's like a good cameo in that I'll be watching the scene and go, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that's so and so. So you'll like it.
That is actually an interesting technique that Brooks had because according to the interview, if I recall correctly, Brooks didn't get the ending. Like it wasn't as funny to him as it was to Gene Wilder. And so he essentially said no because he wanted to see if Gene Wilder would fight for it because he believed it was that good or if it was just like something he came up with on a lark.
Did you get it? Because as a kid, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And as an adult, I'm like,
I don't know what the ending is. Don't spoil it.
No, without talking about it in detail, what do you think of the ending, Jake? Did you get it?
I got it. She got it. It was yeah. I did.
Fantastic.
Hey,
because I'm a degenerate.
When was the last time you guys just stood in the rain?
About I don't know, 10 minutes ago, right before the show started. 25 minutes ago, right before the show started.
I mean like stood in the rain like it's pouring down.
Like a Vegeta type situation when he's on the cliff.
I don't know what that
side.
means.
You know what I mean, Jake? You know when
Yes, I
Vegeta's
do.
training on the cliff? Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, when's the last time you really did that and you were like, meh, doesn't bother me? I think it bothers
2021
me.
was the last time. I didn't stand, I was walking, but I walked in a very fierce rainstorm.
I mean, I take an opportunity to pose dramatically, basically on any mildly rainy or windy day. I will put on a billowy coat purely for the aesthetics. Yeah.
Okay.
I like when it's raining because then I get to save on the water bill. You know, that was my tactic when I was growing up poor. We didn't have plumbing all the time. We didn't have water frequently. When it's rain, free shower. You know, go in the backyard, get the fence up, grab some soap, be quick. You know, you got to be quick. You never know when someone's going to drive by and see you, but got to be quick.
It's been so hot here. Like I don't even like complain about the heat, but like it's been hot enough
you're doing
here
it right now, buddy. Just so you know.
No, I'm not complaining, but it's been hot enough here that if you're outside for too long, like you shut down. So it's just like being too close to fire. Yeah, we use it. It's good.
So we should, by the way,
like, don't get too close.
So we should all walk into the heat dome so that we can shut down, and then afterwards we can retool it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right? Yeah. No, but like I'm spending a lot more time inside because it's not like, oh, it's warm out, let's go be outside and do. It's like we shouldn't be out there.
Yeah, that
like,
whole
it's
summertime
bad.
thing. Like winter is going to be summer. Everything else is going to be hell on earth. That's going to be like the next forever.
So it started raining today, and I was like, I'm cool with this. I just stood there. Just let it happen.
Just let it happen. Yeah.
I mean, it didn't rain that long, but like,
if you're in the northern part of the United States, you got the wildfire smoke. You know, we got fucking formaldehyde and benzene clouds forming in plumes in the sky, just bellowing across America and Canada. It's pretty great. That's why Jake's in, I don't know where Jake is. He hasn't told us yet, but that's why Jake's on vacation. He had to get the hell out of there.
He's apparently in the Gulf of America.
Yeah, he's golfing in America. Is that the GO?
I am very near the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, I am.
I thought the Gulf of America
Florida.
was in Pennsylvania Avenue. Isn't that correct?
Oof.
Jake, thanks for joining us, though. I think it's
I was really nervous
that
it wouldn't work out.
Yeah, last time you were on like a vacation situation, the whole mic was going like, hey, it was like popping, that popping sound was very strange.
Oh, it's just brutal.
Hey, well, but
it was a good show. And by the way, we cracked 100. It was a good show, though.
It was a good show. We could have had 110 if you didn't come back. But.
Either left past 10 is such an epic time for you that you're like, screw my vacation, or your vacation is not so great and you're like, I guess I'll do left past 10. I mean, it's work, but whatever. It's not work. Or are we somewhere in between? Or you just dedicated?
It can be both. It can absolutely be all three, certainly. But I mean, I'm having a lovely time down here. I feel a little bit bad for having a lovely time, but
you should feel bad. Just for reference, that is a correct feeling.
Just in general, do. Yeah.
You do a lot of selfless work. You do a lot of selfless work. I mean,
yeah. I mean,
Recharge.
Let's clarify.
You do.
I attempt a lot of selfless
More than a
things.
lot of people do.
I could list on no hands the number of successes I've had. Like so.
Success
Well,
is
you were in
not.
that. You
I
were
don't
in
measure
what was that?
success that way.
Batman versus Spider-Man. What was that movie? You were in there.
Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice. How'd that pan out?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I think it's cool.
I actually did enjoy the experience quite a bit.
Jake, we got to make a movie one day. You know, we got to do it. Because you're an actor. I don't know any actors.
Yeah, what's the movie about?
Don't know yet.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm filming another Fight Night. I've been binge watching because I had no choice and it was the only downloaded video for a while. But I've been binge watching the cartoon Fight Night that I did, and I hate to say it, a lot of my audience is gonna have a panic attack. But I got to do another one, even if I don't cartoonize it. I want friends of mine to get up and talk like the Macho Man and do stuff like that.
That was like good
That's
because like
cool.
your
Yeah.
mic was like really far away for some reason, so like we could barely kind of hear what you were saying, but all we knew is it sounded like something.
Fight
I know
Night
what you were
wrestling.
saying.
Okay.
The Mucho Man?
Yes, the Mucho Man.
That's a
Wait.
callback. That's what we call when we're right here, but then we go back there. You know, it's called.
Oh,
Callback.
and it took me until just now to get that. Well done.
Yeah, I was calling back. You know, you
That's
ever
the-
call
that's the
back?
thing.
Someone calls you on the phone, and then you're like, "Oh shit, I gotta call them back." That's what we just did. I don't call anyone back. I've never done. I haven't made a phone call in like fucking years, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, I made a phone
Well, look,
call.
I know
today.
it meant a lot to Matt, so I'm glad you did it.
It did. You want to hear about the phone call I made today? It's kind of cool.
Tell us.
Yeah, I do.
I heard a story recently, a true story, and I was, it was remarkable to me, and I immediately,
You're
like I
remarking
do,
on it right now, so that's
What?
a true statement.
as I tend to do, I said to myself, maybe this, yeah, I think this should be a comic, and then I said maybe I should make this comic, and so I started to look into the story, and I found an article that I was like, this article about this story is great. It's from 26 years ago. And so I was like, I wonder if I can find the person that wrote this. I immediately did, emailed them. They said, yeah, let's talk tomorrow. And I called them this morning and we talked. And I was like, well, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. And they were like, I think that's a great idea. And I was like, look at this part of the article and like this part here and how, and this line and this quote. And they were like, oh my God, yeah, that's great idea. You have my blessing. And I was like, okay. So next step, reach out to the actual people in the story. And, you know, I'm just sort of like, I don't want to cold call people who are at this point in their 80s, you know? So
Just wait for him to die and then do it without permission.
I just want to like get any like blessing, but also details. Like I don't want to make it sound like this is a really important story, but it fucking is, because I think it would be inspiring to people now.
I'm
like,
inspired.
currently.
I don't even know what the story is. And I'm already
It's not
inspired.
just it's not just me saying, oh, that'll be a neat story. I'll bang out the comic. Yeah, I'll do a Kickstarter. This is like, no, people should know this story. And why didn't I know it already? It's 26 years old. Why didn't I know this story? Why aren't we talking about this a lot? And then when you look into the story, you're like, damn, a lot has changed. And not just politically or in terms of like, you know, things like the authoritative state that we're living under, authoritarian state that we're living under. Not just that, but the people as well. And so anyway, it's just, it works on a lot of levels. I think it would be a really good illustrated narrative. So I'm moving on it, but I just thought it was cool that I was sitting here talking to somebody and they were like, they literally said, yeah, I'm just looking at this article now for the first time in all these years, and it's not bad. And I was like, yeah, it's really good. And they were like, oh my God, this one line right here. And I was like, that's page 1. That's the first panel. And they were like, oh yeah. And I was like, you can see it too. Awesome.
I'm
So,
sure you made that
anyway.
motherfucker's day too. If someone like sends me a heartfelt message about some horse shit I did like fucking I don't know how many years ago, I'd be like, geez, I'd be scared. I'd be like, ooh, you know?
Yeah, if somebody says that about today, I'd be like,
Ooh, what did I do this time? Fuck.
will you be my best friend?
I want to point
I
out that there's further evidence to my ever-growing list that in a past life, Andrea was the pirate queen Zhang Yi Sao.
Is that
I
true?
can see that.
Yep.
Yes.
Matt, I'm trying desperately not to ask you for specifics about this thing because you're trying not to tell them. But it sounds like, give me how fast do you think you're going to turn out?
Hey, just tell us the whole
something
story.
with
I
this?
mean, why are you fucking doing this?
Oh, how
first shit
fast
where
can
you
I make
just-
the comic?
Yeah. When do you expect to have the comic made? Rough estimate.
Oh, I could have it done by the end of the year.
All right.
I mean,
that seems ambitious.
It's the kind of thing I could do 60 pages. And then if I wanted to be like, if I wanted to take time to like do splash pages, I could make it probably, I don't know, 80. But like,
So you'd be knocking out multiple pages a day,
64.
honestly. Okay.
Oh yeah, sure. No problem. Well, and look, I mean, the coloring stage is like twice as fast. The layout takes a considerable amount of time for me, just pacing, getting everything right. I always take into account the word balloons with the panel layouts and like do the rough sketches, and I tweak that. That takes a long time. Let's say it takes a month to lay out all 60 pages. Then penciling them, probably 2/3 of that time, inking them, 1/3 of that time, coloring it, 1/3 of that time. It all gets very, very fast the further along in the process I go. But
So you don't like do one page at a time and then color it in and then
no, because there's a few reasons, but for me, I want the character to look the same from page 1 to the last page. And if I draw him every couple of weeks,
I get it.
I'm gonna fuck that. I need to draw this guy.
No,
all
makes
in-
sense. This
in
was a
one
trick
sitting,
question
so to
because you're
speak.
doing it the right way. So it's a good
Yeah.
answer.
Doesn't the process of coloring it end up informing some of your design choices? Like
I
when
mean, I
when
take that
drew
into account.
Kodiak. All right.
Yeah. But when you do what?
Yeah, that's just just like when I drew one character that I had to use a bunch, I ended up just changing their whole model because I liked a different color Speedo on them. And it's the vibe of the character changed drastically with that. But I didn't know it was going to be that way till I was well in. Oh,
Is that a blank
I
piece of
don't
paper you're
know.
showing us?
Yeah,
'Cause
we
I'm
can't see the
seeing-
lines.
I see a blank. Oh.
So those are my.
You ever
cover-
think about it real quick? Let's just pause here for a moment. Like, you know, the beauty and wonder of internet streaming and compression artifacts and everything. That was a blank piece of paper. We all saw it. It was blank. And then magically lines appeared out of thin air like magic in red
It's because of light on white paper.
I'm
But
aware of that. I'm just saying it's a fantastic beauty
I
of
have
technology.
I'm just sketching what I consider to be the most it's what George Lucas called iconic imagery, the Death Star, right? He built everything around that. So what I'm doing is like, throughout the comic book, there need to be pages where you turn it and you go, cool, or fuck yeah, or oh, or ooh, right? So I'm drawing those, and they all have color notes and shading notes and lighting notes and stuff like that. So the big crux with this one, I think, is going to be backgrounds. That's going to be tough for me, I think. So I've even already started going, maybe I could get so-and-so to do the backgrounds, but I'm going to do it all. But
there is something I want you to consider doing. If you ever have a project where you don't actually give a shit about the backgrounds or something like that, just like phone it in and do the worst job. Like literally stick figures in the backgrounds and just credit me as the background artist.
That's awesome.
Like,
yeah.
so it's very clearly
You ever do
professional
that
and
thing
some
where you
idiot.
take a picture of like a real world landscape and then put comics on it? Little cartoon guys.
Oh, I hate that. I don't know why.
You
Because
don't
it's
like
a
it?
creative solution, but it bums me out for some reason.
I'm going to do.
I feel personally attacked.
I
See, that's the thing. I
so
want to see it work.
Now
Here's-
you won't see it anymore. Now I'm scared to show the world.
Here's what I recommend to anyone, because I heard Alex say earlier he wants from Devil's Advocate Productions that he wants to make comics. Here's what I recommend everyone do when they want to make a comic. Write the back cover. Like, you know how graphic novels and novels have like a little write-up on the back cover?
It's a good,
You know what I
that's
mean?
a good thing, yeah.
Like the little, like the quick synopsis. Just design the back cover. This is what I do. I design the back cover. I design the inside front cover. Then I design the cover, not fully rendered. And then I figure out the story. And then inevitably I go, oh, I should tweak the back cover text. And this is what the cover art should be. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like a fun way to start designing things. Cause then you're like, okay, what should the font be? What colors am I using for the font? Is my name on the cover? Does it say the Letterhack presents, which I like to do? Does it say that on the spine? So to kind of figure out all these details, and then you finesse them along the way, as opposed to like the end when you're fried creatively and you're like, fuck, I got to come up with a logo or the cover.
I'll tell you
or
this, and
what
any
should the back
creative
cover
effort I
say?
do, I do the worst shit possible at the very end, and I hate it every time. It's terrible. So I will take, I don't draw comics, but I'll take some of that to heart because, yeah, man, when I'm like 99%, I made a new Doom level set recently, and I was stuck at 90% completion for 2 years because I was just too lazy to do like the final steps. So I just sat on it for 2 years, and I finally put it out.
That's what
It sucks.
It's garbage
when you're close enough to finishing that you feel obligated to, but you've lost the passion for the project, or you're just sitting there.
It's just the
It
grunt
sucks.
work, like I hate the grunt work of like, making it run properly and all that fucking horse shit. And making all the graphics look good. Ugh.
I will often, and you see this, like you'll see like issue 1 of a comic book reboot arc or whatever, and you'll be like, oh my God, the art is awesome. And then by issue 8, you're like, they're kind of slacking off here, I think, or maybe just losing steam. So what I'll do is I'll make
you do
sure
issue 17 first.
Well, I'll in a single graphic novel, like a 64-page book or whatever, I will draw my favorite parts first and be like, those are going to be like prestige moments, right? Like I'm not going to do that when I'm already tapped out. So I'll do
I
those
do the
first.
filler later. I agree.
That is true. And there's also something John Cleese said about comedy, which I think applies to anything spectacle related, including action, which is in a comedy, what makes it, well, no, this is his opinion, but not mine necessarily, but I think it's good. In a comedy, what you ought to do is hide the fact that the audience is receiving a plot point with a joke. So you deliver the plot point amongst a joke. And I think it's the same thing with like an action movie. You learn that it's an untrained talent versus a master through their fight. I think the same thing is done with artistic endeavors like a comic book. You really learn them. Yes, there's speech bubbles and everything, but you learn about the soul of the character through the brush strokes or pen strokes. And I think you're very wise to make your best moments like either the first things you do or the thing you do when you're most excited to be doing it. Because that's going to say the most about your work no matter what.
Yeah, and I've learned from failure, like it wasn't always that way. And I'd get to a point where I'm like,
everybody needs to know that Matt has failed a lot.
Like you should be and this is also why I draw things very quickly off the cuff in the moment. I don't give a shit. It's just bang it out, put it online, move on, right? Like I don't want to get to a point where it's like I have to take a break and then I'm not going to be as enthusiastic for whatever reason. I don't want life to get in the way. So like that's why if I'm working on a project, I'll usually just put up the do not disturb sign somehow and tell people like, yeah, I'm not around for a while. But I think this thing's going to be, I don't know, easier than that. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
I hope it goes well. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we'll see.
Announcement.
I mean, there's a chance somebody along the way could be like, if you do it, I'll sue you. And I'm like, oh, okay, shit. But Anyway,
well, that's where you add the any similarities to real people are purely coincidental.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
the
that's my
Earth Master.
favorite part. It's like all the characters in this book, even the ones based on real people, are completely fictional. You
I
know
just
what
made
mean?
them up. They're not based on anything, really. I mean, I don't know where I got this stuff.
That's actual small print. That's actual like cover your ass print that I've
Oh,
seen in
yeah.
books before, even based on real people. It's totally fictional.
I've seen that too.
I
But
mean,
anyway.
I actually do understand the logic of that a little bit, though, because when you're saying it's fiction, even if it is based on my queen, even if it's a real person, the version of them that appears in the movie, you're saying don't take it to be historically accurate. I do get the weirdness of it, but like if
Yeah.
you're like, "Ooh, I hate that," whatever, fill in the blank, speech therapist for the king. You can't like the person putting that message in their movie
The
is saying this
speech
isn't a
therapist for the
documentary.
king?
She hadn't seen
Yeah,
that
whatever
movie.
historical figure they're
Or
talking
it's like,
about.
oh, that's probably supposed to be Richard Nixon, right? Or they're not coming
Yeah.
out and saying that, but we need that sort of context. We need that sort of like he's the president and a villain. We need to know what this guy's capable of doing that's not cool, right? Like,
Yeah.
so you would use somebody very close to somebody, but that's with historical people. I mean, when it comes to like real people, like, yeah, I mean, there's Napoleon Dynamite was a composite of like a couple of people that actor knew, one in particular. You know what I mean? That
Or like
guy's name wasn't
fantastic movie.
Napoleon though.
Bill Gates.
Yeah,
and
when I
Steve
watched that
Jobs.
movie, I was thinking
Yeah,
it was
Bill
going to
Gates.
be like something about like the French Empire and how great it was, but nope, I was surely mistaken.
Well, they did that one. They went back and did that. Well, I
Oh, they
wouldn't
did?
say it was great, but
It
yeah.
was infuriating. It was and I
The
have
Napoleon
people in my
movie?
life who loved it. Yes. It's
Yeah, I
it,
didn't hate it, but
they changed things for like no reason though, which is
that
why
is
it bugged me. Like it didn't even serve like an artistic point
Is
or
it like
make
a
the plot
Gladiator
easier.
2 type situation?
I didn't see Gladiator 2, but maybe.
it's more like that movie about CBGBs where Iggy Pop is performing in the early days and people are like, he never played there. Why would you do that? Why would you make Iggy, because you had an actor who could pull off an Iggy Pop impersonation?
Yeah,
Like,
or if
why
you
would
like
you
did
show
the if you retold 8 Mile, but you made Eminem like a folk singer for some reason, or like not even that. It's like if you just said that his name wasn't Marshall Mathers, but actually it was Steven. Like it doesn't change anything to make it Steven as opposed to Marshall. You've just arbitrarily been like, I don't want to go back and correct it. It was that, but for like war events and like where things took place, and I
Horrible.
just didn't understand what the purpose was. Of
Yeah,
it's
why
not
would you
even
even make a
entertainment
Napoleon
value.
movie? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
not like, oh, if we put the battle here, it'll be more exciting. Nobody's getting this, right?
exactly,
That's
exactly.
weird.
It's like I literally think they were just like, oh, so this war happened in Europe. Okay, so pick a Europe place, and then that's what we'll say will happen. But then
Europe.
anybody who's over 40 and therefore reads a lot about Napoleon would be like, why? Why? Or like, we're gonna
Over
call
40, you said?
They ruined Napoleon.
Yes.
I
Oh,
literally
Andrea, you
just
can't help it. Everybody, when you turn 40, and Matt has done a good job of keeping this secret, but when you turn 40, by the time you turn 40, I should say, you automatically develop a passion for facts about Napoleon. Nobody understands why.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm going to try my best to avoid that. Now that I've gotten that
Yeah,
heads
you
up,
can't resist it. You may as well. Sure, go for it. You might be the
I'm going to
first
try
of
my
us.
best. I'll try.
Yeah,
my
We'll know
best.
if you're a mutant.
I was friends with a historian and I was like, yeah, tell me everything you know about Napoleon, but keep it short. So there was this
He's not actually
there
that
was-
short. I'll tell you. Historically, he was actually relatively average. But
Why do they always make him short? They've ruined Napoleon. But there was right before I went on air today, I watched the whole thing in one sitting, but I finished 28 years later and then went on air within minutes.
Is it good?
That movie is amazing.
Is it
was
okay? Without spoiling it,
fantastic.
Tell me, are they going to make a prequel for 28 months later? Are they going to go back to fill in the very clearly
28
missing gap.
seconds later.
They
It
did
starts 28 seconds after the outbreak.
Without ruining it, I don't think that's the next movie that they would make in this series, but I don't want to ruin it. But
Is
look,
Cillian Murphy in that one?
so the cinematography, and this is the main thing I want to
Take that as
talk
a
about.
yes?
That was
This-
it was so shady for some reason.
I don't know why you obviously didn't see any trailers leading up.
I
to
don't
this
watch
over
any
the last
trailers.
12
I don't look
months.
at any promos. I
So-
avoid all of that like the plague.
So I'm not going to give you anything going into it, except I will tell you that for a zombie movie, every shot was perfectly filmed. It was one of the best widescreen experiences I've ever had. It was so beautiful. I was like, why do this camera angle except that it looks good? And like
they're just showing off at that point, you know? And I
the
love it.
overhead to the profile to the overhead to the profile all in one scene. I was like, this is masterful. Everyone should be studying this movie for the filming. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Writing challenge.
What
for
I
you
love
then.
about the 28 series is that the entire island nation of the United Kingdom is basically engulfed and destroyed. Because, you know, I don't mean to totally derail us, but has anyone been paying attention what the United Kingdom has brought upon the internet recently with all this waves of censorship? You have to upload your ID to use YouTube in a month from now. Not even a month,
yeah.
like 2 weeks. You got to upload your ID to YouTube to use it.
YouTube is making changes inspired by changes from internationally and they're starting with creators who are, I think, 18 and younger. So if you're doing anything on YouTube, they're putting some things in place there.
I'm going to withhold judgment because I don't understand this. I'm literally just now hearing about it.
Well, it's
despite
also
the
they're
fact-
collecting. You're not uploading your government ID to YouTube. It's third-party data brokers that are collecting that information,
Yeah, I don't know
processing it, also known as selling it to the dark.
They're
net.
doing it with porn in the US.
But the time has been here for a long time that we need a socialist version of these things. Like, just do what we did with OBS, but with servers in some place. And I realize the difference is that OBS is a piece of software which can be copied and distributed for nearly free. But I've been talking about this with y'all for a while. We can't be reliant upon capitalism to supply us with a communication network that has become a necessity.
Yeah, just the internet's gonzo. I don't mean to derail the movie conversation. I just thought it was kind of a funny joke, but
you got to see.
Good to know about.
I was so skeptical of 28 years later. I was like, here we go. We got to do it. Oh, geez.
I was so skeptical.
Nobody
I didn't
asked for this.
Trailer.
It's fucking.
I'll check it out for
good.
sure.
It's one of the best movies I've seen this year.
I'm so
Even the parts where I was like, because you got to go into it thinking like, is it just more of the same? How are they gonna up the ante? How are they gonna make this cooler? How are they gonna evolve it?
I love
hope
cooler.
it's not dumb. I hope they don't do it in like a cheap way or just like an obvious way. And it worked on so many different levels. It was really, really cool. The main thing that I like is because in horror movies, this is what ruins it for me. It used to be fun to go, don't go in there. But now it's like every fucking one of these things, I'm like, why are the characters doing this? There would be no crisis. There would be no emergency if they weren't idiots. It's because the characters are dummies that there's a story. That's not good enough for me. That does not work. So what I prefer is like in this movie, I was like, okay, are they going to do that? Why are they doing this? Are they about to make this stupid? Why are they doing this? Is this that thing where all horror movies have to be the story is based on one bad decision after another? And it wasn't. It really the decision that you think is like going to go down that road informed the rest of the story. And I was like, oh my gosh, I might have to.
So you're
watch this
telling me this?
again.
They made a fucking horror movie where the fucking protagonist learned from their mistakes? And then integrate that knowledge into the future of the survival?
You know, I don't know if they learned from their mistakes, but the story was better for the decisions that otherwise would have been like, he's going to fail. And then we're supposed to see that as drama and conflict, but really it's just failure, you know?
Yeah, I'm often steeped in failure.
So anyway, that was a huge, awesome movie. And I saw one right before that. I can't remember the name of it, but I was like, this is okay. I don't know. I don't know if I want to look. I don't want to go watch a movie just to be like, that's another one, because movies aren't good enough for that. You know, just to be like, I want to watch as many as possible. I used to be that sort of moviegoer. Now
I
it's
am
like,
right now that person.
it's like
I watch
want
like
it to
3
be
or 4
fucking
movies a
good.
day.
I just
Today
want it
I
to
only
be
watched 2
moving.
because I have to do all these fucking YouTube shows. I can
What'd you
only
watch?
2 movies. I'm not going to tell you what I watched.
Why?
You know.
Have you seen the director's cut of Rocky 4 yet?
No, not yet.
The Sylvester Stallone edit?
I haven't yet. I'm waiting until my next Rocky marathon, which I don't know when I'm going to do another Rocky marathon. I'm not sure.
It's not necessarily better,
It's just
but
different.
like
Yeah.
the fight at the end was really fast. The edits and the cuts were super quick, and I was like, this feels like way faster. It's cool.
I have infinite respect. I was on the fence about whether we should even be making more Rocky movies, like when they did the Creed stuff, all the way up until now I'm going to embarrass myself because I don't remember the actor, but the actual real life actor playing Creed's son took an actual real life punch from an actual real life
Oh
boxer,
yeah, yeah,
right
yeah,
in the
yeah.
bush. Like, if you do that for a film, you may have the $1 million. You may have.
He
Yes,
knocked him out
okay.
too, right?
Yes. He's an actual boxer. He briefly met Jesus. Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah, that was good.
I do want to let you know there's a bug on this Windows screen that I'm considering putting a saddle on and riding.
I just want to be clear on my stance on. I was saying a lot of vegan propaganda earlier, but I do agree that we do need a genocide of all insects. So I just want to put that out there.
My
so put
wife-
the saddle on there and tie it real tight until it asphyxiates that motherfucker. Fuck all bugs, kill them all.
My wife,
I have to call it sir. I'm not capable of harming this thing.
we're
Sorry.
growing this very weird looking plant, and I was like, "What is this for?" And she goes, "You'll see." And the other day, she's like, "Come look at that plant," and I was like, "Okay." And she goes, "Now, this plant is specifically for a type of caterpillar that becomes a type of butterfly that will pollinate the entire fucking yard and the garden and everything," right? And she was explaining it. And I was like, "Oh, so you're saying there's like a worm on this?" She goes, "No, I'm saying there's a worm on every branch." So we go to look at this plant, and it's got all these branches. I should be putting pictures of this on my Discord. There's a green caterpillar on sometimes 2 on every fucking branch, just munching on it, and they are going to cocoon and turn into a few dozen of these like massive butterflies, these black and blue butterflies, and they will pollinate the entire. It is alien, but it's like I was like, okay, hold on, what came first, the caterpillar or the plant? Like, were these caterpillar here and they gravitated to this plant, or this plant was here and the caterpillar? And she goes, the caterpillar don't exist without the plant. And she's
Now,
trying to
before
explain it
those
to me. It was
caterpillars
all-
existed, they existed as a different species of caterpillar,
Yeah, I
which
think
had
that's-
something else to say. Yeah.
So when they, what is it? Not germinate, but in the larva stage, I think they become a certain.
Yeah.
Okay. They become a certain kind of caterpillar that would only work with that plant. I mean,
This is some profound commentary here from the Letterhack.
So we were looking at them all, and like the same day, I was donating some furniture to a local, like one of those, it's a thrift store run by a local halfway house, And so they came to pick up this stuff, and one guy was looking at it going, what the hell? And I was like, yeah, isn't that wild? And he touched one of them, and all of a sudden these antennae come up, and it let out like a smell. And he was like, oh, what is that? And I was like, yeah, what the hell is that? And I was like, they all do that? We could gas ourselves. We would not be able to breathe. If we somehow touched all the caterpillar and they all let out this stink, it would fuck us up. I was so sure of it. Because it's like,
I remember I used to have
3
to
or 4
deal with
dozen
stink bugs a while ago when I lived
So
in
what if there was like a swarm?
You might know about stink bugs in Maryland, right? You know?
Oh yeah,
Oh
definitely.
yeah, big
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Those
And
motherfuckers,
we got
man.
them back now. I got stink bugs and fireflies back now in South Carolina. It's what I remember from growing up. Jake, you know what a stink bug is?
Yes.
Motherfuckers stink real bad, I'll tell you that. Holy
So
fuck.
what if there was a swarm of them and somehow they all died and let out their...
You're done for. Yeah, you're done for.
That is such
You
a
wouldn't
good
survive.
point.
That's what these
Ugh.
caterpillar were like. I was like, if we get 4 dozen people, or half of that with all our fingers, and we touch all the caterpillar at once, and they all emit that smell.
The touching all at once would require an intentional act, and that wouldn't freak me out. But when you
That's what
point
I mean.
out that if they all die at once, like if there's a flood in your backyard or something, and then their corpses are there, that whatever stinks inside them is going to come out eventually and could
Right.
come out all at once. That does sound like a nightmare.
Yeah. Like that's a mad scientist plan right there, right? It's like when the swarm comes once every 100 years, and the next time it does, I will electrocute the air just enough to kill only the stink bugs. And it will kill the village, and then I will take their jewels or whatever.
I don't know. It sounds like a 2 birds, 1 stone situation. Kill all the stink bugs, destroy a village, get some stones. 3 birds, 1 stone.
There you go. There you go. Andrea, I know. I mean, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you here.
I am not at all prepared for Friday.
What's on Friday? Please tell us.
Are you going to be in town?
No, like my original idea is I'm going to do. The idea is you take a day off of work on Friday.
He's telling everyone to take a day off. Call in.
Absolutely.
Oh,
And,
is that Friday?
It is.
I'll
and
have
I
to
was
call in
thinking-
sick from this space. I hope they understand.
Oh. Well, I was thinking, wear some relaxation shirts and hang out in a thing that's very clearly not my normal place. The problem is, I ran my mouth on air, and I said 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's a lot of streaming. That's a lot. Oh, why did I say 12 hours?
You're gonna do 12 hours. What are you gonna be doing for 12
It takes a
hours?
lot
on
of
Friday?
planning.
Well, I
Tell
know
us,
what a
Jake.
half
Tell
hour
us.
of it will be. A half hour of it will be a cartoon I made, which only a handful of people will even be able to vaguely understand the plot of, due to how specific to a certain point in time it was. So I plan on playing that at least twice, and a lot of improv. I have written
So
various.
you got 30
rants.
minutes cartoon, 11 hours and 30 minutes of improv. Is that right?
Well, here's what what I thought was a clever plan was that tomorrow I was planning on pre-taping a lot of just content that looks like it's made on the day of. But the problem is,
Gonna phone it in.
I'm planning on doing most of this outside, and if I actually do this outside, you will see me get redder and redder and then peel. I don't know.
Lotion.
Have you
We'll
heard
do it
of
live.
umbrellas?
Suntan lotion.
Umbrellas, you say? Oh, suntan
all
lotion. There you go.
Yeah, let's wear.
Don't you have a
suntan
beach
lotion to
fedora
block the
or
sun.
something?
That's how that works.
You don't have a straw hat?
Let me just say, I've been called out in the comments, and they are
know.
100% correct. Oh, wait, not that. Wait, what the hell?
I got it.
Oh, I'm
I
so
got it.
sorry. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. You knew. Okay, yeah. That's completely correct. As I was
Well, I'll say this, Jake.
on
I'll tell
off
you this on
hours.
air. I will contribute 10 minutes of original material to your project.
I'll take it.
I'll give you 10 minutes. Just call me up at any point in that window. I'll come on for 10 minutes.
I suggested I was gonna have a phone call with somebody tomorrow, and so I had a phone call with somebody else set up for Friday, and that person can't do tomorrow, so we're doing Friday. And so I have another one set up for tomorrow. Also got moved to Friday. Now I have another one set up for tomorrow, and I'm like, okay, so just doing the phone calls. It's fine. It's all. I don't do phone calls unless it's going to lead to, I don't do phone calls like, how's it going? Hey, good. What are you up to? Oh, nothing much.
Real good.
Yeah, how's your boy doing? Good. Is
my boy died 6 months
outfit?
ago, but other than that,
that's
great.
too bad. Anyway, he was
that's actually not that bad because he had a lot of debt and now he's debt free, so that's good for him.
How's is he that's what they always do. But I think that I'm not a chatter. I don't get on the phone and just sit there like, I'm going to tell you one
You're
time.
an information exchanger. That's what
I had a friend who was calling me and said, he was just like, hey, what's going on, Matt? And I'm like, hey, what's up, buddy? How are you? And he's like, I'm pretty good. So what are you up to? And I'm like, oh, nothing much. What's going on? Like, get to it. And he's like, oh, nothing much. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, then I'll talk to you later.
Why are
He's
we
like,
talking?
oh, what are you busy? And I was like, why do you think I'm not busy? Like here's the thing. I don't know if this is true. I think I give people the impression that if I'm not talking to them, I'm literally just sitting in a dark room, staring into the void or asleep, not doing anything. So many people, I don't know what this is. And I gotta tell you, I am fucking always doing something. I am always engaged in some sort of, like I was saying earlier, I can barely like read
You are
a
the
book.
busiest man on the internet.
I can't really read a book without thinking like this isn't as important as other shit I could be doing. Like
I think reading a book is probably more important than most of the other stuff you're doing.
But the point is like there's no fucking way I'm just gonna chit chat on the phone. Like, have I ever talked to either of you on the phone? It was just like strictly casual, like,
how's it going?
Tell me about your day.
Oh, my day was great.
We'll do that.
I made breakfast today, and then I ate the breakfast, and now we're here. Good. Oh, that's great. What'd you have for breakfast? I had breakfast. I don't remember. I ate it. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
I don't even really talk to my family that way.
Yeah,
like,
I
don't
almost
even talk to my
never
family at all. So
speak on the phone. And when texting came out, I was anti-texting and pro-phone conversations. That changed so fast and forever.
But when we do talk,
there's like a reason.
Yeah, but I mean, we still talk about shit that's going on. It's like I'm not cold. I'm not like Jake. I'm like, hey, Jake, how's it going? Agenda. Here's the date. Are you writing down the minutes? Here's point 1. Okay, point 1A. And that's all the time we have for point 1A. Let's move on to point 2. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It is very much like, is everything good? How's it going? That's an amendment for next time. But like, we do shoot the shit, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
it's just
friendly.
Especially these days, I feel as though if we're talking to anybody who's in opposition to let me just be frank. We're in America, which is slowly turning full on fascist.
It's not very slow. It is not very slow.
Yeah, that's true. Which is quickly turning fascist. And we have to make plans for people who are endangered. And we have to make plans to fight democracy. If you're asking for somebody's time, even a little bit, there's got to be a reason, and you should make that reason clear immediately.
I mean, I personally, is probably the one in this conversation with the least amount of friends. I got to say, I think there is room for just a chill time, just a chill catch-up session, maybe once a year. Call me, we'll talk 10 minutes, see you next year type situation. I think that's a thing, yeah.
Jake, you're not the only one on vacation.
I know, Looney Tunes going to see Niagara. That's awesome, dude. Please call in.
I'm sorry about your erectile issues, Looney Tunes.
I even called Sandee recently. I was talking to Sandee on the phone, and she was like, "How are you?" And I think I just skipped right over that and got to, I was like, "I don't want to talk about me. I want to know what's going on with you." You know, like I was like, I called to talk to you, not to talk to you about me. Oh, I was just trying to be, I think I was being rude in that way, but I was also trying to make it about them, which I think could be rude. It's like, because I'm not having like the small talk, but on the other hand, I'm not interested in talking about me right now. That's why I have a podcast. I want to talk about
That's
you.
true.
That
That's
is
true.
I
You
get
want
a
to
lot
call
of
me on
personal
the
shit out.
phone and you want to ask me how I'm doing? How about subscribe to my
Shouldn't we
fucking
be
YouTube
recording
channel?
this?
You got
I mean,
content.
yeah,
brain.
we have a weird
Everything
dynamic.
is content with the
Yeah.
Letterhack. I call Letterhack on
Yep.
the phone the other day. He picks up not even 2 minutes, like 1 minute, 13 seconds.
And I
in.
go,
He's like,
coming to the
"You
phone
wanna-"
now, Andrea
Yeah, you want to
Rovenski.
start recording? I was like, whoa, I didn't even know you were alive. I was just trying to get the fucking Jake. Are you? What's going on?
When many of your friends are podcasters, I would just it's just a thing. When many of your friends are podcasters, yeah, that goes through your head. You're like, what? Why are we not making money right now? If we're chatting and we make money for chatting,
Are
why
we making
not?
money right now?
I am.
I mean, in a sense, yeah. Yeah. We're certainly providing opportunities.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
like we should be more like squirrels. Sometimes we're hiding the nuts. Sometimes we're digging them up.
Absolutely. Sometimes we're covering our
That's pretty
tails
good.
and chewed up snake, but whatever we got to do to survive. Absolutely.
That was a pretty good analogy.
I don't think it was. Personally, I don't.
Don't listen to me. I'm high. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're high.
I've just been shredded, ripped all day.
You're
Just-
high on drugs?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been doing the drugs all day. Let me tell you.
Wow.
I was drinking them.
I started drinking this bottle of wine during Welcome to Fuckville. You can see it's getting pretty
Nice.
low. This is a 1.5
I-
liters of wine, by the way.
I've
This
been
is not
hooked
a
on
standard.
cupcake Sauvignon Blanc with pretzels. This is weird because it is such a and they'll tell you it's like a robust, crisp, cold blast of fruit with a salty pretzel. Oh my god, I'm so hooked.
You're hooked?
It's such a weird like combo. Like it's not quite pickles and peanut butter. You know what I mean? But like people aren't doing this already. At least I don't think they are. I love it. Oh my god, I love it so much. I wanted to get a soft pretzel. This is the coolest thing. When I used to go to trade shows in Munich, Germany, these are massive like trade shows that you would not be able to do the whole thing in a week. And we would it was sponsored by a champagne. I forget who. What's a champagne brand that starts with a B? Like a very popular one. But anyway, there were these huge like
Bubbly.
yeah, like a 4-foot bottle of champagne with a tap, right? And so like they would give out soft pretzel and Swiss cheese sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
Yes.
champagne. And I would just sit there like and then we would go out and drink all night, but like I would just sit there with the champagne, the pretzels, and the Swiss and be like, oh my god, this is so great.
Soft. I got to be honest. I like hard pretzels. They're all right. But soft pretzels, like a good one. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever been to Philadelphia, but in Philadelphia,
Hot,
they got all kinds of motherfucking pretzels in that bitch.
Oh,
They
yeah,
know how to
in
make a
that
pretzel. I'll tell you. I used
Yep.
to go down Philadelphia,
Oh,
just
yeah.
buy pretzels from every little
Every
pretzel
time.
stand. Yep.
Philly.
I thought you were gonna go
Liberty
full
Bell.
old person on us and say Philadelphia way.
Ben
Used to
Franklin.
go out down Philadelphia way.
Cheesesteaks. Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell.
It's a big deal. It's cracked.
We got
You know that?
some revelations of Jake's vacation
What
setup.
the
Oh,
fuck?
there's a bed.
Here he
There's
is. This is like very Madonna, like a
Oh.
prayer or something. Right?
Yeah,
Which
this is
one
like
is this?
Jake's about to like talk about cute boys on the phone for 5 hours.
Jake's
That's what
just
this
doing
is.
cute selfies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just figure it feels right, for
Yeah.
our vibe.
Is it a bed or is it a table?
It's a bed, and I've rolled forward. I've sort of rolled my nuts into like a burrito, and I am in tremendous pain right now.
Sometimes we're hiding them.
Do an
Sometimes we're digging
adjustment.
them up.
Yeah.
It's just
There you go.
Wasn't worth the joke.
Oh man. Okay, I got a funny personal story. You want to hear this? So
No. I prefer to get right to the point, honestly.
It is so damn hot down here that
How hot is it?
It's so hot that I was like done with boxer shorts and
Ooh.
boxer briefs. I was like, it's
Just
too
no
much.
no more
fabric.
underwear at all?
No, I was looking for something that was more like a swim trunk liner, but like just briefs. I was
I
like,
was gonna joke about that as a terrible idea. Oh, but you're saying the material, but not the tension.
no, like less
Hang
fabric,
loose.
just
Yeah.
less fabric, right? Hang loose. Oh, is that where that comes from? But like, I just less fabric, right? So I just casually just got some online. I just
You
know
should wear
talk
chainmail?
yeah, you talk about it,
Kind
and
of
this
an
shit
idiot
just
would do
starts
that.
popping up online. I was like, oh, those look right, and I just bought them. And then when I got them,
Hold
I was
on,
like,
everybody. This is what Letterhack is
Trusted
a
brand.
great consumer. He's a wonderful consumer. Corporations love him. Do not be like Letterhack. If someone serves you up an ad for something you said in a conversation, do not click that ad. Do not click it. Go buy a competing brand.
so
interesting.
I got them, and I was like, these are not my style for sure. Although who would know, right? It's not the kind of, it's not like I wear them on the outside like Superman. But, I was like, oh, wow, these are like these are like briefer than I thought. Like I could use a little bit more fabric at this point. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, these are for guys who like work out a lot and are strutting around the pool in this kind of outfit also. You know what I mean? Like it felt weird to me. It was a big change from my normal jersey fabric boxer shorts or whatever. So, I was telling my wife about them, and I was like, so here's why I did this, and I got them, and I was like, I don't know, they're a little too much for me. I'm not that guy, right? Living out here in the country or whatever. I don't know. It just felt weird.
It is
so
cool, though, to know you're wearing something weird under your pants.
So then it got
Sounded
so
creepier than I
fucking
meant.
hot that I was like, okay, I'm wearing these things, right? Like it's my only option right now. I'll just wear them. And it was whatever. So my wife forgets all about this. She forgets I did this. She forgets the conversation. She knows, we do each other's laundry.
Oh boy.
And
this could only end.
This was like one of
handful
the
away.
best moments of my adult life. She comes into the room holding a pair and she goes, the fuck are these? Whose are these? I was like, they're mine.
Your husband's weirdo.
I was like, if you need to see, I still have the packaging upstairs. I haven't taken all the pairs out of them. Like I still have rolled up and taped or whatever, like in the packaging. I could prove they're mine. I was like, you don't remember me talking about this? She goes, yeah, I do. And I was like, okay, well, that was kind of cute. And she's like, what? And I was like, that you're like jealous or that you even think I'm capable of having an affair and ending up with somebody else's undergarments in my possession. Like that sounds like a wild life.
Thing. Yeah, it's like
I'm not living that.
That you would turn out to be an unfaithful person, but
So-
also incredibly dumb. Like,
and like living
Letterhack is
that sounds like living on the edge to me. Like, oh wow, this guy's hooking up and also like taking their
Doing
underwear
his-
home and stuff. And
I will say, if I'm
What is
if
that?
I'm in a situation where I'm feeling I'm experiencing too much fabric, my response to that situation is not to buy more clothes. I would just take them off.
well, I mean, hygienically though, because of the heat, that's not super safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say the swamp.
Well, you could
that-
wear like one thin layer for sure, but it's
You're
like,
gonna end up with like heat rash at a minimum. That happens under people's arms out here and stuff like that. And
just do
you
this.
see it when people are wearing tank tops and everything.
I used to.
Yeah,
free
just
fall
walk.
it
We should all just walk.
religiously.
I do this all the time. I'm not even joking.
Oh,
I love swinging my arms.
You're
around.
saying the only thing between you and us is a thin layer of fabric or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
Was that from Seinfeld?
Yeah.
I'm
the
out there,
issue is the
Jerry.
sweat.
And I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh
But
man, this
I
great.
think,
And then he slams the door.
yeah, but I hate that it's problematic now. But
What is?
you just can't reference things anymore without thinking about all the bullshit that's happened.
What, like Michael? Okay, think
Or
about
and
this though.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Michael Richards went out there, said the N-word, and then we had Jerry Seinfeld apologize for it. Fast forward, Jerry Seinfeld is now like fucking, pro Holocaust. Very funny, very cool.
I am working on a theory of that to help out America and the whole world, and that is basically that if somebody's actions are no longer, if appreciating somebody's art does not contribute to their horrible actions, the harm they did that you disagree with, then it's fine. I think old episodes of Seinfeld are not.
Oh, I love Seinfeld. You will never.
Yeah.
You will have to pry Seinfeld the show. The show.
Yeah, Larry
from my
David
cold,
is
dead
the
hands.
through line for me.
I don't think you're sure, but I don't think you're doing any harm, and it's separate from being like bummed out about it. Like I can't watch the Cosby Show; it bums me out too much. But as far as the moral question of it all, I don't think there's anything wrong, so long as it's not like somebody has a show and they were just discovered to be abusing their staff in any sort of nefarious way.
Right.
Abusing their staff, I could have left it at. And so then if you watch that show, you're contributing to the culture of abuse, blah, 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 blah. Totally different from an old show. We discovered some bummers.
I got
about the people who
Seinfeld on DVD. That's right, not even Blu-ray.
nice.
I got it on DVD.
I have
And
the
it's in
box
this
set.
fucking blue box, and it's got this fucking like every fucking DVD is in like this weird cardboard thing with all these epic trivias and the pictures and stuff. Oh man, box sets used to be so fucking cool, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, mine came with the script for the Big Salad episode.
It's a good episode.
That
That
is
is a good episode.
It's a cool bonus.
It's a good
You get the
script.
script.
And it was, yeah. Anyway,
It's interesting, by the way, this comment. I used to love Seinfeld, but Jerry is a minor monster. It's interesting that you said that, a minor monster, because he also is notably known for dating and going to like prom and high school events with 16 and 17-year-olds.
isn't that what they meant by that? Like,
I
it
don't
should be
know, but
hyphenated? Minor
I don't know.
monster?
I just thought I would make that connection in case you weren't aware of that. He also is as with a lot of people that love the country of Israel, he's a little bit of a likes him young, real young.
I was just thinking of, I heard,
Can't have anything bad.
I heard 2 audio recordings by Donald Trump today, and in both of them, I was like, I'm assuming there were no follow-up questions, but if there were, what would they have even been? It's time. And if you're not doing this, you're either showing like loyalty to your masters, or you are just a scared person and shouldn't be in journalism at the moment. But it is time for everyone. I don't care if it's Trump or whoever. When they give you these word salad answers, you just look at them and go, what the fuck are you talking about? What you just said doesn't make any, get the fuck out of here. You don't make any sense. If all of news people suddenly gave up access journalism and they didn't care anything about it, and they just ended
Mr.
everything
President,
with,
are you fucking
"You
going
didn't say
demented?
shit just now.
What the fuck?
You sound like your mouth is full of marble. Get the fuck out of here." Like, if they did that, the whole world would be like,
I used to
okay, we're
I
listening.
used to do
What
that
do
in my
what
I had a
next?
brief stint of being a journalist for like a couple months, 2 or 3 months, and I'd ask
Mhm.
politicians questions. I used to love doing that shit. Like I used to
So what
love
the
just
fuck does
asking
that
them,
mean?
"What are you talking about?" You gave us I would ask a question, they would answer it, and I go, "You gave us no new information, so I'm going to repeat the question." And you refuse to answer the question, so let me try again. I would do that kind of stuff until they would just kick me out the room, and it was great.
Did you see Slotkin on Breaking Points where Crystal Ball goes, "So you asked to come on the show. Why?" I was like, "That's awesome." That and she looked at him like, "Why not?" And they were like, what was the goal? Why'd you want to be on this show? And it was like, damn, that was direct, awkward.
I said this in my Fuckville episode, but the most dangerous word in the English language, 3 letters, Y, W-H-Y. It's the most dangerous word in the English language.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There were motherfuckers that got killed over asking that question.
Could
Shout
also
out
be
to, Socrates.
Could also be annoying when it comes from kids when they're like, "Why?"
No, it's not annoying.
Like,
They want to
all right,
know.
dude.
They're trying to figure out the truth of the matter. You being annoyed by that, that's a problem. That's because your inner
That's that
child
kid's
is in
problem.
prison.
Because
It's
if
like
I'm his only
fucking the
resource, he
nine-tailed
just blew
fox
it.
in Naruto. He's that motherfucker's in a jail cell.
So I talked
me
to
on
a
jail.
politician. I played this on Monday. It was a brief interview with Elijah Manley from Florida's 20th congressional district, and he is running. And I was like, "What are you gonna do about ICE? What's your statement on ICE and what's happening with this?" We need to be asking politicians, "What's your fucking plan?" Because this is not going away, right? Are you just gonna let it ride if we take the majority back? What's the deal? And so
I would ask, like, why are you even running? Do you even think elections are free and fair? But go on.
So I asked him, and I feel like I could assume his take on that because when, I think Alligator Alcatraz, as they call it, is in his district. And he said, or like the next 2 or 3 will be, right? Because like that's the first of many that they have planned. And he said, first detention centers, then death camps. That's exactly what's happening. And I was like, damn, that's what I would have said. Like, that's what you're saying? Great. And I almost at the end of the interview was like, dude, it's like I told you to say that, but I didn't want to say that in the interview because it would lose credibility. But like what he was saying, like some very right on things. And it wasn't just a matter of like trying to relate to the audience or like his constituents or his supporters, or this is what people want us to say. I got to say this stuff. It was exactly what he thought. And it was right in line with everything that we're saying. And when I tune in to like the regular news, I don't tune in, but when I hear like a local news broadcast and they're using words like fascism, I am so like, I hate that we're at this moment where we're talking about fascism, but
would have been great if you
to
sounded
hear.
this alarm fucking 10 years ago.
True.
But hey,
But
man,
like,
whatever.
Sure, but I'm with Matt on this. Like, this is a breakthrough that had to happen. And I would even
Yeah.
argue that we can have an end to access journalism just through, I don't think we should need this, but we can do it through even capitalist means. If you just make it so that it is very profitable to do gotcha interviews, because these are not hard to set up. Basically, most Republicans are just the most vile creatures you can fathom, Republican politicians.
Yeah,
Like,
voters.
if you
are. I got to be honest. Voters are arguably worse because they get nothing.
I would
They
encourage
do all
you-
this monstrous evil shit. 1 second, and then they get nothing for it. Think about that. Like at least the politicians are getting millions of bucks. But go on.
But that's the thing. Like they're victims of scams. So you can argue that they ought to be better informed or this, that, or the other thing. But there's no question that the politicians know that they're lying because
Oh,
they
yeah.
must know that they're lying in order to tell the lies. And if you have journalists who understand that they will be burning a bridge and news organizations that understand that they will be burning a bridge, if they get that person out of office with a serious enough interview, it doesn't matter if that bridge is burned. They just need to ensure that they get enough views, get enough clicks, whatever, to justify that.
Yeah,
a hell
it's
of a
like
thing.
when we speculate that there might not be elections.
I don't
the
think
first
it's in the
thing-
realms of speculation,
But the first thing I think of is why would they be so blatant about that? But they're still trying to save face going on the news all the time? Like, why don't they just go, why aren't the politicians saying, hey, newsman, fuck you. I don't have to do this. I'm getting money from APAC. That doesn't they aren't relying on me. That's not dependent on me going
They
on
like
the
it.
news.
They like the attention that it gives them.
So
They
that's
like
what I
feeling like
mean.
a professional person. They like feeling
So-
like an adult, even though they're not.
So if you just stop access journalism, they're all going to realize it, and then they'll stop being on the news, right? Because they'll know that it's going to make them look bad. So what you do is you have like panel shows, right? So you plan like
unscripted, perhaps
6 panel shows across the board, and it's like these Republicans are all like, "Oh, you're here too? Oh shit, you're here? Why are there Democrats here? Oh, whatever." And then all you do is just go around the table going, "That doesn't make any sense. You can fucking leave now." And next. No, you're full of shit too. You can fucking leave now. And if there's 10 shows with 6 guests per panel, we're good. We can just end access journalism all at once, but I can't see the media doing it that concertedly.
Well, a lot of the people
lot
in
of
the
ways,
media
but-
are Nazis. So, like the New York Times, for example, is a fascist rag. You know, all these kinds of like major news publications, the Washington Post, they're all just Nazis. And like that's why, like, you know, there's a couple of them that are like finally using the F word, fascism, and they're getting shit canned all over the place. You see them getting shit canned all the time. You know, like Paramount is kicking off that fucking comedian. He didn't even like, you know, do anything, but they're kicking him off anyway, right? So, you know, the people that are left are Nazis for sure.
I have just learned that the actual function of the news is not to inform the populace. It should be, but that's not what it really is. The
Right.
actual function of the news is to make the populace feel as though they are informed.
Yeah.
And there's a crucial difference there.
That's why it's
and we got to just
24/7, because they're trying to be like, you know, we're your security blanket here. You don't really get anything out of it, but you feel like you do. Like I was telling somebody, God, this would have been 2020 or something, and I was telling a friend of mine, I was
Ancient
like, "Oh,
history.
you gotta," I was like, "You gotta stop watching CNN." They're like, "Well, I love my Anderson Cooper," and I was like, I said, "Okay, no offense, but just the way you say that is so, like, this guy is a multimillionaire, whether he has that job or not. Do you really think it matters to him? Like,
or any job ever.
Right. Like he'll act like it matters to him, but he's an actor." And they're like, "He's not an actor." And I was like, "Well, I mean, yeah, he is. He's definitely." It's bullshit. It's just, but you know,
And like if there's a local news person who's talking like Cooper, I would get it because I would know they don't really know as much as they're pretending to know. They're mostly just nervous about being on TV and all these sweet, innocent, sad things. But Anderson Cooper knows, and anybody at the national level, they all know. There's a reason that they phrase things the way they phrase them, that newspeak kind of sounds confusing a little bit. It's intentionally so. It's intentionally trying to hide the ball. And you can't hide the ball multiple times like that without knowing that's what you're doing. So I do think there's a special ring in hell for people like Anderson Cooper, even though I want to like the guy. His vibe I find very fun, and I get where that person's coming from. But my counter to that is if this guy knows that he's lying to you, even through omission that he's lying to you or that he's spinning things, it's hard to like someone who cons you on a daily basis. It's very hard to have affection for somebody, even if they make you laugh, if you know that it's in pursuit of a scam they're running with your votes.
But that's the thing, is the scammed perpetuate the scam. Like think about it. You got scammed. What's easier, admitting you were wrong or scamming the next guy?
that's
and
why
keeping
it's
the
that
pyramid
old
going?
quote. It's
Scamming the next guy.
easier to be scammed than to unscam yourself, or whatever.
I got to address one thing. I'm begging you to let me. JK, coming up a little short, Jake. The news is just propaganda. No, it is not. No, it absolutely isn't.
Uh-oh.
There is.
Uh-oh.
I
Here we go.
truly
Fight.
believe, especially at the local level, there is a fundamental purpose that it serves. If for nothing else, when there is a tragedy in your community, it sucks to ask a grieving family what happened. But you want to know, because you want to know, is this going to affect my kids? Are they going to be really bummed out because that car accident we saw outside the grocery store turns out it was somebody they knew? just getting that information so that when something happens in your community, like a flash flood or whatever, and you know it, that's the actual function. Politics is eating up the news, but it is there for a purpose.
Just to be clear, Jake formerly did work at a local news station.
Yeah, so I
those are
want
the
to ask.
biases. Gotta
True.
throw those out
I've
there.
got a massive bias.
But this is why I want to ask, do you think like local news, I know there are people in local news and it's like, oh, this guy's been in the morning show for decades. But like, do you think it's entry level?
Yes.
Like a point of
Anybody
entry?
here. When I say anybody here, I mean anybody in the chat. And I don't know who's in the chat. There's at least 71 people. Literally anyone. If you can flip a burger, you can get into a news organization. You just have to sincerely be trying. They measure things more on effort than on whatever your credentials are.
I mean, there's SNL parodies of this, but I've seen people on like local news where I'm like, why this guy? What the fuck is, first of all, you're making it look way more difficult to get a properly fitted suit than it is. Like, there is no fucking way anyone should ever let you dress yourself based on what you have on right now. And you're going to tell me something valuable? No. Like, look, wear casual clothes. Just let's get past that. But if you're trying to look like suit and tie guy and you blow it, no. I can't.
I'm a big believer that it's the unofficial uniform of the newsman. If you're there to handle,
but it would be so
dress for serious business.
But yeah, but like also look at pictures of people doing it online and mimic that instead of trying to figure it out for yourself, which they obviously did. Like I see that a lot of the time. But
so you're telling me you shouldn't
important.
do a primetime news slot wearing a Fago t-shirt? You don't think that would work out?
Is this news? This is late night, first of all.
Well, I'm just using your t-shirt as an example, not this show.
Oh, no. I mean, if you were giving me valuable information, wear whatever you want.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Jake disagrees. Jake wants you to wear
what do
a
you
suit
think,
and
Jake?
tie like a good little drone.
Yeah, and if you're bad enough that you don't literally have a fashion expert in the studio, like not bad enough, but if you're new enough that you start off in a very small market and you don't have somebody in the studio whose job it is to come up with the wardrobe for people and say you should wear this, this, and this, and this for your shape or whatever, then you are also in the early learning curve part of it. So when you're in a small market, all markets where these signals go out to are measured. If you're starting in the news, you will start with a small job in a small market, and it will not be enough to pay your bills. You will need an additional part-time job.
But you don't think
that the purpose of that is so that when you do a bad job, it's not the end of the world.
How hard would it be to make it part of the training or schooling where they go, okay, look,
it is.
Just today we're going to talk about lapel width should match tie width. Okay. That we're just going to get a couple things out of the way. Do you know what it means to have your cuffs pull or no break? Like, we're just going to get a couple things out of the way. There are 3 buttons. You don't need to use them all. You know what I mean? Like, we're just going to get a few things
Sure, but in this era,
out of the way.
we have serious issues to deal with. And the question of should there be a local news and what should that look? Or should there be news and what should that look like? I think, yes, there should be. And it should look mostly like what it is, except I would like to see it subsidized by the government. I don't think it should be dependent on ads. I think that is a massive tragedy we have allowed to unfold.
Yeah,
but it's going to be like the stuff you see is not like when you see clips of terrible news people, it's us laughing at somebody who's like essentially on their second week of the job, basically.
But I am
fine, but
I saw a comment.
We got a massive apologist for the news anchors, by the way.
For local news anchors, not national.
That answers my question too. But there's a comment, local news is a lot like cop glazing. Now, what I'm seeing is some very, and I'm not watching like local news all the time, but I cannot get away from the constant
it's police
recordings about of ICE raids and arrests and stuff like that, if you want to call them arrests. But like the way the local media is handling it, from what I have seen, and I'm not seeing it all, but from what I've seen, I'm like, good, because there's a lot of people out there watching the local news. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? This is South Carolina local news. And it's like,
And it
these
tells
guys
them
are not
immediately.
pulling punches.
This
what?
is not some hypothetical. It tells them immediately too when they're covering an ICE raid. This is not some hypothetical thing. This happened to your neighbors.
Yeah.
So all
Yeah.
that bad mouthing you were doing about illegals, well, that was somebody who your kid is friends with. That just happened in your community. All
Yeah,
that,
and
all
I
that
mean-
hypothetical cruelty you were talking about just became actual, real life, horrible consequences for someone you might have liked, and now you have to consider that.
Or-
there's nothing I've seen yet that can replace that.
Exactly. Yeah, well said. But also, like, they might not even be illegal, quote unquote. They might be like total
It's the
fucking
Gestapo
citizens
going
here.
after anyone. It's that fucking Family Guy meme, you know, from like fucking 12 some years ago. Like they're just going after anyone. Jake, after being in Florida for a while, might get picked up by ICE after getting a little tan. You know, like this is fucked up.
They just Carlos was reporting on this yesterday. ICE was there, you know, they were on a hot mic bragging about the quota bonus they're gonna get. They're like, oh, I can taste that quota bonus already. And they were joking about using the taser on the guy, and the guy the whole time was like, I have rights, and they're like, no, you don't.
And
They
that's
just said
true
that.
because rights don't exist. They never did exist. By the way, there was never such a thing as rights. But certainly now more than ever, we can see that they are not real. There are no rights.
And
You're
what
a
was-
citizen, doesn't matter. I saw one video. Some guy had his passport carried in his pocket. He carried it anywhere he went because he knew ICE would pick him up at some point. The ICE guy took the passport, ripped it into pieces, and threw it in the fucking ground. Like, you don't have rights. You are not a citizen of anything. You are a human being in a concentration camp called Earth.
In
That's
the
where you are.
Same way that it horrifies me to see people bad mouthing local news with all due respect, very little actual understanding of what they are, of who they are talking about, if not what. It horrifies me to see progressives constantly dissuade other progressives from joining law enforcement in any sort of way because of moments like this. Because assuming we survive as a country through this moment, are you telling me the people that tore up that passport and didn't give about justice at all don't deserve prison? Because if they do, we all need to make it happen.
Well,
So
I mean,
that
there's
means we need people with the will to.
There's it's something I personally would support.
You're saying we need law
creating a parallel
enforcement to
institution.
hold law enforcement breaking the law accountable.
Yes.
Law does
I
not
see what you're
exist
saying.
To enforce
right?
the
So
laws.
There is no such
All right,
thing as
now
law.
hold
So
on.
if we create a parallel institution that enforces the Constitution, we could call it the Constitution Police. Arrest
There is
Republicans, for
100% such a
example.
thing as law because we're using the word. What are you talking about? Matt,
If
were you actually trying to pretend like there was something confusing about law enforcement holding law
Nope.
enforcement?
I was
to
clarifying
account?
your point
Okay.
before.
No, my
Andrea moved
point
on.
is that you need to have a parallel institution. I wouldn't call
This
it
is
law
like
enforcement.
this is like people who live outside the system use the system, like bank robbers steal money so they can spend money in capitalism. Like, it's kind of funny, right? It's like we're outside the system so we can be a part of the system, right? So like there is, what are we going to do about it when we're kind of needing it to do something about it? You know what I mean? So I see your point. But I think that
If not cops, become prosecutors. Sincerely.
well, and there are some whistleblower. I'm not getting this right. This is why we don't draw conclusions here. But there is a I'm seeing things, and of course you can't just trust everything you see online, right? I wish it was like a legit story that I'd seen, but it's probably a screen grab of a headline, and that could be faked very easily. I'm telling you from experience. But like, it was something like ex-ICE official or current ICE official or something very worried about the number of Proud Boys who are going to be hired to work as ICE agents very soon. You know what I mean? It was something along those
100%.
lines. And that doesn't have to be a fake headline to be an actual real thing that is about to threaten us all. Because those fuckers do not care about the law. And that is literally allowing crime to run rampant. It just is.
Well, my point earlier is that laws are made up by humans. Like we made up laws. Like it's not like
Human
you know,
construct.
it's not to be confused with scientific laws such as gravity, which does
So
exist outside of humanity.
Bakeries
doesn't mean there shouldn't be regulations on bakeries. Doesn't mean there shouldn't be a certain quality of baker. I
Yeah,
gotta
we-
talk about BCAT's comment though.
We just need more
Prosecutors are cops.
transparency.
Easy
in life.
peasy. And then ACAB, all cops are bastards. BCAT, you are one of the sharpest people I have the pleasure
Here
of
we
talking
go.
to regularly. So I need to ask you sincerely, what are you
Oh, boy.
advocating for? All prosecutors are cops. Easy peasy. What then happens?
Sassy.
Where does justice come from? It's sincere, and I'm being a dick, but I'm trying to encourage. I'm trying to encourage you to think.
I would
critically
argue there's
about
no
this.
such thing as
Here,
justice.
let me
What
me
is
just
it that you
let me take
would
up the
like-
argument then. I think that
I would like to finish it first, please, and thank you.
Yeah.
What is it you are suggesting ought to happen? Because if you are sincerely saying that all prosecutors are cops, all cops are bastards, you must never, ever, ever become a cop, become a prosecutor. In what world do you see justice done to these people who right now are kidnapping people? Because if none of us are going to do it, then you're asking the villains to police themselves, and they've made it clear they won't. So provide for me the alternative you're suggesting. That's all.
So I've given
Yes,
this a
let's
lot
let
of thought.
Letterhack voted the most right wing on Left Past 10. Let's
No,
let him
I've
take
this
it.
is true.
well, I was going to take it up. I was just going to stand in for BCAT and say what I think the
Steelman,
the thought process is that I think
I mean, I agree with
you
BCAT,
could
and also Steelman.
I think that you could make a case for the system being so corrupt. I'm not joking that you need to shut it down and retool it, right? So like, and I'm not kidding, this perfectly applies. I think that the excuse they use is that, oh, there's some bad apples. I think maybe there's just a few good apples and it's a lot of rot. And I think that you could look at it to the point where, and this is why I always say, anything going forward needs to have an addition of huge amounts of transparency and checkpoints, and not just letting like, oh, they're cops, so we can trust them. No more of that, right? Like
mandatory
we
civilian
assume,
oversight. Absolutely.
so we assume it's all fucking corrupt and act from there. And I'm not saying police the police. I'm saying give public transparency, right? So here's a question that I asked myself, and I wonder how you guys would handle this. If somebody in very good faith said, and I'll reiterate that, I want to emphasize this, in good faith, use the slogan, make cops great again, that insinuates, and I want to know what point in history does that insinuate was when the cops were good? What point in the United States, we'll just use that, if you were like, make the cops great again, at what point in history were the cops the best example of what they could be? Because I think that people look at the amount of TV entertainment and books and movies and shit that are built up around cop shows, right? And I think that we have formed an opinion of what it is, that it's not actually that. So I want to know, like, at what point in the history of the United States, as good faith as possible, can you look back and say, this is an example of when the cops were best and should be, or
I would argue
was it
with
always
you-
fucking corrupted?
I would argue with you that 2025 is an example of cops being the best.
What do you mean?
I mean, they've always been shit. They've always been garbage. They've
So
never been
that's
good
right.
at any point in history.
But
So-
is there, I mean, could anybody think back to like, oh yeah, no, this is what we mean by the police are a good thing. When were they a good thing?
Never.
When were they not
It's an occupying
mostly like the majority
Never
of
and
it
always.
corrupted?
It's a military force.
Like you might have true believers and people who join to be like, I'm going to be like Serpico, or I'm going to be a real
father.
protect and serve guy.
Those
So,
people
but
get killed, they
those
get burned
are,
alive in cars somewhere.
but at when do you judge an entire organization or entity or agency based on the few good examples. You don't, right? It's like if my car had one
Do you
wheel,
see how
I
all
wouldn't
of
be
this
like,
is
it's a fine
just
car.
sort of nonsense?
No, I
let me
don't.
go in. Let me go in.
what
Let
is
me,
it?
because I'm the freak here.
Go ahead.
So let me go in because I have a lot to say. Let me drink some wine real quick. Let me just get a big old.
Then
gulp.
while you're talking, I'll ask a rhetorical question. Who is going to be in charge of pressing charges against the people that need charges pressed for their behavior over the last 6 months? Answer that question and then go do that is my suggestion. What do you
All right.
Yeah, I was
so-
taking it away from that, but
I personally believe
That's
that,
where I
yeah,
wanna keep-
prosecutors are cops. Can you be a good cop, right? Can you be a good prosecutor? Let's just use the word cop, right? You know, is it possible to be a good cop? What does that mean to be a good cop? Right? Well, we have a couple of examples. There have been good cops, such as Christopher Dorner. Pretty good cop, if you ask me. There's some other examples of good cops. But what does it mean to be a good cop? What it means to be a good cop is basically similar to how police shows cover undercover agents. If you want to be a good cop, what you're doing is you're going undercover in the police force. You're going to expose all the cops. You're going to copy the hard drives of all the computers at the police station, publicize them onto the internet. That would be a good cop. Then you flee the country because they're definitely going to kill you. 100% chance you're going to die unless you flee the country immediately. So you go in there, you become a cop, go through the police academy, you know, like something like that. You know, become a cop, stick the thumb drive in, copy all the data, flee to fucking Switzerland and publish that shit on the dark net and then let all the journalists talk about it. In my opinion, that's the way you be a good cop. As far as pressing charges, who's going to press charges? Now, this is a multifaceted conversation. We could go in any direction. The edgy person in me wants to say that pressing charges, there's no legal system anymore. We are in a post-legal world. Yeah. Right. So like who's going to press charges? Nobody, because charges won't exist anytime soon. Charges are an instrument of the state. You know, like how we like look at and like what's the closest example to what we could possibly conceive of in history to get us out of this mess? The Nuremberg trials.
Nuremberg trials.
That's the only thing. Now, I personally believe, this is my opinion. This may seem edgy. I don't know. I'm a little drunk. Let's be honest. I think the Nuremberg trials may be one of the best propaganda pieces of all time. Right? Because it allowed Germany to move on. What is Germany doing now? Yeah. They're supporting another Holocaust. They didn't learn anything. Never again meant nothing. They're supporting another Holocaust in Gaza. Right? So Germany allowed the Nuremberg trials to happen to cleanse their soul, a fake cleansing, right? Just a fake cleansing. They hang a couple low-level officials, say, all right, all's good. All the big Nazis, they fled to Argentina. All the popular Nazis, all the intelligent Nazis, they fled to the United States. And Operation Paperclip. Right?
Not all of them.
Well, not all of them. Some of them killed themselves. Some of them fucking went in a plane, like fucking Borman, right? But like, you know, let's be honest. Nuremberg, it's a good start. It's a good start. But ultimately, Germany is still a fascist country. If you support Palestinian rights, you get sent to jail. Right? They're sending arms and funding to another Holocaust. That's the thing that Germany learned from the Nuremberg trials. If we're going to do a Holocaust, outsource it. Outsource it. Let someone else do the hard labor. We'll fund it. That's what they learned. They don't want to be the ones doing the Holocaust. They want to outsource it to someone else.
The ADF lost, but not by that much. Like that is.
Here's the main thing I'd like y'all to consider. The whole game.
I can keep going, but let's go with Jake.
What happens if everybody agrees with you? What happens if everybody gets on board with the point you're making? If it's enough to you to be satisfied with just saying, well, this whole profession's bad, what then? Where do you go?
I haven't made that point, by the way. I haven't made that point.
We need to create our own civilization that exists in parallel and opposition.
I haven't made that
surrender.
point, by the way.
It's the same thing that you haven't, but y'all have gone a long way to really jumping on that point that cops currently are awful human beings.
No, I was just trying to explain what they
are.
mean by ACAB.
But the point is,
what I think.
The point is, if that's all you have to say, you're doing the same work that Russian propagandists do.
Here we go. Please don't compare me to Russian propagandists, dude. What are you talking about? Like, we're having a very casual conversation.
This is
I love
a
Leftist.
massive problem on the left. We're having the same effect when we cease seeking solutions for these problems. It
We're
is
talking
fine.
about it right now.
It is fine to acknowledge the problems, but if in 2025 you're saying ACAB and you don't have a follow-up for how to deal with that, then I'm just not interested.
Well, my
Because you're
follow-up
not
is to create a
sincerely
parallel
interested
institution
in
and
fixing it.
well, okay, let me be
Parallel
honest with you.
institution, I
Let's be
like
real.
that.
Let's be real, okay? If we're
Yes.
going to have a genuine conversations like with the auspices of solutions, we cannot have that on the internet. That's just not possible. Can we all agree with
Oh,
that?
come on. What's the
If we're
point
going
of this space?
if we're going to talk about real life,
Yeah, you'll get
how do
censored
we
by
solve
YouTube.
this problem? How do we
We know
actually
this.
move forward in the world? I don't think we can have that conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna
So,
get shut down if we start talking
it's
like
not
real.
shut down. You're gonna get sent to fucking
Taken down.
Alcatraz. You're gonna get sent to Auschwitz. You know, if you actually, how do we solve this problem? Mad Libs, go buy a copy. It's very instrumental, right? So, right. So we have to have proxy conversations. We have to have dumbed down conversations because a real conversation about how we solve these crises you cannot have on the internet. If it's something that involves how to actually fix the problem, you're going to get FBI knocking on your door. If it's something that says like, how do we actually, I don't know, think about fixing the problem, you're going to get censored. You're going to get fucking sent to Guantanamo Bay, Rikers Island, you know, fucking alligator Auschwitz, one of those things. All right. So we can't actually have a real genuine conversation. There's multiple barriers here, at least for me. I don't know about y'all, but like when I think about genuine solutions, right? Like, there's a limit. There's a hard ceiling on genuine solutions to this problem.
I got one right here from
discuss on the internet. But my closest thing that I can think of is to create a parallel institution that is completely separate. In my opinion, I think we should write a new constitution. We should write a Declaration of Independence, whatever you want to say, whatever memes or metaphors you want to come up with. We're in America, so let's just go with this one. I would declare independence. Declare independence, create a new constitution. They did that in, what was it, Chile or was it Bolivia? I forget. One of those countries. They created an entire new constitution. They threw the old one out in the garbage. They ripped it up and made a new constitution. We can do that. We can start now. We can start now as a movement, whatever that means. I don't know what the movement is. We can create a new constitution. We can all declare our independence, see what happens. Create new institutions. We have our own police force. What does that mean? Well, we'll figure that out. And again, there's certain levels of what we can talk about and can't talk about on the internet.
But I just real quick, while I believe that there are good forms of propaganda, don't call me a propagandist. I'm not doing propaganda. The three of us are sitting here having. Well, I thought you were saying.
But no, I said you're doing. By doing that, I said we all, and you included then, are
I know, but I wasn't
work of
doing that.
Propagandists.
But I wasn't.
It was, in my opinion.
No, the three
respectfully
of
in the
us are
club.
sitting here talking, and mostly for me anyway, hypotheticals and just asking questions and hearing answers and talking about it. It's not like there's just one person up here saying like the rest of the time I make.
I will
content,
say
but-
I will freely admit to being a
But-
propagandist, and I adore
Okay.
the label. So,
but I see your point is what I'm saying, and that shouldn't be a thing, and that when it comes down to a slogan, I think that it's not enough. Like I've never thought a bumper sticker world is where we should live, and that the ideas should be fully fleshed out. One thing,
and it's hard, and I got to just jump on to stress that I agree. I understand the sentiment. It's real hard to talk about how you might possibly join a group that was founded as slave catchers and beats the shit out of black folks and imprisons people. I get it. I do get it.
yeah, and like the first person that it would be easiest for to take advantage of the system would be the people policing the system, right? Like that is kind of like, no, it's just right there. I can grab it. But I think that personally, and this is where I'll just say this is exactly what I'm thinking personally. When it comes to quote unquote crime, that is one thing that we need to start redefining in order to redefine what policing is, right? So like crime right now is in a lot of ways just protecting capitalism, right? I'm not talking about crimes that are people preying on the vulnerable or the innocent or doing
they
damage,
should really make crime illegal. I'm sorry.
Or regulations, right? Or avoid going around regulations. That kind of stuff is very like that's bad. That should be illegal. There should be laws against it, and there should be people who protect those laws, and there's consequences for breaking them. But most of the time, what we call crime is just like, I mean, these days I find it hard to say that it's not just somebody trying to make ends meet, or it's not just somebody trying to get theirs, and seeing like the world is slipping away. Look at the minimum wage doesn't go up, but rent is like out of control. Blackstone is just buying up all the property and making it insanely expensive to buy. And so the wealthiest people in the
Did
world
anyone see
can't
that,
spend it all.
that
So they
situation with
buy big
Blackstone that
stuff.
happened, by the way?
Yeah. So they just buy up assets and they make it harder for people to obtain, and that makes it harder for them to live. So I think like redefining what is crime and what isn't is part of the discussion. And it's not just we gotta fix the police. It's like, but for what? And I think that's what you're getting at, Jake, is like there has to be accountability, and people have to be held accountability for their crimes. And I think it's real obvious when the cops are breaking the law that that's bad and that's a crime. And I think that pisses people off on multiple levels.
There must be justice.
But
We
I
can't
think
just
that
talk about how these are bad people. We have to have something we're going to do about it. And if we're going to do something about it, that is by definition law enforcement. And as a progressive, that can look however you want it to look, but you should have an opinion on law enforcement beyond cops.
I will say this.
But it all comes
Fuck
from
law enforcement. If you want to talk about first principle, community defense.
Enforce the laws. How are they enforced? That is how we must decide to go.
It all comes from being being too easy to go. It's a crime. I was afraid for my life. They broke the law. There was a threat of a crime, probable cause. He didn't look right. It's like, wait a second. We're getting away from the crime here.
What do we care about somebody's terrible abuse of authority? We shouldn't, and I don't. I care about what ought to be legal and illegal, and who's going to do something about it, and how it's done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
So number one, I would say progressives should have a set of policies. Case in point, Groove Dragon brought up a Robert Reich policy that's fantastic. No private prisons. How about unarmed police? Answers like that ready to go when people ask. And number two,
how do you implement them? I'm going to do the Uno reverse. How do you implement these wonky little
if we wait until
policy
they're
things?
implemented to get people who are listening to this show to sign up for these things and to be a part of the corrupt system, then the best we can hope for is Merrick Garland. That's the best we can hope for. A Republican appointed by a Democrat.
Can you see cops in the U.S. not having guns when everyone has as much guns as they want?
It will be what we say it must be by voting.
I do agree with Jake in an abstract sense that I do think that there is merit to someone who's a leftist, communist, anarchist to joining the police department. There is merit. There are things you can do if you join. What you can do, starring Jake Draugelis. But there are things you can do in that environment. However, if you are going to be doing that, we mentioned the word constitution earlier. You need to have the most hard-coded constitution in your inner psyche, in your soul, your spirit, because when you join that, corruption is baked into the system, right? Like there's been multiple, situations, especially in the South, where police departments, they hand around bonuses like candy whenever someone like shoots someone, like, oh, you got your first kill, here's $10,000 bonus, that kind of stuff, right? Like that's a rampant system. So if you're going to be joining that system, you need to be the most constitutionally fortified motherfucker on planet Earth, right? Those are the motherfuckers. If we're going to be sending anyone into those systems, which we can debate whether or not we should, but Jake, his point is that someone should be in that system who's not a fascist, So if we're going to be sending anyone into those systems as they are here and now in the year 2025, Anno Domini, right? Then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get the most hardcore motherfuckers, the guys who aren't going to shake, the guys sleeper cells, if you want to use that kind of terminology, motherfuckers who can spend 10 years lying through their teeth in order to get up the ranks in a system and then flip the 180, right?
Okay.
We're going to need the most hardcore motherfuckers on earth to do that. So I
On
wouldn't
top of
recommend
that-
just random motherfuckers joining the cops. Because if you are one more second, if you're a random motherfucker who joins the police department and you're like poor and like you kind of need money, you're totally going to fall for it. You're totally going to become one of them. Let's be honest. Let's be real, right? So anyway, go on.
On top of that, we have, because the first thing that comes to my mind is you can't do that exact job without getting to a point where you're like, it's really getting to me. I'm seeing the worst of society every day. What am I supposed to fucking do here? They don't have resources, and they're asked to do things that shouldn't be a cop's fucking job in the first place, right? Like the
How many
wellness
cops
check
have you
and all
seen
that.
pulling
the
an
mental
animal
health.
carcass out of the road?
Yeah, it's like there need to be a lot of things that take, and this is another thing about like defund the police, whether you like that term or not, whether one would like that term or not. But it's like, give them a fucking break might be another way of saying that occasionally, right? Like you could give them less to do so they can focus on the
BREAK?
most important stuff instead of feeling like, I got to meet a quota. I'm going to have to do all this stuff. Somebody's about to shoot me. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? And it just gets, and now I'm beating up
Utterly
my
need
family.
to get rid of that IDF training that is just poison.
Maybe
Does
we
that
don't
know
want to
what
hire
depression
vets fresh from the forever war and
like
who
if,
are used to going door to door.
Have killed before, I would argue that should mean you're disqualified.
Right.
And it's
And
not because
so-
you're a bad person.
Yeah,
It's
and
simply
especially,
because
like-
we don't want someone comfortable with killing. To
Yeah,
be
and
doing this.
like double shifts or long shifts or overworked, right? Because your pay sucks and you want overtime. And you need a
Undereducated.
bonus, and you got to make the quota.
Require a college degree.
And
if you're going
and
to carry a
you're-
gun, a license that is maintained with the strictest, and a
Yeah,
college degree.
you're a
in
sissy if you
something
go to
decent.
the psychologist or if you talk to the staff psychologist or whatever, or you have a shooting and you need to take time off. You're like, no, I can go back to the job because I'm a cop and I'm tough. All that needs to be
There's
worked
plenty
out.
of cops that I would not trust with a gun that I'm fine with doing parking tickets. They have those in England. In addition
Right.
to the regular
Yeah.
like violence dealing with cops, even though they are also unarmed, they also just have like parking ticket cops, and it's a way more common job than it is here. I
You
would
know
much
how-
rather see like I would rather our police budget, which is something like $40 billion a year across the country. I would rather see that go to like 90% people that you wouldn't even think of as cops. But we ask cops to do that kind of job anyway.
Yeah, I think the plan, if people were going to show up with a plan and go, here's our plan for police, it would be chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and it would be
Yes.
like fully realized, not just.
And crucially,
Less
I want to turn around and again say, we cannot just agree that the people who are doing we're calling people slave catchers and feeling brave. I say that all the time. I think it's true, but we can't just say these people are doing something like that, say that ICE is violating the Constitution, and not have a demand that goes along
So
with that.
that's
Because
the
otherwise
last-
we're saying that's what's happening and we're willing to accept it.
That's the
what's
last
happened to
line.
us.
That's the last line of the presentation, right? You lay out this whole plan, you give the whole presentation, and at the end you go, because somebody's got to arrest these fucking dirty cops, right? Like somebody's got to take these cops to jail. So we're going to need cops here. That's why we have this plan. In
And there's a reason
conclusion,
there's such a thing.
somebody's got to arrest
I
these
personally think that we need to broaden our scope. What we are currently living through is a dying and decaying civilization. Personally, we could argue that the civilization we live in died decades or a century ago, and we're living in the ashes, the leftovers, right? So, like we have an opportunity, in my opinion, to resort back to the drawing board. There's two schools of thought. There's the let's make a tweak around the edge, and then let's just create an entirely new society that exists in spite of this society.
Look at
my
where
personal
it's gotten
opinion is
to.
we should
I
create,
mean-
like that whites only town in Arkansas. That's a great starting point. Let's do that, but for queers only, for blacks only, for immigrants
Honestly,
only, for
somebody was
Asians
talking about
only, for
how the
whatever, man. Like,
KKK
fuck them. Let's balkanize. Let them live in their whites only fucking hellhole and let them all fuck each other until they become inbred motherfuckers and then they turn into a fucking tornado and kill all of each other. Let them have their fucking cake. Let them go do their fucking
That's a George
horseshit.
Carlin
We
bit,
create a
right?
goddamn turtle civilization, and we fucking live and we defend ourselves. We defend what the people we care about. We defend ourselves. We defend each other. And you know what? Fuck them. Let the fascists go live in their ethno state. I'm at this point. I mean, what the fuck, man? Do we really live in a society with these motherfuckers? I don't think we can. I really don't.
On a deal with it tomorrow level, let me just float this idea out there to a
Let's deal with
progressive
it
leaning
tomorrow.
audience. On a like a literally instead of 2 years, instead of 4 years. If you got 5 or 6 friends to go through police academy and actually get that licensing done, you could, with a concerted effort, basically take over the police force in a small town. You could have a sheriff and 5 deputies that are all decent people. They don't give a fuck about prostitution as long as everybody's being safe. They're not harassing black people for no damn reason. And the only person they have to answer to is the voter. You could have a super progressive group of cops like that. But it does require that we stop taking anybody who might consider that and doing everything in our power to make sure they don't become.
I agree. I agree. We should all move to a ghost town in
I actually
Wyoming.
think that's
Maybe
a good idea.
we all move to a ghost
Folks
town
could do
and
it. Why
we
can't these
overtake
people do
our
it?
own government. We create our own government.
Squatting laws.
We get a sheriff. We get deputies. We build a fucking wall. We get
Autonomy.
an iron fucking dome, and we
Andrea's
say, "Do
autonomous
not
Fville.
fucking enter. Do not enter if you're a fucking Nazi. Shoot on
Into the
sight.
wall.
Do not enter. Get out of here. This is our town." Again, if they're doing whites only in Arkansas, we can do intelligent people only anywhere else. You know, fuck
I'm
it.
not sure how much you're joking, but I'm very much not joking about that idea.
I'm drunk.
Except
as
for the
hell.
wall and the
I don't
dome,
know
which
how
I think
much
are
I'm joking either.
unnecessary. Yeah, like I'll tell you, northern Michigan has a couple of towns which the whole population could fit in this hotel room. We could absolutely make a sanctuary, and it would be as easy as getting a handful of people to do a 3-month class, essentially. A lot of push-ups, a lot of jogging. That sucks.
Let's
but you
do
get a
it.
license.
Let's
Look
turn
at-
this
look at-
space into a real fucking space. Let's all move to fucking bumfuck northern Michigan and let's fucking create a fucking intelligent people only world. You know, no
I don't
racists, no
think-
Nazis, no bigots. Get the fuck
I don't
out.
think Michigan is
Yeah.
safest in terms of climate change, but
No,
because
Michigan
we got to take that
was
into
voted-
account.
Michigan was
It
voted
is-
one of the safest states in terms of climate change. In my
So,
opinion.
but
I'd
they
like
have a
to
lot
believe
of
it.
like, but then cross-reference that with the anti-government hate groups.
Yeah, but that's the
Well,
thing. The anti-government
mean,
hate groups were able to
saying
exist in
cross-reference it.
Michigan in the same way that. Well, I'm sorry. It's another.
So, look at this.
It's just an example of a thing we could do.
Look, we really, because we could sit here and talk about this endlessly about, oh yeah, it's a great idea. Maybe that could work. Look at where we're fucking at. Like right now, you don't know who these people are. They're in bulletproof vests with masks and assault rifles. They pull up in just some ride. They jump out, they
Dude.
grab people, and they don't even have to be like criminals, and they don't read them their rights. They have no rights, and they send them to who knows where.
Satisfying. Well,
Sometimes they
satisfying
come
would it
back.
be? 5 or 6 sheriff's deputies fucking roll up on ICE guys who are harassing someone,
So
beat
that's
their
what I'm
asses and
saying.
throw them in the back of the car. Yes,
Why isn't
That's
that?
the first ever police violence I'd be behind.
Why hasn't that happened at all? Has not
Because
one
progressives
cop has
stand
ever...
around saying you should never be a cop. All cops are evil.
I
Oh, you wanted to
disagree
be a
that it's
cop.
the
No, I don't know
fault of
where you got that, but
progressives.
why
disagree with that.
hasn't?
You know, every progressive I've ever talked to. That's
No,
where.
okay, but that isn't why cops aren't facing ICE
It's
head
a huge
on.
part
I mean,
of why. It is a huge part of why. Because nobody who
You
hangs out
don't
in
need
these
to have
crowds,
a fucking little piece of metal pinned to your
Feels
chest
slow.
to defend your community. Let's be real.
you think
you
because
literally do.
I
some
disagree.
Legally,
progressives
yes, you do.
online are saying
Legally
ACAB,
doesn't
or
exist
in the
anymore.
real world are saying ACAB, the cops are like, no, we're gonna let ICE do what they want. You think that's what it is?
Sometimes people use pessimism or overambition to avoid coming up with an actual plan. And we
No,
don't
Well,
have
my
the
plan
luxury.
is to
No,
build
I'm
an
saying,
entirely new society.
why-
That's my plan.
So you think the cops are just that's your reason for why you think the cops haven't gone head to
You
head?
said, why
with
hasn't
ICE
this
for instance?
happened anywhere in America yet? And that is my
Yeah.
answer, because there
This is
has been a
good
lot of
I gotta
work
say,
put
this
in.
is a great
It
episode.
is a good it
This
is.
is a great
All right,
ep-
I gotta pause. I made points
no.
I'm proud of. You guys made points. I have to apologize to BCAT K. BCAT, you didn't
Okay.
say anything that controversial. I just chose you because you're one of the most well-spoken amongst us, and I really like talking about this. I'm not trying to go extra hard on you. Thank you for being sweet.
I just want
And
to
I will
hear.
say, even though
just want
Jake may seem unreasonable right now, he's normally this unreasonable, but for other things, and you're not really aware of that. So just factor.
So I'm not making.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I'm not taking a position. I just want clarification. I see that the cops aren't. Like there are people just showing up in broad daylight, grabbing people without any identification. And to me, it's like, were the cops let in that they were going to be there? Because this looks like a crime that a cop would stop. Like, whoa, who the fuck are you? Right. But
Well,
I haven't
cops
seen that.
don't stop crime. That's part of the
And so
fiction of
you
movies.
think that's because of the ACAB campaign?
In
No,
large
I'm just,
part, yes.
I'm not
I
taking a
disagree
position. I just
completely.
want
I
to.
disagree.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a chicken or the egg situation. I think ACAB came after we got fucked.
I don't.
Yeah,
To
chicken and
me,
egg's a good way to put it.
if
I
somebody
think it doesn't
kicked-
change until we stop that stuff.
if somebody with a mask and an assault rifle kicked in my door, grabbed my wife, threw her in a van, and took her away, I would expect the cops to get involved.
I wouldn't.
Right?
I
But now
wouldn't.
it's like, holy shit. This is just happening all the time everywhere. They're grabbing them by the throat and stuff. They're tasing
The
them
one
without
time, I'll tell you
breaking
this,
windows,
the one
and there's
time
no
I
cops
ever
around.
had cops involved in any sort of criminal situation, they called me a tranny and told me I deserved it. So I'm saying this,
Great.
fuck the cops, man. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck those cops. But that's the point. Are we actually going to fuck them? Let's.
No, I just think it's wild that we're
Let's fuck
seeing
these
all
motherfuckers.
this federal level stuff happen, but it's like, is it the federal level? I mean, is this just the way it is now? They
Yes.
don't have to identify themselves, no markings, no badges, nothing like that.
Let's
no
let
warrant.
the cops go through that situation. Let's let ICE kidnap a couple off-duty police officers. Say, hey,
I'm
we're
kind
part
of
of
surprised
ICE.
that hasn't happened.
We're ICE,
I mean,
buddy. What are you doing?
They grab
hey,
vets, they grab
we
people.
outrank you, brother. We're ICE. What are you
They
gonna
can just
do?
rip up your passport. Isn't that a crime?
I want
No,
to
there's
see.
no such. That's the thing. There's no such thing as law. There's no such thing as crime. It's all
I
made
mean,
up.
it's all on camera. It's documented, and they're not.
All right, Andrea,
nobody's.
let's take that.
No
Then
consequences.
I want to see a group of sheriff's deputies who treat ICE the way the standard sheriff's deputies treat black folks. Just looking for any old excuse to their day off.
It's an immigrant invasion. It's an alien invasion. These guys in
BCAT
unmarked
brought up-
vans coming into our towns and stealing people. It's an alien invasion.
ICE doesn't actually, I got to clarify something. ICE doesn't brief the local sheriff's department. The people who are, or not sheriffs, the local police, the people who are going to carry out raids under the guise of being ICE, which includes bounty hunters. They do something as simple as call the local non-emergency number and say, heads up, we're about to go into this location. Everything's fine. We're working with ICE. That's all the credentials necessary. All they're doing is saying, ignore the next 5 calls about masked armed men in this area. I want to see a group of cops who, when they see an ICE vehicle, follow it around town, waiting for them to break even a tiny little law. And as soon as they do, ticket. Oh, you give me a lip, boy? Come on out of the car. Get out of the car. Let me see. What do you got? Oh, you're just a bounty hunter. You're not even real ICE. Why are you driving around with ICE markings
I
on
mean,
your car?
that
You're not
sounds
ICE.
like a great
Arrest his
fantasy.
ass.
I want
What's
to live
stopping
in
it
that
from
world.
reality, from being reality?
What's stopping it?
I don't know.
A
What,
couple
like,
of plane
where is it?
tickets, a couple of road trips, and a couple of ghost towns. That's all that's in the way of it.
I'm ready for it. And Jake was saying
Let's do it.
boy because he was talking like cops talk to people when
Yeah,
they're
2
being
black folks.
racist.
I want to
yeah,
see.
he wasn't
I wanna,
using
I want to
that term.
find whatever. Yeah, I want to find whatever that version is for ICE. Whatever version of that word is going to get under ICE people's skin, and just and let them know they're not welcome around these parts.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go back to this analogy. Somebody kicks in my door, no warrant, no identification, no badge, no this is who we are. They grab somebody, they throw them in a car, unmarked, leave, take them to who knows where. Nobody knows. You don't see them for a while. No one sticks around to go, let me tell you what just happened. None of that. I call the police and they go, well, that was the feds. And I go, well, how do you are they allowed to do it that way? And they're like, we're busy. We can't help you. Like, seriously? This takes me back to local news.
There's no
Like,
law
thank
and
God
there's no order. We are on
they're
our
bringing
own. No
this
one
shit
will
up.
save us. Mommy and daddy aren't here. They're gone. The cops aren't your friend. They're your enemy. We're
It
all
just
fucked.
seems like the perfect opportunity to do police work. You know?
Hey, I'll tell you
Yeah.
this. If this conversation has been a little bit hard to watch, hey, this is something we can all write some nice comics and stories about. Because wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if we could teach these guys a lesson? So let's write some art. And then that's really all we can do about this.
I'm about 12:16 a.m. on the East Coast.
I was waiting for that. I thought that would happen like 45 minutes
Time
ago.
flies when you're
I'm about ready
talking
to see
ACAB.
how many people want to move to a very small town in Michigan with me. That's where I am with how much I hate ICE,
I'll
and
tell
how
you
much
this.
I can't
I'll
stand
tell you
not
this.
physically doing anything about it anymore.
I genuinely believe that the city-state methodology of government is the ultimate superior form of government throughout all of human history. The polis system, right? The only thing that ended the original polis system 2,500 years ago were imperial powers, right? So I personally believe that the polis system is the best possible way of governance. Small city-states, right? No conquests, no imperialism. We all get in our little turtle shells and we all take care of each other. So I think, yeah, I would agree that we should probably, as lefties, whatever that fucking means, and honestly, what does that mean? We should all, hey, we're on the internet. We only got a couple more years of a free and open internet. Let's be honest. They're shutting it down. They're going to retool the internet and turn it into a bunch of walled gardens. You're never going to see your friends again. You're never going to see that post you like. You're never going to see anything interesting ever again on the internet in the next couple of years. So we have a couple years left to organize. Is it an idea that we can all get together in one city and then maybe defend ourselves? Yeah. Also, would someone just drive a fucking bomb into our city and blow the whole thing up? Also, probably, maybe, right? But again, I personally believe if somehow imperialism didn't exist, the city-state governance model is my personal preferred model. And I do think we could construct a parallel governmental structure. We could declare independence. We could have our own constitution. We could create an entirely new governmental system within a small town of a couple hundred, a couple thousand motherfuckers that are all on the same page. We could do that. Bait 'em. You know, like look at what Zoran is doing in New York City. He's not even mayor yet. He's just saying, hey, we're going to maybe make the bus free. And motherfuckers are talking about sending military into New York to arrest the guy who's not even mayor yet, right? So yeah, are we gonna fall into the same fucking mistakes as like little fucking islands in ancient Greece 2,500 years ago, where we just sit around, do our own thing that's great, and then some fucking guy comes across the fucking ocean and then fucks our shit up? Probably, or I guess it's not the ocean, it's the sea, but you understand what I mean. But I personally think if we're talking about action. Right, if we're talking about like what do we do in the here and now in our current lifetimes, I personally think, yeah, creating our own parallel society is probably the best decision moving forward, at least in our immediate future. Because one of the biggest problems with lefties, especially when, we're on the internet, we're internet people, we're on the internet, we're not activists. We're a bunch of fucking losers in our bedroom on vacation talking in microphones, right? So one of the best things we can do or advocate to do is to move all into a small commune. Some would call it a city, some would call it a state, some could call it a country. These are all made up words. We made them up. We humans, we made them up. There's no such thing as law. There's no such thing as country. There's no such thing as order. We're a bunch of apes just wearing fucking cloth and plastic. And we have a bunch of metal fucking death machines that we point at each other and boom, boom. The same fucking thing that you do to mute the TV when an advertisement pops up, you can do that to kill somebody, right? We're a bunch of monkeys walking around with a bunch of fucking highfalutin ideas. So the best thing we can do, in my opinion, is to just, organize in a local sense and figure something out.
Let me give you an option for how this could be done, because I think as soon as you create an organization, there becomes, well, who's in charge of this? Who's the authority? What's the hierarchy? And then you could potentially have corruption from the top down. That is historically a good possibility of any group or organization, right? So this is what I say we do. Because you want to get to that point, right? You at least want to get to that point without the people you're trying to remove yourself from. The society and those mechanisms you're trying to remove yourself from may see you as a threat or a traitor, or, you know, they may try and stop you or prevent it. So what I say, sleeper cell commune, right? This is what I want to do. Get a house, get some land. Doesn't have to be great. Couple families come in there. Work to get out of debt, work to get off the grid, work to get out of the system, right? Maybe you're paying property tax. Maybe you're putting gas in your car, groceries, something like that. Otherwise, you're pooling your resources. You do that to the point where it's like every other house, and you're being quiet about it, right? How long before you can say, okay, we are the silent, you know, sleeper cells are kind of scary because it's like, oh shit, we're surrounded. We didn't realize it. So what if being surrounded is just, you know, a bunch of people all at one day? Because I think about this in terms of like a general strike, right? It's like, okay, you guys, we're going to forecast the day of the general strike for a year. That gives the bosses plenty of time to figure out some way to screw it up, right? So like, what if you do it very covertly? Know what I'm saying? Like sleeper cell commune. Like it's a fuse.
I love it.
You light it, and then like down the road, the people who aren't in on it are like, fuck, did everyone go? And you're like, no, yeah,
I love the
they were
idea.
planning that for a while. We're
One
digging
of
the tunnel here.
one thing I will say is, if you read history, and I'm talking about all of history, the historical record of humanity,
Boring.
you will notice.
Nobody's
it's
reading that.
extremely fun. I love history.
I'd rather watch a
I
Martin
read that shit
Scorsese
every day of my
version.
life. I mean, Martin Scorsese is awesome too, but he's a part of history. Think about it. That
fucked
guy's
up
like 90 years
Napoleon.
old. However, if you read history,
all in one message.
motherfucker, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm so sorry. If you read history,
all of history, and you better
talking
read
about
it all.
communes?
And it has to do with sleeper cell
The
commune.
most
digging the
dangerous
tunnel.
population is a population with nothing to lose. And one thing that we can convince people
That's
on
what
the
I mean
internet
by off the grid.
is we have nothing to lose. You might think, what do you have? You have your family, you got your stuff, your trinkets. I love trinkets. I collect trinkets. You might be seeing I got trinkets all over the place. You know, I got this laughing Goku. I love laughing Goku. It's one of my prized possessions. This is an original animation production cell of the anime Dragon Ball Z from the 1990s. I love this shit, but I would gladly let this thing get destroyed into thin air if it means I could create a better universe, if it means I could create a better world, right? Ultimately, we have nothing to lose but our chains. We are in a concentration camp called Earth.
Yes.
Right? Look at how fast the UK passed some draconian censorship law, and now every website on the internet is now going to demand that you upload a government ID to continue watching fucking YouTube videos about silly putty and fucking goddamn horse shit, right? I don't know why I said that. But anyway, like my point being, they are going to fuck us. And just to be clear, it is not going to be in the good dick way. This is not going to be some steamy romance section where we're like getting a big, thick, meaty cock and it's hitting all the great walls of the great areas you want it to hit. This is going to be the bad dick way.
Okay, that it's not going to be that
when
way.
there's
but
gonna,
keep
you're going to
going.
need stitches after this situation, right? So again,
You're not describing a good way for me. I'm just saying.
Well, you have your own situation. But my point being, we have nothing to fucking lose. We're all going to die, right? Are we going to die a bunch of losers who stayed in our bedrooms scared of everything? Hey, that's what I'm doing. I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. You don't think I'm scared? I'm transgender. I'm fucking scared as shit. These motherfuckers are talking a big game because they're a bunch of sissies. They're a bunch of white-ass, straight-ass motherfuckers who never knew hardship in their life other than financially.
I fully admit that.
Hey, and God bless you. I'm fucking petrified.
Somebody didn't
I am
watch my show
scared.
before this.
They're passing laws that call me a mentally ill motherfucker on a daily basis. They're threatening to throw all the trannies in concentration camps, send us to El Salvador. I am fucking terrified, okay? I'll be honest with you. I'm scared shitless. I cry myself to sleep on a daily basis thinking about the world around us. But what we need to do is we need to fucking realize that there is nothing that we can lose because we have nothing. What do we have? A bunch of fucking toys, a bunch of fucking treats, a bunch of fucking video games and movies and television screens. That doesn't fucking mean anything. We are in the dying, decaying world of a 5,000-year-old fucking experiment of hierarchies. Some people are better, 10,000, depending on your view of history. Of some people are better than others, right? That's where we are in the world. We believe that some people are better than others. Like these guys up here, they have more rights than I do. That's just a matter of fact, right? These guys can enter any fucking building in the world and no one will look at them. If I go into a restaurant, there's a non-0% chance I'm going to get shut out. There's a non-0% chance I go to fucking pee and I get fucking my shit kicked in and I end up a fucking crime scene, right? So again, like there's a lot, we have nothing to fucking lose here, right? The fascists are here. It is not slow. I know Jake said this about like 78 minutes ago, but I'm going to bring it back up. We are not slowly descending into fascism. We are here. We could argue we entered fascism a couple decades ago, maybe. I mean, it depends on what your definition is, but either way, we're here. We're in motherfuckville, sequel to Welcome to Fuckville. We're in motherfuckville. Hell, we're in fatherfuckville. We'll get the boys in here. We're in fatherfuckville, and it's not going so well. So we want to talk about solutions, and we don't normally talk about solutions. That's not what this show is about. We got to realize we got to get as many people on board with the idea that, man, oh man, things are not looking so good. I don't have kids. I know I'm a huge proponent of the war on parents. But if you have kids right now and you're planning on dying in this society and letting your kid just live in this world, are you fucking kidding me? I know, pardon the pun. I know, give me a break here. Are you kidding me? Haha, funny kid. But really? You're going to let your kid grow up and live in this fucking world? Is that a joke? Because in my opinion, and I if you are letting your kid grow up in this world, you're not doing everything you could. You could have done more. So,
you should have smothered them.
Well, maybe.
I did make a point of saying this earlier before Left Past 10 that I have to assume everything that my white cis male brain thinks of is distorted by my privilege.
Oh yeah, and it definitely is.
And
like you're out there wearing a Fago shirt.
It can be distorted by your lack of privilege as well.
Yeah, but not in my case.
Go into survival. No, but that I think that's crucial to understand. You can be in survival mode for so long that you end up essentially missing softballs because you're constantly needing to be in survival mode. It's a cruel reality.
Like in the most perfect society I can imagine, there's no need for therapy because we're all very open and we can rely on each other, and you know what I mean, and we don't do anything to the point of this is really fucking with me, I'm stressed, you know what I mean? Like everything is meant to be supportive, right? Like a society is meant to keep everyone lifted up, not suppress the majority of people so a few people can benefit, because everything gets fucked up from there. That's why every time I look at any situation, like when I was talking about crime just being protecting capitalists, right? Like anytime I look at any situation, and I'm not, I always forget the term. I'm not just, I'm not saying if we do away with class, it solves all the problems, but I do always come back to capitalism being the core problem, at least in our current situation, because it is about bank.
It's how you
cash,
reward
money.
things when your own personal satisfaction would not be enough. So a lot of people wouldn't take personal satisfaction from a sadistic act or a cruel act. Some would, I know, and we love to hold them up and pretend like that's the main. But you're right, it's the motivation to get an average person to do an evil thing. That can exist within capitalism. It doesn't exclusively exist within capitalism, but it can. And because of that, the folks that would like evil to happen, the Nazis of the world, flock to capitalism. It's gross.
But it's like America got, like, okay, I know as soon as I personally start talking about like how fucked up this situation is, Andrew did this earlier. Somebody can always say it's always been that way, but it got way more fucked up
Real
since
fast.
like the spring. Like that was
Oh yeah.
talk about an
It's
escalation.
exponential. Really, it's exponential. Like every few months, it's significantly more fucked
Yeah.
up than it was.
But I think,
Agreed.
and it's hard to find like a silver lining, but I'm at least grateful for the fact that I'm coming back to this. I see local news guys who may very well be in a entry point to a greater career saying like they're like keeping up with the atrocities. There is no
Most of
blind
them
eye.
have like hours of education, not years, but literal hours done
like-
in the time leading. I'm sorry, it's
But like most people in like a
Hours is
new
being very
job,
beneficial. It's probably more like seconds.
but most people in a new job, no matter what it is, are going to have that mentality to some degree that I don't want to rock the boat. I just started here. Let me get my bearings. And that usually turns into being a company man or absolutely a company man or whatever you want to call it. But I think like it's refreshing to see that people are keeping up with the reporting on the atrocities. Yes, I wish it had happened earlier. I wish it had always been going. Who knows what would happen if Anderson Cooper looked right at, or Omnipore looked right at a politician, was like, the fuck? You didn't say shit just now, or that is a lie. Get the fuck out of like, yeah, the situation would be different, but it's not. So like, I'm just trying to like at least find, I mean, the people you can rely on in the world is fewer and fewer. That's why I was saying an ideal society would be everyone relies on everyone equally, and it's very comforting. But that's not the case, and it's the comforting things are very small and few and far between, but they are out there. I mean, to see a local news guy go, well, Chuck, once again, these guys have masks on, no ID, no warrant. It's like, oh, phew, Channel 2, wherever it gets it.
And since we're bringing it full circle, I want to jump on that as well. That is one of the reasons I love local news. Not anybody can be on national, frankly, but anybody can be hired into a local news station. Literally anybody. And some great things can come of that. You can become a great news person, but you won't be at first, and that's okay. You'll do an okay enough job, and you'll get better every single day, and you'll learn by doing. It's one of the last industries where that really is how it works. So I encourage you, if you don't know what you're doing with life, just go be a local news person. You'll be poor, but you're already poor.
This is what I like about what we do in this space and on this space. But
we're doing this one. I love this space.
I like when, like today, we had a host who was in a situation where they were going to have to go solo. They weren't counting on it. They didn't necessarily have like a plan for that. No problem. It was like, yeah, you want me to broadcast? Okay. I know what the expectations are of the viewers. That's smart. You know what I mean? You're not just out there making it up like, oh no, the viewers are going to hate me if I screw up. No, you know who the community is. You got that figured out. Very smart. It's a good thing to do. And then you can go online. You can make it work. You know that there are certain things. I can share the screen. I can bring up a graphic. I can talk about this relevant thing. I can talk about this thing I heard today. You can just be a broadcaster. And I think that it doesn't have to be gifted, or you don't have to be gifted at being a broadcaster. You just need to know what the stakes are and what the dynamics are. And then it's all courage. It's like, can I sit in front of this camera and not freeze up? And
courage and persistence.
And I'm just continually impressed by the amount of people trying it, and I want more and more people to try it. I think that is a big answer to a lot of problems, and gaining clarity for all situations is have more honest people just taking it upon themselves to be a broadcaster.
Oprah started in local news. She was
Emphasis
on radio,
on broad,
and went to local news. And it was only when she got a daytime talk show for a local station that she blew up the way she did. You
Dr.
might just
Oz,
find that you're an
Dr.
Oprah of a
Phil.
sort.
without Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil.
Sure. But the
I don't
point
know
being
how
a
both
major,
of those came from her.
Oh, because she really didn't have much ethical standards. But nonetheless, a major influence on America that began as a local news personality. It's really there for everybody. Andrea, I so want to hear more stories about your journalistic days.
I was a couple months, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but did a little bit of it.
And they were like, "Hey, Andrew,
I made a cop cry.
Nobody wants to
That's
go on your
my
show."
crowning jewel. I made a police officer cry. I
You
zoomed
had
in on
that?
their eyeballs, and
I remember
and
that.
I tortured them verbally for like 30 minutes,
It
and they
looked
started
like
tearing, and they left the room.
the cop said something
Yeah.
to. There were like, I think there were 3 cops, and one of them turned to another and said, "I can't do this shit," and went inside.
Yep. And
I
they were
distinctly
definitely
remember that.
crying. Yeah,
And
that's
they
my
left.
crowning jewel. Yep, I made that bitch cry. That stupid fucking bitch. That fucking pick me loser turncoat bitch.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, dude, I am so like, oh, that's the kind of thing that just makes it easier to get up in the morning, knowing that such things are out there. Also, in response to FG's comment about wondering if the lack of ethics helped with Oprah's rise, no. Oprah rose because she was a once in a multiple generations talent at daytime talk shows at the height of daytime talk show popularity. But it is related to her lack of ethics in that her talent meant she didn't require anything other than just her talent, including ethics, in order to rise.
Yeah, a lot of
But
people.
she just doesn't think about this stuff.
She wasn't the first, but a lot of people tried
No,
to
she was
model
competing with Phil
themselves.
Donahue and
Yeah, but a lot of
yeah.
people after Oprah tried to model themselves after her, which was just like, it was funny because I don't know, it just went back to being a bunch of white women, it felt like, for a while. And it was like, you guys are just trying to reclaim the mantle or something. Like, just let it go. We don't need all these different shows. And then Springer comes along. Oh, I'm not asking if you saw my interview. Did you see my interview? But like, I hope people saw my interview with the author who wrote 1999 and the Book of Low Culture and how it explains the bizarre times we're living in now. Did you guys see that he's an entertainment industry researcher who wrote a book?
I did not.
Yeah, I watched that interview 17 times.
You don't
It's
have to
one of my
watch
favorites.
the interview, and he's been on a lot of other shows. That book
I'll watch
is
someone
very
else's
good
interview.
because, like, here it is. I told him, I said I was reading the book hoping that it was going to somehow, because it says it explains the bizarre times we live into, I was hoping it wouldn't just be the last chapter that said, now here's how it relates to today. I wanted it throughout. And so chapter 1, Jerry Springer, right? And it's all about George Santos, disgraced congressperson George Santos. And I was like,
love George Santos.
This is what I'm talking about. You're leading me in with Jerry Springer. I know all about that. You're going to talk about KFAB and all this stuff, but you bring it to something that happened very recently, right? And so the whole book is like
George
that.
Santos. What a hilarious bit. If Better Call Saul had a season 7, it would be George Santos. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I'm sorry to be scatterbrained, but do you remember the actual thing that made him? Let me forget the actual question. Do you remember if they were crying because they were embarrassed, or if they were crying because they actually felt bad about the way they behaved, in your estimation?
Oh, embarrassed. No, there was no remorse. That guy was doing what do you call him when you pay somebody to say stuff? What's that? It's like celebrities do it.
Andrea, though. You were the one that was there. You made him cry.
Oh, I thought you were talking about George Santos.
No, I'm
very drunk. I consumed a large amount of wine.
I thought you were talking about George Santos, and I was like, he was not remorseful, dude.
No, no.
Well, the cop
cameo
that I made cry. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Do you think he felt bad because he
she was
realized...
she was a woman. Do I think she felt bad? Yeah, I purposefully tailored all of my. There's a video somewhere. I don't know if I
It's
ever posted
hardcore,
it.
Jake.
I mean,
He's
did
like
she
right in
feel
her face.
remorseful,
I was
or
I
did
was
she
right
feel
in the.
embarrassed, or did she feel like
I
what?
don't know.
How?
I could
in
take a
what?
guess.
Okay.
I could take a guess at
I
that.
don't know. I could probably find the video and we could
She
watch
was
it.
probably
I desperately
thinking.
want to.
She was probably thinking of all the shit that I have to put up with to maintain some level of dignity with myself and do this fucking job, because at the time they were worthy. These folks were worthy of the criticism Andrea was leveling on them. They were like, I also have to stand here and by law take this shit. And I think it was a culmination of all of that. They were remorseful, and had been. They were also in a position where they were like, well, I'm here now. I got to do it. How do I get out of this? Right. And also playing along is not good in that case. Right. Because those cops should have been accountable. And I
If
think
I remember
it was all of
correctly-
that, Jake, honestly.
If I remember correctly, this was shortly after a situation. This was during the 2021 police brutality protests in Elizabeth City, and there was somebody who drove a car into the protest and ran a couple people over. And I was basically like, there were people inside answering questions or filling out reports or whatever. And if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that was the night. It was either that night or the night after. And that bitch was just like guarding the police station. And I was like one of like 4 people. Like they could have totally just black bagged me and killed me on the spot. Like no question. They totally could have. I totally probably shouldn't have done that if I cared about my well-being. But luckily for me at that point,
You're brave
or
and
unluckily,
good.
I didn't care about my well-being. I was very reckless. But I was basically like, I figured if this bitch is standing outside, I've got my camera on, I'm just going to heckle the fuck out of her for half an hour. And it was, I said shit like, imagine like generations of what would your grandparents think of this? I don't remember all the things I said. But to answer your question, was it embarrassment? Was it remorse? I don't know. Personally, if I'm going to be honest with you, I hope she went home and cut herself that night. I hope she killed herself. I don't know. I never seen her again in my life. That's what I hope. I hope that the words cut so deep that she ended her life. That's what I hope.
12:43 a.m. on the East Coast.
12:43 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States.
No hope for monetization now. And if you've been watching, good, because this might not be here later for you to rewatch.
This is one hell of a show. I'm going to not take the blame. I did get drunk tonight. I'm going to blame Jake for this show.
Correct. But it was one hell of a show. I think this is one of the best we've done. And we're down a person.
It's a good ep. I don't know
Can you imagine if we had Sandee here too, man?
I think that I let me just say this, because this is me being my most I don't know. I believe in a path for redemption. I do not believe in beating around the bush. If that person's like, I don't know if I want to be on the path to no, you are or you aren't. But I believe in path to redemption, and I believe in healing, and I believe that there are too many individual circumstances in everyone's separate lives to be able to just say, this is the problem with you. I don't know all the shit that led you to any given point in time in your legacy, right? So what I would like to, the way I would prefer to look at the world is everyone has an opportunity to make good. Everyone has an opportunity to make up for, and everyone has a path to redemption, no matter how small or short or long or deep it may be. I think that's what I would rather happen than do yourself in or give into the dark thoughts or whatever. That's just, because the more, the better. Right? Like the whole point of this is to have as many people working together as possible. And so, if you're not doing it right, and we need to put you in a reform facility or jail or whatever, that's on you. But there'll be a process for that. And that's what I mean. Like if there's order, it should be working correctly. If it's not, there's no order. And so, my personal hope is that we can give people an opportunity. But
I
love
version
eating
of
around
reality. In the absolute best version of reality, we start a hippie commune in the in northern Michigan somewhere. We all become the only police force there, and the first person that signs on is a person that was a cop 10 years ago, and they quit because they couldn't bring themselves to come back to work, and they end up being that person you got to cry, and they now happily are a deputy for Sheriff Rovenski. I would love that.
Oh yeah, let me be sheriff.
Hell yeah.
Vote for
Dude,
me,
I'm not doing it.
motherfuckers. I'll be sheriff. I'll
If the
sheriff the
three of
fuck
us
out of you
became the cops, we
motherfuckers.
all know I couldn't be
Yeah,
allowed to have a
yeah.
gun just because I would drop them too often. You got to be the sheriff.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'll be the secretary
have
who's like
7
a
guns.
bit of a
maybe
sex
8.
bot.
I'll carry 8 guns.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I to be honest with you, I don't remember too much of the show. But I'm sure it was good. I'm sure it was a good episode.
Was being the operative word?
Was, I mean, and is. In addition to the past, we are also still here in the present. We are, it's 12:46 a.m. on the East Coast of these United States of America, or occupied United States, I should say, or occupied North America, whatever you want to call it. Or maybe you don't even want to call it America. Who the hell is Amerigo Vespucci anyway? Some fuckface, you know? I don't fucking know who he is. So the occupied lands, colloquially known by the colonizing forces as the United States. And, you know, well, by the time I ended this sentence, it's now 12:47 on the Eastern Seaboard. I believe there are parts of Canada, however, that extend even further east. I believe they have that 30. Yeah, that 30
into
minute
the water.
time zone. Yeah, into the water. They got like a 30-minute time zone. So
Wait,
it'd be like
they're living on boats?
Yeah, it'd be like 1:17 for
What are you talking about? Islands? Where?
in Canada, up there.
The Canadian
Kodiak
Islands. I mean, the Eastern Canadian Islands.
Like there's that French colony in Canada that's off in the islands, you know, fucking what's that fucking place? Or the French colony in Canada. Does anyone know about that? The fucking the 2 islands that are technically part of France, but they're in Canada.
Do you know what the French say on roller coasters?
Bonjour.
They say yes.
Tinkerbell, I just want you to know it would be, oh yeah, I did it as you were saying. I translated it. Tinkerbell, I want you to know that it would just be Rush Hour with 2 Chris Tuckers.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't a mic drop? I thought that was a mic drop.
No, that was great.
That was a good mic drop.
No, that was really good.
Oh,
now
did
that
I
we're
fuck
back,
it up by picking the mic? Did I pick the mic up?
Now we're gonna have to do Rush Hour with 3 Chris Tuckers. That's when you roll.
Did I do it right that time? I don't know.
That was a good episode.
Who's to
That was
say?
a really good episode.
I don't know. We were preparing for some real shenanigans before Jake showed up in a
We only
Magnum
suggested
PI
a
outfit.
handful of public officials.
Honest with you, I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Makes sense.
I'm gonna fucking cook up some peas. I'm gonna cook up some carrots. Maybe a little tofu. Don't remove me from the stage. I'm still talking about my dinner plan. I gotta eat dinner. I'm hungry. All right. Bye-bye.